2 years after the outbreak of the zombie virus, as dust descended. The sky was stained with a blood-like crimson hue. The dilapidated skyscrapers cast their reflections in the puddles that dotted the streets, while a few decaying zombies meandered among the abandoned vehicles, emitting intermittent growls. A gust of wind carried with it a foul stench, mingled with the odor of putrid earth, sweeping through the depths of the street. Lin Feng leaned against an overturned delivery van, his gaze fixed warily on the wandering undead in the distance. A gray biopurification device was strapped to his right arm, its surface marred by scratches and dried blood, while the display flickered with a faint blue light. Another 10 kilometers north, and I shall reach the supply point marked on the map, Lin Feng murmured, glancing at the tattered hand-drawn map, his brow furrowed. He had discovered this map in a convenience store long since stripped bare, which indicated potential refuges and resource points left by survivors. He lifted his makeshift longsword, simple weapon fashioned from a scrap of metal and strips of cloth, and gently wiped the blood from the blade. The recent skirmish with a few zombies had nearly exhausted him. Yet a single thought echoed in his mind. I must find valuable resources, otherwise I shall not survive this winter. Cautiously navigating through the ruins, Lin Feng tread lightly, striving to make no sound. Suddenly, he halted. A massive structure loomed in the distance. It was a logistics center for a courier service, its exterior still faintly displaying the emblem of International Express, albeit obscured by dust and moss, yet still discernible at a glance. Scattered around were several delivery vehicles, overturned and disheveled, with some packages strewn across the ground, their wrappings torn, revealing the items within. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. This place may still harbor some untouched supplies. He scanned the surroundings, confirming that no zombies were lurking nearby, and cautiously approached the building's entrance. The door stood ajar, albeit secured with a chain. A crowbar lay scattered on the ground, one end still smeared with dark brown, dried blood. Lin Feng frowned. It seems someone has been here before, but something must have occurred that forced them to flee without opening the door. He moved slowly along the exterior wall of the courier station, the surrounding silence unsettling. Carefully avoiding shards of glass and metal debris, he made every effort to remain silent. The entire structure was in a state of disrepair, its walls riddled with cracks, and the upper windows shattered, leaving only a few remnants of frames swaying gently in the breeze. After circling the building, he discovered that the other entrances were completely blocked by rubble and debris, leaving only the front iron door in a barely accessible condition. The door was partially ajar, but a heavy chain was tightly wrapped around the handle, the end of which dangled a rusted iron lock. Lin Feng crouched down, gently nudging the chain with his fingers as he examined the lock structure. It doesn't appear to be too old with enough strength. I should be able to pry it open, he muttered softly, lifting the nearby crowbar. The dried blood on the crowbar caught his attention, and an image flickered in his mind. Perhaps someone had previously used this tool to battle a zombie, but ultimately failed to escape. Nevertheless, he did not linger, inserting the crowbar into the gap of the chain and applying force. Crate grind, the chain emitted a jarring sound, shattering the oppressive silence like a stone cast into deep water, sending ripples through the stillness. In the distance, the sound of dragging footsteps suddenly resonated. Lin Feng froze, raising his eyes toward the source of the noise. On the nearby street, 3 zombies were slowly shuffling toward him. Their movements were sluggish and unsteady, their decaying faces rendered particularly grotesque in the twilight glow. Though still at a distance, their nostrils flared, unmistakably honing in on Lin Feng's position. This is bad. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the crowbar. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found no place to conceal himself. The zombies trudged closer with heavy steps, and he muttered under his breath, "What terrible luck." He then rose, his gaze sharp, retreating to a slightly more open area to avoid being cornered. The 3 zombies drew nearer, the foremost one having lost its jaw, exposing its teeth as it emitted a hoarse growl, its eye sockets deep and ominous. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, switching the crowbar to his left hand while gripping his makeshift longsword with his right. He bent slightly, shifting his weight, readying himself for combat. The zombie lunged forward suddenly, its speed catching him off guard. Lin Feng sidestepped, his sword slicing cleanly through its neck. With a dull thud, the zombie collapsed to the ground, dark brown blood oozing forth, its stench overwhelming. The remaining two zombies, though slightly slower, pressed on with determined steps, their rotting arms reaching for him, their throats emitting deeper growls. Lin Feng stepped back, creating distance while drawing a scrap of metal from his belt. One of the zombies abruptly quickened its pace, lunging at him. Lin Feng planted his feet firmly, swinging the metal shard with force toward the zombie's skull. A muffled crack echoed as the zombie staggered back, then fell lifelessly to the ground. The last zombie moved with a sluggish gait, its hands flailing as if trying to grasp an unseen prey. Lin Feng remained composed, awaiting its approach, his eyes betraying no hesitation. As it lunged, he suddenly leaped forward, the blade piercing directly into the zombie's eye socket. Black blood splattered onto Lin Feng's clothing, and he instinctively stepped back to avoid further contamination. With the last zombie down, Lin Feng exhaled heavily. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands trembling slightly around the longsword. Although he had grown accustomed to slaying zombies, each encounter was a harrowing test of life and death, particularly in an environment where more could appear at any moment. I cannot linger too long. He glanced down at the biopurification device on his arm. The device's syringe automatically extended, inserting itself into the first zombie's head, emitting a faint suction sound as the red progress bar on the display began to rise gradually. Once the purification was complete, he swiftly moved to the next zombie, repeating the action. In just a few minutes, Lin Feng's device had collected a small vial of dark red enhancement liquid, almost enough for a full bottle. Lin Feng clenched his fist, retracting the syringe back into the device. He understood the significance of the enhancement liquid. It was not only crucial for augmenting his strength, but also a vital bargaining chip for trade. Chapter 2. Biochemical Extractor. Amidst the remains of several zombies, Lin Feng gazed at the biochemical purification device affixed to his arm, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. This apparatus, referred to by survivors as the Stinger, stood as a testament to the tug-of-war between humanity's technological advancements and the zombie virus in the face of apocalyptic despair. Simultaneously, it embodied a chilling symbol, the relentless reminder that survival could only be attained through slaughter. The exterior of the Stinger was sleek, yet marred by numerous scratches, resembling a battered suit of armor. It adhered firmly to Lin Feng's right arm, its resilient material ensuring it would not detach during intense combat. A small transparent chamber was embedded on the device's outer side, currently containing a trickle of pale red liquid, its clear sheen radiating an unsettling beauty. Lin Feng lowered his gaze to operate the device, gently pressing the button on its side. The Stinger emitted a deep, resonant hum as the display illuminated, revealing scrolling data in soft blue text. Extraction progress, 3.5 current energy concentration, 78 target, ordinary zombie, source liquid purity, pass. Just 2 more, and I shall fill the vial, Lin Feng murmured to himself, his eyes drifting down to a zombie at his feet. He crouched down, gripping the metallic edge of the device with his right hand while using his left to push aside the decaying flesh atop the zombie's head in mere seconds. The source liquid began to be extracted, the viscous black fluid flowing through the syringe into the internal filtration system of the device. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the container. As the filter operated, the black liquid gradually transformed into a clear substance, ultimately revealing the familiar pale red hue. He withdrew the needle, rising to shift his attention to the last remaining zombie. The repetitive motions had taken on a mechanical quality. Yet Lin Feng understood that each action bore the weight of life and death. Over the past 2 years of the zombie apocalypse, this had become his most crucial means of combating mortality. A few minutes later, the final drop of pale red liquid entered the container, and the display screen flickered to life, emitting a crisp alert. Extraction of the enhancement liquid complete. Final product volume, 5 milliliters, task accomplished. A subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he pressed the transfer button, prompting a small injection port to spring forth from the side of the device. Precisely injecting the enhancement liquid into the prepared glass vial, he carefully stored the vial away, casting one last glance at the still flickering display. The device's structure was intricate, yet the operational principles distilled by the survivors were simple and direct. Needle positioning must be meticulously aimed at the zombie's brain, particularly in areas exhibiting slight activity. To ensure maximum extraction efficiency, extraction and purification occur simultaneously. The electrical current serves not only as a catalyst for extraction, but also as a means to disrupt the structure of viral particles, effectively isolating toxins from the source liquid. Lin Feng returned the device to standby mode, gently caressing its surface. He knew that such instruments were exceedingly rare. Any survivor fortunate enough to possess a needle would be regarded as a top-tier combatant and resource gatherer, no matter where they roamed. To him, this was not merely a tool for survival, but rather a lifeline. The origin of this device was steeped in unexpected violence and bloodshed. 2 years prior, the zombie virus erupted in a catastrophic wave, causing societal order to collapse with alarming speed. Most survivors could only rely on rudimentary weapons or sheer luck to escape. While those capable of penetrating the horde, dispatching zombies, and emerging unscathed were the elite combatants equipped with the Stinger, the exceptional warriors of New Capital. New Capital, one of the largest bastions of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, served not only as a sanctuary, but also as the epicenter of authority. They held the keys to the apocalypse's advanced technology, of which the Stinger was a pivotal component. Rumors circulated that these combatants underwent rigorous selection and training, their mission being to eradicate the zombie menace and extract enhancement fluid to sustain New Capital's resource chain. However, Lin Feng did not belong to New Capital. As he gazed at the device, memories of that stormy night flooded his mind. It was shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, when he wandered through the ruins, evading the relentless pursuit of zombies, subsisting on the meager remnants of food. That night, he sought refuge from the rain in a collapsed gas station. Thunder roared, and lightning illuminated a ghastly sight. A battered corpse lay amidst the debris, that of a well-equipped combatant, pierced through the chest, blood staining his body. While the stinger on his right arm remained intact, Lin Feng was uncertain whether the death was the result of a zombie attack or a conflict among humans. Yet he recognized this as a pivotal moment that could alter his fate. The process of removing the stinger proved arduous. The combatant's arm had stiffened, the device embedded deeply into the flesh, seemingly fused with the body itself. Lin Feng dedicated the entirety of the night to meticulously dismantling the device, employing tools he discovered at a nearby gas station to tailor it to his own specifications. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the intricate workings of this apparatus. However, an instinct born from the apocalypse whispered to him that possessing the stinger signified an increased chance of survival. It was only later that he recognized the device was not something easily mastered by just anyone. The stinger demanded precise operation and skillful handling. A momentary lapse in caution could result in misfires, extraction failures, or even infections. Yet, through countless battles, Lin Feng gradually acquired the necessary finesse, even devising his own combat style, transforming this apparatus into his most formidable auxiliary weapon. Such an item was likely rare even in the new city. Lin Feng murmured softly, glancing around at his surroundings. In the desolate expanse of the apocalypse, everyone was exerting every ounce of energy to survive, and this stinger had become Lin Feng's greatest reliance. With the stinger, he was equivalent to possessing an inexhaustible supply of enhancement liquid. Whenever the device filled with source liquid, the resulting enhancement fluid was an invaluable resource. Holding the glass vial of enhancement liquid in his hand, he peered through the dim light at the crystalline, pale red liquid within. He understood its worth all too well, not merely a tool to augment his survival prospects in the wasteland, but a miraculous substance coveted by every survivor. He unscrewed the cap and consumed the liquid in one swift motion. A searing sensation surged from his throat to his chest, rapidly radiating from his heart throughout his entire being. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly, as he felt an indescribable power detonating within him. Accompanying this experience was a searing pain, akin to being scorched by flames, as if each muscle were undergoing a profound transformation. Every second of the enhancement process served as a vivid reminder to Lin Feng that strength is never a free gift. The burning sensation quickly subsided, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and sense of power. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of strength within his muscles, as if it were on the verge of breaking through his skin. With a gentle leap, his body sprang upwards with the ease of a spring, soaring several feet into the air. His vision sharpened, and he could even hear the faint whispers of the wind as it traversed the cracks in the distant ruins. The effects of the enhancement fluid were unmistakable. Not only had his physical abilities been comprehensively elevated, but his stamina was entirely restored, as if the prior battle with the zombies had never transpired. This sensation was utterly addictive. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the yearning for more enhancement fluid that surged within him. He understood that this augmentation was not limitless. The potential of his body was not infinite. If he were to overindulge, the consequences would be dire. Lin Feng had heard tales of a survivor who had succumbed to the effects of excessive enhancement fluid. He was a greedy individual who, in the span of a single day, consumed over a dozen bottles. Initially, he appeared grotesquely powerful. His strength and speed he thrust the empty bottle back into his backpack. A fleeting expression of satisfaction crossed his face, quickly replaced by caution and composure. He understood that while the enhancement liquid had temporarily augmented his strength, it was insufficient to alter the situation entirely. In the face of the apocalypse, he required far more than this. Chapter 3. The courier station. This time, Lin Feng effortlessly pried open the iron chain with a crowbar, the lock clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. He pushed open the heavy iron door and stepped into the warehouse of the courier station, where a thick, antiquated atmosphere enveloped him. The dimly lit interior was infused with a faint twilight as waning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the skylight, casting an eerie orange hue over the space. The air was heavy with the scent of mildew, mingled with a subtle hint of dust, creating an oppressive ambience. Towering shelves loomed around him like slumbering behemoths, meticulously arranged, laden with an assortment of courier packages. Most of the parcels remained sealed, seemingly biding their time for the moment they would be unwrapped. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the crowbar, vigilantly scanning his surroundings as he cautiously navigated the narrow aisles. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, Lin Feng spotted a fallen parcel scanner, its screen shattered and marred by cracks. He bent to pick it up, examining it for a moment before placing it back on the ground. Just as he prepared to continue, a resounding thud erupted from behind him, akin to metal striking the floor, reverberating throughout the vast emptiness of the warehouse. Lin Feng's body tensed instinctively as he whirled around, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound. From a shadowy corner emerged a figure. It was a zombie, clad in a logistics uniform emblazoned with the International Courier logo. Its eyes were clouded, and its expression vacant, yet it fixated intently on Lin Feng, emitting a low, guttural growl. The zombie's arms hung limply at its sides, its footsteps dragging, the shoes scraping against the floor with a piercing creak. Lin Feng's gaze was locked onto the creature, his grip on the crowbar tightening slightly, the joints of his hand producing a faint crack. He remained composed, slowly shifting his feet to adjust his position, leaning against a row of shelves. Taking a deep breath, he observed the zombie's movements, searching for the opportune moment to strike. The zombie was merely a few steps away. Suddenly, Lin Feng took a step forward, swinging the crowbar in a swift arc, aimed directly at the zombie's head. With a sharp crack, the crowbar struck its target with precision. The sound of shattering bone mingling with the dull thud of the zombie collapsing to the ground echoed throughout the warehouse. Mission accomplished, Lin Feng murmured, lightly tapping the crowbar on the ground. After confirming the zombie had completely lost its capacity for movement, he swiftly deployed the syringe from the stinger device on his arm. With agility, he crouched down and inserted the stinger into the central region of the zombie's skull. The device whirred to life, a faint suction accompanied by a subtle electrical hum resonating in the air. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the progress bar on the display screen, watching it gradually fill. Once it was full, the indicator light on the device illuminated. He pressed the button, retracting the stinger, and through the transparent container, he beheld a small vial of dark red source liquid, quietly stored within the apparatus. Lin Feng returned the stinger to its place, rising to his feet and gazing into the depths of the warehouse. Towering shelves crisscrossed, forming a labyrinth with at least 20 rows. The shelves are laden with meticulously packaged express parcels, and judging by the dates on the labels, these packages appear to have been stranded in the warehouse at the very last moment before the apocalypse. Some of the bags have faded and become damaged over time, yet the majority remain intact, neatly arranged. Lin Feng gazes up at these shelves, a subtle thrill flickering in his eyes. Tens of thousands of blind boxes. He swallows hard, his heart racing slightly. An hour later, Lin Feng curls up amidst a pile of parcels, a box yet to be opened beside him. The tape bears a blurred logo, rendering the brand indistinguishable, but the weight of the package seems rather substantial. He strokes his growling stomach and licks his cracked lips. Please, let there be something to eat this time. Otherwise, I might have to resort to gnawing on the cardboard. With deft precision, he slices through the tape and lifts the cardboard, revealing the contents within, a sleek black rectangular box adorned with the inscription of high-end kitchenware. Kitchenware? Could it be pots and pans? He mumbles to himself while cautiously lifting the lid. As the cover is removed, his eyes gleam with delight. Inside lies a brand new chef's knife, its blade gleaming with a cold metallic luster. This is a treasure, he murmurs, eagerly grasping the knife. The moment his hand wraps around the handle, a long-lost sense of security washes over him. The handle is weighty, exuding a superb tactile sensation, and the blade appears exceptionally sharp, even reflecting the image of his disheveled self. Lin Feng gazed intently at the blade, suddenly recalling his previous struggle with a rusty knife against the undead. Now, with this dependable weapon in hand, he felt a profound sense of security envelop him. A soft smile graced his lips, and a flicker of confidence ignited within him. However, his attention soon shifted back to the box. In addition to the chef's knife, it contained several other culinary tools, meat shears, a peeler, and even a sharpening tool. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, noting the impressive array of equipment, though lamenting the absence of ingredients. Lin Feng carefully extracted the entire set of kitchenware from the box, scrutinizing each item. In a post-apocalyptic world, food had become exceedingly precious, while kitchen tools had devolved into unnecessary luxuries. Yet, this assortment stirred a warmth in his heart, as if a long-forgotten way of life had resurfaced before his eyes. He gently flicked the surface of the sharpening tool, the crisp metallic sound echoing through the empty warehouse. He mused aloud, "If only I had a pot, I could set up an outdoor kitchen." Alas, regardless of the quality of his tools, without ingredients, they remained futile. With a resigned shake of his head, he carefully stowed away the kitchenware. In this desolate world, every sturdy and practical tool could be a lifeline, and the chef's knife was no exception. He wrapped the blade in a strip of tattered cloth, securing it to the outside of his backpack for easy access. However, the persistent growling of his stomach grew increasingly insistent. With a sigh, he surveyed the packages scattered throughout the warehouse, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Surely, not all the ingredients would be expired, would they? Lin Feng sought solace in his surroundings, casually selecting a modestly sized parcel, tearing away the tape, and rummaging through its contents. To his dismay, he discovered merely a collection of inconsequential household items, a pair of sunglasses, a box of laundry detergent, and a roll of shimmering wrapping paper. Chapter 4: The Wild Dog. Truly, it was a punishment from the heavens. Lin Feng chuckled bitterly as he returned these items to the package. He rose to continue his search for a more promising target, the warehouse brimming with countless mystery boxes, each holding the potential for delight or disappointment. Just as he was about to open another parcel, he suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from the depths of the warehouse, as if something was shifting. Instantly, his nerves tightened, and his hand instinctively reached for the newly acquired chef's knife, his gaze sharpening towards the source of the noise. Was it a zombie? Or something else? Lin Feng stealthily crouched, his footsteps as silent as a cat's, inching closer to the sound. He grasped the knife's handle, the cold metal providing a slight measure of calm. Turning around a few rows of shelves, he finally discerned the origin of the sound. A gaunt wild dog, its fur disheveled, its bones protruding. It was clawing at a parcel that lay on the ground, emitting a hoarse growl, its demeanor brimming with hostility towards Lin Feng's approach. He exhaled in relief, yet remained vigilant. He raised his hand, cautiously speaking in a low voice. "Hey, little one, don't be afraid. I mean you no harm." The wild dog halted its movements, warily lifting its head to reveal its gaunt visage, its eyes glinting with an eerie green luminescence. A deep rumble emanated from its throat, clearly indicating it was both ravenous and on high alert. Lin Feng stood still, his mind racing with calculations. Unlike zombies, wild dogs possess a degree of rationality, and they are not as perilous as mutated creatures. If he could tame this dog, it might become an ally in this apocalyptic world. He slowly extended his hand towards his pocket, retrieving a small fragment of dried food that he had not consumed earlier, and cautiously tossed it before the wild dog. "Go ahead, it's not poisoned," Lin Feng said in a low voice, striving to appear harmless. The wild dog sniffed the morsel on the ground, hesitating for a moment before devouring it ravenously. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng inched closer, whispering, "You must be quite hungry too. We could collaborate. What do you say?" The wild dog did not retreat, merely watching him with caution, its jaws clenched tightly around the package it held. Surely, it couldn't contain food? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He stepped forward again, saying, "All right, Little one, we can split it. Crouching down, Lin Feng gently placed a pristine chef's knife on the ground, nudging it slightly with his finger, signaling that he posed no threat. As he continued to speak softly, he observed the wild dog's movements. What do you think, little one? We're in the same boat. We must assist each other in this dire world. His tone was calm, laced with a hint of fatigue and tinged with a touch of resignation. The wild dog emitted a low growl from its throat. He retrieved another piece of sustenance from his backpack with empty hands, gently tossing it before the wild dog. This is my last morsel, Lin Feng sighed with feigned nonchalance. You may have it, but let me see what's in the package. The wild dog gazed at the food for a moment, then lowered its head to begin gnawing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng quietly edged forward until he was nearly able to touch the creature's head. It was a gaunt mongrel, its fur matted, evidently having struggled for survival in the aftermath of the apocalypse, yet its eyes still shimmered with a flicker of defiance. Remarkable, truly resilient, Lin Feng murmured, extending his hand cautiously towards the dog's head. The wild dog lifted its gaze, regarding him warily, yet did not retreat. When Lin Feng's hand made contact with its crown, the dog stiffened momentarily, but soon relaxed, allowing him to stroke it. Hey, it appears you're not so menacing after all, Lin Feng chuckled, gently caressing its ear. He then pointed at the package by the dog's mouth. Come on, my friend, let us share what's inside. I'll open it, and we can split it evenly. What do you say? The wild dog let out a soft whimper and released its grip on the package. Lin Feng swiftly took the package and set it on the ground. He drew his small knife, adeptly slicing through the tape. Lin Feng was taken aback. As the parcel was opened, a plastic bag featuring a charming dog face slid out, emblazoned with bold letters. High calcium, nutritional dog food, classic beef flavor. He glanced down at the bag, then up at the wild dog, which was now fixated on the food bag, its tail gently wagging, eyes brimming with anticipation. No wonder you've been fixated on it. You knew this was for you all along. Lin Feng shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips, as he picked up the bag of dog food and hefted it. 10 pounds, quite substantial. Alas, this is something I couldn't possibly consume myself. The stray emitted a soft whimper, its gaze unwavering from the bag of kibble in Lin Feng's hand, a faint trace of saliva visible at the corner of its mouth. Observing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. All right, I see you're in dire straits. This bag is yours, but you must promise not to ambush me. Lin Feng tore open the bag and poured a handful onto the ground. The stray pounced on it immediately, devouring the fragrant pellets with gusto, utterly engrossed in its meal. Watching its ravenous consumption, a pang of pity tugged at Lin Feng's heart. The creature was emaciated, skin stretched taut over bone, likely having gone without a proper meal for a long while. Slow down, no one's going to take it from you. Lin Feng settled down beside it, retrieving a small bottle of water from his backpack, unscrewing the cap, and taking a small sip to moisten his parched throat. Observing the stray's contentment, he mused aloud. My taking you in isn't without conditions, you know. In the future, if there's any danger, you'll have to keep watch for me. We'll look out for each other, understand? As if comprehending his words, the stray, having finished its small pile of food, raised its head to look at Lin Feng and wagged its tail. It licked the crumbs from its mouth and nudged against Lin Feng's pant leg, as if in acknowledgement. Well, aren't you quite perceptive? Lin Feng reached out and stroked its head, a smile playing on his lips. He glanced at the darkening sky outside the warehouse. He clapped his hands and rose to his feet, addressing the wild dog. Come on, little fellow, I shall take you along, but do not hinder my progress. The wild dog stood up, its spirits seemingly lifted, closely trailing behind Lin Feng. The duo weaved through the warehouse. Chapter 5. Unboxing the unexpected dinner as night approached. Lin Feng, accompanied by the dog, Little Black, conducted a thorough inspection of the warehouse's interior. The main door was securely locked at this moment. The warehouse resembled a steel fortress, impervious to the intrusion of zombies. Lin Feng had named the wild dog Little Black due to its dark-furred visage. Returning to a corner, he found a chaotic heap of packages amassed like a mountain. With a deep breath, Lin Feng resumed the task of unboxing. He dragged a dust-covered parcel closer, its surface marred by a partially torn delivery label that vaguely revealed the name Lily. Drawing forth his pocket knife, he deftly sliced through the tape, his heart fluttering with a hint of anticipation. Perhaps this time he might uncover some food, ideally instant noodles, or even water would suffice. As the tape was peeled away, a faint fragrance wafted into the air, not the scent of food, but rather that of detergent? What could it be? Lin Feng reached out to lift the wrapping, revealing neatly folded fabrics within. They were several garments, vibrant in color and soft to the touch, clearly women-esque clothing. A pink dress adorned with lace caught his eye, standing out strikingly. He paused for 3 seconds, then rummaged through the remaining contents of the parcel. No food, no tools. Not even a decent plastic bag, only garments remained. There was also a purple silk scarf and a pair of high-heeled shoes. I found myself enveloped in solitude. Lin Feng let out a resigned sigh, casting aside the skirt, and resolved to tackle the next parcel. Just as he was about to rise, a chilling gust swept through the shattered window, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He glanced down at his tattered clothing and suddenly conceived an idea. Moments later, he crouched before a battered mirror, staring wide-eyed at his reflection. In the glass, a weathered survivor with disheveled hair donned a pink dress, layered with a loose jacket, and worn boots adorned his feet. Surprisingly, it was rather warm. He tugged at the hem of the skirt, murmuring to himself, in this apocalyptic world, there's no harm in indulging a little. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unusual noise erupted from outside the delivery station. Xiaohei suddenly sprang up, his body rigid, fixated on the entrance. Lin Feng's heart raced as he hastily removed the skirt and stuffed it into a parcel box, as though concealing a shameful secret. Fortunately, the odd sound soon faded, likely just a passing zombie. Half an hour later, Lin Feng cautiously drew a box closer, excitement bubbling within him. He gently tapped it with his fingertips, producing a dull thud. He sensed it contained some liquid. He glanced at Xiaohei, who lazily sprawled on a cushion, dozing off. A smile creeping onto his lips. It appeared fortune was on his side this time. He whispered to himself, retrieved a small knife, and deftly sliced through the tape. As he unsealed the box, he even held his breath, fearful that the contents would not meet his expectations. As the cardboard was lifted, a row of neatly arranged metal cans came into view, each adorned with red lettering. Although somewhat blurred, one word was distinctly legible: beef soup. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then broke into a relieved smile. He picked up one of the cans and shook it, feeling the liquid slosh within. It truly was soup. I knew it. He could not help but whisper a cheer, swiftly retrieving his backpack and carefully stuffing the cans inside. Although his bag was already brimming with various odds and ends, he would never begrudge such life-saving sustenance. Tonight, he could finally indulge in a proper meal. With a smile, Lin Feng took out a small can opener and deftly pried open one of the cans. A rich aroma immediately wafted out, causing his stomach to grumble in protest. He scooped a spoonful of the soup with his portable spoon, and upon tasting the long-forgotten flavor, he was nearly moved to tears. Xiaohei seemed to be lured by the delightful scent, rising from his mat and approaching Lin Feng, tilting his head and wagging his tail gently. Lin Feng glanced at him and chuckled. All right, no need to be adorable. We'll share equally. Don't say I don't take care of you. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a small bowl, pouring half of the beef soup into it, even setting aside a piece of meat for Xiaohei. The dog immediately leaned in, licking it clean, even going so far as to clean the edges of the bowl, as if to say, "Can I have some more?" Lin Feng shook his head and patted the dog's head. Just this one indulgence. Don't expect to feast on meat every day. We must be frugal. This is a meal fit for the affluent. He smiled as he took a bite of the beef chunks from his can. Yet his heart brimmed with a long-lost sense of satisfaction. After satiating his hunger, Lin Feng leaned against the shelf, gently caressing his moderately full belly, and began to strategize his next move. His gaze swept across the towering piles of delivery packages beside him, and he murmured, "Tomorrow, I shall continue with the mystery boxes. I hope to unearth a stove or some other sustenance. Relying solely on canned beef soup won't sustain me for long." Little Black lay contentedly at his feet, seemingly having drifted into a peaceful slumber. Lin Feng sighed, gazing at the dimly lit warehouse ceiling, and chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Who would have thought that opening mystery boxes in this apocalyptic world could lead to such a comfortable existence? Chapter 6. The Pursuit of Mystery Boxes. Part 1. On the following morning, soft sunlight streamed through the shattered window, casting a rare tranquility upon the post-apocalyptic warehouse. Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by Little Black's gentle nudging, the Belgian Malinois gazing up at him with glistening eyes, eagerly beckoning him to rise, its tail wagging in excitement. Awake at last, what a persistent little creature you are. Lin Feng stretched languidly, rubbing his weary eyes, the morning chill causing him to shiver. He turned to his backpack and retrieved another can, still containing beef soup. This remained his sole luxury, despite having savored it several times. He couldn't help but yearn for its familiar aroma. As he pried open the can, a rich fragrance wafted forth, yet the cold air made him frown. Ah, if only I could warm it up, a steaming bowl of beef soup would surely warm my heart. He took a sip of the icy broth, shaking his head in resignation, and poured a small bowl for Little Black. Here you go, breakfast time. He scooped a piece of beef with a spoon and placed it into the dog bowl of Little Black, then poured a bit of soup to moisten the dry kibble. Little Black immediately buried his head into the bowl, licking it clean with his tail wagging like a propeller. Lin Feng quickly finished his own can of beef soup, patted his empty belly, leaned against the shelf, and took a deep breath. All right, it's time to get down to business today. Hopefully, he could unearth something good. Ideally a stove or a lighter. If not, anything to ward off the cold would suffice. Lin Feng rummaged through the mountainous piles of packages, casually selecting a somewhat worn one. As he tore open the tape, a row of red canned drinks caught his eye. Cola. Lin Feng paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. I knew my luck was too good. He swiftly grabbed one of the cans, the cold metal igniting a wave of refreshing nostalgia in his hand. Without hesitation, he pulled the tab, and with a soft hiss, bubbles rushed out. Lin Feng tilted his head back and took a generous gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat. The familiar sweetness and subtle fizz momentarily making him forget the surrounding chill and the apocalyptic plight. This flavor is exquisite. Relishing the taste, he couldn't resist taking another sip. Little Black, curious, edged closer, sniffing the air. The sweetness of the cola seemed to puzzle him, yet he wagged his tail with interest. No, you can't have this. Lin Feng gently patted his head, setting the can aside. I'll get you some beef soup in a moment. Don't give me that look. With this unexpected delight, Lin Feng felt invigorated. He continuously opened several parcels, and although most contained mundane daily necessities, one particular package caught his eye. Inside lay a substantial down jacket. He immediately seized the jacket and unfurled it. The vibrant orange hue infused the entire warehouse with warmth. It felt soft and thick to the touch, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Lin Feng removed his tattered coat and donned the down jacket, instantly enveloped in a cocoon of warmth. Remarkable. Winter no longer seemed daunting. He contentedly moved his arms, the jacket fitting him perfectly, as if tailored specifically for him. Next, he unwrapped a slightly larger parcel, which surprisingly contained a complete set of cookware, including a frying pan, a small stew pot, and various simple accessories. He eagerly examined the utensils, his eyes sparkling with joy. Among the subsequent packages, he also discovered some personal items, toothpaste, towels, and soap. While not essential for immediate survival, Lin Feng carefully stowed them away, understanding that a clean environment is crucial for survival. As evening approached, the warehouse underwent a remarkable transformation. Clad in his down jacket, Lin Feng simmered a steaming pot of beef soup, with several unopened cans of cola beside him. Little Black quietly groomed itself on a new blanket, creating an exceptionally serene scene. That afternoon, he had also uncovered a lighter and a large bag of alcohol fuel from the mystery box. Lin Feng fashioned a makeshift stove from the iron shelves in the warehouse. Indeed, this mystery box was quite intriguing. Lin Feng took a sip of the hot soup and softly remarked that each time he stumbled upon good fortune, it felt akin to winning a grand prize. He lifted his gaze to the faint moonlight filtering through the warehouse ceiling, a smile gracing his lips. Tomorrow shall continue. Life must persist, step by step. Chapter 7. Continuing with Blind Boxes. Part 2. Standing at the center of the warehouse, Lin Feng surveyed the spoils he had amassed over the past few days, a sense of achievement blossoming within him. To his right, high-quality provisions were neatly arranged. 6 cans of beef soup, 4 cans of cola, 6 bottles of orange juice, a box of expired biscuits, and a box of potato chips, all essential rations for the coming days. A mountain of clothing loomed beside him, meticulously categorized: short-sleeve shirts, long-sleeve shirts, socks, trousers, and down jackets, all neatly folded. Among these, 2 down jackets stood out as some of the most valuable items, not to mention the dog bed, a new domain for Little Black, who had contentedly begun to snore atop it. On his left lay the remnants of unpacked delivery waste and items temporarily deemed useless: household appliances, coffee machine, blender, microwave. While these items might have rendered life more comfortable before the apocalypse, they were now little more than scrap metal. Lin Feng pondered. Perhaps these could be traded in the new capital for some practical supplies. The new capital was a settlement rebuilt by survivors, approximately 2 to 3 days' journey from here. It was considered one of the few safe havens in the apocalypse, bustling with survivors, where one could occasionally barter for unexpected treasures. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once he gathered more supplies, he would make a trip to the new capital to dispose of these items and see what he might acquire in return. After clearing away the chaotic packaging of deliveries, Lin Feng erected a simple partition in the corner of the warehouse to segregate waste from supplies. He sat cross-legged, contemplating his next course of action. He resolved to continue opening blind boxes in hopes of gathering more provisions and fuel, with particular emphasis on securing a water source. He planned to organize household appliances, selecting items suitable for trade to pack away. Additionally, he aimed to construct a more stable cooking stove using metal frames and design a rudimentary smoke venting system. With weapons meticulously arranged, he would fortify defenses if necessary. Lin Feng's gaze swept over his arsenal, a sharp chef's knife, a sturdy iron rod, and a compact crossbow, the latter of which had limited bolts, necessitating careful usage. At the break of dawn the following day, Lin Feng typically settled for beef soup and biscuits for breakfast. After feeding Xiao He with soup-soaked dog food, he resumed opening blind boxes. This time, he deliberately chose several larger parcels. The first package contained a few bottles of high-quality sunscreen and hand cream. While such items seemed trivial in the apocalypse, they could attract numerous female buyers in the trading market. Where there is demand, there is a market. The second parcel revealed a bundle of brand-new nylon rope, sturdy and of ample length. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This item was exceedingly practical for construction, binding, or setting traps. However, the third package brought him even greater delight, a portable solar charger. Lin Feng paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. This was indeed a windfall. Although it was not a high-power device, it could gradually charge small appliances or lamps, significantly enhancing the quality of life in a world devoid of electricity. It appeared that today would be yet another fortuitous day. Lin Feng carefully stored the solar panels and continued to delve into the packages. After a while, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, surveying the piles of supplies that had accumulated around him like small mountains. His heart raced with excitement. Yet he was also troubled. With such an abundance of resources, trading them at the new capital exchange could yield a considerable fortune. However, the logistics of transporting such a vast quantity posed a significant dilemma. He gazed down at the package he had just opened, revealing a heap of heavy iron nails and several rolls of waterproof tape. Although these items were practical, they only added to his mounting frustration. The accumulation of goods was becoming unmanageable. His backpack was simply insufficient, and even a cart would struggle to transport everything in one go. As he scanned the warehouse, his eyes landed on the shelves laden with countless parcels of varying sizes. Without a means of transport, any thoughts of trade were futile. If only he had a truck, he could haul everything directly to the new capital for sale. Lin Feng muttered to himself, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had contemplated this before, but the crux of the matter was that trucks had become a resource almost as valuable as gold in this post-apocalyptic world. He either needed to find a functional vehicle or acquire one at a steep price from someone else. Even with a truck, lacking fuel rendered it useless. Lin Feng had no diesel reserves at his disposal. Throughout the night, Lin Feng busied himself in the warehouse, meticulously organizing the most valuable items for trade. He selected a few choice goods, several bottles of cola, a case of orange juice, a complete set of cookware and cutlery, along with a few bottles of high-quality sunscreen and hand cream. While these items may not have seemed essential in a world ravaged by chaos, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum in the bustling market of New Capital. Lin Feng lowered his gaze to the little black dog seated at his feet, gently rubbing its ears. The dog wagged its tail, seemingly sensing a hint of tension in the air. He understood that, despite the burden of supplies in his backpack, this was merely the first step. Upon reaching the new capital, he would need to select an appropriate trading post and strive to exchange for sufficient currency. This would enable him to plan his next move, seeking a suitable cargo vehicle to resolve the transportation dilemma. Furthermore, if he could sell these supplies in the new capital and procure some essentials, such as fuel, it would provide greater security for the days ahead. Very well. Preparations would conclude tonight. Lin Feng conducted a final inspection of his backpack, securing the solar panel to the exterior to ensure its protection. He then added some spare food, dog food, and a water bottle, ensuring that the little black dog would not suffer from hunger or thirst along the journey. He stood up and surveyed his surroundings. The warehouse, though rudimentary, had become a beacon of hope amidst the ruins. The night outside deepened, and moonlight streamed through the shattered windows, illuminating the corner piled high with supplies, casting an aura of tranquility and solitude. Tomorrow, we shall set forth, Lin Feng murmured softly to himself, turning towards the other side of the warehouse to begin tidying his sleeping area. The journey ahead may be fraught with peril, but there was no turning back. For the sake of survival and a brighter future, he must take the plunge. As night descended, Lin Feng lay down on the makeshift bed, the gentle sound of the little black dog's soft snores filling the air. Even in the harshness of the apocalypse, the human longing for warmth and hope remained unquenched. In the stillness, Lin Feng closed his eyes, silently rallying his spirits. Chapter 8. Journey to the new capital. On the following day, the morning sun filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow upon Lin Feng. He gently opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and shivered in the crisp morning air. Little Black had silently perched at the bedside, seemingly impatient from waiting. Lin Feng smiled faintly, affectionately rubbing Little Black's ears before he began to organize his backpack, meticulously rearranging essential supplies. Today, he would embark on his journey to the new capital. He reaffirmed the placement of crucial items within his pack: a solar charger, provisions, dog food, a spare water bottle, and even some trading goods. Standing upright, he gazed down at Little Black, who was squatting beside him. Today marks the commencement of our adventure. Upon hearing this, Little Black's tail wagged excitedly, brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead. After several days of nourishment, Little Black no longer appeared emaciated. A spark of vitality shone in his eyes. Before departing, Lin Feng took a final glance around the delivery station, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. This dilapidated warehouse had been the sole sanctuary for him and Little Black amidst the apocalypse. Though modest, it had provided them with fleeting moments of tranquility and security. Yet now, the new capital lay ahead as his true destination, a place where he could procure more resources and opportunities for survival. Let us go. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, stepping through the warehouse door with Little Black, marking the first step toward the new capital. Eschewing the main thoroughfare, he opted for a relatively concealed path. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the roads were fraught with peril, particularly from zombies and mutated creatures. The secluded path offered a greater degree of concealment, allowing them to evade numerous threats. Xiao He followed closely behind Lin Feng, occasionally inhaling the air and vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Lin Feng observed that the forest's visage had transformed from what it once was. Many trees had withered, wild grasses thrived uncontrollably, and a stifling atmosphere permeated the air. After traversing for less than half an hour, they arrived at an abandoned village. There were no signs of life within the village, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. Lin Feng halted, gently crouched down, and offered Xiao He some dog food, followed by a sip of water. Thus far, their journey had been relatively smooth. Although the landscape was desolate, they had encountered no dangers. Lin Feng even took the opportunity to charge his flashlight slightly using a solar panel from his backpack. As the sun ascended higher, the temperature began to rise, prompting Lin Feng to slow his pace. He carefully removed his down jacket, folding it neatly and securing it to his backpack. Finding a shaded spot, he decided to rest for a moment. Let's take a break before we continue, Lin Feng said to Xiao He. They sat beneath a tree for half an hour, sipping water and nibbling on biscuits and the remnants of beef soup. Though the soup was cold and dry, it still provided a semblance of warmth. Lin Feng gazed at Xiao He, feeling a flicker of solace within his heart. At the very least, having such a loyal companion by his side made the solitude more bearable. In the afternoon, they resumed their journey, and Lin Feng gradually quickened his pace. Despite the apparent tranquility of the path, he remained ever vigilant. Whenever they passed through an open area, he would pause to assess the surroundings. Xiao He, as always, remained alert, ears perked and eyes sharp. As the evening twilight gradually enveloped the earth, Lin Feng and Xiao He stumbled upon an abandoned farmhouse and decided to take refuge temporarily. Lin Feng gently pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and ushered Xiao He inside. Although the place was in ruins, it offered at least a modest shelter from the wind and rain. They would rest here for the night and continue their journey come morning. Lin Feng made Xiao He comfortable, allowing it to lie upon a clean cloth. Before settling against the wall himself, closing his eyes in repose, Lin Feng had thought that despite the fatigue of the day's travels, they had managed to remain unscathed. However, his hope shattered abruptly as Xiao He became suddenly alert. The dog sprang to its feet, tense and rigid, emitting a low growl from deep within its throat, fixating intently on the farmhouse's worn wooden door. What was amiss? Lin Feng quickly sprang up, his gaze sharply scanning the threshold. He reached for his waist and felt the reassuring grip of the chef's knife, holding it firmly. Xiao Hei's growls grew increasingly ominous, its tail bristling, the threatening sound resonating from deep within its throat, causing Lin Feng to feel a rising unease. The air was thick with a foul odor, reminiscent of death's foreboding presence. Then, a heavy thudding sound echoed from outside the door. Bang! Chapter 9. The Mutated Zombie. Bang! With a resounding crash, the wooden door was violently thrust open. Lin Feng gasped, taking a step back, the knife in his hand unwaveringly aimed at the entrance. His eyes fell upon the creature outside, a grotesque mutated zombie. Its appearance instilled an unprecedented terror within Lin Feng. While ordinary zombies were indeed frightening, their sluggish movements were manageable. This, however, was an entirely different menace. Before him stood a grotesque creature, its decaying and putrid skin faintly emanating a peculiar orange-red glow. Most chilling of all were its pair of bloodshot eyes, resembling those of a malevolent spirit, exuding an insatiable thirst for carnage. Without a moment's hesitation, the mutated zombie unleashed a piercing shriek that sent a jolt through Lin Feng's eardrums, causing the windows of the cottage to tremble ever so slightly. Damn it! Lin Feng gritted his teeth, swiftly shielding Xiao Hei behind him. Time was not on his side, for the monstrosity had already lunged forward with ferocious speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary zombie, moving with the agility of a predator on the hunt. Lin Feng narrowly evaded its first assault, the zombie's decayed claws raking violently against the wooden wall behind him, leaving behind deep gashes. His heart raced thunderously, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. With no time for contemplation, he swung his blade fiercely towards the creature's neck. Yet, this strike proved futile. The blade merely grazed its neck, inflicting a shallow wound that oozed dark, viscous blood. This beast's hide was far too resilient. A wave of despair washed over Lin Feng as he realized that an ordinary blade would struggle to inflict any significant damage. Enraged, the zombie let out a furious roar and suddenly pivoted to pounce upon Lin Feng once more. Acting swiftly, Lin Feng rolled aside, while Xiao Hei sprang into action. Fiercely sinking its teeth in, he quickly steadied himself, casting a swift glance around in search of any tools that might prove useful. Soon, his gaze fell upon several rolls of nylon rope stacked beside a backpack. Could this be used to restrain its movements? A thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind. The zombie lunged at him once more, and Lin Feng gritted his teeth, wielding his knife to block, successfully parrying its vicious claws. Beside him, Xiao Hei valiantly engaged, relentlessly gnawing at the creature's legs. Seizing the moment when the zombie's attention was diverted, Lin Feng swiftly maneuvered behind it, grasped the nylon rope, and with all his might, looped it around its neck. With a fierce shout, Lin Feng yanked the rope forcefully, attempting to restrict its movements. However, the mutated zombie exhibited astonishing strength, struggling violently. Lin Feng was nearly dragged forward, stumbling several steps as his arm felt as though it might dislocate. Yet he gritted his teeth and tightened the rope with all his strength. At that moment, Xiao Hei made a significant contribution, suddenly leaping forward to sink its teeth into the zombie's throat, pulling with all its might. The zombie was momentarily distracted, its movements slightly delayed. Lin Feng seized this opportunity to bind its arms tightly with the rope, exerting every ounce of energy to bring it crashing to the ground. Damn monster! Lin Feng roared, raising the chef's knife and plunging it forcefully toward the zombie's head. The blade pierced through its skull, accompanied by a horrific scream, and at last, the zombie ceased its struggles, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Feng, panting heavily, sank down, his arms aching to the point of near immobility. He glanced at Xiao Hei, noticing its mouth stained with the zombie's putrid blood, yet it bore no injuries. He exhaled deeply, reaching out to stroke Xiao Hei's head. Well done, my friend. You saved my life. Little Black wagged his tail joyfully, seemingly proud of this victory. Lin Feng gazed at the fallen mutated zombie, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. This creature is even more perilous than I had anticipated. If I encounter such a monster again on my journey, will I be as fortunate as I was this time in defeating it? Breathing heavily, he stood before the defeated mutated zombie, his heart still pounding fiercely. Despite the battle's conclusion, the horrific memories lingered. Nevertheless, he recognized that this confrontation marked a significant breakthrough for him. Not only had he successfully slain the mutated zombie, but he also stood to gain the exceedingly precious source liquid. Without a moment's hesitation, he adeptly manipulated the control panel on his wrist. With a whir of machinery, the device activated, and a hook-like extended automatically, precisely targeting the zombie's skull. With a resounding thud, the plunged unhesitatingly into the creature's head, firmly positioning itself in the core of its brain. As the made contact with its target, Lin Feng initiated the extraction process. The miniature motors within the apparatus whirred to life, beginning to siphon the source liquid from the zombie's head. Lin Feng watched as the liquid gradually accumulated in the glass vial, the unique orange-red substance flowing slowly into the container. As it was extracted, the source liquid exhibited a faint fluorescence, shining through the transparent walls of the vial as if imbued with a mysterious power. Simultaneously, the filtration system of the biochemical purifier commenced its operation, automatically refining this source liquid. The virus, toxins, and impurities in the source liquid were swiftly filtered out as the miniature mesh within the instrument operated, gradually transforming the liquid into a pale red hue as it flowed into a small 5 milliliters glass vial. Extraction progress, 5-5. Current energy concentration, 100. Objective, mutated zombie. Source liquid purity qualified. Lin Feng checked the vial. The enhancement liquid had been entirely extracted. What originally required 5 ordinary zombies to accumulate had now reached its full capacity. Lin Feng gazed at the clear, pale red enhancement liquid in the glass vial, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. This was the first time he had extracted source liquid from a mutated zombie, and the yield far exceeded his expectations. The liquid in this small vial was sufficient to bolster his prospects for survival in the future. It is worth noting that enhancement liquid is a valuable commodity in Xindu, a potent substance capable of strengthening the physical body, essential for thriving in the apocalypse. However, the production of enhancement liquid necessitates the possession of a stinger, a tool unattainable by ordinary survivors. It is a privilege reserved for officials and the elite in Xindu. Occasionally, enhancement liquid may trickle into the market, yet it is a coveted treasure often auctioned off. Lin Feng secured the enhancement liquid and crouched down, rummaging through his backpack for a pack of tissues. Little Black had obediently sat by, though remnants of blackened, corrupted blood lingered at the corners of its mouth, evidently from its recent encounter with the zombie. Lin Feng gently wiped the creature's mouth, and Little Black offered no resistance, merely smacking its lips occasionally, as if still not fully relaxed from the earlier battle. "You have truly worked hard." Lin Feng gently caressed its head, his voice laced with gratitude and solace. Little Black squinted its eyes and wagged its tail, as if in response. After cleaning up, Lin Feng crumpled the blood-stained tissue into a ball and casually tossed it beside the corpse of the mutated zombie. He dragged his weary body to realign the wooden door, striving to minimize the noise as he secured it tightly. Although the door had suffered severe deformation from the earlier impact, it could still provide a semblance of shelter from the external elements and prying eyes. "Let us leave it like this for now. At least I can feel a bit more at ease," he murmured, slowly sinking to the ground against the wall, his hands resting beside him as he allowed his body to relax momentarily. Little Black obediently lay at his feet, its ears perked up in vigilance as it occasionally scanned the surroundings. Chapter 10. Arrival at the new capital. The night gradually fell into a tranquil hush, punctuated only by the occasional howling of the wind through the treetops. Lin Feng refrained from lighting a lamp to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Although his heart remained taut with anxiety, the weight of exhaustion gradually subdued his tense emotions, and he slowly drifted into a light slumber. Thud, thud, thud. Sounds emanated from outside, resembling footsteps. Lin Feng's ears twitched slightly, yet he kept his eyes closed. He understood that in this world, danger was never far away, merely brushing past him for the time being. Little Black remained motionless beside him, its ears occasionally twitching, yet it made no sound. Thus, Lin Feng and Little Black nestled together in the dilapidated cottage, enduring another night in the apocalypse. The following morning, on a country path, Lin Feng, with his backpack slung over his shoulder and a chef's knife in hand, continued onward with Little Black by his side. After a night of fierce battle, he made some adjustments to his condition, and now the weariness of his body had considerably diminished. The morning mist enveloped the desolate land, rendering the surroundings exceptionally tranquil. Yet Lin Feng and Xiao He remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Along their journey, they encountered a few scattered, wandering zombies, but to Lin Feng, They no longer posed a threat. He had long since integrated combat techniques into his muscle memory, and the effects of the enhancement serum had further heightened his physical agility and strength. Whenever a zombie appeared in his line of sight, he would swiftly strike, dispatching them with precision and decisiveness. Xiao He, in perfect harmony, assisted by using his keen sense of smell and intuition to detect danger ahead of time. The duo moved seamlessly together along the rural path, carving a route towards the new city. As noon approached, the sun gradually ascended in the open wilderness. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and sought refuge in the shade of a tree to rest for a moment. He took a sip of water and offered the bottle to Xiao He, who cautiously licked a few drops. Subsequently, he retrieved some rations and dog food to share. His gaze swept across the surroundings. The area was expansive, yet he could faintly discern the outlines of distant buildings. That was the direction of the new city. "We're almost there," Lin Feng murmured, his tone imbued with a sense of anticipation, tinged with an undercurrent of unease. He had never ventured to the new city, only hearing that it was a rare sanctuary amidst the apocalypse, abundant in resources, organized, and orderly. However, these were mere rumors. He needed to witness the true state of the new city with his own eyes. Xiao He seemed to understand, lifting his head to glance at him before returning to his meal of dog food. As night fell, Lin Feng finally arrived at the outskirts of the new capital. The sky darkened, and the evening glow painted half the horizon in shades of crimson. Lin Feng and Xiao He had traversed a desolate urban landscape, reaching the fringes of the new capital. Before them loomed a towering steel wall, adorned with an array of surveillance devices and sharp spikes, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Every so often along the wall stood a watchtower, where the silhouettes of armed guards patrolled with vigilance. Beyond the wall lay a broad buffer zone, cluttered with abandoned vehicles and barbed wire, seemingly erected to thwart the encroachment of the undead. At the entrance stood a massive iron gate, manned by several soldiers clad in protective gear, their weapons glinting ominously in the fading light. Lin Feng took a deep breath and cautiously approached with Xiao He by his side. "Halt! Who goes there?" A soldier raised his weapon, aiming it squarely at Lin Feng as he stood a mere dozen meters from the gate, his voice cold and authoritative. Lin Feng paused, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "I am a survivor. I have heard that this is the new capital, and I have come seeking refuge," he replied with a calm demeanor, simultaneously signaling for Xiao He to lie low and refrain from any threatening movements. The soldier scrutinized him for a moment, then noticed the Belgian Malinois at his feet. "You even have a dog. Quite the interesting fellow you are. You may enter, but remember, within the new capital, survivors are forbidden from engaging in violence against one another. We uphold our laws here, and any transgression will result in immediate execution." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and whispered to Xiao He, "Stay close to me, and do not stray." Little Black seemed to comprehend his intentions, quietly trailing behind him. Its limbs pressed against the ground, and its tail naturally hanging down, exhibiting a demeanor of submission. "Let us proceed. Do not dawdle," the soldier spoke coldly, simultaneously gesturing for another soldier to fully open the iron gate. With the resounding echo of the gate's opening, Lin Feng stepped into the gates of the new city. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him. This was his inaugural entry into a large sanctuary such as New City. The surrounding sights starkly contrasted with the desolation of the outside world. Upon entering the confines of the walls, a bustling scene greeted his eyes. On either side of the broad streets stood orderly rows of container houses, where numerous survivors congregated in small groups along the roadside. Their faces marked by vigilance, yet graced with a rare serenity. Occasionally, uniformed soldiers could be seen patrolling, wielding advanced weaponry and possessing keen gazes. A few vendors occupied the streets, peddling simple foodstuffs, clothing, and tools. Lin Feng observed a stall where several survivors were exchanging food for the currency and supplies issued by New City. It appeared that the trading regulations here had matured considerably. The soldier did not depart immediately. Instead, he briefly communicated through his device and then turned to Lin Feng, stating, "Newcomer, I shall escort you to the registration office to complete the procedures. Stay close to me." Lin Feng did not protest, understanding that a place like New City must adhere to stringent regulations, and for now, he could only act discreetly and adapt to his surroundings. Little Black obediently followed Lin Feng's side, occasionally glancing around with curiosity, surveying the unfamiliar sights. The soldier escorted Lin Feng to a modest building constructed from salvaged bricks and metal sheets. At the entrance hung a simple wooden sign, inscribed in crude lettering, proclaiming it to be the registration office. Upon stepping inside, a pungent scent of disinfectant assailed his senses. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man clad in a tidy camouflage uniform, presumably the person in charge of the establishment. "Newcomer?" the man inquired, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Lin Feng and then glancing at the small black dog at his side, a faint smile playing upon his lips. "It's quite rare to see someone accompanied by a dog." Lin Feng nodded in response, stating, "I hail from the southwest. I encountered numerous zombies along the way, but I was informed that this place is safe, so I hurried here." Without further inquiry, the official opened a registration form and took up a pen to record Lin Feng's details. "Your name?" he asked. "Lin Feng," came the reply. "And your place of origin?" "Feng County." The man continued to write as he posed another question. "Do you possess any special skills or areas of expertise?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "I am proficient in close combat and adept at exterminating zombies." The official regarded him with a knowing look, seemingly unperturbed by this answer. He then closed the registration form and handed Lin Feng a simple metal tag, engraved with the number 30303. "This is your identification badge. Remember to wear it at all times. Should you lose it, there will be no replacement. This badge signifies your status as a resident of New City. In the future, you may present it for passage into New City." "Understood," Lin Feng acknowledged, carefully placing the metal tag into his pocket. The supervisor glanced once more at the disheveled Lin Feng and remarked, "It seems you haven't had a proper bath in quite some time. We have a public shower here. Although it incurs a fee, it is quite reasonable, merely 1 Singapore dollar. If you head out, turn left at the next intersection, you will find the exchange. You can trade something of value on you for some currency, then take a refreshing wash." Lin Feng scratched his head and turned to Xiao He, asking, "Is there a place for us to stay? I need to find a suitable spot for this fellow." The supervisor scrutinized Xiao He with newfound interest and replied, "Your dog appears to be quite well behaved. It's rare to see such discipline in a stray. Although New City does not prohibit pets, certain areas have restrictions on their entry. Be cautious not to let it cause any trouble." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "As for accommodation, free options are scarce. However, there is a section near the northern wall where shipping containers have been converted into dormitories, charging by the day, $1 per bed. Bringing a dog may incur an additional fee. If you wish to save some money, you could pitch a tent in the abandoned areas outside the walls. Just be vigilant to keep it from wandering off." Lin Feng nodded, somewhat resigned, and affectionately patted Xiao He's head, whispering, "Did you hear that? We must behave ourselves and avoid causing any trouble." Xiao He seemed to understand, extending its tongue to lick Lin Feng's hand. The supervisor tucked away the registration form and gestured towards the door, adding, "First, head to the exchange and convert some money. In New City, having funds is essential for survival." Chapter 11. The exchange. Lin Feng exited the registration office, following the supervisor's directions as he made his way to the left. The buildings lining the street, though modest, stood in an orderly fashion. Vendors called out, peddling their wares, enticing passers-by to pause. Xiao He dutifully trailed behind, drawing the attention of many, some curious, others wary. Soon, Lin Feng spotted the words trading post inscribed on a rusted iron sign, flanked by 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of sound. The spacious hall was filled with stalls selling food, medicine, and weapons, while others engaged in spirited bargaining. Lin Feng approached one of the counters, where a middle-aged man wearing a monocle scrutinized him, a slight frown creasing his brow. Lin Feng was clearly still marked by the dust of the outside world, creating a stark contrast to the tidy and orderly environment of the new city. This compelled the man to steal a few more glances at him. "It's been a while since I've seen someone so disheveled," the staff remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "It must be tough out there. Yet, even in the apocalypse, one ought to maintain a semblance of decorum in the new city." Lin Feng remained silent, merely setting down his backpack and extracting a box of pristine orange juice, sliding it across the counter. His voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of anticipation as he inquired, "How much can this fetch?" The staff's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's offering. He hastily removed his monocle and carefully opened the juice box for inspection. After a thorough examination, he looked up and remarked, "This is quite a rarity. It's increasingly difficult to find well-preserved processed beverages out there, especially in single-serving packages like this orange juice." He paused momentarily, as if weighing the price, a subtle smirk creeping upon his lips. Then, he extended a finger, 1 box of orange juice. I offer 20 Singapore dollars. What do you think? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Although he was not well versed in the prices of new capital, orange juice was indeed a rarity in the outside world, verging on a luxury. He quickly calculated in his mind that this price could likely cover his and Xiao Hei's lodging for several days. 20 Singapore dollars? Could you possibly raise it a bit? There are zombies all around. I risked my life to procure these items, Lin Feng tentatively suggested. Upon hearing Lin Feng's haggling, the staff member displayed a hint of discomfort. As if caught in a fierce internal struggle, he lowered his head and rubbed his forehead, letting out a soft sigh, seemingly weighing the merits and drawbacks of this transaction. Yet, he was acutely aware of the situation. This outsider appeared oblivious to the market dynamics of new capital, and should the box of orange juice be sold separately, it could easily fetch 10 times the price. Indeed, 20 Singapore dollars was rather paltry. The staff member raised his head, a conflicted yet sympathetic expression gracing his face as he slowly remarked, "How about this? Considering that you are new to new capital and have likely faced considerable dangers along the way, I will accommodate you a bit more, double it. 40 Singapore dollars. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this figure, Lin Feng felt a stir within. This price exceeded his expectations, but he did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the other's face, attempting to discern whether this was indeed the limit of their negotiation. At that moment, a crisp yet slightly discontented voice abruptly interrupted the conversation between Lin Feng and the staff. "Old Lu, are you deceiving the newcomers again?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Turning to locate the source of the voice, a tall woman approached briskly, clad in a fitted leather jacket, her slender form accentuated by a long knife at her waist. Her cropped hair curled slightly, and though her face bore traces of fatigue, her gaze was piercingly sharp. "What?" Lin Feng blurted out, furrowing his brow as a twinge of unease crept into his heart. He glanced at the staff member behind the counter and noticed a fleeting stiffness in the smile that graced his face. The man, referred to as Old Lu, frowned and shot a glare at the woman before mustering a forced smile, saying, "Oh, Miss Lin Yu, what do you mean by that? I am merely conducting business here. How could it be considered deceit? Deceit or not, you know in your heart," Lin Yu retorted with a cold huff, stepping up to the counter with her arms crossed. Fixating her gaze on Old Lu, her tone was sharp. "Are you planning to acquire this box of orange juice for $40 new only to turn around and sell a bottle for $20 new?" Lin Feng's heart jolted at her words, his eyes now fixed on Old Lu, infused with a newfound chill. Although he was not well versed in the market of new capital, it was evident that the value of the orange juice far exceeded $40 new. Old Lu's smile faltered further, and he hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "Oh, how can you say that? I am conducting my business in a lawful manner. Besides, who buys and who sells is a matter of mutual willingness." Lin Yu was unyielding, responding with a scornful laugh, "Spare me the pleasantries. This box of orange juice is worth no less than $200 new in new capital. And you think you can dismiss it with a mere $40 new? Do you still wish to continue conducting business here?" Old Lu was rendered speechless, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness, yet it was evident that he dared not confront Lin Yu directly. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and feigned helplessness with a sigh. "I'm truly intimidated by you, Lin Yu. I merely intended to assist this newcomer, and yet your words make it seem as though I am the one lacking integrity. Very well, let us settle on $200 new for the orange juice, shall we?" Upon hearing this figure, Lin Feng was taken aback. The price had unexpectedly quintupled, clearly demonstrating that Lin Yu's words were not mere exaggerations. He glanced at Lin Yu and nodded slightly in gratitude. Lin Yu, however, paid no heed to Lin Feng's response. Instead, she fixed a cold gaze upon Old Lu and stated, "Remember, regardless of the circumstances, do not bully newcomers again. If I hear any more rumors, you may as well close up your stall." Old Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, repeatedly nodding in agreement. Yes, Miss Lin Yu. Your admonition is indeed correct." Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before retrieving the orange juice and presenting it to Old Lu, stating calmly, $200 new. It's a deal." Old Lu hastily counted out $200 new from his drawer, forcing a smile as he handed it to Lin Feng, though the smile lacked sincerity. After receiving the money, Lin Feng tucked it into his pocket and turned to stand beside Lin Yu. "Thank you, miss," he said succinctly. Lin Yu waved her hand, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Hei, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "It's a small favor. This is your first time in Xindu. I assent it. If you have time, I can show you around, so you want to be taken advantage of by these old-timers again. Lin Feng nodded, following Lin Yu out of the exchange with Little Black. Behind them, Old Lu muttered under his breath, commenting on Lin Yu's tendency to oversee everything. Lin Yu paid no heed to Old Lu's complaints. Instead, she glanced back at Lin Feng, a faint smile gracing her lips. So, how did you find your first lesson in the new capital? Chapter 12. As Lin Yu and Lin Feng exited the exchange, Lin Yu remarked, Lin Feng, isn't it? Quite a memorable name. She naturally extended her hand with a smile. Lin Feng reciprocated the gesture, his tone calm, yet tinged with curiosity. Thank you for your assistance. Lin Yu, it's quite a coincidence that we share the same surname. Lin Yu paused at his words, then burst into laughter, her expression relaxing. Indeed, sharing a surname might even suggest some ancestral connection. Lin Feng nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate, yet his intrigue regarding Lin Yu's background deepened. At that moment, Lin Yu seemed to sense something, her gaze playfully assessing Little Black, who trailed beside Lin Feng. To be honest, I merely came to the exchange today to see if there were any new goods. But then I noticed you bringing this dog along. Quite a sight. Not many people keep pets in this post-apocalyptic world, she said, pointing at Little Black with a hint of jest in her voice. Lin Feng looked down at Little Black, gently patting its head. It's not a pet, it's my companion. I owe my survival on numerous occasions to its alerts about the movements of zombies. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of approval in her smile. Interesting, you are indeed quite unique, she remarked. After a brief pause, her tone shifted to a more serious note. Since we share the same surname, I shall not conceal anything from you. I have a small team in Xindu, primarily engaged in scavenging for resources to sell. Although it is perilous, it offers a degree of freedom, far better than merely subsisting in Xindu. Lin Feng felt a stir of surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu possessed her own organization in Xindu. He cautiously inquired, It sounds like you hold a significant position within the group, am I correct? A subtle smile graced Lin Yu's lips, imbued with confidence. Indeed, I am the second in command. Our leader tends to shy away from the limelight, leaving most responsibilities in my hands. She paused, casting a glance at Lin Feng, then added with a playful smile. I couldn't help but intervene when I witnessed that old Lu character engaging in deceitful antics. In fact, this piqued my interest in you at the trading post. Is it because I have a dog? Lin Feng responded with calmness, though his gaze was penetrating. Lin Yu nodded, responding with candor, precisely. Survivors accompanied by dogs are rare, indicating that you are no ordinary individual. In these times, those who can survive on their own possess a certain skill, especially someone like you who can handle zombies while remaining solitary. Lin Feng offered no reply, merely smiling slightly. He recognized that Lin Yu's praise might intertwine with ulterior motives, yet he found no aversion to it, as her straightforwardness instilled a sense of reassurance within him. Lin Yu observed that Lin Feng neither declined nor exhibited overt interest. Yet her conviction deepened. I can discern that you have no immediate intention of aligning with anyone. However, that is inconsequential. Since we share a surname and you are new here, allow me to familiarize you with the new capital. Lin Feng nodded, following Lin Yu's lead with the little black dog in tow. As Lin Yu walked beside Lin Feng, she slightly raised her chin and gestured towards a nearby wall. Being new here, you may not yet grasp the local rules. Our outer district, while not as comfortable as the inner district, maintains a commendable level of safety. As you have observed, there exists a buffer zone beyond this wall, serving as our first line of defense against the undead. She gestured emphatically, continuing, The wall is sufficiently tall and robust. It is not easily breached by ordinary zombies. Furthermore, every few hundred meters, there are watchtowers, where soldiers take turns patrolling. Should a large horde of zombies approach, the anti-aircraft guns and automatic weapons stationed in the towers will promptly engage. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the wall. I saw it when I entered. It is indeed quite sturdy. Precisely, Lin Yu replied, a hint of pride illuminating her face. Here, you need not worry about zombies breaching our defenses. Your safety is fundamentally assured. The concern, however, she paused, her tone becoming more earnest, is that you must survive. Survive? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, glancing down at the little black dog beside him, who licked his nose and wagged his tail at Lin Feng. Lin Yu smiled, pointing at the vendors along the street. In this place, everything necessitates the use of new currency, whether it be food, drink, or even a rickety bed for rest. One must spend money. In the outer district, the sole consideration is how to earn new currency. With financial resources, one can secure sustenance and warmth, thereby improving the quality of life. Lin Feng raised his gaze to his surroundings, where the cacophony of vendors' calls resonated amidst the clearly marked price tags emblazoned with new currency figures. It sounds rather daunting, Lin Feng remarked solemnly. Indeed, it is not an easy endeavor, Lin Yu replied, spreading her hands, yet it is not as insurmountable as you might envision. As a newcomer, it may require some time to grasp the intricacies, but as long as you possess the capability, you will inevitably find your niche. For instance, one could undertake tasks from the guild, seek temporary work in workshops, or engage in errands. Provided one is not indolent, there will always be a means to earn a living. As they conversed, they gradually approached the residential area of the outer district. The environment here starkly contrasted with the surrounding buffer zone. The landscape was dominated by stacked shipping containers and hastily constructed metal shanties, with the ground comprising a muddy, yellowed path, littered with refuse that permeated the air with a foul odor. Numerous survivors sat at doorsteps or along the streets, their gazes vacant. Some clutched poorly patched garments, while others rummaged through discarded belongings. This is the residential area of the outer district, Lin Yu indicated towards the surrounding containers and metal shacks. In the outer district, housing is only available for rent, not for purchase. Everyone must pay rent to remain here. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, surveying the rudimentary living conditions. The circumstances are indeed quite dismal. Lin Yu nodded, her tone tranquil. It is certainly not ideal, but at least it provides a semblance of shelter. The most rudimentary accommodations consist of single bunk beds fashioned from repurposed shipping containers, each costing $1 per day. However, considering you have your canine companion, you'll likely need to secure an entire corrugated iron dwelling. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping across the rows of tin shacks. How much does one of those tin shacks cost per day? Lin Yu extended 3 fingers. $3 per day. It's a bit pricey, but the dwellings are quite spacious, comfortably accommodating for people. If you're residing alone, especially with your dog, it'll be more than ample. Moreover, the tin shacks offer a degree of privacy, relative tranquility, and aren't as cramped. Lin Feng nodded, mentally calculating the $200 he had recently acquired. At this rate, he could sustain himself for quite some time, but he also needed to address the matter of sustenance. Lin Yu patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, saying with a smile, "Don't look so crestfallen. Once you're settled, you can accept assignments from the guild or find other means of employment. There are plenty of opportunities to earn Singapore dollars. It just depends on whether you're willing to use your ingenuity and get your hands dirty." "Guild?" Lin Feng inquired, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Yes," Lin Yu replied. "The guild is the largest organization in the outer district and one of the administrative body's extension mechanisms. All task postings, employment information, and even the preparation of outbound expeditions are facilitated through the guild. If you possess the aptitude and aren't afraid of danger, joining the guild is the quickest way to earn money." Lin Feng nodded, glancing down at Xiao He, who seemed to sense his master's attention, wagging its tail and emitting a soft whine. "All right, I'll find a place to settle down first." He spoke with a hint of determination in his tone. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng tossed his backpack into the metal shack, and Xiao He excitedly circled around inside, sniffing the corners and the bed, curiously surveying the new surroundings. The metal shack was somewhat better than Lin Feng had anticipated. At least the roof was not leaky, and the walls were relatively sturdy. A simple wooden bed and a small table constituted the entirety of the furnishings, while a worn-out carpet lay on the floor, faintly exuding a damp odor. He drew back the curtains to glance outside, where narrow corridors were flanked by a dense array of metal shacks, and the faint sounds of people chattering could be heard. After securing the remaining $170 new, Lin Feng crouched beside Xiao He and stroked its head. "Xiao He, stay here and keep watch. Don't wander off. I'm going to take a shower and see what else can be done in the outer area." Xiao He seemed to understand, obediently lying down and licking its nose. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Lin Feng finally arrived at the communal bathroom in the outer area. This was a makeshift bathing facility converted from a semi-abandoned building, with large characters on the exterior wall indicating a fee of $1 new. The bathing area was separated by gender, partitioned by metal sheets, with fabric curtains hanging every few meters. After paying the new $, Lin Feng entered. The hot water was limited but sufficient to wash away the grime from his body. He diligently scrubbed himself, rinsing away the accumulated fatigue and dirt. When he emerged from the bathroom, rejuvenated and feeling as if he had been reborn, he decided it was time to get a haircut. Lin Yu smiled gently at Lin Feng. He shook his head in resignation. Yet he knew his disheveled hair was indeed rather untidy. He followed Lin Yu to a modest barber shop in the outskirts, where a man clad in an apron was busily attending to his tasks. For the price of $5 new, he emerged with a neat and tidy haircut, finally revealing his handsome features. As Lin Feng stepped out of the barber shop, Lin Yu scrutinized him from head to toe, unable to suppress a smirk. It was unexpected, but he looked quite dashing now. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. So was I really unattractive before? Lin Yu rolled her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. Unattractive would be too harsh, but you certainly appeared rather disheartened. Now, at least you resemble a promising survivor. Lin Feng ran his fingers through his freshly trimmed hair, feeling considerably refreshed. He glanced back at the streets of the outskirts, as if everything had become a touch brighter. He patted his clothes. Although they were old, they seemed much more spirited after a good wash. Turning to Lin Yu, he expressed his gratitude. You've been such a great help to me. I still have a bit of money left. How about I treat you to a meal? Perhaps you could also show me where to eat around here. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on her lips, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's suggestion, yet she accepted graciously. Sure, I happen to be a bit hungry as well, but don't have too high expectations for the restaurants here. Just being able to fill your stomach is already quite satisfactory. As they walked, they engaged in conversation about life in the outskirts, occasionally passing by small vendors. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled meats mingling with the sizzling sounds from iron woks. Lining the streets were predominantly makeshift food stalls, offering simple dishes that attracted numerous passers-by. As Lin Feng and Lin Yu prepared to enter a small eatery adorned with a sign for hot noodles, their attention was drawn to a gaunt beggar by the roadside. The man sat at the street corner, disheveled and clad in tattered clothing, holding a small iron bowl in which lay a few scattered coins. His gaze appeared vacant, yet upon noticing the approach of Lin Feng and Lin Yu, a flicker of hope illuminated his expression as he raspingly implored, "Kind sirs, please show some mercy and spare a few coins. I haven't eaten for 2 days." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, looking down at the coins in the bowl. Lin Yu furrowed her brow slightly and sighed. Such situations were commonplace in this area, particularly for those who had ventured in from elsewhere but failed to find a means of livelihood. They either subsisted on alms or ultimately perished in the streets. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the beggar, her expression imbued with a mix of resignation and complexity, yet her steps did not waver. After a brief pause, Lin Feng extracted a new coin from his pocket and tossed it into the beggar's bowl. The beggar's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you." Observing this, Lin Yu shook her head, her tone calm, yet laden with significance. "You have a soft heart. However, do not expect to save everyone. Here, a new coin is akin to a lifeline, and one must weigh its worth before parting with it." Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and sighed. "I understand. But every little bit helps, doesn't it?" Lin Yu refrained from elaborating further, merely pushing open the door to the noodle shop. "Come, let us first attend to our hunger." The proprietor promptly served 2 steaming bowls of noodle soup, their fragrant aroma permeating the air, despite the simplicity of the ingredients. A warm bowl of noodles was a small indulgence in the outer district. Lin Feng lowered his head to inhale the scent, his stomach rumbling in anticipation, and he eagerly began to eat with his chopsticks. Lin Yu leisurely stirred her noodles, casting a glance at Lin Feng, and remarked with a smile, "Well, does this noodle soup suit your palate? Don't underestimate this bowl. It's more expensive than you might think. Indeed, 5 new Singapore dollars for a bowl is quite lavish." Lin Feng replied between mouthfuls, his brow relaxing slightly. After a few bites, he felt a warmth spread through his entire being. Lin Yu set down her chopsticks, crossed her arms, and leaned back against her chair, her gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd outside the noodle shop. It's not easy for newcomers like you to gain a foothold in the outer district. The rules here are quite simple. Only 2 things truly matter: new Singapore dollars and connections. Lin Feng paused, lifting his head to meet her gaze, his brow slightly raised. "Connections?" "Yes, connections," Lin Yu affirmed, her tone earnest. "Like how you were swindled by old Lu today. If I hadn't happened to be there, you might not have even been able to afford this bowl of noodles. There's no such thing as morality in the outer district, only mutual benefit. Without connections, you're just a small shrimp that can be swallowed at any moment." She paused, her voice gaining weight. "That's why I advised you to join my team. With a team as your backing, your risks will be significantly reduced, and you'll be able to earn new Singapore dollars more quickly." Having taken a sip of the soup, Lin Feng contemplated Lin Yu's words with a serene gaze. He gently placed his utensils down and offered a subtle smile. Your perspective is valid, he remarked, however, being newly arrived in Xindu. I wish to acclimate myself to the surroundings first. Lin Yu emitted a soft sigh, her expression betraying a sense of anticipation. You are quite resolute, she commented. Nevertheless, should you decide to pursue financial gain or partake in any significant endeavors, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lin Feng responded with a smile and an earnest nod. Very well, should the need arise, I shall certainly seek your counsel. Lin Yu nodded contentedly, then picked up her chopsticks, adding with a smile, Very well. Since you have stated your intentions, I shall not press the matter further. Come, partake of the meal while it is still warm. Chapter 14. The market of Xindu. As nightfall descended, Lin Feng ambled back towards his corrugated iron dwelling. The streets of the outer district remained illuminated, the clamor of vendors hawking permeating the air, imbued with the fervent vitality of survival amidst the post-apocalyptic world. With his hands nestled in his pockets, he deliberated upon his forthcoming plans. Upon arriving at his abode and pushing open the rudimentary iron door, Xiaohei, bathed in the dim light, lifted its head, gazing upon the transformed Lin Feng with a hint of bewilderment. Tilting its head inquisitively, it approached and sniffed, ultimately confirming that this unfamiliar figure was indeed its master. In an instant, Xiaohei wagged its tail ecstatically and bounded towards Lin Feng, placing its forepaws upon his legs and emitting gentle whimpers. Ha, it is I. Do not fret, Lin Feng chuckled, crouching down to caress Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei purred contentedly, its eyes narrowing in pleasure. Placing the backpack back in the corner, Lin Feng settled on the edge of the bed and took out the new coins he had on him. Counting them meticulously, there were still 153 pieces left. Although this sum was not particularly large, it would suffice to sustain him for a while. Contemplating this, he murmured to himself, Tomorrow, I must visit the trading market to familiarize myself with the local prices. There are still numerous goods in my backpack, and I must avoid being swindled again. Glancing down at the little black creature beside him, Lin Feng affectionately patted its head. But for today, let's call it a night. We have both exerted ourselves throughout the day. A good rest is in order, and we shall see to matters tomorrow. The little black creature obediently lay by the edge of the bed, its eyes blinking in response to Lin Feng's words. Having had his fill, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him, yet he also sensed an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body and mind. He removed his coat. Although the crude iron bed was hard and cold, in these apocalyptic times, having a stable place to lie down was a significant comfort. Lin Feng reclined with his arms as a pillow, and the rhythmic sound of the little black creature's breathing filled his ears. The clamor from outside gradually subsided, and warmth enveloped his weary form. He closed his eyes, but thoughts continued to swirl in his mind. New capital, the outer district, connections, and new coins. He recited silently, recalling Lin Yu's words, which began to resonate with a hint of clarity. Soon, fatigue overwhelmed all his thoughts, and his breathing grew steady as he drifted into a deep slumber. Though the surroundings were humble for Lin Feng, it marked one of the most tranquil nights he had experienced in a while. His story continued to unfold quietly in the night of New Capital. The following day, Lin Feng indulged in a leisurely sleep, the tranquility of the previous night rejuvenating him as he awoke, feeling invigorated. It must be said that this time he slept particularly soundly. There was a bed, a blanket, and a pillow. Although the tin shack was exceedingly rudimentary, it was a veritable luxury compared to the zombie-infested world outside. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the tin walls, and the air was tinged with a hint of mildew and rust. Yet, it was far more pleasant than the desolation and wilderness beyond. Outside, the cacophony of residents engaged in lively conversation, the shouts of vendors, and the laughter of children playing in the streets painted a picture of life continuing in spite of adversity. Despite the harsh environment, this place was still imbued with the resilience and tenacity of its inhabitants. Lin Feng lay on the bed, eyes closed, listening to the sounds of the world outside, and suddenly felt as if he had returned to the rhythm of ordinary life. However, immersed in this tranquility, he was eventually interrupted by the urgent nudges of Little Black. Standing beside the bed, Little Black wagged his tail and opened his mouth slightly, occasionally emitting soft whines as if to say, "Master, it's time to rise. Please prepare me something to eat." Lin Feng smiled helplessly and reached out to stroke Little Black's head, saying, All right, I understand. Just give me a moment. He rubbed his eyes and turned over to sit up, realizing it was nearly noon. It seemed he had indeed slept rather long yesterday. He needed to get moving and not waste any more time. From his backpack, he retrieved 2 cans of beef soup, hesitating momentarily before deciding against having canned food today. With limited provisions, his task for the day was to familiarize himself with the market prices in the new city, lest he be taken advantage of again. With that thought, Lin Feng poured some dog food for Little Black. Here, have a bite. Today we shall explore the outer market. As Lin Feng fed Xiaohei, he pondered the necessity of ascertaining the cost of living in the new capital. Xiaohei relished his meal, while Lin Feng tidied the bedding and organized the clothes he had changed out of the previous night. Once he finished, he and Xiaohei prepared to depart. Exiting the metal shack, Lin Feng sensed the humidity of the air outside, yet the streets remained vibrantly alive, filled with the lively calls of vendors and the occasional laughter of children, as if the very essence of life permeated this place. Today, he resolved to thoroughly understand the local prices. He mused, steering Xiaohei towards the market. Upon entering the market of the new capital, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The bustling atmosphere of the market bore no resemblance to the desolation of the apocalypse. Vendors and throngs of residents filled the area, selling a myriad of goods. The air was infused with a medley of scents, featuring the enticing aroma of food mingled with less pleasant odors of decay. Nevertheless, the cacophony of voices lent a sense of vitality to the surroundings. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, as if this place were a sanctuary in a post-apocalyptic world. Despite the harsh conditions, the people persevered in their lives, industrious and resilient. Amidst the crowd, vendors shouted their wares, offering an array of products from food and clothing to various daily necessities. After wandering for a while, Lin Feng's attention was captivated by a stall where a tall, slender middle-aged man expertly fried youtiao, the oil sizzling and releasing an irresistible fragrance. Lin Feng's stomach involuntarily grumbled, the tantalizing aroma of fried dough sticks evoking a sense of nostalgia after more than 2 years of absence. "How much for your fried dough sticks, sir?" He could not resist inquiring, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The vendor, wiping the grease from his hands with enthusiasm, replied with a smile, $3 each, guaranteed to be crispy and delectable, just freshly fried. Immediately, Lin Feng's stomach rumbled again, contemplating that while the price was not particularly cheap, given the scarcity of resources, indulging in a fried dough stick seemed worthwhile. "I'll have one, please." He nodded, producing $3 to hand to the vendor. The man accepted the money and skillfully grasped a golden, crispy fried dough stick with tongs, placing it into a modest paper bag before presenting it to Lin Feng. "Here, take a bite. I assure you, you'll crave more." Accepting the fried dough stick, Lin Feng inhaled its enticing fragrance before taking a bite. The exterior was crispy, while the interior was soft, far surpassing his expectations in flavor. Though it did not rival the street food he remembered, in this desolate post-apocalyptic world, this morsel was a veritable delicacy. "Delicious," Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, savoring each bite, though his mind was already formulating his next plans. Although the market prices were slightly higher than he had anticipated, they remained reasonable. The rhythm of life here appeared to be much more normal than he had envisioned, with some residents seemingly enjoying a comfortable existence. As Lin Feng wandered through the market, the sights around him evoked a surreal sensation, as if he had returned to the bustling, vibrant marketplace of a world before the apocalypse. The vendors here are each engrossed in their tasks, their stalls adorned with an array of goods, meticulously organized, evoking a sense of wonder at the resilience of life amidst the ruins. The atmosphere of the market lacks the palpable sense of crisis found in the outer districts, instead offering a deceptive illusion of continuity in existence. Lin Feng nibbles on a fried dough stick as he strolls, his gaze sweeping over a collection of stalls showcasing meats, vegetables, and an assortment of remarkably fresh fruits, perhaps the most bountiful fare he has encountered since the world fell into chaos. However, as he approaches one stall and glimpses the prices, a wave of despondency washes over him. $50 for a pound of beef? Lin Feng mutters to himself, inwardly astonished by the outrageous cost. A glance at a nearby stall reveals a small bundle of vegetables priced at $30, while they appear fresh. Lin Feng understands that such figures are astronomical for the local residents. Just as he furrows his brow, preparing to depart, a particular stall captures his attention. It is a humble stand selling dark bread, where a petite woman stands cheerfully promoting her wares, lifting a piece of the dense, black bread. $1 each. Guaranteed to fill you up. Lin Feng's focus sharpens on that loaf, its affordability piquing his curiosity and igniting a flicker of hope, as he considers that this price might just provide him a satisfying meal. Approaching the stall, he produces $1 and hands it to the vendor. Thank you, young man. The bread is fresh, enjoy. The woman beams as she hands him a piece of the dark bread, her voice brimming with warmth. Lin Feng accepted the loaf of bread, its exterior appearing remarkably rigid, resembling one crafted from rye flour, with an odd texture. Nevertheless, its affordability ensured it would sufficiently satiate his hunger. Upon taking a bite, he was immediately taken aback by the hardness and aridness of its consistency. What flavor was this? He found himself momentarily bewildered. The bread was as solid as a brick, and upon biting into it, he experienced an utter lack of softness, akin to chewing on wood. Each mouthful tested his chewing endurance, and as he swallowed, an unpleasant earthy aftertaste lingered. Yet, he had no choice but to stubbornly finish the black bread, for this one Singapore dollar constituted his meal for the day. As he gnawed on the tough loaf, he silently lamented, "Is this truly bread?" However, one must concede that its greatest virtue lay in its low price. Consuming a piece would indeed suffice to sustain him until his next meal. His gaze then fell upon a bottled water stall. The price of the water was equally astonishing, 5 Singapore dollars for a bottle, nearly the cost of a warm meal. Although the weather was gradually turning colder, access to water was of paramount importance to Lin Feng. He reached for a $50 bill without hesitation and purchased 10 bottles of mineral water. He stowed the bottles in his backpack, inwardly relieved that he could now tackle the issue of water scarcity in this chaotic city. Water is the foundation of life. Though expensive, it is an essential commodity. He organized his backpack and continued to meander through the market, hoping to discover more affordable treasures or perhaps encounter other noteworthy opportunities. As he strolled, Lin Feng's attention was suddenly drawn to a commotion ahead. He observed a gathering of people encircling a disheveled woman. Her hair unkempt and her attire, a white dress, soiled and covered in dust, rendering it exceedingly tattered and disorderly. The woman's face bore the marks of anxiety and despair as she hunched over, weeping and pleading with passers-by for assistance. "Please, I beg you, save my child. I need fever medication. Who can help my child?" Her voice, laced with desperation, resonated with a haunting plea. She clutched the pant leg of a stranger, her tears obscuring her vision. Yet, those around her merely averted their gazes, hurrying past without pausing, indifferent to her cries. Her desperate calls echoed into the void, swallowed by the clamor of the market. Lin Feng stood a short distance away, his gaze fixed on the woman. Her anguish and helplessness pierced his heart. Despite his own precarious situation, with little to spare, the gravity of her plight compelled him to act. He stepped a little closer, scrutinizing her appearance, noting her frailty, pallid complexion, and the absence of even the most basic clothing, lacking fundamental life necessities. A thought flickered in his mind. Was this scenario not all too familiar? In this apocalyptic world, where life and death often hung by a thread, the unfortunate seemed perpetually deprived of aid. A child lay ill, in need of medicine. Yet not a single individual paused to render assistance, as if they had all grown accustomed to such indifference and despair. Should I extend my hand to help her? Lin Feng grappled with his internal conflict, tightening his grip on the water bottle he held. Although he was himself on the brink of survival, the plight of this woman stirred a deep sense of compassion within him, compelling him to take action. After a brief pause, he stepped forward and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "You mentioned you need antipyretics, correct?" Lin Feng inquired. The woman paused momentarily, her eyes brimming with hope, tears streaming unceasingly down her cheeks. "Yes, my child has been feverish for an entire day, and I cannot find any medicine. I have run out of money." Her voice trembled, as if the entire world had closed its doors to her. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it to her. "Here, take this water. It will at least quench your thirst. I do not have any medicine at the moment, but I will keep an eye out for you." Though he possessed no medication, his heart urged him not to stand idly by while a life faded away in helplessness. The woman gazed at the bottle of water, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of gratitude. Thank you," she choked out, accepting the mineral water as if it were a lifeline. Just as Lin Feng intended to offer her some words of comfort, he suddenly felt a firm pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he encountered a burly man with a thick beard standing behind him. The man appeared slightly older than Lin Feng, his eyes displaying a weary steadiness. as though he had witnessed the myriad tragedies of this apocalyptic world. He shook his head, his expression imbued with a sense of indifference and resignation. "Let it go, brother," he murmured, his tone carrying an indescribable weariness. "No one can save her child. In the outer districts, fevers are simply endured. Everyone is in the same plight. Observe the child of that woman. Having endured a fever for so long, he has become so frail. No matter how fervently one attempts to resuscitate him, it appears futile, especially for such a young soul." Lin Feng's heart sank as his gaze unconsciously shifted towards the woman's offspring. The tiny figure curled within her embrace, pallid and listless, seemed devoid of even the strength to weep. The child's suffering and despair were palpably evident in the mother's eyes. Yet the cruelty of this world seemed to render any willingness to extend a helping hand non-existent. The elder, sensing Lin Feng's hesitation, continued, "I recognize your kind heart and your desire to assist her, but you must understand that not everyone can be saved in this world, particularly children. Look around at these people. They are all struggling for their own survival, with no surplus strength to aid others. You must learn to let go and cease to squander your thoughts." Lin Feng fell into a moment of silence, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was not oblivious to the elder's reasoning. In this apocalyptic era, resources were scarce, and everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Life and death had ceased to be controllable variables. Many destinies were already inscribed. The frail woman and her gravely ill child were merely another set of victims in this merciless world. Lin Feng's gaze lingered heavily upon the weakened child, a profound pain surging within him, difficult to articulate. Though the elder's words resonated with harsh reality, a tender part deep within him remained unwilling to concede. As Lin Feng observed the helpless woman, it seemed that she grasped the last flicker of hope. At that moment, despair flickered in the woman's eyes as she suddenly grasped Lin Feng's thigh, her gaze brimming with a fervent desire for survival, tears having already blurred her vision. "I beg you, please, save my child." Her voice was heart-wrenching, as though all the suffering in the world converged in that instant. She clung tightly to Lin Feng's leg, her voice choked with emotion, almost conveying the weight of her helplessness and urgency to him. Her fingers clutched his trousers as if they were the last lifeline. "If you save my child, I will do anything you ask of me. I can do anything, as long as you can save him. Please." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. The woman's anguish and pleading left him with no room for denial. Her desperation, coupled with her child's affliction, erupted like a cry from the silence of a post-apocalyptic world, tearing at the very fabric of Lin Feng's being. Her hopelessness was a reality he could not evade. However, his thoughts soon regained a semblance of calm. Assistance in such dire times is often limited. Even if you wish to help, reality is far more complex than ideals. Chapter 16. Seeking help from Lin Feng lowered his gaze. Looking down at the woman clinging to his leg, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his eyes before tranquility returned. "I understand your desperation." Lin Feng's voice was heavy. "But I have no medicine, nothing that can save your child." The woman's cries intensified, her grip on Lin Feng unwavering, her eyes nearly devoid of reason. "Don't leave. Don't abandon me. You are the only one who can help me. I implore you." She was nearly kneeling before him, her pleading gaze causing Lin Feng's heart to constrict. In that moment, his thoughts spiraled into chaos, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. The world felt vast and indifferent, while he perceived himself as an inconsequential existence. Perhaps all he could offer was a fleeting comfort or a trivial promise to quench another's thirst for life. Ultimately, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, gently resting his hand on her shoulder, assuring her, "I will do my utmost to help you find the medicine. Even the faintest glimmer of hope shall not escape my grasp." The woman lifted her gaze, tears cascading down her face, yet she seemed to find some semblance of solace. Her hands slowly released their grip. Though she still suffered, the spark in her eyes revealed to Lin Feng that she had not entirely surrendered. "Thank you. Thank you," she stammered, bowing her head once more, her voice quavering with gratitude. Lin Feng softly patted her back, rising silently, his heart enveloped in a profound stillness. He understood that the world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined, far deeper than his rational mind could ever comprehend. All he could do was exert his meager strength to aid another, even if he could not alter fate, even if ultimately he achieved nothing. He would not choose to relinquish hope. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion washed over Lin Feng. The harshness of the apocalypse and the impotence of humanity felt like heavy chains. binding the hopes of every survivor. He slowly turned away, burdened by a profound weariness. He knew that his meager efforts were unlikely to sway any destiny in this desolate world, yet at the very least, he had not completely relinquished his resolve. Clutching her frail child, the woman's eyes reflected utter helplessness and despair, as if bereft of any solace. She trailed behind Lin Feng, navigating the bustling marketplace, her hope for salvation unwavering. Xiao He, the dog, followed in their wake, its tail wagging intermittently, as if to alleviate Lin Feng's burdened spirit. After a few paces, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his disquietude intensifying. He realized that within this derelict city, medical resources were scarce. Even basic medicines had become exorbitant luxuries. The outer districts of the new capital were devoid of effective medical facilities, leaving inhabitants to rely on their physical fortitude to resist ailments, or to evade contracting diseases altogether. In the absence of timely medical intervention, succumbing to illness meant a gradual attrition of life. It seems I must seek out Lin Yu, Lin Feng mused inwardly. Lin Feng led the woman and Xiao He from the marketplace, proceeding towards Lin Yu's location. He was cognizant of his obligation to assist them, even if such aid might not resolve the underlying predicament. En route, Lin Feng inquired, "What is your name?" Li Qingzhu lifted her gaze, her eyes still brimming with anguish and trepidation, yet she responded, "My name is Li Qingzhu." She paused, glancing at the child nestled silently in her arms, and continued, "My child is just over a year old. The father perished in the initial stages of the apocalypse, leaving us to fend for ourselves." Lin Feng listened, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, death has become so commonplace that many families have been shattered, transforming once simple lives into desperate struggles for survival on the brink of existence. Li Qingzhu, alone with her child, tenaciously endures in this merciless world, each day a race against the specter of death. "You have worked hard," Lin Feng murmured softly, his eyes revealing a blend of helplessness and sympathy. The harshness of the post-apocalyptic reality made him realize that many endure in ways that are almost unimaginable, their resilience rendering life and death almost weightless. Li Qingzhu offered no response, instead clutching her child tightly, her gaze lingering on the frail little body as if fearing it might vanish in that very moment. Soon after, Lin Feng finally located Lin Yu's residence. In contrast to his own metal shack, the environment here was evidently far superior. Surrounding the area were somewhat dilapidated homes, adorned with numerous graffiti on the walls, yet overall it appeared relatively tidy, suggesting that the inhabitants managed to maintain a semblance of stability in their lives. Lin Yu resided in a modest yet sturdy three-story building. Approaching the door, Lin Feng knocked gently. Footsteps soon echoed from within, and the door swung open to reveal Lin Yu's figure. Surprised to see Lin Feng and the child in his arms, she quickly broke into a smile. "You're here. Come in." Her gaze shifted to the child cradled in Li Qingzhu's arms, concern flickering in her eyes. "What has happened? It seems quite serious." Lin Feng nodded gravely as he entered the dwelling. "Her child has been running a high fever for a day now. I inquired around the market, only to discover a dire absence of medical supplies. Everyone was left to endure their plight. I promised to assist her in seeking a solution." Lin Yu furrowed her brow, expressing concern. Having a fever for such an extended period poses a significant risk to the child's condition. Indeed, the outer district lacks adequate medication. Yet I shall endeavor to devise a plan. She fell silent for a moment, her gaze fixed intently on Li Qingzhu's child, contemplating, perhaps we could explore some alternative methods, albeit without any assurance of efficacy. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhu stepped forward with urgency. "As long as there is hope, I will accept anything. Please, if there is any way to save my child, I implore you." Lin Yu let out a gentle sigh, approaching a modest cabinet in the corner. She opened the door and retrieved several unassuming vials of herbs and cloth pouches. "These are some herbs I had previously gathered. They may assist in reducing the fever, though their effectiveness is uncertain." Turning to face Li Qingzhu, she continued, "I can attempt to brew a medicinal soup with these ingredients, but you must prepare yourself for the possibility that if the child's condition is grave, the remedy's impact may be limited." Li Qingzhu nodded almost without hesitation. "Regardless, I am willing to try." Lin Feng observed the scene before him, his heart growing heavier. He understood that, ultimately, his efforts could extend only so far. Nevertheless, he was resolute in knowing he had done his utmost. Lin Yu began to prepare the medicinal herbs for the child, while Lin Feng stood by, accompanying Li Qingzhu in anxious anticipation. The air within the room was tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional bubbling of the medicinal broth simmering on the stove. As if time had momentarily come to a standstill, Lin Feng leaned against the wall, exhaling softly. Outside, the apocalyptic storm continued its relentless fury, yet within this small sanctuary, it appeared that there still existed a willingness to offer warmth to others. Chapter 17. An unexpected incident. An hour later, Lin Yu approached with a bowl of brown medicinal soup, steam rising gently from its surface. She placed it delicately on the table and indicated the bowl, saying, "Let it cool a bit before giving it to the child." Lin Feng gazed at the concoction, marveling. "You possess knowledge of medicine?" Lin Yu smiled softly. "My father is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I have learned a thing or two." Her words exuded a blend of tenderness and confidence, suggesting that the warmth amid this desolation was indeed born from such small acts of kindness. Li Qingzhu anxiously fixed her gaze upon the broth, seemingly unable to believe that this simple potion could work wonders for her child. As the soup gradually cooled, she carefully cradled her child in her arms and gently offered a spoonful. Time flowed slowly, and the room remained enveloped in its serene atmosphere, with only the occasional whisper of the wind from outside breaking the silence. Lin Feng stood by, his eyes fixed on Li Qingzhu's actions, his heart a tumult of emotions. The world beyond was still chaotic, yet in this moment, he yearned for change. As evening descended, a miracle seemed to unfold. The child's breathing grew steadier, and their complexion no longer appeared as pale. Li Qingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at her child, tears shimmering in her eyes. She murmured softly, Her fever has subsided, truly subsided." Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, feeling a flicker of warmth within. He couldn't help but softly remark, "It appears this remedy is indeed effective." Lin Yu gazed at Li Qingzhu and her child, a glimmer of comforting joy evident in her eyes. "This is merely temporary. The child's strength still requires replenishment. You must remain vigilant and strive to prevent further illness." Li Qingzhu clutched her child tightly, tears transforming into droplets of gratitude. Thank you for saving my child." Lin Feng also expressed his sentiments. "I am equally pleased to be of assistance." He understood that, at this moment, regardless of how harsh the outside world may be, they had provided Li Qingzhu and her child with a fleeting sense of tranquility. Outside, the wind continued to rage, the shadows of the apocalypse looming over the city. Yet within this humble abode, warmth and hope seemed to have found a sanctuary once more. Lin Yu rose, exhaling with a hint of concern. "Li Qingzhu, you and your child should stay here for the time being, in case the child has another fever tonight." Li Qingzhu nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude as she softly replied, "Thank you, Lin Yu." "No need for formality." Lin Yu smiled gently, turning to gather clean sheets and blankets. "You both should rest here. I will take care of you." Lin Feng silently observed them, a sense of inexplicable warmth swelling within him. Just then, a sudden, forceful knock echoed on Lin Yu's door, accompanied by an urgent voice from outside. "Sister Yu, come quickly. Something terrible has happened. Zhao Jian is fighting with someone." Lin Yu's expression subtly changed as she swiftly approached the door, flinging it open to reveal a young man whose face was etched with panic, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Sister Yu, Zhao Jian and that group of rascals are fighting. You must hurry and take a look." The color drained from Lin Yu's face, and a glint of determination flickered in her eyes, as if she had instantaneously transformed from a gentle woman into a calm and decisive leader. "Stay here and do not wander off," she instructed Li Qingzhu and her son in a hushed tone. Li Qingzhu's gaze was filled with gratitude and apprehension, yet she nodded, silently clutching her child closer. "You must be cautious," she murmured. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "I will go with you." Without uttering another word, Lin Yu swiftly gathered her belongings and turned to Lin Feng, a hint of anxiety evident in her eyes. "We must act quickly, otherwise the situation will spiral out of control." Without further delay, she pivoted and led Lin Feng briskly out of the door. At that very moment, Xiao He finally leapt from his corner, wagging his tail excitedly as he followed closely behind them. Outside, the streets were swept by a howling wind, and an air of chaos seemed to permeate the surroundings. Lin Feng trailed after Lin Yu toward the source of the commotion, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the distance, two groups of people were either standing or crouching. As they drew nearer, Lin Feng recognized a familiar figure. It was the burly man who had urged him to abandon the child of Li Qingzhu in the marketplace. Now he stood defiantly, flanked by a group of muscular men, confronting another faction. Chapter 18. Resolving conflict. Lin Yu and Lin Feng swiftly approached the scene of the disturbance, where a crowd had begun to gather, their eyes filled with alertness and tension. Lin Yu furrowed her brow slightly and whispered to Lin Feng, "If it comes to blows, Zhao Jian should be able to handle it. However, the issue is that this conflict may attract the guards. If the situation spirals out of control, we are all doomed." Behind them, Xiao He followed closely, growling softly as he vigilantly observed the surrounding movements. As they hastened their pace, Lin Feng caught sight of Zhao Dian, who stood amidst the throng, his expression impassive as he regarded the opposing group. Accompanied by several imposing teammates, Zhao Dian brandished weapons, exuding an air of formidable authority. His gaze swept over the rival faction, and with a cold smirk, he declared, "If you desire our supplies, you must first contend with me." The opposing group, however, was not easily intimidated. The leader, swinging a club, made it clear he was not willing to back down easily. "Zhao Dian, do not presume you can hoard all these resources. Others have the right to survive as well." A burly man positioned behind Zhao Dian coldly warned, "If you do not recognize your place, do not blame us for being ungracious." Lin Feng, standing to the side, felt a growing unease as the tension escalated. Although Zhao Jian appeared exceptionally powerful, the potential fallout of this conflict could lead to casualties on both sides, and possibly summon the guards. Observing the ever-increasing number of survivors gathering around them, Lin Feng turned to Lin Yu and remarked, "This commotion is getting rather loud. We must intervene." Lin Yu's brow knitted in determination as a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. "No matter what happens, we cannot allow the situation to deteriorate." Though decisive, Zhao Jian was impetuous, potentially leading to imprudent actions. Lin Yu resolved to mediate, striding towards him and gently imploring, "Zhao Jian, maintain composure. While resources are vital, lives are paramount. Let us deliberate and avert conflict." Upon seeing Lin Yu, Zhao Jian paused, his countenance softening as he gestured to those around him, "Hold for a moment." Their adversaries, seemingly ambivalent about resorting to violence but displeased with Zhao Dian's overbearing demeanor, were led by a man who advanced menacingly. "Do you believe this is easily resolved? We are not to be trifled with." Lin Yu promptly intervened, endeavoring to conciliate, but as she began to speak, the opposing leader interjected boisterously, "Zhao Dian, your team's prowess is well known, but you cannot monopolize everything. This morning, your people discovered a well-stocked convenience store in the southern district, as did we. Since we both found it, why did your Radiant Sun crew seize it and drive my brothers away?" He paused, brandishing a baton towards Zhao Dian, his gaze filled with ire. "I demand an explanation. Furthermore, you will relinquish half of the supplies you acquired today." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dian's expression darkened, his composure wavering. Clearly, he had anticipated the matter of this morning's events being raised. Zhao Jian let out a cold laugh, seemingly touched by a nerve, his eyes sharpening with intensity. "Do you think Zhao Jian is easy to bully? You are not wrong. We indeed secured the convenience store this morning first. However, you know as well as I do that in this apocalyptic world, the swift seize the opportunities, the early bird catches the worm. If you wish to partake in our bounty, on what grounds do you claim entitlement?" His words dripped with disdain for the opposing faction. Confident in the superiority of his own team, which boasted a considerable number of members. Yet Lin Yu sensed the growing instability in Zhao Dian's demeanor. She understood that without intervention, the situation could devolve into a stalemate. Lin Yu observed Zhao Dian, then glanced at the leader of the opposing group. After a moment of silence, she resolved to mediate. Approaching Zhao Dian, she spoke in a firm tone, "Zhao Dian, please remain calm. The current predicament does not allow for arbitrary decisions from either of us. You are correct. Resources are vital for survival. However, even if we have gained a head start, we must not disrupt the delicate balance among us." She then turned to the leader of the opposing group, continuing, "You are aware that resources are scarce in this apocalypse, and we do not wish for the situation to deteriorate further. If you seek supplies, we can negotiate and allocate a portion to you." Lin Yu's words were imbued with reason and composure, possessing a persuasive power. The leader of the opposing group furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" When the leader of the opposing group questioned Lin Yu's identity, she did not flinch. Instead, she gently tousled her disheveled hair and coldly met his gaze. "I am Lin Yu, the second in command of the Yaoyang group. What? Am I not worthy of speaking to you?" Her words were sharp, imbued with an undeniable authority. The determination and composure reflected in her eyes exuded an overwhelming presence, as if she had the situation firmly in her grasp. The opposing leader was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Clearly, he had heard of Lin Yu, for the Yaoyang group held considerable notoriety in this region. Not only was she astute in strategy, but she also commanded a cadre of talented individuals. Her name symbolized decisiveness and capability, warranting respect. However, the man's simmering anger could not be completely quelled. His tone remained laced with intense dissatisfaction. Yet I am not mistaken, am I? This morning, your Yaoyang members invaded Nanxing and drove away our people, seizing the supplies from that convenience store. We discovered it too. Why were you permitted to take it first? Those supplies do not belong solely to you. He inhaled deeply, his emotions escalating, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Dian, as if bracing for further confrontation. I do not wish for conflict, but if I do not receive an explanation today, this matter will not conclude here. You have pilfered the convenience store supplies and taken our resources. I demand you provide an account and compensate us for our losses. At this moment, the air once again became stagnant, and the atmosphere grew exceptionally tense. The leader of the opposing faction appeared resolute in his decision to exert greater pressure on Zhao Dian and the Yaoyang group, adamantly demanding that Zhao Dian yield half of their supplies. Zhao Dian's expression darkened further. He clearly abhorred such public interrogation, especially when it pertained to the allocation of resources. His patience had reached its limit. With an overwhelming aura, he declared, "If you demand compensation from me today, first consider the consequences you yourself can endure. I, Zhao Dian, am not one to be trifled with." No sooner had Zhao Dian spoken than he surged forward, his towering figure advancing menacingly towards the opposing leader, his hand reaching out to seize the man's collar with rapidity and menace. The air crackled with tension as emotions exploded on both sides, and each faction's members gripped their weapons tightly, poised for confrontation. Zhao Dian's gaze was fierce, his hand nearly brushing against his adversary's throat, while the opposing leader met his challenge with unwavering resolve, his eyes alight with fury and defiance, prepared to confront Zhao Dian's provocation. However, just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Lin Yu's voice rang out sharply. "Enough! Everyone stand down." Her words carried an immense weight, as if forming an invisible barrier that forcibly separated the two impending forces. Her calm, yet resolute tone momentarily halted all action, even causing Zhao Dian to pause, for he would heed Lin Yu's command. Following her lead, Xiao He began to bark furiously, standing alert behind Lin Yu and Lin Feng, seemingly using his barks as a warning to all present. The voice was imbued with a menacing authority, as if poised to pounce upon any disobedient soul. Zhao Dian's stride faltered. He cast a glance at the small black figure, then met Lin Yu's piercing gaze. Ultimately, he retracted his hand, though his countenance remained darkened, devoid of further action. "That is enough." Lin Yu's voice resonated once more, this time with greater conviction. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, declaring, "1/3 of the supplies will be allocated to you. This is the limit." She articulated each word with precision, her tone resolute and unequivocal. "Should you continue your aggressive stance, do not expect to emerge unscathed. If it comes to it, we shall embrace mutual destruction." Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with an undeniable intensity, exuding a formidable aura. She recognized that every step in this apocalyptic world was fraught with peril, yet she understood that if she allowed the opposition to push too far today, both parties would plunge into irreversible conflict, leading to mutual annihilation. The leader of the opposing faction was momentarily taken aback. In the fleeting moment when Zhao Dian nearly seized him, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him. Though he was incensed, he could distinctly perceive the oppressive force emanating from Lin Yu during the standoff. The second in command of the Yaoyang group was not merely a title. She possessed not only decisiveness, but also an undeniable prowess. He took a slight step back, casting a conflicted glance at Zhao Dian and Lin Yu before inhaling deeply, seemingly weighing the merits of continuing this confrontation. "Since you insist, let it be so." Zhao Dian's countenance was darkened, clearly unwilling to yield to such compromises, yet aware that Lin Yu was right. Should the situation escalate further and attract the guards, they would all be doomed. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and refrained from lashing out. Lin Yu observed Zhao Dian's reaction, her unwavering determination unshaken. "Let it be for now. My brother is not here, and we have no means to resolve matters should they arise," she murmured to Zhao Dian. He did not respond, nor did he refute her words. but simply let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 19. The subsequent plan. Lin Feng followed Lin Yu back to her residence. Throughout their journey, they exchanged little conversation. Lin Yu's stride was steady. On the surface, she appeared unperturbed, yet Lin Feng could perceive the fatigue and subtle pressure weighing upon her. Upon entering the house, Lin Yu glanced around, her gaze momentarily avoiding Lin Feng, as if feeling somewhat bashful. She lowered her head slightly and offered a soft smile. I must have given you quite a spectacle. Lin Feng regarded her, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. What is this? I never imagined you had quite the reputation in Xindu. Lin Yu chuckled with a hint of resignation, her eyes betraying a flicker of exhaustion. With a gentle sigh, she spoke with a touch of self-mockery. What reputation could I possibly have? In truth, our survival hinges more on my brother's name and the camaraderie of his team. She paused, turning to face Lin Feng. What you perceive as my composure and decisiveness in action is merely a fade. The true decision-maker has always been my brother. Without him, I am but a substitute, lacking that formidable strength. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng could not help but feel a wave of warmth in his heart. He understood that Lin Yu was not the type to seek ostentation. Though her position and contributions within the team were acknowledged by outsiders, she consistently maintained her humility. Even in the face of conflict, she managed to address matters with composure and rationality, her burdens far exceeding what others could envision. Lin Feng smiled gently, his tone light yet laced with concern. You possess great capability, regardless of the circumstances. I have faith that you will excel. He paused, allowing his gaze to linger on Lin Yu's face for a moment. However, do not push yourself too hard. After all, the complexities of this apocalyptic world mean that no one's choices are entirely correct. Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with gratitude upon hearing his words as she nodded slightly. Seemingly on the verge of expressing something, yet refraining from doing so, she turned towards the table, gathering some simple sustenance to share with Lin Feng to quell their hunger. Let us eat something. As you have witnessed today, even with our large team, life in the new capital remains challenging. Lin Yu's voice was gentle. The two shared a modest meal, the atmosphere in the room somewhat subdued, punctuated only by the faint clinking of utensils and the occasional whisper of the wind from outside. Lin Yu bowed her head to eat, seemingly lost in thought. Although she did not overtly display much emotion, Lin Feng could sense the intricate turmoil and fatigue that dwelled within her. At that moment, Li Qingzhu emerged from the room, devoid of the child. Perhaps the little one had already succumbed to sleep, her expression tinged with worry and tension. How are things? Li Qingzhu inquired anxiously. Her voice tinged with a hint of unease. Has the matter been resolved? Lin Yu lifted her gaze to meet Li Qingzhu's, her expression softening. It's all right. It has been resolved, she replied, allowing herself to relax slightly. How is the child? Has the fever subsided? Li Qingzhu nodded gently, the tension in her face easing somewhat. He is asleep now. Thank you all so much. I truly appreciate your help. Her voice was low and filled with gratitude, yet it betrayed an underlying weariness. Today's events had undoubtedly imposed immense stress and trial upon her. She seemed to comprehend that, despite everything, the mere fact that her child could peacefully slumber amidst the shadows of this apocalyptic world was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, her expression softening further, seemingly comforted by the news of Li Qingzhu's child's safe recovery. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, given the magnitude of today's events. Why hasn't he, your brother, as the leader, made an appearance? His tone was calm, yet laced with a note of inquiry, reflecting his confusion. Lin Yu looked up at Lin Feng, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. She did not respond immediately, instead letting out a gentle sigh, as though contemplating how best to answer. He is not here, Lin Yu finally said, her tone steady. My brother has some matters to attend to and may not be able to appear for the time being. Lin Feng regarded her, his expression unchanged. Yet a slight perplexity lingered in his heart. He knew that Lin Yu was not one to conceal truths easily, and her demeanor and response at this moment seemed somewhat amiss. She did not continue the conversation but instead shifted the topic, regardless of the circumstances. The utmost priority now is to ensure that everyone can live safely in the new capital. She paused slightly, emphasizing that we must not be complacent about supplies, personnel, or the external situation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a subtle stir within him. He suddenly realized that Lin Yu was not displaying her usual emotions. Rather, she was calmly analyzing and contemplating the current situation. He understood that although Lin Yu was the second in command of the Yaoyang group, She evidently bore more responsibility and pressure than others. Perhaps there were matters she was unwilling or unable to disclose to outsiders. He refrained from probing further, simply nodding to indicate his understanding. Li Qingzhu also settled into silence, and the atmosphere in the room grew once again tranquil and serene. After a while, Lin Feng bid farewell to Lin Yu and Li Qingzhu, accompanied by Xiao He. As he exited the room and made his way along the narrow street toward the temporary metal shelter where he was residing, the events of the evening left him with a complex array of emotions, yet he quickly adjusted his demeanor, walking with a steady gait as he began to devise plans for the days ahead. Upon reaching the door of the metal shelter, Lin Feng gently pushed open the rusted door and entered with Xiao He. The interior remained simple, cluttered with various items and an old, worn bed. He closed the door behind him and softly patted Xiao He's head, glancing at the supplies he had brought from the courier station. He silently resolved to sell these items at the market the following day and inquire about where he might find a vehicle for sale. Once he secured a vehicle, his mobility significantly enhanced. Lin Feng envisioned the materials at the courier station as a veritable treasure trove. He mused that, in due time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a prosperous figure in this new city. Chapter 20. The Art of Negotiation, Part 1. At the break of dawn the following day, sunlight streamed through the dilapidated metal roof, infusing the air with a refreshing coolness. Lin Feng stretched languidly, his gaze settling on the sunbathing Little Black. As he contemplated his plans for the day's endeavors with clarity, Little Black quickly sensed his owner's movements, wagging his tail gently and rising to his feet, evidently ready to accompany Lin Feng outdoors. With a smile, Lin Feng patted Little Black's head, then grabbed his backpack and stepped out. The morning in the new city was not as tranquil as he had anticipated. Survivors were already bustling about in the streets, engaged in the exchange of goods or in search of sustenance. The atmosphere was thick with tension and urgency, as each individual appeared to be relentlessly striving for survival. Navigating through the throngs of people with Little Black by his side, Lin Feng made his way toward the nearby market. Though the market was bustling compared to the surrounding ruins, this vibrancy was underpinned by competition and vigilance. Survivors had gathered early at various stalls, trading goods, with occasional minor disputes breaking out. Returning to a familiar stall, Lin Feng found a lanky, middle-aged man adeptly frying dough sticks. "Ah, you're back. What can I get for you today?" The vendor greeted warmly. "2 dough sticks and 2 servings of soy milk, please." "How much?" Lin Feng inquired directly. The vendor promptly quoted the price, 10 new bucks. Lin Feng nodded and retrieved $10 from his backpack, handing them to the vendor. The vendor accepted the money and skillfully passed the fried dough sticks and soy milk into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng then turned and walked to a secluded corner, where Xiao He eagerly awaited at his feet, gazing longingly at the bag of fried dough sticks and soy milk. "Patience, my friend," Lin Feng said as he poured the soy milk into a bottle. He then took out a packet of biscuits, dipped them into the soy milk, and offered them to Xiao He. The little dog lowered his head to drink, occasionally glancing up as if to express gratitude for Lin Feng's thoughtful care. A warmth enveloped Lin Feng's heart as he watched Xiao He relish the food, and he suddenly realized that everything felt somewhat surreal. Once, he had only known a simple and carefree life, but now he was compelled to survive, caring not only for himself, but also for Xiao He and planning for their current circumstances. He glanced at his dwindling supply of new dollars, pondering, "First, I shall manage the provisions I brought from the delivery station and then inquire about transportation." After finishing the fried dough sticks and soy milk, Lin Feng tidied up the remaining crumbs from the biscuits and stood up, leading Xiao He towards the trading post. The trading post was not located in the market area, but rather in a somewhat remote part of New Capital. Each day, numerous survivors flocked here to exchange goods, creating a bustling atmosphere filled with chaos and opportunity. As Lin Feng entered the trading post, maneuvering through the crowd with Xiao He, he was acutely aware that this time he would not fall prey to deception as he had previously. On his last visit, he had nearly suffered significant losses. At that time, he had just arrived in New Capital and lacked sufficient understanding of the trading market, particularly in that transaction involving a box of orange juice valued at 200 Singapore dollars. He nearly fell victim to an old fellow donning a monocle. Fortunately, Lin Yu arrived just in time to expose old Lu's deceit. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have faced significant losses. This time, Lin Feng was resolute not to repeat the same mistake. Through days of careful observation, he had become well acquainted with the pricing dynamics of the Xindu market, comprehending the value of various items, the patterns of trade, and even the hidden schemes behind certain low-priced acquisitions. Today, he confronted Old Lu once more, who remained the same insincere-looking staff member with a monocle. Lin Feng felt a surge of vigilance within him. As he approached the counter, Old Lu was preoccupied, perusing a list of items without raising his gaze, casually inquiring, "Oh, back for another transaction? What have you brought to show?" As he spoke, he leisurely removed his glasses and looked up at Lin Feng. Unhurriedly, Lin Feng took off his backpack and opened it, retrieving a finely crafted down jacket, its packaging intact, appearing as if it had just been taken from a boutique. The jacket's design was both elegant and simple, boasting a deep color suitable for winter wear. With the harsh chill of the apocalypse fast approaching, such warm clothing was the fervent desire of every survivor. Upon laying eyes on the down jacket, Old Lu's eyes sparkled, and he was internally astonished. Down jackets were exceedingly rare in this post-apocalyptic world, particularly one so pristine and of high quality. It truly captivated his attention. He soon realized that this down jacket could not only satisfy the demands of the affluent in the inner city, but also fetch a handsome price. The wealthy residents of the inner district, particularly during the frigid winter following the apocalypse, had an immense need for such warm garments, and the price would undoubtedly be inflated. Chapter 21. The Game of Transactions, Part 2. This down jacket. Old Lu's tone carried a hint of surprise, yet he maintained an air of composure. He casually inquired, "What price are you considering for it?" Lin Feng observed Old Lu's reaction, fully aware that the down jacket was far from deserving of the low price Old Lu might casually propose. He did not rush to respond, but instead offered a faint smile. "Looking at this down jacket, you should recognize its worth." Old Lu had already begun to calculate in his mind, swiftly assessing the market value of the jacket, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Although he understood that the item held considerable value, he did not hasten to propose a high price. Instead, he feigned calmness and stated, according to market trends, a similar down jacket generally sells for around 500 Singapore dollars. However, as you know, post-apocalypse, the supply of goods in the trading market is scarce. Yet I cannot afford to incur a loss, so let's settle on a reasonable price, 300 Singapore dollars. What do you say? Upon hearing this figure, Lin Feng smiled slightly. 300 Singapore dollars? He was fully aware of Old Lu's calculations, yet it was evident that Old Lu had underestimated the true value of the down jacket. Lin Feng paused for a moment before slowly responding. 300 Singapore dollars? Old Lu, it seems you also acknowledge that this down jacket has some worth. But that price is far too low for me. He gently curled his lips in a feigned contemplation. This down jacket, with its commendable insulation and quality. If you desire it, I believe it should command a price of at least 1,000 Singapore dollars. Old Lu's heart skipped a beat, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had initially intended to acquire it at a lower price, but Lin Feng's assertion stirred a sense of anxiety within him. 1,000 Singapore dollars is indeed somewhat steep for a down jacket, yet considering its uniqueness and the desperate demand for resources in this apocalyptic era, Old Lu pondered that its price could very well reach that figure, or even exceed it. He took a deep breath, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. He understood that Lin Feng was not one to be easily deceived. Caution was imperative. 1,000 Singapore dollars. Old Lu raised his gaze to Lin Feng and said, his expression impassive, "That price seems rather high. Considering the instability of transactions in this locale and the fluctuating value of resources." He paused, then continued, "However, since you have proposed it, I cannot outright refuse. How about we negotiate for 800 Singapore dollars? Upon hearing Old Lu's offer, Lin Feng grasped that while Old Lu was attempting to drive the price down, he clearly did not underestimate the jacket's worth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng shook his head gently. 800 Singapore dollars? I'm afraid that falls significantly short. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile flickering within as he recognized that Old Lu was beginning to waver. He glanced at his backpack, raised an eyebrow casually, and remarked, "Old Lu, I happen to have brought quite a few treasures with me today. If you do not intend to engage in a proper transaction and resort to petty tricks, I fear I must seek alternatives." Old Lu's gaze then swept towards Lin Feng's backpack, noticing a solar panel. This solar panel, while not as conspicuous as a down jacket, is an exceptionally vital resource in a post-apocalyptic world, especially for survivors lacking a stable power supply. It is an invaluable asset. A glimmer of interest flickered in Old Lu's eyes as he realized he may have underestimated the supplies Lin Feng possessed. Previously, he had only recognized the high value of the down jacket, But the other items in Lin Feng's backpack, particularly the solar panel, were equally significant. Old Lu knew well that such equipment was scarce in the marketplace, and once sold, it could fetch a handsome price, perhaps even surpassing the value of the down jacket. He then rolled his eyes and, maintaining a stoic expression, stated, "Very well, since you are so insistent, let's settle for 1,000 new coins, and we shall forget about the down jacket. However, that solar panel of yours appears quite promising. Would you consider selling it as well? What price do you propose?" Lin Feng scoffed inwardly, aware that old Lu sought to exploit the solar panel. Indeed, it was a fine item, but he had no intention of relinquishing it easily. With a slight smirk, Lin Feng replied coolly, "This solar panel is a resource I urgently require, and I do not plan to sell it at this time." Seeing Lin Feng's unwavering stance, old Lu could only reluctantly withdraw his gaze and murmured, "Very well, if you choose not to sell, then so be it. However, this transaction has indeed brought forth some remarkable treasures." Lin Feng nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as he felt a quiet sense of relief within. Although the sum of 1,000 new dollars fell slightly below his expectations, it represented a considerable victory compared to the initial paltry offer from old Lu. "Deal," Lin Feng exclaimed with a smile, subsequently handing over the down jacket to old Lu while pocketing the 1,000 new dollars. Chapter 22. The Game of Transactions, Part 3. Lin Feng then delved into his backpack once more, retrieving 2 cans of beef stew, followed by 4 cans of Coca-Cola, 8 packets of biscuits, and 4 bags of potato chips. He had not brought an excessive amount of potato chips to New Capital, as they were largely filled with air, taking up precious space in his backpack. Old Lu observed the array of supplies Lin Feng had produced, secretly astonished at how this young man had managed to acquire such an impressive collection. His fortune seemed extraordinary. "I can offer you 200 new dollars per can for the beef stew and 40 new dollars per can for the Coca-Cola. The biscuits appear to be of average quality, so I'll give you 20 new dollars per packet. As for the potato chips, they are quite rare nowadays, so I can offer you 50 new dollars per bag. What do you think?" As Lin Feng listened to old Lu's quotations, he inwardly shook his head. Although old Lu appeared calm on the surface, it was evident that he had begun to calculate the value of these items in his mind. Lin Feng's gaze grew steadier. He was well aware of the considerable worth of the items he had brought, particularly the beef stew and Coca-Cola, both of which were highly sought after in the New Capital market. 200 new dollars per can for the beef stew and 40 new dollars per can for the Coca-Cola. Lin Feng repeated old Lu's offers. Old Lu observed that Lin Feng did not react too intensely and continued, "Potato chips are truly rare these days. Everyone is clamoring for them, and they fetch a good price. As you know, in this apocalypse, the prices of sustenance are volatile. To acquire such non-perishable snacks has become a luxury." Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk internally, fully aware that old Lu was attempting to divert his attention with the lure of potato chips, urging him to overlook the true value at stake. Although potato chips were scarce, their worth paled in comparison to beef cans and cola, the pivotal elements of this transaction. Lin Feng refrained from immediately responding to old Lu's explanation, instead adopting a facade of sudden realization, smiling slightly. "Look at you, old Lu. Do you really think potato chips are worth 50 new dollars a pack? Quite impressive. But, surely, beef cans must exceed 200 new dollars each. Wouldn't you agree?" Old Lu's heart skipped a beat, a fleeting flicker of unease crossing his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. He absent-mindedly adjusted his single-lens glasses, maintaining an unruffled tone. "Well, beef cans at 200 new dollars each is already a rather reasonable price. Considering that the variety of meat available to everyone is quite limited, and price fluctuations are a common occurrence." Lin Feng chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Is that so? Then I suppose I should do some calculations. You know, during these past few years of the apocalypse, canned goods have been in tremendous demand, especially beef cans like the ones I possess. Look, these 2 cans in my hand are in pristine condition, undoubtedly among the most sought-after items in the market." Old Lu's brow furrowed slightly. Although he endeavored to mask his apprehension, a sense of unease began to take root within him. He initially intended to acquire Lin Feng's canned beef and cola at a low price. But Lin Feng's remarks made him realize that he might have underestimated the actual worth of these goods. Lin Feng continued, "You see, both canned beef and cola are rare commodities these days, with a substantial market demand, especially for this canned beef, given the current market conditions. Pricing it at 500 Singapore dollars per can is hardly an exaggeration. As for the cola, 40 Singapore dollars per can seems rather low. He paused, his gaze leisurely scanning Old Lu's face. I see you understand the value of these items, don't you? Old Lu felt a chill run down his spine. Although he did not show it outwardly, he had begun to sense that Lin Feng might have seen through him. This batch of supplies, particularly the canned beef and cola, was indeed worth more than the price he had proposed. He paused, took a moment to steady his breathing, and a hint of impatience crossed his features. Lin Feng, your price is rather steep. I am merely offering you a reasonable price, so do not rush into a decision. After all, you are aware of the significant uncertainties in the market. Lin Feng's expression remained calm as he began to calculate his next strategy internally. Yes, I understand that the market fluctuates. However, you should realize that the true value of an item is not determined by its surface appearance, but rather by its scarcity and actual demand. Canned beef, for instance, is undoubtedly worth far more than regular meat in an apocalyptic scenario. Just consider how great the current demand is for high-quality food and energy-sustaining provisions. Moreover, Old Lu, you really cannot underestimate the genuine worth of these items. Lao Lu began to feel a tinge of pressure in his heart, yet he maintained a facade of composure. All right, since you insist, I shall refrain from further comment. The price for the canned beef and cola is negotiable. While we shall settle on the potato chips at 50 Singapore dollars per bag, and similarly for the biscuits, let us consider 20 Singapore dollars per pack. Lin Feng responded with a slight smile. Very well, we shall renegotiate the prices for the canned beef and cola as per your suggestion, and we will finalize the prices for the potato chips and biscuits accordingly. Fair trade for all. Lao Lu stroked his beard, a glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes. He understood that the supplies Lin Feng brought were indeed significant, yet in this marketplace, no one was willing to concede easily. Especially once he realized he had underestimated the true value of these items. He resolved to make his final offer. All right, Lao Lu inhaled deeply, his tone taking on a more serious note. The price for the canned beef is 400 Singapore dollars per can and 60 Singapore dollars for the cola. How does that sound? I have been forthright with you. This is the highest price I can offer. He paused, a look of resignation crossing his face. You know, these figures represent the utmost I can bear. Lin Feng smiled faintly and nodded gently. Agreed, it is a deal. Lao Lu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's swift acceptance, a sense of confusion washing over him, yet he chose not to press further. After all, a transaction is a transaction. With the prices settled, he could not impose any more difficulty on Lin Feng. Thus, he quickly organized the items, preparing to hand over the corresponding cash. Lin Feng placed the canned beef and cola on Lao Lu's counter. A total of 1,400 Singapore dollars. Here you go. Lin Feng accepted the 1,400 Singapore dollars in cash handed to him by Old Lu. Although it was somewhat less than he had anticipated, it was nonetheless a comparatively fair transaction when measured against Old Lu's initial offer. Chapter 23. Gathering intelligence, cradling the weighty pouch of money. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief and satisfaction wash over him. A slight smile graced his lips as he gazed at the bills in his hand. Mentally calculating his gains, 2,400 Singapore dollars from this deal, coupled with his previous scattered remnants, brought his total accumulation to nearly 2,500 Singapore dollars. Grateful to Old Lu, Lin Feng cast him a smile, his voice imbued with a hint of ease and delight, stating, I shall return when you have more quality goods. Old Lu responded with a mere nod, his expression tinged with impatience as he waved his hand, indicating that Lin Feng was free to leave. He evidently had no desire to linger in conversation, recognizing that such transactions were purely business. Once completed, they were simply concluded. Disregarding Old Lu's demeanor, Lin Feng turned and exited the trading hall alongside Xiao He. Stepping out of the bustling marketplace, his stride lightened and his spirits lifted. Sunlight bathed the street, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, rendering the surroundings particularly serene. The pouch of money brought him a profound sense of accomplishment, a testament to his diligent efforts over the past weeks. He rummaged through his pocket, feeling the remaining scattered Singapore dollars, contemplating his next steps. A vehicle, undoubtedly, was his paramount objective. Only by acquiring a car could he more adeptly mobilize the resources of the delivery station and expand into broader markets. One must first inquire where vehicles are available for sale, Lin Feng murmured to himself. However, for someone like him, lacking formal channels, acquiring a car is no simple feat. Especially in the backdrop of an apocalyptic world, the demand and prices for vehicles have surged dramatically. Lin Feng intended to have a word with Lin Yu, one of the few individuals he could genuinely trust. Upon entering Lin Yu's residence, she glanced up at him and offered a faint smile. "Oh, what brings you here so early today? It's rare to see you with such free time." Lin Feng casually settled into the chair opposite her, a relaxed smile gracing his face. "I wanted to chat with you. There are some matters I need to address, and I was wondering if your Yaoyang group has any cars available." He refrained from directly stating his intention to purchase a vehicle, instead probing indirectly. After all, borrowing a car might suffice temporarily, but he preferred to own one long-term, as the secrets of the courier station must not be carelessly revealed. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled gently. "Oh, you wish to borrow a vehicle? We do have a truck that we typically use for transporting supplies. If you need it, I can lend it to you." Lin Feng disregarded her playful smile and shook his head. "No, I intend to buy one. I've been contemplating how much it would cost and where I could acquire it." To his surprise, Lin Yu did not respond with the silence he anticipated. Instead, she chuckled softly. "You want to buy a car right after your arrival? I happen to know of a place that sells them, but the prices are far from cheap. In this post-apocalyptic era, cars have become coveted commodities, and bargains are virtually non-existent." She paused for a moment before continuing. "If you wish to purchase a vehicle, the most economical options start at around 2,000 to 3,000 Singapore dollars. For a more decent truck, you may even need to spend approximately $5,000. However, you must find the right place and inquire about the prices thoroughly. I have a connection, but you must possess sufficient funds." Lin Feng fell silent for a moment, quickly calculating in his mind, $2,000 to $3,000. This sum exceeds his current savings by a considerable margin, yet considering the long-term value of a vehicle, it is undoubtedly worth contemplating. Particularly for his plan to sell supplies at the courier station in the long run, owning a vehicle would significantly enhance his asset liquidation efficiency. "If I have this amount, where can I purchase one?" Lin Feng inquired, his tone still calm, but he had already made up his mind internally. Lin Yu regarded him with a smile. "Are you truly intent on buying one? Well, since you are so eager, let me share a place with you. You can head to the eastern district of Xindu, where there is a place called the Depot. Many merchants there deal in second-hand vehicles, although the prices might be slightly elevated. You can still find some relatively reliable sellers. As long as you have enough money to invest, selecting a car shouldn't be an issue." She paused again, adding, "However, be cautious in such places. They are not particularly safe, as not all merchants are benevolent." Observing Lin Feng's earnest expression, Lin Yu chuckled. "Your aspirations are quite grand for a newcomer in Xindu. Where do you plan to acquire the funds? The cheapest vehicles start at over 2,000 Singapore dollars. Are you considering borrowing money from your sister?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Lin Yu's playful smile, a sense of wariness stirring within him, although her reaction appeared to be lighthearted. Her mention of borrowing money seemed a veiled attempt to extract information or perhaps merely to tease him. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained unfazed by her words. With a composed smile, he calmly regarded Lin Yu and remarked, "I wouldn't dare to borrow money from you." Upon hearing Lin Feng's candid response, Lin Yu's smile dimmed slightly, and a glimmer of contemplation flickered in her eyes. "Ah, you are quite astute," she remarked. "However, if you truly intend to purchase a car, you will indeed need some financial preparation. The cheapest vehicles start around 2,000 new dollars, and that is about the market rate, considering the channels I have." She paused for a moment, a teasing smile gracing her features. "Yet, as you know, acquiring money is no simple feat, and securing a vehicle is even more challenging. If you can muster such funds now, it surely did not come from thin air. Do enlighten me. Have you already established other channels?" Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze remaining steady. In response to Lin Yu's probing, he chose not to rush into an answer. Instead, he replied coolly, "There are matters I cannot disclose at this moment. If you genuinely wish to assist me, you have those channels at your disposal. Simply advise me on how to find a suitable vehicle rather than inquiring about how to procure the funds." Lin Yu offered a slight smile, seemingly disinclined to press further. She waved her hand gently, conceding, "Very well, if that is your decision, I shall not pry any further. Since you are so eager to purchase a car, I naturally have my own channels. The storage yard, as I mentioned earlier, is a hub for second-hand vehicles. However, one must exercise caution, for not all sellers of used cars are trustworthy, particularly in terms of pricing, which can sometimes be quite deceptive. It would be prudent to inquire about the market conditions before you go, to avoid future regrets." Lin Feng nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Yu. I will be careful." After he finished speaking, he rose to take his leave. "I will first go and take a look. Once I find a suitable vehicle, I will contact you." Lin Yu observed Lin Feng's retreating figure, her gaze slightly profound. All right, take care on the road. By the way, you must be cautious regarding the car situation. I understand your urgency, but do not take unnecessary risks. After all, you are not pressed for time. Lin Feng gently nodded, waved goodbye, and exited her residence. This time, he did not see Li Qingzhu and her son. However, he thought little of it and prepared to follow the lead Lin Yu had provided to the storage yard in the Eastern District. Although Lin Yu's jest had made him somewhat wary, he could not deny that she had indeed offered a valuable clue. As for the financial aspect, he had already formulated a plan. Although his current funds were insufficient to purchase a car, he had faith in his abilities and believed he could gather the necessary amount in a short time. Lin Feng was aware that there was an auction house located in the Eastern District, and he still possessed a vial of enhanced liquid collected from stingers, which was a promising item for auction, though he remained uncertain about its potential selling price. Chapter 24. The Auction House. As Lin Feng stepped into the auction house located in the outskirts of the new capital, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere that starkly contrasted with the squalor of his container housing district. Although modest, this place exuded an air of vibrancy far more pronounced than the impoverished neighborhoods plagued by the apocalypse. The walls were adorned with several illuminated signs, and a hint of antiquity lingered in the air, yet this did not diminish the palpable interest that the attendees held for the auctioned items. Originally a small sports arena, the interior had been simply transformed into a temporary auction venue. The crowd was sparse, comprising roughly 40 to 50 individuals, all of whom were well-groomed, middle-aged men and women, a stark divergence from the residents of the impoverished areas Lin Feng was accustomed to. Most appeared to belong to the upper echelons of new capital society or were merchants with a modicum of wealth. At the center of the auction stage stood a woman clad in a striking red qipao. Her demeanor was enchanting and alluring, each movement imbued with seduction. Her long eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly, her gaze oscillating between captivating and icy, seemingly capable of ensnaring the heart of every man present with effortless ease. With a delicate lift of her hand and a graceful wave, her voice rang out, crisp and alluring. The third item for auction today is this exquisite Tang sword. With a subtle smile, the enchanting woman gently lifted the red cloth, unveiling the full splendor of the Tang sword. In that instant, the atmosphere within the room solidified. The sword's design was both unique and resplendent. Its blade spanned approximately 3 feet, glistening like autumn waters. The hilt, meticulously carved from ebony, was adorned with several brilliant rubies, presenting an ancient form that radiated an undeniable aura of intimidation. The blade is adorned with exquisite engravings, resembling a vividly lifelike painting that exudes both composure and a hint of chilling sharpness. The edge of the Tang sword gleams with a silvery sheen, akin to an imminent aura of lethality. Every inch of the blade resonates with a profound sense of historical weight. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, such a meticulously crafted weapon possesses an irresistible allure, as if imbued with an unresistible temptation. As the enchanting woman notices the audience's gaze fixated on the Tang sword, a glimmer of triumph flashes in her eyes. She slowly extends her hand, gesturing towards the blade with a tone that is both elevated and teasing. Ladies and gentlemen, this Tang sword is a remarkable artifact, enduring the passage of time while remaining as sharp as ever. It is not merely a weapon, but a testament to history, a treasure to be cherished. She pauses momentarily, her voice rising a notch, continuing with fervor. The starting bid is $800. The auction commences now. Her voice, melodious like a finely tuned instrument, carries a hint of provocation and excitement, as if proclaiming to every spectator, this is a weapon capable of altering destinies. Whoever possesses it wields greater power and dignity. As her words resonate, the atmosphere among the audience shifts dramatically to one of tension. Whispers ripple through the crowd, with some individuals expressing great interest in the beauty and rarity of the Tang sword, while others appear hesitant, weighing the worth of the price. Lin Feng is no exception. Gazing at the blade, he feels a surge of astonishment within. The Tang Dao's exquisite design, its profound historical significance, and its razor-sharp blade indeed evoke a sense of pride in anyone fortunate enough to possess it. However, for Lin Feng at this moment, this item holds no allure. His sole desire is for a vehicle, $800. Who will make an offer? The alluring voice of the woman echoed once more, tinged with a hint of excitement and provocation. seemingly urging the crowd to swiftly engage in the bidding. After a brief silence, a voice resonated through the air. $900 new dollars. $900 new dollars. Is there a higher bid? The woman promptly responded, her gaze sweeping across the audience, awaiting a more generous offer. 1,000. Soon, another bidder raised the stakes. As the auction progressed, the price of the Tang Dao soared. Each increase in bid was accompanied by murmurs and hushed discussions among the audience, who appeared poised to vie for this prized weapon. Lin Feng sat quietly to the side, feeling somewhat helpless. Although the Tang Dao was indeed a remarkable artifact, he understood that what he truly needed now was a car, rather than a mere ornament. As time passed, the bids grew ever higher, and the competition intensified. $1,200 new dollars. A middle-aged man in a suit made his offer. $1,300. A bespectacled businessman quickly followed suit. $1,400 new dollars. Another man, modestly dressed, raised the bid. Lin Feng observed it all in silence, his resolve unshaken. He refrained from participating in the bidding, instead contemplating his own plans as he watched the unfolding spectacle. Before him, the Tang Dao was indeed alluring, yet it held little practicality for Lin Feng, whose aspirations remained unchanged. At last, the price ascended to 1,500 Singapore dollars. A middle-aged man, adorned with a leather bag, raised his hand high, as though he had already declared his triumph in securing the Tang Dao. The captivating woman on stage glanced at the bidder, a subtle smile gracing her lips. 1,500 Singapore dollars for the first time. 1,500 Singapore dollars for the second time. 1,500 Singapore dollars for the third time. No sooner had she concluded her proclamation than her small hammer struck down, sealing the deal. A wave of applause erupted throughout the venue, and the atmosphere transformed into one of fervent excitement. The middle-aged man chuckled with satisfaction, rising from his seat to approach the auction platform, eager to claim his Tang Dao. Lin Feng observed the entire unfolding, letting out a soft sigh, pondering how these individuals were indeed affluent, remaining enamored with such exquisite items even in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The alluring woman's hosting style undeniably elevated this auction into a higher price bracket, acting almost as a catalyst that artificially inflated the value of the items. While Lin Feng recognized that this was not solely reflective of the intrinsic worth of the objects, but rather a product of the auction's ambience and the host's prowess, he could not help but feel contemplative. This auction reaffirmed his conviction. Despite the multitude willing to pay exorbitant prices for luxury items, practicality remained paramount for him. Meanwhile, he mentally prepared himself. Whether it was to venture to the stacking yard or through other avenues, he needed to swiftly gather the funds to purchase a vehicle. After all, time waits for no one, and a vehicle had become an indispensable tool for him. Chapter 25. The Auctioneer. Lu Yin. As the auction entered its intermission, the alluring host had departed, seemingly retreating backstage for a brief respite, which enveloped the venue in a momentary tranquility. People engaged in conversation or savored tea, the short recess allowing the atmosphere to soften slightly. Lin Feng did not hasten to leave. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings in search of personnel who could facilitate auction services. His mind was already made up. He had come not merely to admire the precious items, but also to present his own possession, a vial of enhancement fluid, hoping to secure a favorable outcome at this auction. Before long, Lin Feng encountered a staff member clad in uniform and succinctly articulated his purpose. The employee regarded him with a nod and led Lin Feng to a more secluded room. Inside sat an elderly gentleman with a shock of white hair. Despite his advanced years, he maintained a straight posture, his gaze sharp, radiating an exceptional vitality. Dressed in a finely tailored dark gray suit, the marks of time were evident on his face, yet he exuded an undeniable presence. Upon noticing Lin Feng's entrance, he offered a slight smile, his tone laced with curiosity. "Ah, young man, do you wish to auction an item?" He cast a glance at Lin Feng, seemingly skeptical that a newcomer, appearing so youthful, would possess anything of value. Lin Feng nodded slightly and produced a bottle of pale red enhancement liquid, placing it calmly upon the table. The liquid, tinged with a faint crimson hue, emanated a distinctive aroma, and one could even sense a subtle vibration. The old man's eyes widened in astonishment. Enhancement liquid? This is a treasure only the prominent figures of the new Capital S Inner District can possess. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the bottle, clearly intrigued by its contents. "Where did you acquire this?" A hint of unease laced the old man's voice, for this enhancement liquid held immense worth among the elite of New Capital, and he yearned to uncover Lin Feng's source. Observing the old man's reaction, Lin Feng felt a stir of realization. It was evident that this elder recognized the liquid's value. Yet he had no intention of revealing too much. He simply responded nonchalantly. This enhancement liquid is a personal possession of mine, with no particularly special origin. I merely intend to auction it. The elder scrutinized him, seemingly discerning something unusual in Lin Feng's gaze, a faint understanding dawning upon him. Yet he opted not to pry further, for this was not his concern. He sighed softly and continued, "Indeed, enhancement liquid is a remarkable commodity, capable of significantly enhancing one's physical attributes and fetching a handsome price. Rest assured, the affluent do place great importance on enhancement liquid, as it rarely finds its way into the outer district auction houses." Lin Feng, already prepared, mused to himself, "I am aware, it is indeed a scarce item, seldom seen in the marketplace. Might I request your assistance in appraising the approximate value of this enhancement liquid?" The elderly man pondered for a moment, then reached out to sweep aside the paper napkins on the table, grasping the bottle of enhancement liquid with care, scrutinizing it intently. After a brief interval, he placed the bottle down and nodded slightly. "If you truly wish to auction this liquid, I estimate its value to be between 1,500 to 3,000 Singapore dollars. However, this is contingent upon the level of interest from the auction participants. After all, this item does not possess the immediate demonstrative power of a weapon, nor does it yield instantaneous effects like certain pharmaceuticals. It embodies potential, which may lead many to hesitate." Upon hearing this price range, Lin Feng felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared the enhancement liquid held considerable value. If it could reach this price, he would swiftly accumulate the funds necessary for purchasing a vehicle. "Very well, I understand," Lin Feng responded with a nod. "I shall entrust it to you." Hoping for a prompt auction, the elderly man smiled, exuding a sense of cautious assurance. "Rest assured, nothing in our auction remains unsold. Today happens to be auction day. Let Lu Yin showcase this bottle of enhancement liquid as the grand finale." In a short while, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and a figure clad in a resplendent red qipao gracefully entered. Her presence exuded an alluring charm, each step imbued with an irresistible magnetism. It was none other than the enchanting host of the auction, Lu Yin. Upon entering the room, her gaze instantly fell upon Lin Feng and the elderly man standing at the table, swiftly honing in on the bottle of enhancement liquid. Lu Yin's gaze flickered slightly, seemingly captivated by the vial before her. However, she refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, she offered a gentle smile and softly inquired, "I have heard that a vial of enhancement liquid is to be auctioned today. Is this the one?" The elderly man nodded, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, Lu Yin. It will serve as the grand finale of today's auction, bringing it to a splendid conclusion. What are your thoughts?" Lu Yin stepped closer, delicately lifting the vial of enhancement liquid to scrutinize the pale red liquid within. Her movements were graceful and composed, as if everything lay within her control. After a moment, she raised her gaze to meet Lin Feng's eyes and remarked, "Young man, this enhancement liquid is undoubtedly rare. Do you intend to entrust me with its auction?" Lin Feng nodded, having made his decision in his heart. "Yes, I hope this enhancement liquid will fetch a good price under your stewardship." Lu Yin chuckled softly, a glimmer of appreciation crossing her features. "Indeed, you possess discerning eyes. Such an item, showcased in our auction house, will undoubtedly pique the interest of many." She glanced at the elderly man and then back at Lin Feng, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, it will certainly command a good price today." Though Lin Feng found her words comforting, he understood that the success of the auction ultimately depended on whether the buyers present were willing to offer a substantial sum. After all, to many affluent buyers, enhancement liquid was merely a speculative investment, lacking the immediate efficacy of weapons or pharmaceuticals. Lu Yin gently placed the bottle back on the table and turned to the elderly man, saying, "Then I shall arrange for it to be the grand finale of the auction. Today's event would be incomplete without it." Her double entendre revealed her unwavering confidence in the sale of this liquid. The old man nodded slightly, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. "In that case, I leave it in your capable hands, Lu Yin." With a gentle smile, Lu Yin cast a subtle glance at Lin Feng. "Just wait, I assure you. Today's auction will exceed your expectations." After uttering these words, she gracefully departed from the room, as if a breeze had swept through, leaving no trace behind. Lin Feng gazed at her retreating figure, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. Though he understood that the outcome of the auction was unpredictable, he felt content knowing he had done all within his power. The rest would be left to the passage of time to reveal. The old man smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, and indicated that Lin Feng could take a moment to rest until the auction commenced. Lin Feng turned and exited the room. Returning to the venue, he found a corner to sit in, surveying the crowd around him. This place was starkly different from the container residential area. The people here seemed to live with a sense of stability, a stark contrast to the hardships of the apocalypse. Yet for Lin Feng, all of this was merely a transitional phase. His goal remained crystal clear: to acquire a vehicle, enhance his mobility, and break free from his current predicament as soon as possible. As time elapsed, the auction finally approached its concluding phase, and Lin Feng waited anxiously for the moment his enhancement liquid would be presented. Chapter 26. The Enchanting Lu Yin. As the auction approached its conclusion, Lin Feng's mood began to grow increasingly tense. Lu Yin, with her alluring figure, once again graced the auction stage, and the atmosphere in the room subtly shifted the moment she appeared. Her beauty and charm seemed to captivate every gaze, drawing the entire focus of the gathering upon her. Clad in an exquisite red cheongsam, the garment was impeccably designed, accentuating her graceful curves and perfectly outlining her silhouette. Her long black hair was casually styled into an elegant updo, with a few strands cascading alluringly over her shoulders, enhancing her enchanting allure. Her eyes, deep and enticing, sparkled with an intensity that appeared to penetrate the very souls of those who beheld her, effortlessly ensnaring the hearts of every man present. Standing on the auction platform, she gently raised the microphone, a faint smile gracing her lips, as her melodious voice resonated throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to present to you the crowning treasure of this auction, a bottle of exceedingly rare enhancement liquid. Her tone was soft yet magnetic, each word laced with an irresistible charm. The buyers below swiftly turned their heads, their gazes converging upon the delicate bottle of pale pink liquid she held. Lu Yin slowly lifted the vial from its tray, allowing the liquid within to shimmer faintly under the lights. Her fingers, long and delicate, cradled the bottle with a gentle grace, every movement exuding elegance and seduction. This enhancement liquid promised to significantly amplify physical capabilities with continued use. It could even transcend the limits of the human body, making it a coveted treasure among the elite of the new capital district. Lu Yin's voice was low and alluring, her gaze sweeping across the venue as if every individual fixated upon her could sense the weight of her words. The starting price for this enhanced liquid was set at 1,500 Singapore dollars, inviting bids from all who were interested. As her voice fell, Lin Feng felt his heart quicken. 1,500 Singapore dollars was a price he could accept. Yet he understood that the atmosphere of this auction and Lu Yin's captivating presence were the pivotal factors in securing a high bid. Who will bid 1,500 Singapore dollars? Lu Yin smiled softly, her eyes gliding like silk across the room, her gaze laced with a hint of provocation, enticing everyone to join the competition. For a brief moment, the hall was enveloped in silence, but it was soon shattered by a voice proclaiming 1,600 Singapore dollars. Lu Yin's smile widened, a flicker of delight flashing in her eyes. 1,600 Singapore dollars. Is there a higher bid? Going once at 1,600 Singapore dollars. Her voice resonated with rhythm, each word akin to an incantation, echoing in the air and urging the prospective buyers to make their choices. 1,700 Singapore dollars. Another voice emerged, the bid rising swiftly. Lu Yin adeptly arched an eyebrow, her gaze fixed upon the bidder. 1,700 Singapore dollars. An excellent offer indeed. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid further? Lin Feng stood to the side, observing the unfolding scene. He refrained from participating, quietly watching the progress of the auction. Lu Yin's hosting style is truly admirable. Her enchanting tone, along with every subtle movement and gaze, seems to manipulate the atmosphere of the venue, continuously elevating the perceived value of the enhancement potion. 1,800 Singapore dollars. As a buyer's voice resonates, the bidding intensifies once more. 1,800 Singapore dollars, once. 1,800 Singapore dollars, twice. Lu Yin's tone gradually shifts to one of tension and excitement, aware that the price of the potion is surpassing its intrinsic worth. 1,900 Singapore dollars. The bids flood in like a tidal wave, with buyers eagerly raising their paddles, clearly indicating that the potion has garnered considerable interest. A satisfied smile graces Lu Yin's face, akin to that of a hunter capturing its prey. as she continues to coolly expedite the auction. 1900 Singapore dollars. Once. 1900 Singapore dollars. Twice. Just as the auction's ambience reaches a crescendo, Lu Yan's gentle chime leaves the entire audience breathless. 1900 Singapore dollars. 3 times. Sold. With a swift strike of the gavel, the auction concludes successfully. The room erupts in applause, and the buyer beams with satisfaction, evidently pleased with the price. Meanwhile, Lin Feng breathes a sigh of relief upon witnessing the successful sale of the enhancement potion. A car can now be purchased. As the auction draws to a close and the attendees retreat to the lounge, Lu Yan's voice, soft and alluring, resonates. Well, handsome. The final price of this enhancement potion must have exceeded your expectations. The woman possesses a graceful stature, her curves exquisite. Each step she takes resembles a note dancing upon the stage, elegant and imbued with allure. As she approached Lin Feng, everything around them seemed to blur into oblivion. She lowered her head slightly, drawing closer to him, her faint fragrance stirring his senses. With a teasing smile, she gracefully twisted her body and settled beside Lin Feng, deliberately or inadvertently inching closer to him. You are so young, yet you managed to earn such a sum from this auction. That is quite remarkable, Lu Yan remarked, her voice retaining its gentle tone, yet laced with playful intrigue. At such a tender age, acquiring so much wealth. I'm curious, how did you achieve that? Her eyes sparkled, seemingly guiding the conversation with a hint of flirtation. The intoxicating aroma surrounding her intensified, perpetually capturing Lin Feng's attention. She slightly pouted her crimson lips, her smile enchanting and beguiling. However, young handsome, it is not easy to remain in a place like this at your age. You must be cautious. Lin Feng had intended to respond to her remarks with composure, yet her actions left him somewhat flustered. He turned his face slightly, striving to maintain his calm demeanor, but an involuntary warmth surged within him. I merely engage in some simple transactions, he stammered, feeling a wave of unease, his cheeks tinged with crimson. I do not wish to draw any unnecessary attention. Lu Yan chuckled softly, the curvature of her lips becoming increasingly alluring. What if you do attract attention? In the upper echelons of Xindu, who hasn't he employed certain means to ascend to greater heights? She leaned in closer, her gaze locking with Lin Feng's, her voice low and resonant, almost palpable with the insinuation behind her words. If one possesses the capability, who truly cares about the opinions of others? Lin Feng's heart raced, his cheeks flushed, as he felt every nerve in his being tugged by Lu Yan's words. He hurriedly turned his head, seeking to evade the hold of her gaze. His tone slightly hurried. I merely wish to purchase a car first, to resolve some practical matters. Lu Yan, seemingly in no rush to depart, scrutinized Lin Feng with an even deeper gaze, a playful smile gracing her lips. A car? She arched an eyebrow, clearly aware of the challenge it posed. With a light laugh, she extended her delicate finger towards Lin Feng. Yet, you must possess sufficient ability to achieve these aspirations, for you are no ordinary individual, capable of acquiring such enhancement fluids. Her eyes shimmered with anticipation, as if awaiting Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng bit his lips slightly, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Yet he understood the necessity of remaining unfazed by Lu Yan's allure. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. All of this is the result of my hard work. I only hope to accomplish more through my own efforts. Lu Yan paused, seemingly taken aback by Lin Feng's composed reply. Her initial intention had been to elicit a crack in his facade through her charm, yet Lin Feng's resilience left her with a sense of provocation. She smiled softly, rising gracefully to adjust the folds of her qipao. My dear handsome, you are indeed an intriguing individual. I have an affinity for men with ambition. Her voice was soft yet imbued with an air of mystery. However, remember to tread carefully when navigating the rules of this place. The survival laws of the new city are far from straightforward. Should you possess any treasures, do not hesitate to seek me out. Her gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a brief moment, as if assessing his reaction, before she slowly turned and departed. Lin Feng remained seated, enveloped by an inexplicable sense of pressure. Although he comprehended the meaning behind Lu Yan's words, he was determined not to be swayed by her. Taking a deep breath, he glanced down at the bag of money he had earned from auctioning off the enhancement liquid, his mind forging a new resolution. Acquiring a vehicle had become his most pressing ambition. Chapter 27. The accumulation yard. As dusk began to settle, Lin Feng returned to his dilapidated metal shack. The wind outside howled, causing the tin to emit mournful sounds. He placed his backpack on the ground and began to unpack his earnings from the day, 3 bulging bags of fresh currency. His gaze fell upon the sacks, and with meticulous care, he counted his hard-won first fortune, which had surged from an initial 200 new coins to an impressive 4,240 new coins. This should suffice for purchasing a vehicle, he mused, a flicker of anticipation illuminating his eyes as a smile unconsciously graced his lips. At that moment, Xiaohei lay curled up on a tattered blanket in the corner of the room, ears perked and eyes fixed on Lin Feng's every move, as if also scrutinizing his master. After organizing his money, Lin Feng stretched lazily before reclining on his small bed. Though the sheets were tattered and the mattress lacked softness, this modest space was undeniably his own sanctuary. Lin Feng closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The realm of dreams was starkly different from reality. He resided in a luxurious villa, surrounded by opulence that was warm and inviting. The air was fragrant, and he held a lovely wife in his arms. Their gazes met with smiles, brimming with boundless happiness and contentment. How wonderful it would be to have such a day. Lin Feng softly murmured in his dream, the sensation of bliss growing increasingly vivid. However, upon awakening, the sounds of the wind rattling the tin roof and the chill seeping through the walls greeted him. As dawn broke, Lin Feng opened his eyes to the persistent cold of the room. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the tin structure, casting light upon his somewhat weary visage. He stretched languidly, a trace of the dream's smile lingering on his lips. Reflecting briefly on the beautiful dream of the previous night, he smacked his lips, contemplating, if that day were to come, then he must strive even harder. Taking a deep breath, he rose, his heart set with new goals and direction. Today, Lin Feng was no longer the aimless youth he once was. He had transformed into a warrior, diligently advancing towards his dreams. He understood that this journey would not be easy, yet only through relentless effort could he embrace a glorious future. After a simple tidying of himself, he grasped 3 bags of new currency, his heart filled with purpose for the day, an accumulation yard. This was the location Lin Yu had mentioned. Situated not far from the auction house, rumored to be frequented by many who traded in second-hand vehicles, Lin Feng packed his belongings, took his small companion, and prepared to embark on his journey. The storage yard was indeed not far from the auction site. Following Lin Yu's guidance, Lin Feng quickly located the area. As he stepped into that expanse, the sight before him caused him to furrow his brow slightly. It was a stretch of sandy terrain, devoid of any greenery, with the vast sands reflecting a blinding glare under the sun. The air was thick with the scents of dust and gasoline. Scattered around were numerous abandoned car frames. Left to decay, their rusted metal surfaces intertwined with cracked rubber tires, forming a desolate tableau. The car frames were either completely collapsed or partially so, presenting a picture of utter ruin. Xiaohei, clearly intrigued by the barren sandy expanse, leaped eagerly onto the sand, tilting its head to emit excited barks, then spread its limbs wide, as if completely immersed in the unrestrained freedom of this boundless terrain. However, Lin Feng paid little heed to this. His gaze was resolute as he walked towards the heart of the sandy area, which seemed to be the core of the storage yard. Not long after, he came upon 5 makeshift metal shanties, exuding a strong industrial ambience. Several figures were bustling about the vicinity. Some were sorting through scrap materials, others were mending old machinery, while a few were meticulously selecting various metal components. As he approached one of the metal shanties, Lin Feng observed a heap of disordered parts and scrap piled at the entrance, where a few individuals clad in simple work attire were engaged in quiet conversation, occasionally picking up tools to repair damaged vehicle components. The air was suffused with the metallic scent and the haze of welding smoke, lending the entire site a particularly oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a man passed by, a middle-aged individual with a dark complexion and a robust physique, clad in a work uniform stained with oil. He gripped a wrench in his hand, appearing to be a regular presence in this vicinity. Upon noticing Lin Feng's approach, he halted, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Feng with a hint of wariness. Looking to purchase a vehicle? The middle-aged man assessed Lin Feng with a somewhat unfriendly demeanor, his grip on the wrench indicating his familiarity with repair work. Lin Feng, undeterred, met the man's gaze and nodded. Yes, I would like to take a look around first, to see if there is something suitable. The man's expression faltered for a moment, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's response. This young man did not exude an air of wealth. He lacked the extravagance typically associated with affluent individuals. The influential figures from the outer district were well known to him, and this young man did not fit the usual profile of a car buyer. However, the man's demeanor quickly softened into a smile, his vigilance seemingly easing. Very well. Since you wish to explore, feel free to look around. He paused momentarily, as if contemplating something, before softly adding, I will take you to meet my boss. Chapter 28. The portly boss under the guidance of the dark-skinned man. Lin Feng followed him through several corrugated iron shanties. The narrow passages between the shanties were cluttered with disordered parts and discarded machinery, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of rusted metal and oil. As they ventured further, the surrounding environment gradually descended into tranquility, and the chaotic heaps of debris slowly vanished, giving way to an expanse of sandy terrain. Lin Feng's gaze widened with the unfolding path ahead. He observed a multitude of vehicles parked upon the sandy ground: sedans, trucks, SUVs, pickups, and in the distance, several vans that appeared to have been modified for living. Although the exteriors of these vehicles bore the marks of time, their condition was evidently superior to the dilapidated frames strewn about the junkyard. While the bodies exhibited some scratches and the tires appeared somewhat worn, they remained relatively intact. In stark contrast to the refuse in the junkyard, this place undoubtedly represented a genuine marketplace. The dark-skinned man continued to lead Lin Feng, traversing the sandy expanse until they arrived before a more refined structure. The building, though not particularly large, exuded an air of gravitas and sophistication. The exterior, adorned with sleek metallic decorations, was both simple and elegant, and solar panels perched atop the roof created a striking contrast against the surrounding dilapidation, clearly indicating a locale engaged in consistent commercial activity. Upon arrival, the dark-skinned man halted, turned to Lin Feng, and spoke with a tone that had shifted from previous vigilance to a more professional neutrality. This is our sales center. If you wish to inspect the vehicles, it is here. Lin Feng nodded, casting a grateful glance at him, inwardly sighing in relief. Before long, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed at the entrance, and out stepped a man adorned in an exceedingly extravagant manner. He was portly, yet his suit fit him impeccably, the fabric's creases held sharply in place. This man, a cigar clenched between his teeth, surveyed his surroundings through dark sunglasses. Trailing behind him was a woman clad in a professional sales outfit. She was strikingly beautiful but kept her head bowed, exuding an air of timidity, occasionally stealing glances at the rotund man beside her. The corpulent boss raised his hand to his face, forcefully removing his sunglasses to reveal a pair of round, glistening eyes, sharp yet tempered with a hint of approachability. He turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. Young man, what sort of vehicle are you interested in purchasing? His tone was measured, imbued with a subtle sense of pressure, yet laced with curiosity. Upon perceiving this, Lin Feng formed a general impression. It was evident that this jovial yet imposing figure was a leader in this establishment, possessing a certain stature and aura. He offered a slight smile and replied candidly, I wish to examine vehicles suitable for transporting goods. At this, the portly boss erupted into hearty laughter, as though he had heard a most amusing suggestion, his belly quaking with mirth, producing a hissing sound. Oh, a vehicle for transporting goods? He licked his lips, appraising Lin Feng, before turning and clapping his hands, signaling the woman and several staff members. Let us venture to the sandy area and see if we can find an appropriate truck. Let us discover what kind of little beauty this young man wishes to select. Haha. The plump proprietor turned to Lin Feng, beaming with a broad smile. Do not be misled by the shabby appearance of this place. The vehicles we offer here possess remarkable performance, particularly those designated for hauling, which have all been meticulously selected by us. Lin Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging that although the proprietor's claims seemed somewhat exaggerated, his enthusiasm had indeed put Lin Feng at ease. Here, he should be able to find a vehicle that suits his needs. They exited the sales area and stepped into the expansive sandy terrain. The sun shone brightly overhead, yet the environment was evidently more open, with a neat array of various vehicles parked in orderly lines. Some vehicles appeared somewhat dated in style, but it was clear they had undergone certain refurbishments. The emphasis here was on practicality, with many vehicles even modified for diverse purposes. Come, let us take a look. The jovial proprietor urged, leading Lin Feng to a more spacious section where several clearly modified trucks were stationed. The trucks boasted robust lines, wide tires, and seemingly durable cargo sections, clearly engineered for the transportation of goods. These trucks are designed for hauling, featuring commendable performance and assured quality. Capable of handling heavy loads with ease, the proprietor explained, gesturing towards a deep green truck. This particular model is equipped with the latest engine technology, boasting low fuel consumption and ample power, while its cargo area has been reinforced to meet most transportation demands. Lin Feng scrutinized the vehicle carefully. Indeed, there were no visible signs of damage, and the wheels and chassis appeared relatively sturdy. Although the exterior lacked opulence, it certainly represented an excellent choice for transportation purposes. He crouched down to inspect the underside of the vehicle. The structure appeared remarkably robust, seemingly well suited for prolonged use. This car looks quite appealing. What is the price? Lin Feng inquired. The portly proprietor stroked his chin and chuckled. As for the price, this one is 7,000 Singapore dollars. The condition is excellent, well maintained. If you wish to enhance some features, both power and comfort can be improved, though the price will increase accordingly. He paused momentarily before continuing. Rest assured, all the vehicles here have undergone our stringent selection process. You will not purchase a problematic car. A wave of unease washed over Lin Feng. Although the vehicle was in good condition, the quoted price of 7,000 Singapore dollars was indeed astonishing. Chapter 29, An Unexpected Price. According to the information provided by Lin Yu, sedans typically range from 2,000 to 3,000 Singapore dollars, while vans should fall within the 4,000 to 5,000 Singapore dollar bracket. Clearly, this price exceeded his expectations. He contemplated his current financial situation. The 4,240 Singapore dollars he possessed was insufficient to cover the cost of the vehicle. Moreover, if he were to expend all his funds on the car, the ensuing financial strain would be considerable. Maintaining an air of calm, he furrowed his brow slightly and remarked softly, "This seems a bit steep. Perhaps we should explore other options." The rotund owner beamed even more brightly, evidently unaware of Lin Feng's reservations. He clapped his hands and waved his chubby fingers. My young friend, all these cars are of high quality and the prices are fair. Do not worry, we have a plethora of vehicles here. Come, let us take a look at this section as well." With that, he turned and led Lin Feng towards another area where vehicles were parked. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart, yet he had no choice but to follow the portly proprietor. He understood that when faced with the rhetoric of such a businessman, he needed to tread carefully, ensuring that he did not allow the present enthusiasm to cloud his judgment. The rotund salesman seemed in no rush to make a sale, instead guiding him leisurely to a row of trucks that appeared somewhat more modest. These vehicles were less expensive. Although they lacked the allure of that new model, their condition was satisfactory, making them suitable for light transportation tasks. As the proprietor spoke, he gestured towards a deep crimson truck. Its exterior bore signs of age, yet the tires appeared relatively new, and the cargo area was not excessively dirty or disordered. This one is priced at 4,500 Singapore dollars, economical and practical. Lin Feng assessed the truck, while its appearance did not captivate him as much as the deep green vehicle. He considered that the price might warrant further contemplation. The condition of this truck was somewhat better than he had anticipated. The body was sturdy, and the chassis showed no significant issues. Although its engine and specifications might not be as sophisticated as those of the previous model, it should suffice for his current needs. Following closely behind the portly proprietor, Lin Feng's exterior remained composed, despite the unease brewing within. He examined several vehicles with care, making thorough evaluations. Yet each one exceeded his budget. The deep crimson truck, indeed, was in commendable condition, and at a price of 4,500 Singapore dollars. It was significantly more affordable than the $7,000 vehicle. However, considering the 4,240 SGD at his disposal, it still fell short of affording the vehicle. Subsequently, he scrutinized several sedans and SUVs. The prices of the sedans ranged between 3,000 and 4,000 SGD, with those in good condition hovering around 4,000 SGD, while the slightly inferior ones were approximately 2,500 SGD. Most of these sedans appeared well maintained, exuding a sense of cleanliness. Yet they did not meet Lin Feng's requirements in terms of structure and power. He then strolled past a row of parked SUVs. Although their robust designs rendered them more suitable for challenging terrains, some even boasted four-wheel drive. Their prices typically hovered around 5,000 SGD, a considerable expenditure for Lin Feng. However, as his gaze lingered on a line of motorhomes, a pang of anxiety struck him. These motorhomes exuded an air of luxury. featuring spacious interiors and glimpses of opulent amenities. Despite their allure, the price left Lin Feng astounded, 10,000 SGD. This amount was more than double his available funds. Completely out of his consideration, Lin Feng took a deep breath, feeling somewhat disoriented. Although the vehicles before him appeared appealing, whether sedans, SUVs, or trucks, their prices loomed as a heavy burden. The motorhomes, in particular, seemed utterly unattainable, nearly extinguishing his interest in continuing his search. "Well, how is it, young man?" The jovial proprietor approached, rubbing his hands together, his face alight with a smile, as if foreseeing a prosperous deal. "Which vehicle has captured your interest? Feel free to browse. All the cars here are of excellent quality and reasonably priced." Lin Feng paused, a wave of anxiety washing over him, particularly given his current financial situation. He found himself unable to make a decision. He spoke softly, "These cars are quite impressive, but my budget is somewhat tight. Could you perhaps lower the price a bit?" The chubby boss's smile faltered for a moment, seemingly taken aback by the inquiry. However, he quickly regained his composure, squinting his eyes as he chuckled. "Ah, my young friend. These are all fine vehicles and cannot be discounted lightly. If you truly have a fondness for one, we can negotiate a bit on the price, but I assure you, this rate is already quite favorable." Lin Feng understood that it would be challenging to negotiate a lower price with such a steadfast businessman. Even if there was room for discussion, it would not amount to a significant reduction. "Let me take another look," he murmured, his gaze betraying a hint of hesitation. Noticing this, the chubby boss beamed even more brightly, evidently having anticipated Lin Feng's uncertainty. He nodded and gestured towards a nearby row of more ordinary trucks, saying, "No worries. My young friend, let us explore those over there. They come at a lower price and boast excellent value." He prepared to lead Lin Feng to another section of vehicles, his face adorned with a carefree smile. Standing in place, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. He had clearly underestimated the market prices. With a budget of 4,240 Singapore dollars to purchase a vehicle, he had initially believed he could select a suitable small truck, only to discover that even the most basic models exceeded his expectations. Chapter 30. Conflict. He had not intended to trouble Lin Yu, as she had already assisted him numerous times. "Initially, I had come to the accumulation area with the hope that my 4,240 Singapore dollars would suffice to acquire a small truck. To my astonishment, the price of the vehicle was far beyond my expectations." The rotund proprietor retained his radiant smile, yet as he turned to escort Lin Feng to view other vehicles, he abruptly realized that Lin Feng had not followed in his wake. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he noticed Lin Feng still standing in place, his countenance marked by a semblance of gravity. "What troubles you, young man? Have none of the vehicles here captured your interest?" His tone bore a hint of impatience, clearly perceiving Lin Feng as merely a fastidious customer. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Lin Feng scratched his head, internally conflicted, yet resolved to sidestep certain inquiries to prevent the corpulent owner from further promoting unsuitable vehicles. "I still need to ponder this. Perhaps I shall return another day," he replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The moment the words escaped his lips, the proprietor's demeanor shifted dramatically. His smile vanished without a trace, replaced by an unmistakably frosty expression. A glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes, revealing his discontent with Lin Feng's response. The sudden chill emanating from the proprietor enveloped Lin Feng, as the situation swiftly diverged from his expectations. His tone grew increasingly somber. "Ponder? It appears you are incapable of affording anything and are merely toying with me." Lin Feng's heart sank. He had not anticipated such a sudden and harsh change in the proprietor's demeanor, indicating his utter frustration with Lin Feng's suggestion to return later. Meanwhile, the small figure of Xiao He, standing beside Lin Feng, seemed to sense the palpable tension in the atmosphere. Its ears suddenly perked up, and its vigilant eyes fixated on the corpulent boss, while its body crouched slightly, and its tail curled with a hint of tension, poised to enter a state of alertness. The dog's acute senses immediately detected the hostility emanating from the man. It let out a low growl, a deep and foreboding sound. This unexpected shift momentarily stunned the hefty boss, causing his gaze to flicker. Yet, he remained visibly irate. "After I've introduced you for so long, you think you can leave without spending a dime?" He glared at Lin Feng, his eyes sharp as blades, seemingly convinced in an instant that Lin Feng was not a genuine buyer, but rather a customer with ill intentions. A knot tightened in Lin Feng's chest, as he felt an overwhelming pressure of being trapped, from the tone and expression of the fat boss. It was evident that this man had no intention of letting him go. Just as Lin Feng prepared to explain, the boss waved his hand and coldly commanded, "Someone, take him down. I want to see how much money this brat has brought to my establishment." No sooner had the words left his mouth than two burly men beside him strode toward Lin Feng, their eyes fierce and their steps heavy. A wave of dread washed over Lin Feng as he realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The response from the little black dog was instantaneous. It rose without hesitation, its back slightly arched, eyes wide and round, baring its sharp teeth as if to warn the approaching men to stay away. The two men halted abruptly, frowning slightly as they exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. The corpulent boss observed coldly from the side, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He clearly remained unfazed by the threats posed by the young man, turning to the two burly men and instructing, "Do not be afraid. It is merely a dog." With a wave of his hand, he signaled them to continue advancing toward Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had no intention of causing trouble, the approach of the two imposing figures tightened his chest momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. A glimmer flickered in his gaze, but there was no trace of panic within him. Despite the formidable appearance of the two men, Lin Feng understood that, should a confrontation arise, he was far from the fragile being they presumed him to be. "Is it you two?" Lin Feng smiled slightly, his tone relaxed and confident. "Are you intending to threaten me?" The two burly men appeared taken aback by Lin Feng's reaction, a hint of hesitation flashing in their eyes, yet they continued to advance. The corpulent boss stood aside, sneering at the unfolding scene, seemingly convinced that Lin Feng would soon submit. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that he was not an ordinary individual devoid of resources. Since the apocalypse had begun, he had faced countless life and death struggles. Moreover, the hidden needle in his sleeve and the power and speed bestowed upon him by the enhancement fluid instilled him with confidence in the face of this predicament. In the instant the two men drew near, Lin Feng's reaction was swifter than anyone else's. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently bent his knees and launched himself into the air in a fleeting moment, his legs extending with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey, delivering a powerful sweep aimed squarely at one of the burly man's side. At this moment, Lin Feng's movements were as swift as lightning. The two burly men scarcely had time to react before he effortlessly evaded them. One of the men, caught completely off guard, could not fathom such a sudden onslaught. He felt a tremendous force collide with him from the side, causing him to lose his balance instantly, as if a mountain were crumbling, and he fell to the ground with a muffled grunt. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's steps scarcely faltered as he glided like a specter around to the back of the other burly man. The latter had yet to regain his senses when Lin Feng, utilizing a clever rotational force, seized the man's shoulder and yanked him forcefully, sending him crashing to the ground. The two burly men had no time to react. They were manipulated by Lin Feng as if they were mere puppets. The only sounds that lingered in the air were their clumsy falls. The fat boss's smile froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Xiao Hei's reaction was equally noteworthy. Having anxiously circled around Lin Feng, upon witnessing his master being besieged, it transitioned from a low growl to an all-out charge. It swiftly skated across the ground, and, upon reaching the fallen men, opened its gaping maw and lunged for one man's ankle with ferocious intent. The fallen burly man screamed in pain, struggling fiercely, but Xiao Hei clamped down on his ankle, refusing to relent. These two men were formidable enforcers under the fat boss. How could they possibly have been rendered helpless by a mere youth? "Why you?" the fat boss stammered. Lin Feng came to a halt, a cold smile gracing his lips, while a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He had no intention of truly confronting these individuals. Rather, he sought to demonstrate that the young man before them was not easily intimidated. "Remember," Lin Feng's voice resonated with a low, menacing tone. "I have come here merely to inspect the vehicles. Since you have been so enthusiastic in presenting me with a selection, I shall certainly consider them. However, should you dare to show me further disrespect, I would not hesitate to ensure you feel the consequences." Lin Feng extended his hand to grasp the collar of the black dog, signaling it to release its grip. The dog obediently unclenched its teeth, raising its head to issue a low warning glance at the rotund proprietor. The proprietor's expression instantly darkened, his face turning a shade of iron as he fought to suppress his inner fury, yet he dared not unleash it upon Lin Feng. Recognizing that both of his subordinates had been bested, Lin Feng perceived a flicker of cold malice in the proprietor's gaze, but he paid it no heed. offering a cold smirk as he held onto the dog's collar, preparing to turn away. The proprietor managed to force a smile, maintaining a facade of congeniality. Yet the chill in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Very well, since you insist, we shall consider today's events settled. He spoke with a hint of sarcasm, his gaze slicing through Lin Feng's retreating figure like a razor. But remember, young man, there is no one who remains invincible forever. Your performance today has certainly caught my attention. Lin Feng did not glance back. He merely replied with indifference, if you truly believe you possess such capabilities, you are always welcome to seek me out. With that, he strode out of the sandy expanse, accompanied by the black dog. As Lin Feng departed, the proprietor's smile finally vanished, replaced by a profound and chilling darkness. A heavy shadow seems to envelop the air, instantly silencing the ambience around. The corpulent proprietor has already placed this young upstart on his death list, preparing to eliminate him completely. Chapter 31. The Radiant Sun Group. Lin Feng and Xiao He departed from the accumulation yard, navigating the dust-laden path towards Lin Yu's residence. Lin Feng was acutely aware that the conflict with the corpulent proprietor at the accumulation yard was far from resolved. Perhaps further troubles awaited him. He quickened his pace, leading Xiao He through several streets until they finally arrived at the modest building where Lin Yu resided. As they approached the entrance, Lin Feng discerned the sound of low, somber conversations emanating from within. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld Lin Yu seated on the sofa in the living room, flanked by two men, one of whom was Zhao Dian. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Lin Yu greeted him with a gentle smile. You have arrived. How is it? Did everything go smoothly at the accumulation yard? However, Lin Feng noticed that Zhao Dian seemed to furrow his brow for a fleeting moment, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng. There was a hint of wariness in his eyes, as if he were pondering something, seemingly recognizing Lin Feng's face, yet unable to recall where he had seen it before. Lin Feng entered the living room and remarked, the situation in the vehicle market is far more intricate than I had anticipated. The prices are significantly higher than I expected, and I may need to devise alternative strategies. Prices are high. Lin Yu responded with a touch of surprise. You are looking to purchase a truck, aren't you? Indeed. The vehicle market's prices have risen considerably. But fear not, did I not mention? We have channels that can procure them at a more reasonable rate. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to an unfamiliar figure beside her, a middle-aged man clad in a dark suit, exuding an air of cold detachment. Lin Yu seemed to recall something, a faint smile gracing her lips. This was Wang Dong, a member of the Yao Yang group, whose acquaintances might prove advantageous. Lin Feng observed Wang Dong, seated on the sofa before him, noting the impeccably tailored dark suit that adorned the man, his demeanor austere, radiating an aura that demanded respect. Lin Yu's introduction made it clear that this individual was evidently one of the core members of the Yao Yang group. Since he was recommended by her, Lin Feng felt inclined to forego any formality. Wang Dong, noticing the apparent camaraderie between Lin Yu and Lin Feng, promptly extended his hand with a welcoming smile, saying, I am Wang Dong. Lin Yu mentioned that you are currently in search of a vehicle. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Lin Feng felt a wave of reassurance at Wang Dong's friendly demeanor. Given Lin Yu's personal endorsement, there was no need for excessive reticence. He reciprocated the handshake, introducing himself succinctly, I am Lin Feng. At that moment, Zhao Dian's expression turned somewhat enigmatic. He furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Before inquiring with a hint of confusion, Lin Feng, have we met somewhere before? He scrutinized Lin Feng, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. Lin Feng felt a stir within him, realizing that Zhao Jian might indeed remember him, particularly concerning Li Qingzhu and her ailing child, whom he had once assisted at the market. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, responding, yes, you might recall that day when I helped a mother and her child at the market. The child fell ill, and I offered my assistance. Zhao Dian's eyes brightened slightly as he finally pieced together the memory. His brow relaxed a fraction, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his gaze. With a tone tinged with nostalgia, he remarked, so it was you. No wonder it feels so familiar. That day, I advised you against intervening because the child's condition was indeed quite dire. Yet, you persisted. As he spoke, a barely perceptible admiration crept into his voice. But soon he fell silent, seemingly reflecting on the events of that day. Lin Feng chuckled softly and replied, everyone is entitled to their own choices. I believe that doing what I can is far better than doing nothing at all. He paused for a moment and added, moreover, we owe much to Lin Yu from your Yaoyang team. Without her, I fear that child's life would have been lost long ago. Upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, Lin Yu's lips curled into a gentle smile. She understood that his words were not an exaggeration. The child's situation was extremely critical, and many medical resources were already depleted. Yet, she had exerted every effort to save that life using her herbs and rudimentary equipment. "You all have done remarkably well," Zhao Jian interjected, his tone calm, yet resolute. "The child's survival is a testament to your unwavering dedication. It was truly worthwhile." Wang Dong observed their exchange silently, and once their conversation concluded, he interjected, "Lin Feng, you came to us today to purchase a vehicle, correct? You require a truck, do you not?" Wang Dong smiled slightly, seemingly oblivious to Lin Feng's hesitation, and continued, "I have a friend who sells vehicles at the storage yard. He is a decent fellow, offers fair prices, and the vehicles are in good condition. Wait a moment. I will take you to see. You should be able to find the truck you need." Lin Feng's gaze shifted slightly. Although Wang Dong's words flowed with an air of natural ease, a wave of unease stirred within him. The overweight boss he had encountered at the yard could not possibly be a friend of Wang Dong, could he? Lin Feng's emotions became rather complex. He wished to avoid complicating matters at this juncture, especially since he had already offended that hefty boss. If they were to cross paths again, it might very well lead to a confrontation. He instinctively stammered, "That friend you mentioned, he isn't quite a portly fellow, is he? Perhaps a bit rotund, wearing sunglasses?" Wang Dong paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Lin Feng's question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You must be referring to Wang Daong, right?" His tone carried a hint of curiosity, yet he did not display any overt surprise. Lin Feng's heart sank as he feared an imminent encounter with that overweight boss, anxiety creeping into his chest. However, Wang Dong's subsequent words allowed him to exhale in relief. "No, I am certainly not speaking of him." Wang Dong smiled slightly, appearing oblivious to Lin Feng's tension, and continued, "Rest assured, my friend is definitely not the sort of person that Wang Daong is." In an instant, Lin Feng's anxiety dissipated, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that the friend Wang Dong referred to was not the portly boss he had previously encountered at the yard, but rather a completely different individual. His spirits lifted slightly. "That is good," Lin Feng smiled, striving to appear at ease. "Since he is your friend, I shall rest assured." Wang Dong, observing this, seemed unperturbed by Lin Feng's reaction, and he nodded slightly. "Well, since you are reassured, let us go take a look together." At that moment, Zhao Jian interjected, "Lin Feng, since Wang Dong is assisting, you two should check out the accumulation site. I must lead the brothers to procure supplies." "Thank you for your help, Wang Dong," Lin Yu remarked, looking at the two. Wang Dong smiled and nodded, turning to walk towards the door. "We shall head there now." Chapter 32. Return to the accumulation site after bidding farewell to Zhao Jian, Lin Feng, and Lin Yu, accompanied by Xiao He, departed from Lin Yu's home and set off once more towards the accumulation site. Along the way, Wang Dong's stride was steady, and his tone was relaxed, as if he were thoroughly accustomed to the desolation surrounding them. Lin Feng appeared somewhat at ease as well, although a tinge of worry lingered in his heart. The knowledge that Wang Dong assured him his friend was not that rotund boss alleviated some of his burdens. Before long, Wang Dong guided him to a patch of sandy terrain, which was evidently smaller in scale compared to the domain of the rotund boss. While there were vehicles scattered about, their variety paled in comparison to the abundance found at the rotund boss's territory. Lin Feng cast a glance and observed several trucks, vans, and a few pickup trucks, all of which seemed to be in relatively good condition. However, it appeared that a greater number of older, second-hand vehicles were present, likely unmodified and perhaps offering better cost-effectiveness. "This is my friend's domain. Although the variety of vehicles is limited, each has been meticulously selected by him, ensuring minimal issues." Wang Dong gestured towards the cars before him as he explained. Just as he was conversing with Lin Feng, a middle-aged man approached from a distance. This man, of average stature, donned a simple work uniform, and his face bore the marks of time. Yet, his eyes revealed a shrewdness and caution that suggested he was the proprietor here. Upon noticing him, Wang Dong promptly stepped forward with warmth, raising his hand in greeting. Old Jiang, it has been a while. How has business been these past few days?" Wang Dong's tone was exceedingly cordial, as though they shared a profound camaraderie. The middle-aged man smiled, patting Wang Dong on the shoulder. "Wang Dong, you are always the most personable." "Yes, I have been busy, but seeing the person you've brought today, I presume there is a matter to discuss?" "Indeed, old Jiang. Allow me to introduce, Wang Dong chuckled, turning to gesture towards Lin Feng. This is Lin Feng, a friend of our Deputy Commander Lin Yu. He is here to inquire about purchasing a truck. Perhaps you could make some recommendations? Old Jiang nodded, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng. His smile remained, yet his eyes held a discerning glimmer. Familiar with Lin Yu, he softened his demeanor considerably. So you are a friend of Deputy Commander Lin Yu. A pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand towards Lin Feng, his tone imbued with warmth. I am Jiang Ming, but everyone calls me Old Jiang. You are seeking a truck? Rest assured, we have several fine options available. Please, take your time to choose. Lin Feng politely shook Jiang Ming's hand, smiling as he replied, Boss Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm here primarily to assess the condition of the trucks. Wang Dong mentioned that the vehicles here are quite reliable. Jiang Ming chuckled, reliable, indeed, but most of the trucks are somewhat aged. However, with a discerning eye, one can surely find a suitable option. The vehicles I offer have been meticulously selected by me, and their quality is generally sound. He gestured towards a row of trucks, adding, these few are in decent condition and fairly priced. Let me show you. Lin Feng nodded, feeling somewhat reassured, yet still carefully inspecting the vehicles. Noticing the scratches and a bit of rust on the truck bodies, he formed a preliminary judgment. These trucks had indeed seen some use. Yet they did not appear inferior to the newer models. At that moment, Wang Dong seemed a bit excited. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and remarked with a grin, You see, these trucks offer great value, perfect for those of us with limited budgets, haha. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, indicating that he would take his time to choose. Just then, Xiaohei began circling one of the trucks, seemingly intrigued by it. Lin Feng smiled slightly and gestured to Lao Jiang. That truck looks quite suitable. May I take it for a test drive? Lao Jiang, noticing Lin Feng's interest in the silver delivery truck, displayed a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. With a gentle smile, he retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Lin Feng, saying, This truck is one of the finest I have here. Although it has a few years behind it, I have personally fine-tuned it, and its condition remains excellent. Feel free to take it for a spin. If it meets your needs, then it shall suffice. Lin Feng took the key, nodded appreciatively, and then turned towards the vehicle. Xiaohei followed closely behind, leaping into the driver's cabin alongside Lin Feng. The silver-white van stood out somewhat against the sandy terrain. Although the exterior bore signs of age, it retained a rugged simplicity. Lin Feng meticulously examined the various components of the vehicle. The interior of the driver's cabin was straightforward, with the dashboard devoid of unnecessary embellishments, featuring only essential buttons and instruments. Despite its slightly antiquated appearance, it was evident that the van had been well maintained, and the air inside remained relatively fresh. Meanwhile, Xiaohei began to gently sniff around the cabin, seemingly intrigued by the vehicle, occasionally glancing up at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly as he inserted the key into the door and started the engine. Chapter 33. The truck is acquired. With a deep rumble from the engine, the vehicle started smoothly. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback by the sensation inside. Despite its aged exterior, the engine's sound was remarkably steady, and the ride was surprisingly smooth. Not bad, Lin Feng murmured, gently maneuvering the steering wheel as the vehicle glided across the sandy ground. Xiaohei lay in the passenger seat, quietly observing the changes around them. Wang Dong stood nearby, a slight smile on his face. So how is it? The vehicle's condition seems satisfactory, right? Lin Feng nodded while adjusting the steering wheel. The condition is quite good, much better than I had anticipated. As he experimented with the acceleration, he noted the smoothness of the increase in speed and the responsiveness of the brakes, with the overall performance aligning well with his expectations. Old Jiang stood beside the vehicle, a smile gracing his face. I have maintained this car for quite some time. Both the engine and chassis have been thoroughly inspected, and there are no issues. If you find it suitable, we can certainly negotiate the price. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment, continuing to drive the car in circles on the sandy terrain, assessing its performance. Ultimately, he reduced his speed and came to a halt, having reached a decision. The vehicle felt promising. After stopping, Lin Feng turned to Old Jiang and inquired, How much is this car? Old Jiang chuckled lightly, appearing quite at ease. Since you are a friend of Wang Dong, I won't charge you more than necessary. 3,800 Singapore dollars, firm price. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, a wave of excitement surging within him. This price was utterly beyond his expectations. He had initially contemplated that if the vehicle were priced around 4,200 Singapore dollars, he would not hesitate to part with his money. Even if it meant enduring hunger for a few days, it would be worth it. But 3,800 Singapore dollars was an incredible bargain, even cheaper than he had anticipated. Astonished, Lin Feng felt as though this transaction was unfolding with remarkable ease, a veritable stroke of fortune. He stifled his exhilaration, maintaining a calm demeanor, and after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from expressing too much enthusiasm immediately. Old Jiang, this price is indeed quite reasonable. However, you know that vehicles like these can have issues after prolonged use. If any problems arise with the car later, would you be able to assist me? Old Jiang chuckled. You're quite shrewd, aren't you? But since you've raised the point, I assure you, any issues that arise within a year, I will take care of. Lin Feng maintained his composure, stating, very well. Then it shall be 3,800 Singapore dollars. Deal. He reached into his backpack to retrieve 2 bags of currency. Deal. Old Jiang nodded readily, smiling as he extended his hand to Lin Feng to affirm the transaction. Lin Feng turned to Wang Dong, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wang. Today, I owe it to you for introducing me to such an excellent place. I managed to purchase the vehicle smoothly. Wang Dong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. What is this? I merely lent a helping hand. The price and condition are both satisfactory. It is fortunate that our transaction went smoothly. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, handing Old Jiang the 3,800 Singapore dollars while reflecting. With this vehicle, my life should become considerably easier. He nodded, feeling significantly more at ease after successfully resolving the issue of transportation. He intended to further discuss the matter of fuel, as it was a critical concern in daily life. After conversing a while longer, Lin Feng learned that gasoline and diesel were exceedingly scarce and equally expensive at the storage yard, 20 Singapore dollars per liter for gasoline and 16 for diesel. This meant that should Lin Feng wish to fill his truck with a full tank of 50 liters of diesel, it would cost him 800 Singapore dollars. Old Jiang chuckled wryly, his tone tinged with resignation. Fuel prices keep rising. Everyone is essentially using whatever little they can. On Xindu Road, you would hardly see any vehicles, would you? Most people cannot afford to refuel, and cars are no longer a necessity. Those of us who can still drive are merely relying on past resources, burning what little fuel we can find, and conserving it. Lin Feng fell into a momentary silence before inquiring, is it possible to refuel here? If I require fuel, can I obtain it from you? Upon hearing this question, a glimmer of light flickered in Lao Zhang's eyes. Yes, certainly. If you happen to discover a substantial amount of fuel outside, feel free to bring it back and sell it to me. I would gladly accept it. Suddenly, Lin Feng's heart stirred at Lao Zhang's words. He recalled that although he had purchased a vehicle, it currently lacked sufficient fuel. Perhaps the remainder of the new currency he had after this transaction could be used to acquire a bit of diesel. Slightly embarrassed, he scratched his head and turned to Lao Jiang, saying, Lao Jiang, may I offer you an additional $200 to fill my tank with some diesel? My funds are rather limited at the moment. Lao Jiang responded with an understanding smile. All right, I almost forgot that your vehicle needs fuel. While $200 is not much, I can provide you with 30 liters. You are a friend of Deputy Commander Lin Yu. This is hardly a burden for me. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. Thank you for your kindness, Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang nodded and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. No worries, brother. It's a minor matter. And assisting you is the least I can do. Please drive over to the fuel drums. I will attend to your refueling right away. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng steered the truck towards a corner of the storage area, where a makeshift refueling station was located. Several rusty fuel hoses stretched from a large iron barrel, indicating that this was the sole source of fuel in the storage yard. After Lin Feng halted the vehicle, he observed Xiao He leaping from the car and commencing its exploration of the surroundings. He retrieved some new currency from within the car, preparing to settle his payment with Old Jiang. As Old Jiang approached, carrying a bucket of diesel to pour into the truck's fuel tank, he remarked, the supply is limited, so you must be frugal in your usage. While refueling, he offered this caution. Lin Feng watched as the fuel bucket gradually tilted, allowing the diesel to flow gently into the vehicle's tank. Diesel was not inexpensive, priced at $16 per liter. Thus, filling the tank would typically incur a considerable expense for Lin Feng. Fortunately, Old Jiang was kind-hearted and had gifted Lin Feng a substantial amount of diesel. Once the refueling was completed, Old Jiang patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, the refueling is done. Make sure to utilize this fuel wisely and do not waste it. Gratefully, Lin Feng expressed his thanks to Old Jiang and subsequently walked with Wang Dong towards the parked truck. Old Jiang, I truly appreciate your assistance. Lin Feng reiterated as he waved goodbye, his heart brimming with gratitude. Old Jiang smiled slightly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. We must look out for one another. If you require anything, don't hesitate to ask." Lin Feng nodded, feeling a sense of relief. The vehicle had been refueled. Although not a large amount, it would suffice for his upcoming journey. He then turned to Wang Dong. "Wang Dong, I owe you a debt of gratitude today," Lin Feng remarked with a smile. "Are you heading back to Lin Yu's place? Allow me to give you a ride partway." Wang Dong responded with a slight smile. "Sure. I shall also benefit from the presence of your new vehicle." The two departed the storage yard, engaged in cheerful conversation as the truck smoothly advanced forward. Xiao He lay beside Lin Feng in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing around, evidently accustomed to this journey. Having a vehicle is indeed a convenience. In no time, Lin Feng drove the truck to the vicinity of the small building where Lin Yu resided. "Just drop it off here, my friend Lin Feng. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. Mutual support is the key to lasting relationships." Wang Dong chuckled, bidding farewell to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng watched him depart, a sense of long-lost warmth enveloped him. A rare fortune to encounter such a friend in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 34. Farewell to Li Qingzhu. Lin Feng parked the truck, the roar of the engine gradually fading away. He sat for a moment, contemplating his next steps, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. After all, having this vehicle would facilitate his journeys and enable him to traverse further in this desolate world. Since he was already at Lin Yu's place, he decided to pay her a visit. With a newfound resolve, Lin Feng smiled and opened the car door, leading Xiao He towards Lin Yu's small building. He knocked on the door, and moments later, it swung open. Lin Yu stood at the threshold, her face breaking into a warm smile. "Did you manage to purchase the truck?" she inquired, concern flickering in her eyes. Lin Feng nodded, responding with a grin. "Indeed, everything went smoothly. The owner recommended by Wang Dong was quite decent. He gave me a discount, and the vehicle is in good condition. I just filled it with fuel, so it should last me for a while." He then glanced inside and was pleasantly surprised to see Li Qingzhu as well. Li Qingzhu looked up, her eyes sparkling with delight. Upon noticing Lin Feng at the door, she hurriedly rose and approached him. "Lin Feng, you're back." Her voice was gentle, imbued with a hint of surprise and joy. Clearly unanticipated was the swiftness of their reunion. A flicker of gratitude glimmered in her eyes, unmistakably directed towards Lin Feng for his assistance. "I had initially intended to come and present some tokens of appreciation." Li Qingzhu cast a glance at Lin Feng, her head lowering slightly in embarrassment, and continued, "Today, upon hearing from Lin Yu that you went to purchase a car, I thought it would be a good opportunity to bring you both something upon your return." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Li Qingzhu's visit was related to matters concerning the child. He had not anticipated her visit was solely to convey her gratitude, which stirred a sense of warmth within him. "There is no need for such formality. We are all friends, and it is only natural to lend each other a hand," he replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing his words, Li Qingzhu smiled in return, tenderness illuminating her gaze. She appeared somewhat bashful as she added, "I understand, but I must express my gratitude in some way. After all, you have aided me immensely, especially you, Lin Feng. Without your support, I might still be at a loss regarding what to do." Lin Feng, meeting her gaze, felt a stirring in his heart as he comprehended her emotions. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many struggled to survive, and the weight of life's pressures often rendered individuals silent and solitary. In such dire circumstances, the mutual aid and compassion shared among one another became all the more invaluable. "These are but trifles. What truly matters is our support for each other," Lin Feng gently remarked. "Your safety and that of your child is the most joyous outcome." Li Qingzhu lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she nodded softly. She looked at Lin Feng, contemplating her thoughts, seemingly on the verge of expressing something yet unvoiced. The last time Lin Feng encountered Li Qingzhu, she was clad in a tattered white dress, her hair in disarray, as if she were teetering on the brink of oblivion. However, today, he noted a transformation in her. While her resilient demeanor remained unchanged, her attire appeared significantly more tidy. Her hair was neatly arranged, suggesting she had emerged from her previous tribulations, reclaiming a semblance of dignity. She wore a simple gray top, layered with a worn yet clean jacket and long trousers that, although slightly frayed, reflected her efforts to maintain her appearance. Her gaze was still gentle yet resolute. Perhaps the weight of her hardships had only fortified her spirit, rendering her more composed and introspective. At that moment, Li Qingzhu stood from the sofa, and approached a corner cabinet. She hesitated before picking up a modest cloth bag, then turned and handed it to Lin Feng. "This is what I could find, though it may not be of great value," she said, a hint of shyness in her voice. "I wanted to do something for you as a token of my gratitude." Lin Feng accepted the bag and gently opened it, discovering a small iron box within. The box bore the marks of time, slightly worn, yet it was evident it had been meticulously cared for. Lin Feng paused momentarily before opening the box to reveal an antique handcrafted set of tools. The blades had yellowed with age, but the craftsmanship was exquisite, and the carvings on the handles were distinctive. "These are knives my father used to make." Li Qingzhu's voice was somewhat subdued. He was a blacksmith. Although such items held little value in this apocalyptic environment, this knife was indeed the most precious possession he had. Lin Feng was taken aback, astonished that Li Qingzhu would bestow upon him such a cherished item. Observing the flicker of nostalgia and tenderness in her eyes, Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. After a moment of silence, he softly replied, "The knife crafted by your father. It is truly valuable." "You needn't do this, Li Qingzhu. I cannot accept it." Li Qingzhu gently waved her hand, her expression resolute. "I am aware that you do not lack for such items, but this knife holds immense significance for me. It represents my father and instills in me a glimmer of hope amidst this desolation. You have aided me and my child. Now, I merely wish to offer you something in return. These items may not possess great worth, yet they are all I can offer." Lin Feng gazed at Li Qingzhu, touched by her sincerity, and understood the depth of her sentiment. This knife bore a multitude of memories and emotions for her, and her choice to gift it to him was a profound expression of trust and gratitude. "Since you insist, I shall accept it," Lin Feng replied softly, his gratitude evident. "I will cherish it with great care." A glimmer of light flickered in Li Qingzhu's eyes as a rare smile graced her face. "Thank you, Lin Feng. I know you will treasure it." Lin Feng carefully tucked the knife away, feeling a deep appreciation for this gesture. He recognized that it was not merely a knife, but a symbol of Li Qingzhu's gratitude and trust in him amidst the hardships of this world. The three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation at Lin Yu's home, transitioning from discussions about survival tactics in a post-apocalyptic world to the state of the storage yard, and eventually to their individual aspirations for the future. Despite the harshness of their environment, the companionship and support they offered one another provided a modicum of solace. Chapter 35. Wang Dayong's Revenge. A sudden burst of a child's wailing reverberated through the room, causing a flicker of concern to cross Li Qingzhu's face as she hastily made her way to the bedroom. Moments later, she emerged cradling the child, whose cries showed no sign of abating. Gently soothing, she endeavored to calm the little one, casting anxious glances at Lin Yu and Lin Feng, fearful that the noise might disturb them. "I apologize for the disruption," Li Qingzhu said with a touch of remorse. Noticing her distress, Lin Yu stepped forward. "It's quite all right. Qingzhu, go ahead and comfort the child. It's natural for them to cry. Take your time and soothe him gently." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, offering a reassuring smile. "It's no trouble at all." After a while, tranquility finally enveloped the room as the child's cries gradually subsided. Li Qingzhu, now holding a much calmer child, beamed with relief. Observing Lin Yu and Lin Feng, she seemed to recall something and spoke up. "I must be on my way now. Thank you for your hospitality today, Lin Yu." Her tone carried a hint of warmth, though it was underscored by a trace of fatigue. At this moment, Lin Feng rose with a gentle smile. "Perfect timing. I should head back as well." Just as he finished his sentence, a thought struck him, and he turned to Li Qingzhu. "You reside in the container residential area, don't you?" Li Qingzhu paused momentarily upon hearing the question, her gaze flickering with a hint of bewilderment. "You live there too?" she inquired, clearly taken aback. "I imagined you to be the sort of person who wouldn't reside in such a place." Her disbelief was evident, for Lin Feng did not seem like someone who would inhabit such an environment. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, shrugging nonchalantly. "In truth, I am rather unremarkable. I've grown accustomed to it. Living there is simply more convenient." Li Qingzhu responded softly. "Indeed, while the conditions in those containers are subpar, they at least provide shelter from the elements. After all, many areas have been reduced to ruins, and finding a safe haven is no small feat." Her tone carried a tinge of resignation, yet it was imbued with resilience. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was striving for survival, and many were compelled to economize severely, opting to reside in those containers to meet their basic needs. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to have an idea. "Since our paths align, why not allow me to give you a ride?" he suggested with a smile, his tone lighthearted. Li Qingzhu appeared momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a proposition from him. She then nodded gently. Well, I appreciate it, Lin Feng. There was a note of gratitude in her voice, indicating that she did not mind his assistance. Lin Feng smiled again. Not a bother, just a matter of convenience. Let us be on our way, it is getting late. After bidding farewell to Lin Yu, Lin Feng started the engine of the newly acquired truck. The engine rumbled with a deep growl as the vehicle gradually pulled away from Lin Yu's doorstep. Outside the car window, the night had quietly descended, with only a few solitary streetlights flickering feebly in the desolate landscape. Inside the vehicle, a hush enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Feng gently grasped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at Li Qingzhu in the passenger seat. Xiao He lay nestled in the center, occasionally lifting his head to gaze out the window, emitting soft, rhythmic snores from time to time. Suddenly, the child in Li Qingzhu's arms burst forth with delightful coos, seemingly brimming with curiosity about the ambience within the car. The little one's round, sparkling eyes blinked in wonder, clearly fascinated by Xiao He's gentle snoring, a pure and innocent smile adorning their face. Each time Xiao He let out a soft snore, the child erupted into giggles, even reaching out to touch Xiao He, filling the air with joyful sounds of delight. Li Qingzhu tenderly rocked the child, murmuring, "Do you like Xiao He?" Her smile illuminated the child's innocent visage, momentarily alleviating the tension and fatigue that resided within her. She glanced up at Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting a tender gratitude, seemingly enamored with Xiao He. Upon hearing Li Qingzhu's words, Lin Feng offered a subtle smile, his gaze settling on the cherubic face. "It seems that Xiao He is quite popular," he playfully remarked. Li Qingzhu lowered her gaze to the child in her arms, her eyes brimming with affection as she gently soothed. "Be good, don't disturb Xiao He. He needs his rest too." The little one appeared to comprehend their mother's words, pouting slightly and gently patting Xiao He's direction, their eyes still filled with boundless curiosity. Abruptly, Lin Feng's attention shifted from the warm atmosphere within the car to the road ahead, a flicker of alertness crossing his gaze. He noticed, in the distance shrouded in darkness, a vehicle approaching their direction. At first, he paid little heed, but as the car drew nearer, a sense of caution began to rise within him. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with a moving vehicle in the new capital. It was an SUV. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the steering wheel. The SUV appeared intent on not circumventing them, but rather headed directly towards the truck. "What is happening?" Lin Feng murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the vehicle. Just as he continued to observe, the SUV suddenly accelerated, positioning itself squarely in the middle of the road, obstructing the truck's path. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling swelling within him. He instinctively glanced at Li Qingzhu in the passenger seat, noting that she was still cradling the child, seemingly oblivious to the changing situation. Could it be the fat boss's men? Lin Feng speculated inwardly, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Although the fat boss's influence was not substantial, it certainly posed a threat. Lin Feng cautiously reduced his speed, remaining vigilant as he scrutinized the SUV ahead. The vehicle made no immediate move to exit or take any action. It simply stood still in the center of the road, as if awaiting something. The atmosphere grew suddenly tense, and Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened slightly. He slowed the vehicle further, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he pondered his next course of action. Finally, Li Qingzhu became aware of the situation ahead. She nervously squeezed the child in her arms and quietly inquired, "Why has that person parked their car in the middle of the road? Could they be intending to rob us?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, a wave of agitation washing over him. He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet he could not help but recall the harsh words he had uttered to the rotund boss, a twinge of regret pricking his conscience. Initially, he had planned to depart from Xindu the following day, heading towards the courier station, but he had not anticipated that the boss's men would locate him so swiftly. Had his words provoked them? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng noted that the truck had come to a complete halt. Suddenly, the door of an SUV swung open, and 5 burly men emerged with alacrity, each wielding clubs, one even brandishing a gleaming machete. Observing their imposing demeanor, Lin Feng felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that he was likely to encounter an unavoidable confrontation today. Their intentions were clearly malevolent. They uttered not a word as they advanced, the distance between them and the truck diminishing ominously, evidently preparing to coerce Lin Feng to a standstill. As Lin Feng watched the 5 men encircle him, he swiftly weighed his options. He understood that a forceful escape would lead to a perilous situation, as the truck's sluggish speed could very well result in an accident, possibly even a rollover. Conversely, attempting to turn and flee was futile, given that the truck could not match the SUV's performance. This was indeed a dilemma, Lin Feng pondered. He glanced at Li Qingzhu in the passenger seat, who clutched the child tightly in her arms, her eyes brimming with concern, yet her expression retained a hint of resolve. Though she said nothing, Lin Feng sensed her silent disapproval of him confronting these men, especially with a child in her care. Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to place Li Qingzhu in harm's way. He gently opened the car door and cast a glance at Li Qingzhu. "Stay inside, don't come out. I will speak with them," he said, his tone calm despite the gravity of the situation. Li Qingzhu regarded him, her eyes filled with a tumult of emotions, as if she wished to voice her thoughts, yet in the end, she remained silent, merely nodding and holding the child tightly. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his predicament, yet this confrontation appeared inevitable. Should he refrain from intervening, it could spell trouble for Li Qingzhu and her child. Chapter 36. Crisis averted. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng slowly exited the vehicle, the night air brisk and tinged with tension. He stood beside the truck, lifting his gaze to coldly scrutinize the 5 burly men before him. "What is it?" Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly, though his eyes gleamed with a razor-sharp intensity. The leader of the group let out a boisterous laugh, his imposing figure casting a formidable shadow, the glint of his machete catching the faint light. He stepped closer to Lin Feng, a sneer lacing his voice. "So you are Lin Feng, the one who has offended Boss Wang?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his suspicions now confirmed. A faint, sardonic smile crept across his lips, outwardly composed. He swiftly assessed his surroundings, seeking an opportunity to turn the tide. "You've come to find me so quickly?" "Boss Wang is no ordinary man," he remarked, his tone casual, yet underscored by a hint of provocation. The leader, incensed by his words, tightened his grip on the machete. "Enough chatter. Today marks your end. Brothers, attack." At once, 4 men wielding clubs surged toward Lin Feng, their movements aggressive and indicative of seasoned fighters. Lin Feng's expression darkened, his body tensed. He swiftly retreated 2 steps, his gaze meticulously analyzing their movements. Just as the burly men charged towards him, Lin Feng abruptly sidestepped to evade a horizontal sweep from a club, pivoting his foot to accurately strike one man's knee. The man, grunting in pain, collapsed to the ground, his club clattering beside him. However, another burly man swung his club down towards Lin Feng's back. Reacting swiftly, Lin Feng bent low to dodge, seizing the end of the club with force, causing his opponent to lose balance. With a deft elbow strike to the man's chest, he staggered backward. Lin Feng picked up the fallen club, casting a cold glance at the remaining 3, his aura instantly becoming formidable. He spoke softly. "If this is all you are capable of, I suggest you return and inform Boss Wang to refrain from such nefarious schemes." The leading burly man, seeing this, darkened his expression and brandished a machete as he charged forward. His speed was notably greater than that of the previous attackers, the blade aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng quickly raised his club to defend, and with a resounding clang, the club met the machete, sparks flying. He felt a tremendous force reverberate through him, his arms slightly tingling, yet he did not falter. Instead, he forcefully pushed the machete aside and retaliated. A sweeping strike landed on the burly man's side, eliciting a muffled grunt as he stumbled back. "Is that all you can do?" Lin Feng scoffed, his feet remaining poised and vigilant. At that moment, the remaining 3 men advanced once more. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, gripping the club firmly as he nimbly dodged their attacks, simultaneously seeking an opportunity to counter. Inside the vehicle, Qingzhu Li, observing the scene unfolding outside, was consumed by trepidation. The child, seemingly sensing the mother's anxiety, nestled silently in her embrace, uttering not a sound. She murmured softly, "Lin Feng, please be careful." Her grip tightened around the child. The altercation outside intensified. With a swift maneuver, Lin Feng evaded a blow from a club, while simultaneously striking the shoulder of the last assailant with the opposite end of his own weapon, felling him to the ground. At this point, 3 of the 5 aggressors were incapacitated, and the remaining 2 visibly displayed signs of trepidation. Lin Feng gasped for breath, his gaze remaining sharp and focused. He raised a hand to wipe away blood from his face that was not his own, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. "Do you wish to persist?" The burly leader of the group, gritting his teeth, was clearly unwilling to concede defeat. However, He recognized that the man before him was a formidable opponent. He glared at Lin Feng with palpable animosity, muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate, but do not presume this is the end." With that, he assisted his fallen comrade to his feet and, along with the others, retreated clumsily into their SUV, starting the engine and speeding away. Lin Feng watched the receding taillights. His eyes filled with coldness. He knew that although these particular thugs were no match for him, the portly boss would undoubtedly seek retribution. "I must depart from Xindu swiftly," Lin Feng mused inwardly. Turning back to the car, Lin Feng opened the door. Seeing Qingzhu Li's anxious expression, he offered a gentle smile, striving to appear unconcerned. "It's over. Let us go." Qingzhu Li gazed at him, her eyes conveying a complex mix of emotions. "Lin Feng, who were those men?" Li Qingzhu's voice trembled slightly, clearly still shaken from the earlier peril. Lin Feng offered a calm smile, brushing off the dust from his coat. His tone relaxed. "Just some adversaries, nothing to worry about. They are hardly a match for me." Though his words were nonchalant, a profound thought flickered in his eyes. The truck roared back to life, its deep rumble shattering the night stillness. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel, silent and focused, seemingly contemplating the forthcoming arrangements. Li Qingzhu refrained from further inquiries. Quietly cradling the child, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Lin Feng, her heart awash with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Chapter 37. Departure from Xindu before long. The truck slowly entered the container housing district of Xindu. The area was sparsely illuminated, and the surroundings exuded an aura of apocalyptic desolation. Dilapidated containers were haphazardly piled together, resembling the last refuge of this world. The residents, hearing the vehicles approach, peeked out from the dimly lit containers, their faces etched with curiosity and caution. "A truck? How peculiar," an elderly man murmured, then shook his head and retreated indoors. In this post-apocalyptic world, vehicles had become a luxury, with fuel nearly unattainable. Such a sight was enough to capture everyone's attention. Lin Feng parked the vehicle in front of Li Qingzhu's residence, a visibly decrepit container home coming into view. The iron walls were rusted, and the wooden planks at the entrance swayed precariously, as if a mere gust of wind could scatter them. Lin Feng stepped out of the vehicle, surveying the surroundings, his brow furrowed in deep concern. "You live here?" He turned to Li Qingzhu, disbelief lacing his tone. Li Qingzhu nodded with a hint of embarrassment, clutching her child a little tighter. "Indeed, although this place is somewhat dilapidated, it provides shelter from the wind and rain." Lin Feng fell silent for a moment, his tone suddenly turning serious. "Li Qingzhu, you should gather your belongings and move to the metal shed." "The metal shed?" Li Qingzhu was taken aback, instinctively shaking her head. No, it's fine living here, truly. I have no need to change locations." She hesitated, contemplating that the rent for those metal sheds was more expensive than that of the containers, and besides, she only had a few new dollars left. Lin Feng took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Don't overthink it. I'm not asking you to spend any money." He pulled out a small pouch of new dollars from his pocket and presented it to Li Qingzhu. "Here are 200 new dollars, enough for you for a while. I've rented a metal shed, and since I have a few days left before it expires, I thought it would be a waste not to utilize it. You and your child should move in." Li Qingzhu was taken aback, her gaze lingering on the pouch of new dollars, unable to reach for it for a long time. She murmured, "Lin Feng, I cannot accept this. You have already helped me so much, and besides, you need this money too." Lin Feng smiled gently and placed the pouch directly into her hands. "I have no use for it. I plan to leave Xindu for a while in the coming days to attend to some matters. If the metal shed is empty, it might as well be occupied. You will feel more at ease living there." But Li Qingzhu still wanted to refuse, yet upon seeing the determination in Lin Feng's eyes, she eventually bit her lip and said softly, "Then I will stay there for a few days. After you return, I will move back." "Thank you, Lin Feng." Lin Feng nodded, offering no further words. He glanced at the child in his arms and softly remarked, "The child is still young. It is more important to ensure their safety." Li Qingzhu possessed little, merely a few articles of clothing and some essential supplies. She did not hesitate for long, promptly following Lin Feng as they swiftly relocated these belongings to the rented metal shelter. Lin Feng had initially anticipated that the move would consume a considerable amount of time. Yet Li Qingzhu's actions were remarkably swift, as if she had long been accustomed to such a simple and arduous existence. Though the metal shelter was rudimentary, it was at least capable of shielding them from the biting cold, unlike the dilapidated container. After ensuring that Li Qingzhu and her child were settled, Lin Feng gently closed the door and refrained from lingering, turning to step outside. The deep night had descended, the air crisp and biting. With moonlight spilling over the desolate wasteland, Lin Feng surveyed the empty streets surrounding him, inhaling deeply as he made his way toward the truck. The vehicle, parked not far away, represented his sole refuge at that moment. The surrounding silence was punctuated only by the whispers of the wind and the occasional chirp of insects. Xiao He lay sprawled on the seat, and upon seeing Lin Feng enter, joyfully stood up, wagging its tail. Lin Feng affectionately patted the dog's head, leaning back against the seat, closing his eyes as plans for the future began to coalesce in his mind. Tomorrow morning, he would need to procure some dry rations and stockpile supplies. It had become evident that he must expedite the organization of the materials at the courier station. With the truck at his disposal, the resources from the courier station would indeed find their purpose. As dawn broke the next morning, Lin Feng emerged early from the truck, opening the door to let in a chill of morning light. The horizon was tinged with the first light of day, and the air carried a sharp, biting cold. He retrieved a handful of coins from his pocket, preparing to procure some provisions at the nearby market. The stockpiling of supplies was of paramount importance to him, for in the foreseeable future, he would be unable to rely on anyone else. The market stalls remained plentiful, and Lin Feng approached a stand that offered dried goods. He picked up a sealed package of provisions, gently tapping the bag to indicate his intent to purchase. This should suffice for a few days, he mused to himself. Subsequently, with the remaining coins, he acquired several bottles of water. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Feng conducted a thorough inspection of the truck's fuel level and supplies. Ensuring nothing was amiss, he affectionately patted the small black dog resting in the passenger seat and smiled. "Let us go. It is time for us to depart." The little dog seemed to understand, promptly rising and wagging its tail excitedly while gazing out the window. The truck roared to life as it made its way toward the gates of the new capital. The morning light gradually brightened the horizon, and a refreshing coolness permeated the air. A few armed soldiers were stationed at the entrance of the new capital, and upon seeing the approaching truck, they promptly moved to intercept it. "Halt!" commanded a leading soldier, gesturing for Lin Feng to stop. Lin Feng decelerated and brought the truck to a steady halt before the soldiers, lowering the window. A vigilant soldier approached, his gaze sweeping over the front and cargo area of the vehicle. "Which search team does this vehicle belong to?" Lin Feng replied with a calm demeanor, yet an unmistakable air of confidence. "It is my personal vehicle." As he spoke, he produced his identification card from the new capital and handed it over. The soldier took the card, scrutinizing it meticulously, and after confirming its validity, nodded in approval. "All is well. You may proceed. Do not linger outside for too long. The situation has been rather unstable lately, and there have been sightings of corpse kings within the confines of the new capital." Upon hearing the term corpse king, Lin Feng's heart tightened, though his countenance remained impassive. He nodded calmly and accepted the identification card handed to him by the soldier. "Thank you for the reminder. I will exercise caution." With that, he ignited the engine of the truck and slowly departed from the new capital. As he passed through the gates, Lin Feng glanced at the receding silhouette of the city through the side mirror. This place, where he had lingered for quite some time, now appeared foreign and estranged. "When I return," he mused inwardly, "I shall have an abundance of wealth." His voice was low yet resolute, as if this notion was not merely a thought but a firm determination. Xiao He seemed to sense Lin Feng's emotions, letting out an excited bark and climbing onto the passenger window ledge, gazing ahead. Chapter 38. The Wrath of Wang Daong. The truck traversed the desolate wasteland, the wind seeping through the cracks of the window, carrying a chill. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression grave. He had heard whispers concerning the Corpse King, a being of extreme peril. It possessed strength and speed beyond that of ordinary zombies, and more frighteningly, it bore a semblance of intelligence, capable of commanding hordes of the undead in a methodical assault on survivor strongholds. "The Corpse King," Lin Feng murmured. Images of devastation conjured in his mind from the tales he had heard. He understood that the emergence of the Corpse King was no mere coincidence. Its arrival often heralded a calamity. More significantly, it never acted alone. Wherever it appeared, a massive throng of corpses would inevitably follow. Contemplating this, a sense of vigilance stirred within Lin Feng. His destination was the courier station, a personal stockpile of supplies. However, the location of the courier station was not within the heart of Xindu, but rather on the outskirts, bordering the wilderness. This return to the courier station might prove to be more perilous than he had anticipated. Lin Feng weighed his options in his mind, but soon regained his composure. He understood that once he had made the decision to embark, there was no turning back. Moreover, he required those supplies, not merely for survival, but to fulfill his grander scheme. At that moment, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, in Boss Wang's office, the room was adorned with exquisite mahogany furniture, and the air was thick with the scent of expensive cigars. Boss Wang's corpulent figure was ensconced in an expansive, rotating leather chair. His eyes were half closed, lost in a state of indulgence. A glass of fine red wine clutched in his hand. His ruddy complexion and slightly labored breathing reflected his current satisfaction. Beneath his desk, a woman clad in a sales uniform knelt, serving him with utmost caution. Suddenly, the door was thrust open with a jarring crash that shattered the tranquility of the room. Boss, a man, his face marred with bruises, stumbled in, panting, his voice tinged with panic and anger. Damn it, that kid is too tough. I brought 4 brothers, and we couldn't take him down. Boss Wang, startled by the commotion, spilled some wine onto the desk, his bulk jolting in shock. He then erupted in furious exclamation. How many times have I told you? Knock before you enter. Can't you knock? His words fell like a heavy hammer, silencing the man in an instant. While he was berating them, the proprietor, Mr. Wang, did not cease his actions. He seized the woman's hair beneath the table with a brutish grasp, compelling her to continue her ministrations. The woman's complexion rapidly paled, her mouth so engorged that she could scarcely breathe. Her eyes rolled back, tears streaking from their corners, yet she dared not even struggle, submissively enduring his demands. The brawny man at the doorway, head bowed, was slick with perspiration, scarcely daring to utter another word. The proprietor's oppressive aura had instantly quelled his ire, transforming it into obsequious deference. Sir, my apologies. I was merely overzealous. Mr. Wang waved a dismissive hand, signaling him to silence. Adjusting his seat, he raised another corpulent hand, draining his goblet of red wine in a single draught. His tone was somber as he uttered, Incompetence. Utter incompetence. A whole cadre of you cannot subdue a single individual, and you dare return to face me? Sir, the fellow is truly formidable. The brawny man wiped the perspiration from his brow, his voice lowered somewhat. His martial prowess is exceptional, affording us no opportunity to lay a hand upon him. However, rest assured, my comrades have conducted their inquiries, and we have ascertained that he now operates a freight vehicle. Since we cannot overcome him through direct confrontation, we can certainly inflict vexation upon him. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes, setting down his wine goblet. His gaze, devoid of warmth, hinted at a cruel disposition. His hand, however, continued to constrict the woman's head beneath the table, as though silently venting his fury. Continue, Mr. Wang instructed the brawny man. I shall dispatch individuals to lacerate all 4 tires of his vehicle. The vehicle being newly acquired, this will assuredly cause him grievous distress, haha. Daring to offend us, he shall undoubtedly suffer the consequences. The brawny man emitted a malicious chuckle. Mr. Wang thundered, go and execute it. Begone. The burly man was taken aback, then retreated in silence with his head bowed, not daring to utter a word. A complacent smile graced the countenance of Boss Wang as he watched the man's departure. The room once again enveloped in tranquility. His breathing gradually evened out, and his corpulent frame relaxed once more. He raised his wine glass, swirling it gently, savoring the familiar serenity. That insolent whelp dares to defy me, Boss Wang mused, a glint of ruthless malice flickering in his eyes, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. As he regulated his respiration, he inadvertently loosened his grip on the woman's hair. Finally able to breathe somewhat freely, her face etched with anguish, she offered no resistance. Only lowering her head and pleading softly, Boss, I was wrong. I'll do it right away. Be quick about it, and don't provoke my ire. Boss Wang interjected coldly, his tone severe. Despair washed over the woman's face, but she could only submissively lower her head and resume her task. Boss Wang let out a soft hum, leaning back in his chair, his mind already formulating his forthcoming schemes. Just you wait, Lin Feng, he muttered under his breath. You won't escape. At that moment, a profound calculation shone in Boss Wang's eyes, knowing he had the situation firmly in his grasp. In the days to come, he would patiently await the young man's gradual downfall until he was utterly crushed beneath his heel, a mere pawn to be manipulated at his whim. Chapter 39. Returned to the delivery station, Lin Feng maneuvered the truck along the winding country road, where where the terrain was rugged and overgrown with weeds. Yet, in comparison to the perilous main roads, he chose this less trodden path. The truck's rumbling echoed harshly in the desolate wasteland, attracting a number of wandering zombies. Their movements were sluggish, but they possessed an acute sensitivity to sound, gradually converging towards the vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Feng observed small clusters of zombies dragging their broken bodies in relentless pursuit. Fortunately, the truck's speed was sufficient to keep them at bay. He muttered to himself, slightly pressing the accelerator to increase the distance from the encroaching horde. As he journeyed onward, the number of zombies appeared to swell, emerging from abandoned villages and dilapidated houses. Their movements slow yet persistent. Lin Feng understood that stopping here would result in being surrounded subsequently. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded his blade to eliminate the remaining three. The three zombies succumbed to his skill within mere seconds. The trouble was resolved. Lin Feng examined the knife in his hand, meticulously cleaning it before retrieving the extraction needle from his arm. He crouched down, aiming for the zombies' heads, and plunged the needle in. The screen displaying the progress of the extraction. Extraction progress, 4-5. Current energy concentration, 89. Target, ordinary zombie. Source liquid purity, acceptable. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded, collecting the extracted liquid into a container. He then looked up at the familiar delivery station, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. Accompanied by Xiao He, Lin Feng entered the warehouse of the delivery station, greeted by a scene that was all too familiar. Over 20 towering shelves were stacked with various parcels, exuding a musty yet substantial atmosphere. The space between the shelves was not spacious, yet ample enough for Lin Feng to navigate with ease. The air in the warehouse was thick with the scent of cardboard and plastic, with a faint whiff of decay lingering in the background. Xiao He was sniffing around Lin Feng's side, its nose nearly touching the ground, its tail wagging with joy, as if it had detected a familiar scent. Finally, Xiao He halted, sniffing intently before leaping to a corner of the warehouse. It was its old spot, the dog bed. Lin Feng chuckled softly, watching as Xiao He nestled into the dog bed, beginning to doze off. He understood that after the tumultuous journey, Xiao He had not rested well, and now it could finally close its eyes in peace, regaining some much-needed energy. Lin Feng retrieved his backpack, extracting some provisions and bottled water, and seated himself on a nearby patch of ground. He took a modest bite of the dry rations, the salty flavor leaving a somewhat parched sensation in his mouth, yet providing ample energy. He had little time to savor the moment, merely swallowing hastily and taking a few sips of water. Despite the rudimentary surroundings, none of this could dampen his spirits. He contemplated the necessity of uncovering more valuable items. As his gaze swept across the surrounding packages, Lin Feng produced the handcrafted knife gifted to him by Li Qingzhu. The handle of the small knife was smooth to the touch, and the blade was remarkably sharp. Though it appeared unassuming in size, it felt perfectly balanced and sturdy in his grip. He gently caressed the handle. Memories of the moment Li Qingzhu presented the knife flooding his mind. This is a knife my father crafted in the past. Perhaps it will prove useful. Little did he anticipate it would become an excellent tool for unboxing parcels. Chapter 40. A long-awaited sensation. He surveyed the shelves until his gaze finally settled on a boxed parcel. The box was modest in size, with layers of tape intricately wrapped around it, clearly intended to safeguard its contents. Lin Feng shifted it aside, adjusted his stance, and with precision, the handcrafted knife sliced a straight line through the tape. A crisp sound echoed as the tape was effortlessly severed, causing the box lid to spring open. Peering inside, the contents instantly captivated his attention. It was a bag of vacuum-sealed medication, with the names of various anti-inflammatory and analgesic drugs clearly printed on the exterior. In a post-apocalyptic world, such items were nothing short of life-saving, holding immense value for personal use or trade alike. Lin Feng's breathing became slightly heavier as he reached for the medicine bag, meticulously inspecting its contents. 5 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication and 5 boxes of painkillers. After confirming the integrity of the supplies, he couldn't help but murmur, "Truly, the heavens have eyes." His grip on the handmade knife instinctively tightened. He understood that such discoveries were not commonplace. If he continued his search, he might uncover even more treasures. He carefully stowed the medications into his backpack and rose to survey the other packages, his eyes gleaming with deeper anticipation. Lin Feng worked tirelessly, slicing through the delivery boxes with remarkable dexterity. The tape yielded effortlessly beneath the blade, revealing the treasures concealed within various packages. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst his industriousness, and the sun outside the warehouse began its descent, casting the surroundings into dimness. Before long, a plethora of valuable supplies accumulated around Lin Feng: 2 bags of dried fruits, 1 box of protein bars, 2 bundles of clothing, 1 saw, and 1 multifunctional army knife. He paused his activities, retrieving a flashlight from his backpack. With a click of the switch, a gentle beam of light illuminated the dark warehouse, casting a tapestry of shadows across the corners. The flashlight swept across the shelves, the floor, and the unopened delivery parcels with each of his movements. Nearby, the small black dog had already awakened and approached curiously at the sound. It circled Lin Feng, frequently lowering its head to sniff the scattered remnants on the ground and investigating the opened boxes. Lin Feng glanced at the creature, recognizing its hunger. "Wait, don't rush," he said, as he took out one of the protein bars he had just discovered, tore open the packaging, and broke off 2 pieces to toss to it. Little Black caught the enticing aroma of food, bounding forward with palpable excitement and devouring every morsel with insatiable zeal. Once finished, it lifted its head, gazing up at Lin Feng with its big, watery eyes, exuding a pitiful charm. Its tail wagged gently as it nudged Lin Feng's pant leg with its nose. Amused by the sight, Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "What a glutton! Is it not enough even after such a feast?" He then retrieved a small piece of dry food from his supply bag, tossing it in front of Little Black. The little creature sniffed the offering but disdainfully turned its head away, refusing to eat. "Oh, have you developed a taste for discrimination?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, waving the piece of dry food before Little Black. "This is sustenance, far more filling than a protein bar. Are you truly not going to partake?" Little Black remained seated, giving a soft grunt through its nose, showing no intention of indulging, even gently pushing the dry food away with its paw. Lin Feng chuckled, returning the dry food to his bag and affectionately patting Little Black's head. "Very well, you picky eater. I shall find something more delectable for you tomorrow." He resumed organizing the supplies he had gathered, securing the flashlight to his backpack strap while continuing to dismantle the remaining packages. Meanwhile, Little Black obediently lay beside him, seemingly aware that further insistence would be futile. In the dimly lit warehouse, the only sounds were the faint rustle of unsealing tape and Lin Feng's low murmurs to himself. Time passed swiftly. It had been 3 days since Lin Feng returned to the express station, yet he understood that this was not a time for rest, but rather an opportunity to prepare for the actions that lay ahead. Standing at the warehouse entrance, gazing upon the mountain of supplies, Lin Feng knew it was time to ready a fresh shipment for the new city. Surrounding him were various supplies, an assortment of items that captured Lin Feng's attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the most prevalent goods were clothing, which occupied a significant portion of the warehouse space. There were garments for men and women, coats, trousers, undergarments, socks and shoes, as well as blankets and towels. These possessions remained exceedingly valuable as barter commodities, especially in a sprawling metropolis like New Capital, where their worth in exchange for food, water, and other essential items should not be underestimated. In recent days, he had been methodically sorting and packing these garments without haste. Each time he unwrapped a package, the clothes, shoes, and towels emerged like precious treasures awaiting appreciation. Lin Feng carefully bound similar items together with rope and then meticulously encased them in plastic bags, ensuring that no space was squandered. He believed these clothes would yield considerable returns. As he worked, he contemplated the trading market in New Capital. While clothing was not particularly in high demand, he felt confident that his assortment of brand new, quality coats and trousers would indeed find a market. The process of organizing and packing proceeded smoothly, and soon, the truck's compartment was brimming with various articles of clothing. Taking a moment to rest beside the vehicle, Lin Feng surveyed the cargo. He calculated in his mind that this batch of clothing would likely fill the entire compartment and even allow for the addition of some other items. From his backpack, he retrieved some of the more valuable supplies he had collected earlier, including the medications acquired on the first day, boxes of anti-inflammatory and pain relief drugs, followed by canned foods and cases of beverages he had subsequently discovered. Lin Feng cautiously stowed the supplies into the vehicle, ensuring that each item was secured properly. He mused to himself that pharmaceuticals and canned goods would likely have a promising market, as the inhabitants of Xindu had a significant demand for such provisions. Once everything was organized, Lin Feng stood beside the truck, inhaling deeply and nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 41. Return to Xindu with Xiao He by his side. Lin Feng settled into the driver's seat of the truck, igniting the engine and setting forth towards Xindu. The wheels roared over the uneven country roads, and Lin Feng contemplated the journey ahead, his objective clear, Xindu. Not long after departing from the international logistics zone, Lin Feng observed that the surroundings seemed altered from his previous recollections. Although the countryside roads remained familiar, the scenery before him no longer exuded the tranquility of yesteryears. The frequency of zombie sightings had markedly increased. Where he had once encountered a few solitary figures, it now seemed that sizable hordes appeared every few hundred meters. The sheer number of these undead had evidently escalated, and the clustering of such entities heightened Lin Feng's vigilance. While individual zombies posed a threat, they could generally be evaded thanks to the truck's speed. However, the scenario shifted dramatically when faced with even a small group of 10 or so. Though the zombies moved clumsily, being encircled by a horde could easily lead to the vehicle becoming trapped. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings with acute alertness, occasionally spotting a group of zombies slowly advancing towards the truck. Each time he noticed their approach, his heartbeat quickened. Yet he remained composed, maintaining his steady control. As he contemplated accelerating to distance himself from the horde of corpses, a sudden barrage of gunfire echoed from afar. The sound was sporadic, yet each shot resonated with striking clarity, indicating that someone was firing in the distance. The gunfire originated from the direction of the new capital, and Lin Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of unease swelling within him. He understood that the cacophony of gunfire could stem from various causes. Perhaps survivors were clashing over scarce resources, or a massive influx of zombies had compelled them to open fire. Regardless of the circumstances, the gunfire signified peril. Lin Feng gently adjusted the steering wheel, deftly maneuvering to avoid an expanse of corpses ahead. At that moment, Xiao He lay on the passenger seat, attentively observing the outside world, occasionally emitting low growls, as if sensing the tension permeating the air. Lin Feng grasped the steering wheel firmly, the weight of anxiety intensifying as the journey continued. The throngs of zombies outside multiplied, their vacant stares fixed upon passing vehicles, slowly advancing towards them. Gradually, Lin Feng adapted to the increasingly treacherous road, skillfully regulating his speed as he weaved through the horde, evading clusters that could pose a threat. After 5 hours of jostling, he finally beheld the quarantine zone of the new capital. In the distance, he spotted the familiar metallic barriers standing before him. Several armored vehicles stationed at one side, with soldiers clad in pristine protective gear vigilantly scanning their surroundings. A heaviness settled in Lin Feng's heart. He realized that the defenses here had been fortified. As the vehicle drew nearer to the entrance, the station soldiers clearly took note of his approach. The station soldiers have increased to 4, and clad in heavy protective gear, they gestured for Lin Feng to halt. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but soon regained his composure, bringing the vehicle to a steady stop before the soldiers. He was well aware that the majority of these soldiers in the new capital had grown accustomed to such inspections. Come to a stop, present identification. One soldier, with a piercing gaze and standing ramrod straight, scrutinized him. Without hesitation, Lin Feng reached into the armrest compartment of the driver's seat and retrieved his identification badge, deftly handing it over. This badge, procured during his prior visit to the new capital, granted him access to the outer districts, thereby circumventing tedious identity checks. After the soldier inspected the badge and confirmed its validity, he nodded slightly. Subsequently, he signaled to the soldier beside him to open the gate. Passage granted. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle smoothly entered the outer district of the new capital. Through the car window, he could perceive the tense atmosphere outside. Over the years, the crises of the apocalypse had not dissipated with time. Rather, they had intensified. We have entered the new capital, Lin Feng murmured softly, while Xiao He remained sprawled on the passenger seat, occasionally lifting his head to observe the surroundings with a vigilant eye. As Lin Feng drove slowly along the streets of the outer district, his gaze swept over the buildings flanking him and the sparse pedestrians. In stark contrast to his initial arrival, the ambience here was palpably desolate. Once bustling trading markets now appeared eerily quiet, with the number of survivors peddling goods on the streets reduced by more than half, and even the sounds of haggling had become infrequent. A flicker of doubt arose in Lin Feng's heart. Was it the recent surge in zombie activity, or some other reason that had rendered the survivors here so cautious? Although he harbored these uncertainties, he did not dwell on them. Skillfully, he maneuvered the steering wheel and drove towards the trading post where Old Lu resided. While Old Lou was not particularly likable, he was nonetheless regarded as reliable within the trading network of the new capital, and this place remained one of the few that could swiftly handle supplies. Upon arriving at the trading post, Lin Feng parked the vehicle and entered with Little Black by his side. Compared to the past, the flow of people here had noticeably diminished. The once crowded hall now only hosted a few scattered survivors, most of whom kept their heads bowed, engrossed in selecting goods, with their conversations barely audible. It wasn't long before Lin Feng spotted a familiar face. Old Lou stood behind the counter, meticulously organizing his ledgers while negotiating prices with another survivor. His appearance bore no significant change. He wore the same shrewd smile and carried that calculating gaze. Chapter 42. The trade of goods I have returned, Old Lou. Lin Feng approached, greeting him in a neutral tone. Old Lou looked up, and upon seeing Lin Feng, his face instantly brightened with a broad smile. Back again, young man? The last shipment was quite good. What fine goods do you bring this time? His eyes darted momentarily behind Lin Feng, seemingly having noticed the truck parked outside. Lin Feng offered a slight smile and replied directly, as per our usual arrangement, allow me to present my goods, and then please offer me a fair price. Haha, splendid. Old Lou set down the ledger in his hands, circumnavigated the counter, and strode toward the outside. Come on, let me see what treasures you have procured this time, he urged. Lin Feng followed him to the side of the truck and opened the rear door of the cargo compartment. A heap of neatly bundled clothing greeted Old Lou's gaze, along with a small box in the corner containing canned goods, beverages, and pharmaceuticals. A glimmer of interest sparked in Old Lou's eyes as he exclaimed, not bad at all. This batch of clothing is quite orderly. What is this? Medications? He leaned in for a closer inspection, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Young man, these items are quite valuable in the market, especially the pharmaceuticals. They are exceedingly scarce in Xindu. Lin Feng leaned against the door, stating nonchalantly, then let us negotiate a good price. Old Lou chuckled heartily, rest assured. When it comes to business, I, Old Lou, am always fair. With that, he called over several staff members to unload the goods, while gesturing for Lin Feng to return to the counter to discuss pricing. After an hour of intense bargaining, Old Lou finally relented, and the detailed inventory was as follows. Ordinary clothing, bundled approximately 20 packages, 10 pieces per package, priced at 50 Singapore dollars each, totaling 10,000 Singapore dollars. Down jacket, premium 1 piece, valued at 2,000 Singapore dollars. Beverages, boxed 5 boxes, 200 Singapore dollars per box, totaling 1,000 Singapore dollars. Canned goods, 20 cans, 300 Singapore dollars each, totaling 6,000 Singapore dollars. Pharmaceuticals, partially sold 3 boxes of pain relievers, 1,000 Singapore dollars per box. 3 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, 500 Singapore dollars per box, totaling 7,500 Singapore dollars. The total amounts to 26,500 Singapore dollars. Old Lou swiftly recorded the figure in his ledger, then glanced up at Lin Feng, a hint of tentative amusement gracing his features as he remarked, young man, you truly possess remarkable skills. Such a plethora of fine goods is not something one can easily acquire. In my opinion, there are no such substantial stocks in the vicinity of Xindu, are there? Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, casually stroking the small black dog resting at his feet. Old Lou, in business, the essence lies in integrity and authenticity. It matters little where the goods originate. If you deem them worth the price, then let us proceed with the transaction. Shall we? Old Lou narrowed his eyes in contemplation. You make a valid point. However, rest assured, I am not the type to pry too deeply. Yet, he paused, a knowing glint in his gaze. Should you come across more of such goods in the future, remember to seek me out first. I shall ensure you receive the fairest price. Lin Feng maintained his composed demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, Old Lou. I look forward to future collaborations. He refrained from elaborating further, taking the cash from the transaction and turning to leave. He was acutely aware that revealing his sources in this post-apocalyptic world would be tantamount to courting trouble. Although Old Lou appeared amiable, the integrity of every individual could falter when faced with the allure of profit. Despite the successful nature of this transaction, with the cargo in the truck now fully unloaded, the vehicle's fuel tank was nearly empty, clearly insufficient for long-distance travel. He climbed into the truck, started the engine, and glanced down at the fuel gauge, which was indeed perilously close to the red line. It seemed a trip to the depot was in order. Lin Feng pressed the accelerator and slowly drove towards the storage yard in the western district of Xindu. This location was specifically designated for the accumulation of abandoned vehicles and the processing of machinery, serving as one of the few places in Xindu where fuel could be found. Lao Jiang was situated at the edge of the yard. He not only managed the vehicles here, but was also responsible for the storage and sale of fuel. The entrance to the yard was cluttered with discarded vehicles and machinery, creating a chaotic scene, yet Lin Feng was quite familiar with it. He maneuvered his vehicle past a row of corrugated metal sheds and onto a sandy patch until he spotted Lao Jiang's repair shed. "Lao Jiang, I'm here," Lin Feng called out as he stopped the car and rolled down the window. Shortly after, a figure emerged from the shed. Leaning on a wrench, Lao Jiang grinned widely. "Ah, it's you, Lin. What brings you here this time? Is your fuel tank running low?" Lin Feng stepped out of the car, nodded, and replied with a smile. "You guessed it right. I'm nearly out of diesel. Please fill it up completely this time." Lao Jiang laughed heartily. "Looks like you've made quite a profit this time, huh?" As he spoke, he gestured for Lin Feng to drive the car next to the fuel tank. A full tank required 50 liters of diesel, priced at $16 per liter, totaling $800. While filling the tank, Lao Jiang casually remarked. Lin Feng leaned against the car with his hands in his pockets, smiling lightly. "That's some I can manage." Lao Jiang clicked his tongue in admiration. "You are indeed quite fortunate. In this post-apocalyptic world, you can still run such a large-scale operation. But let me tell you, having money is one thing. Knowing how to spend it wisely is another. Don't attract too much attention. There are many envious eyes around these days." Lin Feng raised his eyes to survey his surroundings, his gaze remaining calm and his tone unperturbed. "Thank you for the reminder. I have always been quite cautious." The fuel tank was full, and Lao Jiang extracted the fuel nozzle, wiping the grease from his hands with satisfaction. "All done. It's filled to the brim," he remarked. Noting the fuel gauge shining brightly at full capacity, Lin Feng approached the driver's seat, retrieving a stack of new currency from his backpack and presenting it to Lao Jiang. "Thank you. Here are $800. Please count it." Lao Jiang accepted the money, giving it a casual shake, and chuckled. "Do you think I would doubt you over such a trivial matter? Rest assured, it's sufficient." He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and continued. "Remember, if you encounter any issues with the vehicle, feel free to reach out to me at any time." Lin Feng nodded politely, expressing, "I appreciate it, Lao Jiang." He then turned and returned to the driver's seat, starting the engine. With a press of the accelerator, the truck slowly departed from the storage area. Chapter 43. The calamity of Li Qingzhu 2 days prior. Li Qingzhu was engrossed in feeding her child a bowl of flour soup. The infant's cherubic face smeared with a bit of the mixture, occasionally emitting cooing sounds that brought her a fleeting sense of comfort amid the tranquility of her daily life. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks at the door shattered this momentary peace. Furrowing her brow, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. After a brief hesitation, Li Qingzhu set down the bowl and approached the door. She opened it just a crack, revealing 3 individuals standing outside, clad in heavy garments and wearing expressions of indifference. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. "Who are you?" Li Qingzhu instinctively took a slight step back. One of the imposing figures let out a chilling laugh, his deep voice seemingly crystallizing the very air around them. "Indeed, it is her. I saw a woman in the car that day. It was her." Li Qingzhu was taken aback, a wave of intense unease surging within her. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Her voice trembled slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Instinctively, she sought to close the door, but before her hand could grasp the doorknob, an overwhelming force surged from outside. "Do not resist. Come with us," the man stated coldly. Before his words had fully dissipated, he forcefully thrust the door open, causing Li Qingzhu to stumble backwards several paces. "What do you want? I haven't done anything. Let me go," she screamed, her heart brimming with fear and helplessness, her steps faltering as she prepared to retreat. Yet there was no escape left for her. Meanwhile, as she cried out, the neighboring onlookers cautiously peered through their window cracks, none daring to intervene lest they invite trouble. Shadows swiftly vanished behind curtains, and the street fell eerily silent, as if everything had reverted to its original state. With the door flung wide open, Li Qingzhu let out a harrowing scream as a burlap sack enveloped her, her body being forcibly dragged away. The fabric obscured her vision, rendering her unable to discern her surroundings, while an icy dread permeated her entire being. Adults and children alike will be taken. The interior of the dwelling lay in disarray, with furniture overturned and remnants of food and water stains scattered across the floor. A faint scent of milk lingered in the air, and the once tranquil and warm atmosphere had been replaced by an unsettling silence. Several neighbors stood at the entrance, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Though they had witnessed the chaos, none dared to approach. Some bowed their heads in silence, others averted their gazes, while a few cautiously peered through the cracks of the door, fearful of being swept into this sudden storm of violence. No one dared to utter a word, silently praying that they would not become the next victim of this turmoil. As Lin Feng drove back to the container housing complex, he knocked on the door of the metal abode. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from within, and the surrounding stillness enveloped him with a sense of unease. Doubts crept into Lin Feng's mind. Had she gone out? Just as he was about to knock once more, the head of a neighboring resident emerged from the window crack, their gaze evasive, seemingly reluctant to intervene, yet unable to refrain from inquiring, "Young man, are you looking for the female tenant of this house?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, has she gone out?" The neighbor glanced around cautiously before whispering, "Well, she was taken away by several strangers the day before yesterday." He hesitated, his tone laced with uncertainty. They were a few men, and they didn't appear very friendly. A sudden tightness gripped Lin Feng's heart, and his expression turned grave. A few strangers? Could they be sent by Boss Wang? He had never disclosed his whereabouts to anyone. So how could they have tracked down Li Qingzhu? It was painfully evident now that she had become their target. Lin Feng took a deep breath, a complex emotion flickering across his face. He understood that if Li Qingzhu were indeed captured, the situation could spiral into chaos, and Boss Wang would undoubtedly not rest until he achieved his goals. "Did you see where they went?" Lin Feng inquired, his mind already formulating the next course of action. The neighbor shook his head. "I dared not look too long, nor did I follow. You know how precarious these matters can be. We must all exercise caution." His tone was laden with unease and trepidation. Lin Feng lowered his head, his expression grave. There was no time to squander. He needed to locate Li Qingzhu swiftly. Clearly, Boss Wang had no intention of overlooking any clues. The situation was becoming increasingly intricate, and Li Qingzhu's safety was no longer a trivial concern. After expressing his gratitude to the neighbor, he turned and returned to his car, igniting the engine. The wheels thundered along the dust-laden road, and Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. His mind fixated on a singular thought. He must find Li Qingzhu, rescue her, and prevent the situation from deteriorating further. For the fact that Boss Wang had targeted her was deeply intertwined with his own fate. Chapter 44. Infiltrating the enemy camp. Lin Feng slammed down on the accelerator, the wheels racing through the sand, dust billowing around him. His heart raced, visions of Li Qingzhu being taken flashing in his mind. Each recollection ignited a profound sense of anxiety and fury within him. At this moment, his mind was consumed by one word: regret. He vividly recalled the night a few days prior when Boss Wang's men had intercepted him while Li Qingzhu was seated in the car. It was evident that Boss Wang's associates had set their sights on her, perhaps intending to use her as a means to uncover his whereabouts. Lin Feng's mind was in disarray. He never anticipated that Li Qingzhu would so swiftly find herself ensnared in a quagmire. It was truly a lapse in judgment. Had he known, he would have arranged for her to stay temporarily with Lin Yu. Cursing himself under his breath, Lin Feng wished fervently to turn back time and make a different choice. However, regret was now futile. He could only react swiftly and endeavor to rectify the consequences of his oversight. His gaze hardened as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. "Wang Daong, you are indeed tenacious." The chilling glare of Wang the boss intensified Lin Feng's fury and murderous intent. As the vehicle accelerated, memories of the crossbow he had brought back to Xindu surfaced. Though merely 3 crossbow bolts, they were sufficiently lethal. This equipment had been procured long ago through a blind box, initially regarded as nothing more than commonplace combat tools, but now they had become pivotal to his scheme. "I will not allow you to succeed." Lin Feng clenched his teeth, his hands firmly grasping the steering wheel, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed towards the accumulation zone. He understood that this location might hold clues to Li Qingzhu's whereabouts. As he approached the accumulation zone, his heartbeat quickened. He decelerated, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Caution was imperative, for he had entered enemy territory, and he could not afford to be careless. After maneuvering his vehicle to a desolate metal shack, he parked with utmost care, surveying the area to ensure he was not being observed. Swiftly securing the vehicle, he adeptly retrieved the crossbow, and affixed the 3 bolts to the external quiver of his backpack. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 knives from the vehicle. One was an exquisitely sharp chef's knife, its blade gleaming with a chilling luster, while the other was a versatile military dagger. "Let us go, Xiaohe," Lin Feng murmured to the black hound that had been trailing closely behind him. Xiaohe seemed to comprehend his command, letting out a low bark before moving in tandem with Lin Feng, his movements agile and silent. Lin Feng took a deep breath, adjusting his gear. His thoughts wandered back to his initial encounter with the accumulation zone, a place that should serve as their stronghold. With a keen gaze, he crouched low, gradually navigating through the towering heaps of mechanical debris and sand, striving to make no sound. After approximately 5 minutes, Lin Feng finally beheld the familiar sight from his memory, a barrier formed by discarded car shells, behind which lay a spacious clearing, at the center of which stood an elegant structure. He halted, concealing himself behind an abandoned chassis, narrowing his eyes to observe intently. At the entrance stood 2 robust sentinels, one of whom was smoking, leaning against the wall and exhaling plumes of smoke. Lin Feng held his breath, stabilizing his crossbow against his shoulder, his gaze like that of a hawk, fixated on the smoking guard. The arrowhead glimmered coldly, his finger gently poised on the trigger, devoid of hesitation. His body, long modified by enhancement liquids, surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary human. He could distinctly hear the rhythm of the guard's smoke inhalations and even catch the faint flicker of the cigarette's ember. Exhaling slowly, Lin Feng suppressed all emotions, then swiftly released the trigger. With a swift, piercing sound, the crossbow bolt cleaved the night air, striking the sentry squarely in the forehead. Bereft of even a moment's cognizance, his gaze ossified instantly, the cigarette slipping from his grasp as he slumped lifelessly to the ground, blood welling forth from the wound. Startled by this abrupt calamity, the adjacent guard pivoted towards his fallen comrade, mouth agape, poised to unleash a warning cry. Anticipating this, however, Lin Feng swiftly laid aside the crossbow, his hands gripping the honed, military-grade dagger at his waist. With the lithe agility of a hunting leopard, he surged from his concealment, reaching the sentry in the blink of an eye. Before the alarm could escape his lips, Lin Feng's blade had already traced a crimson line across his throat. The incision, precise and lethal, unleashed a torrent of blood. The guard clutched at his neck, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief, before collapsing soundlessly to the earth, his body writhing momentarily before succumbing to stillness. Casting a frigid gaze upon the lifeless form, Lin Feng paused not. Swiftly wiping the dagger clean and returning it to its sheath, he retrieved the bolt from the first sentry, briefly cleansing it before returning it to his quiver. "Xiaohe," he murmured. The ebony-coated Malinois, ever vigilant, silently shadowed his advance. Having neutralized the sentries, Lin Feng pressed his ear against the edifice's door, meticulously discerning any sounds within. His subsequent intention was to infiltrate the structure surreptitiously, to further reconnoiter the situation. Drawing a profound breath, he steeled himself and pushed open the weighty iron door. Chapter 45 The Shore of Blood and Tears. Lin Feng pushed open the heavy door, bracing himself for what he anticipated would be a fierce battle, fully prepared to carve a bloody path if necessary. However, the hall was devoid of inhabitants, save for the mournful sound of the wind outside. Furrowing his brow, Lin Feng scanned his surroundings with vigilance, while Xiao Hong remained closely by his side, sniffing the air for any unusual scents, emitting a low growl. "No one," Lin Feng murmured, his unease intensifying. This eerie silence hung heavily in the air, reminiscent of the stillness that precedes a tempest. He gripped his crossbow tightly, cautiously moving along the wall, his gaze sweeping over every conceivable nook where enemies might be concealed. He gently pushed open a partially ajar wooden door, his footsteps nearly soundless. Yet, as the scene within the room unfolded before him, Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, his breath caught in his throat. "Li Qingzhu," he uttered, his voice laden with disbelief and profound anger. In the center of the room, Li Qingzhu sat slumped on the frigid floor, her hands bound tightly to a ring with iron chains, her head bowed, disheveled hair obscuring her face, her eyes vacant and unfocused, like a marionette drained of its soul. Her body was marred by numerous contusions, exposed skin quivering in the chill of the air. Even upon hearing the creaking of the door, she remained unresponsive, as if wholly devoid of consciousness. Lin Feng's gaze swiftly shifted to the other side of the room, and his heart plummeted as though pierced by a dagger. On the floor lay a shocking pool of crimson, a stark contrast resembling a burst of scarlet petals. At the very epicenter of the crimson stain lay a diminutive corpse, so thoroughly ravaged as to be virtually unrecognizable. Fractured limbs and an indistinct visage bore grim testament to the utter forfeiture of a life that once belonged to a child. A child. A constriction seized Lin Feng's throat, the color draining from his face in an instant. His hands trembled, nearly causing him to drop his crossbow. Images of Li Qingzhu cradling the child flashed through his mind, the child's tender face once adorned with an innocent smile. Yet now, that smile had been expunged forever, leaving behind only carnage and desolation. A boundless rage ignited within Lin Feng's chest, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. His teeth gritted together, his gaze so frigid it seemed capable of freezing the very air. Wang Deyong. Lin Feng uttered the name in a low, chilling voice, as if invoking a curse from the depths of hell. His murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming him into a drawn blade, its edge laid bare. He slowly approached Li Qingzhu, removing his coat to gently drape it over her. Her body shuddered slightly, as if sensing a modicum of warmth, but she remained unable to meet his gaze. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his eyes sweeping across the sanguinary scene, his resolve hardening. This time, he would show no mercy. "Await me," he murmured to Li Qingzhu, his tone resolute, before rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury, and turning to stride out of the room. His objective was clear: to locate Wang Deyong and bring a definitive end to this entire abomination. Just then, Lin Feng detected the sound of footsteps approaching the door. He abruptly halted, pressing his ear against the door, holding his breath. His gaze metamorphosed into one of acute intensity, akin to a honed blade, with an almost palpable aura of lethal intent. The auditory intrusion from beyond the portal incited a cataclysmic surge of adrenaline, rendering his musculature taut, as if poised for imminent conflict, while his ire burgeoned like a subterranean volcano on the cusp of eruption. "You intend to further exploit the woman's vulnerability? Pray tell, are you not discomfited by the continued presence of the deceased child? I find it rather unsettling. Nay, such an action would be imprudent. The proprietor anticipates her forthcoming disclosure. Thus, the child's remains serve as a poignant reminder, a constant goad to elicit the desired response, to impress upon her that the individual known as Lin Feng is culpable for the demise of her offspring." Haha. The voices of the two men resonated with unbridled audacity, suffused with callousness and facetious mirth, as if the subject of their discourse were not an innocent soul, but rather a mere instrument to be manipulated at will. Lin Feng's grip tightened upon the hilt of his military-grade blade, his knuckles blanching under the strain. His countenance assumed a visage of such profound malevolence as to evoke the denizens of the infernal abyss, replete with boundless indignation and frigid homicidal intent. "I am responsible for the child's demise," Lin Feng repeated inwardly, as a maelstrom of fury and culpability assailed his innermost being. He cast his gaze downward, observing the still prostrate form of Li Qingzhu, then directed his attention to the diminutive cadaver nestled in the corner, whereupon something within his psyche irrevocably shattered. Lin Feng slowly descended into a crouching posture, grasping the military-grade dagger in his dominant hand, while simultaneously retrieving the crossbow and deftly securing a bolt in its firing mechanism. His movements were executed with decisive precision, his gaze unwavering and devoid of warmth. "Wang Deyong, and all of you reprobates, not one shall depart this place alive," he inwardly roared, his voice a mere whisper. The cadence of approaching footsteps grew ever more pronounced, interspersed with the men's subdued banter and unconscionable jests. With alacrity, Lin Feng pivoted, aligning his back against the doorframe, his right hand elevating the crossbow, its sights trained upon the portal. He stilled his respiration, as if the entirety of existence had coalesced into a singular point, encompassing only himself and the impending quarry. With a protracted creak, the door was gradually pushed ajar, and a man cautiously peered inside, his gaze colliding directly with Lin Feng's frigid stare. "You." His words were abruptly cut short as a sharp, swift sound sliced through the air. An arrow, launched with deadly precision, pierced his forehead in an instant. With a sickening thud, blood splattered violently as the man, his face frozen in a mask of terror, collapsed to the ground, his lifeless body striking the floor with a dull echo. Another man, witnessing the gruesome scene, recoiled in horror, scrambling backward in a desperate attempt to escape. However, Lin Feng, with the agility and ferocity of a predatory cat, had already surged forward. his hand gripping a gleaming military knife that shimmered with a deadly, icy light. Ack! The man's agonizing shriek was abruptly silenced as Lin Feng's blade found its mark, sinking unerringly into his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng withdrew the dagger, allowing the lifeless form to slump to the ground. His eyes, devoid of warmth or emotion, betrayed no hint of remorse or even a fleeting glance at his fallen adversary. Crimson rivulets seeped from the doorway, staining the floorboards a ghastly red. While the air grew thick with the cloying stench of blood, Lin Feng, his movements deliberate and methodical, wiped the blade clean before reloading the crossbow, his gaze hardening as he peered into the depths of the corridor. He was acutely aware that this was merely the prologue to a much larger, more perilous game. Wang Daong was still alive, and the true quarry remained elusive. One by one, Lin Feng muttered under his breath, his voice laced with an undercurrent of chilling resolve. He strode forward, following the macabre trail of blood toward the next act of carnage. Inside the room, Li Qingzhu's eyes were vacant and unfocused, as if her very soul had been hollowed out. She was draped in the coat Lin Feng had recently placed around her shoulders, yet her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. The sounds of anguish and the pervasive odor of blood gradually permeated the room, stirring something deep within her shattered psyche. Her eyelids fluttered slowly, as if she were sluggishly clawing her way back to reality. Lin Feng. Her voice was barely audible, laced with incredulity and trepidation. She endeavored to raise her head, but her body seemed devoid of strength, leaving her to lean helplessly against the frigid wall. Blood trickled across the floor, seeping into the room, until her gaze finally focused, and she beheld the crimson stain spreading to her feet. Her pupils contracted slightly, as if the stark red hue had jolted her back to awareness. "Child, my child," she choked out, her voice faltering, her feeble hand gesturing towards the small, lifeless form in the distance. Yet unable to lift her arm, she could only weep copiously. The sheer brutality of the scene shattered her psychological defenses entirely. Her shoulders convulsed violently, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she could only emit a low, mournful whimper from her hoarse throat. The sound of Lin Feng's receding footsteps reached her ears, and she seized upon it as a glimmer of hope, laboriously inching her body forward, desperate to reach the doorway. Don't go." Her voice was faint and tremulous, imbued with terror and despair. "Don't leave me." Her consciousness was muddled and indistinct, her body slipping several times on the blood-slicked floor, her knees striking the ground without her registering the pain. Yet she continued to crawl forward, but the icy shackles still bound her. However, her strength was completely depleted, and she could only lie prostrate on the cold ground. Her eyes filled with a shattered expression. The sight of Lin Feng's departing figure pierced her deeply, and she understood what he intended to do. But she was unable to bear this moment of solitude. In the midst of endless fear and anguish, she closed her eyes, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks, her body collapsing onto the ground as she softly murmured, "Come back. I implore you, return." Chapter 46. The Hunter and the Prey. The dim light illuminated the room, and the air was thick with a faint scent of tobacco and a stifling atmosphere. Behind the desk, Wang Daiyong's figure was shrouded in smoke, his face ablaze with fury, akin to dark clouds gathering ominously. Several spent cigarette butts lay crushed in an ashtray stained with tea. A young woman in uniform, trembling, placed a cup of steaming tea before Wang Daiyong. But as she did so, her fingers slipped slightly, causing scalding tea to spill onto his hand. Slap! Before she could utter a word of explanation, a resounding slap struck her face with ferocity. The force sent her staggering back, ultimately collapsing heavily to the ground, clutching her stinging cheek, blood seeping from the corners of her eyes and mouth. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to," she pleaded with a quavering voice, her eyes wide with terror and dismay. Wang Daiyong forcefully shattered the teacup against the floor, shards scattering in all directions. He rose, towering over the kneeling woman, his tone as frigid as a serpent's hiss. "Did you not mean to? Who gave you the audacity to make a mistake in my presence?" Desperately, the woman bowed her head repeatedly, her forehead striking the floor with a sharp sound. Blood tried the woman, as if granted a reprieve, endured the pain and staggered to her feet, rushing out of the office with hurried steps, marked by trepidation and disarray. Silence reclaimed the room, and Wang Daiyong, gritting his teeth, harbored resentment in his eyes. He resumed his seat, agitatedly seizing a cigarette and igniting it, inhaling deeply. Lin Feng, his gaze narrowed slightly, exuding a frigid malevolence. He had apprehended Li Qingzhu some time ago, expecting that after tormenting her, she would obediently divulge Lin Feng's whereabouts. Yet, this woman's obstinacy was unyielding. Neither the humiliation of her dignity nor the torment of lacerated flesh could pry open her lips. Wang Daong recalled the previous report. His subordinates had deliberately slain the child before her, attempting to inflict emotional devastation. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, she merely broke down in inconsolable sobs, refusing to speak. A true hardliner. Wang Daong scoffed, flicking the ash from his cigarette, which cascaded onto the carpet. He arose and approached the office window, gazing down at the darkness outside. A sense of unease pervaded his thoughts, as though an impending peril was drawing near. Yet its origin remained elusive. Lin Feng, Wang Daong murmured, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Regardless of where you conceal yourself, I will inevitably apprehend you. I will ensure that you witness, firsthand, how I systematically dismantle everything you hold dear. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette and turned toward the door, exclaiming, "Escort that woman to the basement. I shall personally attend to her." The guard outside the door acknowledged the order and departed. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that a shadow had silently infiltrated the depths of the building, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of death. Inching closer to the very heart of this malevolence. Within the dimly lit hall, flickering shadows danced across the walls, while the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and an undercurrent of palpable tension. Lin Feng moved quietly, his steps as soundless as a specter. His gaze was steely, brows furrowed, and the silence enveloping him was so profound that he could only hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heart and the faint whisper of his shoes against the floor. The hall was lined with numerous doors, each closed metal barrier resembling a cold and foreboding obstacle, emanating an aura of danger. He halted, scanning his surroundings with vigilance, striving to discern the correct path. Yet every door appeared alien, devoid of any clues, heightening his anxiety. At that moment, a woman clad in uniform rushed past Lin Feng, her head bowed and hands tightly clasped over her face, as if attempting to conceal something. Her shoulder inadvertently brushed against him, the faint contact nearly imperceptible to her. She hurried along, her gait unsteady, as though she were on the verge of collapsing, her body swaying uncontrollably. From her chest came a muffled sob, laced with despair and dread, as if she were struggling to suppress overwhelming emotions that ultimately spilled forth. Lin Feng momentarily hesitated, ready to call out to her, when suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from ahead. He lifted his gaze, and there emerged a burly figure from the shadows, moving with urgency and haste. Lin Feng's pupils dilated in recognition. This was the very face of the ruffian who had blocked the road with an SUV that fateful day. At that juncture, the fellow's insolent demeanor and triumphant grin remained vividly etched in his memory. Their eyes met in the air, and the brawny man was initially taken aback before his expression morphed into sheer terror, prompting him to turn tail and flee. His movements were remarkably swift, indicative of a profound understanding of Lin Feng's prowess, leaving him with no inclination to linger. Xiao He, evidently recognizing the burly figure, emitted a low growl and was poised to give chase when Lin Feng interjected, halting its pursuit. Lin Feng scoffed, lifting his crossbow without hesitation. With a sharp whoosh, the bolt hurtled forth, aimed directly at the back of the fleeing man's head. However, in his panicked state, the man inadvertently tilted his head, causing the bolt to merely graze his scalp, drawing a trickle of blood and a tuft of hair, before embedding itself deeply into the wall ahead. "Ah!" The burly man shrieked, his hands instinctively clutching at his bleeding scalp as he staggered around to face his assailant. Upon seeing Lin Feng, his pupils dilated, and his coarse features were contorted with fear. His lips trembled, and an involuntary whimper escaped his throat, akin to a prey animal caught in the gaze of a predator. Lin Feng strode closer, his frigid gaze piercing the man like a blade, exuding an aura of suffocating menace, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, advancing inexorably. Chapter 47. The glacial judgment. Wang Daong, seated in his chair, experienced a sudden twitch in his eyelid, a persistent spasm in his left eye that stirred a sense of unease within him. "What's going on?" he muttered to himself, a vague anxiety welling up in his mind. The atmosphere within the office was heavy, as if every molecule of air served as a reminder of some impending misfortune. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence from beyond the door, its shrillness and anguish cutting through the air. Wang Daong's body jolted violently, his eyes widening instantaneously, and his heartbeat surged like thunder. Instinctively, he rose from his chair, his complexion turning a ghastly hue, a flicker of fear illuminating his gaze. The anguished scream seemed to evoke a haunting memory, intensifying the turmoil within his heart. He abruptly pivoted, casting his eyes towards the drawer of his desk. At that moment, a thought flickered in his mind. Could it be Lin Feng? With a resonant click, Wang Daong swiftly unveiled the hidden drawer beneath the tabletop. Inside lay a black handgun, resting quietly, its metallic sheen glimmering ominously in the light. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the firearm, the weight of its grip offering him a modicum of reassurance. Before long, a resounding crash reverberated through the office as the door was forcefully flung open, and a figure stumbled in, crashing heavily onto the floor. Wang Daong's gaze sharpened, his pallor deepening. It was one of his most trusted subordinates, now barely clinging to life, frothing at the mouth, his complexion ashen and lifeless, as if death were imminent. The subordinate's body contorted grotesquely, limbs splayed helplessly across the ground, while the air thickened with an oppressive aura of malevolence. Wang Daong's hands trembled slightly. His fingers instinctively tightened around the handgun. His heart raced, singularly focused on one thought. What had transpired? Wang Daong, you have audacity indeed. A frigid voice sliced through the air, striking Wang Daong's eardrum with unyielding force. The tone was devoid of emotion, each word sharp as ice, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. Wang Daong abruptly raised his head, a fleeting expression of terror and fury flashing across his eyes. Lin Feng entered through the doorway with a steady and resolute gait, each step resonating with a crisp echo against the floor. His visage was chiseled and sharp, his gaze icy, emanating an undeniable aura of menace even amidst the shadows. Concurrently, the dark figure, Xiao He, followed closely behind, its beastly eyes glimmering with a chilling light under the illumination. Its jaws slightly parted to reveal sharp fangs as it emitted a low growl. In that moment, Lin Feng resembled a demon risen from the abyss, exuding an irresistible sense of oppression. You, how dare you? Wang Daong's voice trembled, his grip on the gun quivering slightly. His heart raced, feeling as though an invisible giant hand was tightly constricting his throat, rendering him breathless. The Lin Feng before him appeared as an incarnation of death, exuding a palpable, lethal threat. Xiao He took 2 slow steps forward, its deep growl rendering Wang Daong's complexion even more pallid. Although Lin Feng's presence was akin to the arrival of death itself, momentarily suffocating Wang Daong, he quickly regained his composure after a brief spell of shock and fear. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Lin Feng, I have been searching for you. How dare you walk into your own demise? Ha ha. Wang Daong's laughter was laced with a hint of savagery, the gun he clutched glinting ominously in the light, much like a threatening serpent. His arm shot up suddenly, the barrel aimed squarely at Lin Feng's chest. At that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the air became thick with tension. In Wang Daong's eyes, there was a glint of bloodlust. He would no longer grant Lin Feng any chance of survival. Die! With a thunderous roar, Wang Daong resolutely pulled the trigger, the gunfire erupting like a clap of thunder, instantly saturating the entire room. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire reverberated through the vast office, exuding an undeniable pressure. Wang Daong fixated on the bullets that had been unleashed in an instant, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. No matter how skilled Lin Feng was, he could not evade this strike. However, what he did not anticipate was the icy coldness in Lin Feng's gaze, unwavering even in the face of gunfire. In a sudden burst of movement, Lin Feng sprang forth with the swiftness of lightning, as if he had foreseen the entire scenario. Just as Wang Daong squeezed the trigger, Lin Feng leaped to the left, narrowly evading the lethal bullets. The projectiles grazed the edge of his garment, creating a rush of wind, yet he remained unscathed. You truly do not deserve to live in this world. Lin Feng's voice pierced the air with a chill, akin to a blade slicing through the atmosphere. A flicker of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. Wang Daong's countenance changed dramatically, a tumultuous mix of shock and fury. He raised his gun once more, only to find it had become unbearably heavy in his grip, the oppressive atmosphere making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. How could you possibly evade it? He muttered, with trembling hands. Wang Daong maintained his firearm trained on Lin Feng, yet a palpable hesitation and dread betrayed him. Did you presume you could elude your fate? Lin Feng derided in a hushed tone, his advance akin to a predator's. closing in on Wang Daong. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Daong discharged a series of rounds, the projectiles slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's figure possessed an ethereal elusiveness, evading each bullet with uncanny precision, his movements too swift to discern. He danced amidst the interplay of light and shadow, as though waltzing with death itself, leaving behind a sequence of indistinct afterimages. A cold perspiration beaded upon Wang Daong's brow. His pupils contracted violently, his gaze filled with despair and disbelief. Impossible. You are not of this world. Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze hardening, his intent to kill coalescing into a tangible force, pressing upon Wang Daong's chest like a blade. It concludes here, Lin Feng declared frigidly, his right fist brimming with pent-up power, unleashed in a devastating blow aimed squarely at Wang Daong's face. A deafening impact resonated as Wang Daong's corpulent visage absorbed the full brunt of the strike. The force, akin to a torrential deluge, rendered Wang Daong's face a grotesque tableau of blood and gore, his nasal bridge collapsing inward, a torrent of blood and teeth erupting from his mouth in a macabre spectacle. His body, akin to a discarded sack, was propelled by the immense force, colliding violently with the adjacent wall before slumping to the ground. Wang Daong writhed in agony, his throat emitting fractured groans, yet his mouth was inundated with blood, rendering him incapable of speech. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness gradually dissipated, leaving only the excruciating pain coursing through his face and an overwhelming sense of dread tormenting him. Lin Feng approached the fallen Wang Daong with a cold demeanor, looking down upon him from his advantageous position, his voice as chilling as the frigid winds of winter. Do not succumb to slumber. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 48. The cornered beast. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng silently crouched down, gently smoothing the white cloth to ensure it lay neatly over the small corpse. The outline beneath the fabric appeared frail and rigid, as if still harboring the last vestiges of warmth, yet it could no longer breathe, weep, or smile. Lin Feng slowly rose, extending his hand to steady the wavering Li Qingzhu beside him. He inhaled deeply and murmured, I am sorry. I never anticipated that they would come for you. His voice was hoarse, betraying an inescapable guilt and sorrow. Li Qingzhu's body almost collapsed, leaning weakly against Lin Feng's arm. Her gaze was vacant, tears silently cascading down her cheeks, as if an abyss of despair was consuming her very soul. Lin Feng, she lifted her head, her already swollen eyes brimming anew with tears, laden with uncontainable grief and accusation. Why? Why did they have to take my child? Her voice cracked, imbued with despair. The haunting images of a nightmarish scene lingered in her mind. A towering man, wielding a heavy club, brutally the sharp sound of bones fracturing, the child's final scream, were like indelible brands seared into the depths of her soul, never to be erased. They used clubs, Li Qingzhu's voice faltered, to beat my child to death. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, his hands trembling slightly, the guilt and rage churning within him nearly suffocating him. He knew that his actions had ensnared innocent people, that his mistakes had caused Li Qingzhu to endure unbearable suffering. Lin Feng gazed impassively at Wang Daong, who was securely bound by chains and unconscious, the fury in his heart threatening to consume his reason. He pointed at Wang Daong and said in a low voice, He was the one who ordered your child to be killed. Li Qingzhu's eyes widened instantly, tears still streaming down her cheeks. But her expression was now a mixture of anger and shock, no longer solely grief. Her body stiffened for a moment, her gaze gradually becoming vacant, the horrific memories and Wang Daong's image intertwining in her mind to form a terrifying web. Lin Feng drew a gleaming military knife from his waist, its blade cold and so sharp it was intimidating. He gently placed the knife in Li Qingzhu's hand, saying in a deep voice, If you seek vengeance, this knife will serve you. Li Qingzhu's hand received the knife hilt weakly, her fingers clutching it tightly, trembling slightly. Tears fell again, but she did not act immediately, instead staring at the knife as if wrestling with the anguish within her. Lin Feng said nothing more, his gaze shifting to the still unconscious Wang Daong. Bound by chains, Wang Daong found himself utterly immobilized. Lin Feng advanced towards him with a chilling gaze as sharp as a blade, his steps resolute and exuding an aura of intense coercion. Pausing before Wang Daong, Lin Feng acted without the slightest hesitation, lifting his foot and bringing it down with savage force upon Wang Daong's right hand. With a sickening crunch, several of Wang Daong's fingers were instantly shattered, the sound of splintering bones echoing throughout the chamber. Blood and fragments of bone sprayed outwards, staining the floor crimson in an instant. Ah! Wang Daong jolted awake, a heart-rending scream erupting from his throat. The agonizing cry seemingly capable of conveying the utter torment he was enduring. His eyes snapped open, fixating on his mangled, bloodied hand. The indescribable agony causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Why you? Wang Daong's voice was raspy and broken, a mixture of pain and terror contorting his features into a mask of stunned disbelief. His gaze swept over Lin Feng's frigid eyes, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to be trapped in an inescapable hell. Lin Feng coldly looked down at him, the rage in his eyes now numb, as if he no longer felt any emotional disturbance for what he had done. Do you believe there will be retribution for all you have done? Lin Feng's voice was deep, as if the sentence itself carried the aura of death. Wang Daong spat out a mouthful of saliva, the blood-tinged fluid landing on the ground. His eyes turned scarlet, like those of a wild beast cornered. His mouth twitched, and he laughed suddenly, his voice hoarse and mad. Kill me then. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng. Do you dare? You will rue the day you ended my life. His laughter, akin to a corroded blade, pierced the ears of all present, imbued with a disquieting undertone. Lin Feng fixed him with a frigid stare, his clenched fist trembling subtly, yet he refrained from immediate action. He surmised that Wang Daong's manic confidence was not without cause. What machinations are you plotting? Lin Feng's voice was a deep, chilling cadence, laced with a palpable threat. His intuition warned him that Wang Daong possessed an unrevealed trump card. Wang Daong, gasping for breath, his visage a blend of agony and elation, bore the excruciating pain of his severed finger, his eyes brimming with defiance. You believe you will emerge unscathed today? You are ignorant of the caliber of individual you have provoked. This declaration furrowed Lin Feng's brow further. He stooped gradually, his voice a low, wintry gust. Elucidate. What is the meaning of your words? Wang Daong merely sneered, offering no direct response. His laughter grew increasingly grating, as if mocking Lin Feng's ignorance. Chapter 49. Behind the sinister veil. 20 minutes prior. In his office, Wang Daong retrieved his handgun, a weapon procured through his brother, Wang Dai. Within the outer district of Xindu, the possession of firearms is strictly prohibited, subject to mandatory confiscation by the military. As the radio crackled to life, Wang Daong's voice, trembling with fear and rage, conveyed his message with haste. Brother, a grave situation has arisen. Someone has sought me out. A man by the name of Lin Feng. He intends to kill me. In the dump, the voice on the radio inquired little, merely responding coldly, hold your ground. I shall arrive shortly. At that moment, Lin Feng continued to press Wang Daong for the meaning behind his words. Suddenly, Lin Feng's senses sharpened. He discerned a faint yet distinct sound. It was the roar of an approaching automobile engine, drawing closer with alarming speed. His expression grew increasingly grave, as he sensed the imminent danger and turned to glance at Li Qingzhu. Li Qingzhu remained trembling, her gaze fixed on the military knife, her fingers quivering slightly, still ensnared in the turmoil within her heart. She bit her lip, tears lingering in her eyes, glancing between Wang Daong and Lin Feng. Her voice was barely a whisper. Clearly, Li Qingzhu was not yet mentally prepared for the act of taking a life. At that moment, a twisted smile crept across Wang Daong's face as he suppressed the agony he felt, grinning through clenched teeth. Did you hear that? Lin Feng, my brother is coming. He is one of the military. Your time is up. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, realizing that Wang Daong's words were not mere fabrications. Observing Wang Daong's elation, Lin Feng surmised that the individuals outside were indeed formidable, likely affiliated with the military. The military effectively controlled Xindu, and he knew that he could not confront the entire city alone. It seemed he could not eliminate Wang Daong this time, despite his deep-seated animosity towards him. Standing there, Lin Feng's mind was a tempest of thoughts. The chill in his eyes intensified as he regarded the pained yet malevolent expression on Wang Daong's face, as if the entire world was compelling him to make a choice. At this moment, he was undergoing a profound internal struggle. To kill or not to kill? Lin Feng repeatedly posed this question to himself. Should he eliminate Wang Daong now? The thrill of vengeance and the satisfaction of retribution would undoubtedly grant him a fleeting sense of relief. However, lurking behind this relief was a significant peril. He understood that Wang Daong was backed by formidable forces, likely with military support. It had long been clear to him that the military was the true power behind the control of Xindu. Although Wang Daong was merely a black market dealer from an outer district, his connections to the military complicated matters considerably. If he were to slay Wang Daong, he would be declaring war against that vast military force. This implied that he might have to contend with an entire battalion of soldiers from Xindu while he stood alone. How could he possibly withstand such odds? Yet, if he chose to let Wang Daong go, the forces behind him would not easily relent. Even if Wang Daong evaded death, Lin Feng knew that both he and Li Qingzhu would no longer find safety in Xindu. Wang Daong would undoubtedly be incensed, and his backing forces would continue to pursue Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng was acutely aware that Li Qingzhu would inevitably become a target in this cycle of vengeance. At this moment, Lin Feng was not merely a seeker of revenge, he was also a strategist. His mind raced, endeavoring to devise the most prudent course of action. He recognized that revenge was not the sole option. Survival and long-term planning were paramount. Although the current circumstances were infuriating, succumbing to the temptation of impulsive actions for the fleeting pleasure of vengeance could lead him into far greater calamities. He inhaled deeply, a chilling sensation permeating his core. While Wang Daong deserved to die, he couldn't allow momentary impulse to dictate irreversible actions. Composure, rationality, and strategic foresight were the principles he had to uphold. Lin Feng turned deliberately, advancing towards Li Qingzhu, his resolve solidifying. He murmured, "Take the child, we must depart. Time is of the essence." Though it meant sparing Wang Daong, Lin Feng deemed his wretched life unworthy of a confrontation with the entirety of Xindu's forces. Instead, biding his time and amassing power was the judicious course. Soon, the heavy cadence of footsteps echoed as a contingent of fully armed soldiers entered, only to find Lin Feng and his companion gone. Wang Daong, brutally bound in chains and bearing numerous wounds, presented a pathetic figure. His fingers, crushed by Lin Feng, were encrusted with dried blood. As the soldiers entered the chamber, a ghastly smile contorted his face, his lips moving weakly. "Brother, you've finally arrived. Quickly, he escaped. Pursue him." Wang Daong's voice was fraught with terror and rage, his eyes burning with animosity towards Lin Feng. Clearly, Wang Daong felt secure in the presence of these military personnel, and the emotions of resentment and agony transformed into a cunning plea. Wang Dai, a tall man with piercing eyes, approached Wang Daong with a deliberate gait. Adorned in a crisp military uniform and bearing rank insignia, his presence overshadowed even the soldiers. Confronted by the brother who once depended on him but had now become a burden, his countenance was a tapestry of complex emotions, and his gaze seemed devoid of familial affection. He cast a glance at Wang Daong, who appeared to have been subjected to extreme torment by the iron chains, his brow furrowing slightly before he coldly addressed the surrounding soldiers. "Manage the scene meticulously and ensure that no one learns of what has transpired here." The soldiers promptly sprang into action, a few advancing to extricate Wang Daong from his shackles. As he was dragged, his anguished groans echoed incessantly, and he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Brother, he nearly killed me. He seeks vengeance, he will surely return." His voice was tinged with desperation, wholly disregarding the soldiers' scrutiny. Wang Dai let out a faint sigh, his tone icy. "Silence. You worthless fool, be quiet." The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood as he stood amidst the chaos of the disordered room, casting a cold gaze around, his brow slightly furrowed. He was acutely aware that although his brother was arrogant and overconfident, he had always been accompanied by a loyal cadre of henchmen in this area. Wang Daong had never lacked for protection, yet he still suffered such horrific torment. This realization stirred a flicker of doubt within Wang Dai. "Lin Feng." He murmured the name softly, as if striving to engrave it into the recesses of his memory. He glanced down at Wang Daong, still being pulled by the soldiers, his tone remaining indifferent. "Is the Lin Feng you speak of acting alone?" Wang Daong nodded. "He has a dog with him." "Alone?" "Accompanied only by a dog." Wang Dai's gaze deepened, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Are you saying that a single individual has managed to reduce you to this state and yet emerged unscathed?" Wang Dai slightly narrowed his eyes, his thoughts surging like a tidal wave. He was well aware that among the henchmen under Wang Daong, there were several formidable characters, one of whom was even a former subordinate of his. While these individuals could not be considered elite, under ordinary circumstances, they were more than capable of handling most threats. However, the fact that all of them had perished at the hands of Lin Feng compelled him to reassess this Lin Feng. Could it be that he is a member of an elite unit? Wang Dai's brows knitted together more tightly as his mind rapidly filtered through all possible scenarios. He had witnessed those individuals firsthand. Their skills were exceptional, and their combat prowess astonishing, making them the military's most clandestine killing machines. Yet, he promptly dismissed his own conjecture. Impossible. Those individuals were currently under mind control, incapable of acting independently, let alone appearing in the outer districts. He hesitated for a moment, a vague sense in his heart suggesting that Lin Feng might be concealing a far greater secret. Wang Dai was not easily swayed, but the situation at hand forced him to remain vigilant. He turned to Wang Daong, his voice low yet firm. Why would he come to kill you? At that moment, Wang Daong was still groaning, evidently too preoccupied to respond. With a face full of resentment, he looked at Wang Dai and exclaimed, "Brother, avenge me." That Lin Feng, silence. Wang Dai interrupted him sharply, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Do not speak of revenge so casually. Do you truly believe your life holds such significance? The gunfire here has echoed throughout the entire outer district. Are you aware of the complications this situation entails? Wang Daong fell silent, intimidated by the outburst. A flicker of grievance crossed his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by a greater sense of fear. Gritting his teeth, he murmured, I have captured those close to him. He turned to the soldiers at his side and decisively commanded them to investigate Lin Feng's background, leaving no detail unexamined. Chapter 50. Peril lurking everywhere. Lin Feng swiftly returned to the truck concealed behind the abandoned factory, with Li Qingzhu in his arms. Throughout their flight, he held her tightly, his steps firm and rapid, anxious that their pursuers might catch up. Xiao He closely followed in their wake. Li Qingzhu lay limply against Lin Feng, her complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After gently placing her in the passenger seat, Xiao He hopped into the vehicle as well. Lin Feng quickly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was tailing them before securely shutting the door. Observing the furrowed brow and pained expression on Li Qingzhu's face, his heart ached. He rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a box of painkillers, carefully opening it and pouring out 2 pills, offering them to her lips with a soothing tone. Take these. They will alleviate some of your pain. Li Qingzhu lifted her trembling hand to weakly accept the medication, yet lacked the strength to swallow it on her own. Lin Feng sighed, supporting her head and gently assisting her in taking the pills. Subsequently, he picked up a water bottle, delicately offering her a few sips. Take a short rest, Lin Feng murmured, his voice tinged with a rare tenderness. You need to recuperate. I will guide you on the path ahead, but we must first temporarily depart from Xindu. Once he confirmed that Li Qingzhu was secure in the truck, with Xiao He attentively observing their surroundings, Lin Feng ignited the engine, which emitted a deep, resonant growl. He was acutely aware that time was not on his side. He had to flee Xindu without delay. Meanwhile, Wang Dai wore a grim expression as he coldly commanded over the radio, order a city-wide lockdown. No vehicles or personnel may enter or exit without approval. Instruct the perimeter guards to thoroughly inspect everyone. At that moment, the outer buffer zone was drawing a horde of zombies, attracted by the gunfire echoing from Xindu. Within the buffer zone, a truck was gradually approaching the gates of Xindu. The man in the driver's seat furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The side door was ajar, and several individuals wielding melee weapons vigilantly scanned the area. These were Zhao Jian and his brothers from the Yaoyang team. Zhao Jian frowned as he gazed ahead, listening to the roars of the zombie horde in the buffer zone. He muttered, what has transpired in Xindu? The gunfire is so loud, it practically invites disaster. The Yaoyang team's truck slowly approached the entrance of Xindu, and the guards immediately stepped forward to intercept them. Sitting in the driver's seat, Zhao Dian's brow slightly furrowed as he regarded the soldiers before him, sensing that something was amiss in Xindu. The members inside the vehicle swiftly retrieved their identification cards from their respective positions, their movements deft and practiced. A sentinel approached the carriage window, casting his gaze upon the identification credentials in his grasp. His eyes lingered momentarily on Zhao Dian's identification badge before gesturing for the others to grant passage. Zhao Jian cast a sidelong glance at the nearby soldier, inquiring with a hint of perplexity, what transpires within? Why have the sounds of gunfire reverberated? Upon recognizing Zhao Jian, the sentinel visibly relaxed, replying, it is you. The situation in the capital is rather tumultuous. Rumor has it that insurgents have emerged within the city, resulting in an outbreak of armed conflict. A complete lockdown is now in effect, prohibiting all unauthorized entry and exit. He paused, lowering his voice as he added, It is said that the insurgent is named Lin Feng. Upon hearing the name Lin Feng, a tempestuous surge of emotions swept through Zhao Dian's inner being. Though outwardly composed, maintaining a facade of equanimity, his mind was besieged by a myriad of questions. He struggled to comprehend how Lin Feng, the very individual who had extended a helping hand to others in their times of need, could suddenly be branded as a so-called insurgent. Zhao Dian held a favorable impression of Lin Feng, recalling their past conversations and his demeanor of composure and rationality, as if he possessed the ability to discern the truth amidst complex circumstances. Moreover, he was a friend of Vice Commander Lin Yu. Zhao Dian muttered under his breath, Lin Feng. It cannot be. His spirits weighed heavily upon him, and with the thought of Vice Commander Lin Yu, Zhao Dian swiftly realized that this news might bear even greater significance than he had initially surmised. Lin Feng's predicament invariably implied a more intricate web of events lurking beneath the surface, perhaps a case of fabrication, with the truth far more convoluted than it appeared. He took a deep breath and calmly addressed the soldier, saying, Indeed, times are quite tumultuous. Very well, let us proceed inside. I can see you are quite occupied. With the increasing number of zombies, do exercise caution. His tone bore a hint of concern. Though he appeared nonchalant, his mind was racing with thoughts. Zhao Dian gestured for the team member in the passenger seat to prepare, and after adjusting his state of mind, he pressed the accelerator, slowly driving through the gates of the new capital. However, his thoughts had already begun to churn. Lin Yu might still be unaware of this matter, and he needed to contact her swiftly to convey this crucial information. Meanwhile, Lin Feng drove the truck, pushing the speed to its limits, the tires screeching against the pavement, producing a piercing wail. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, and the retreating buildings in the rearview mirror momentarily eased his heartbeat. Yet he understood that the peril was far from over. He silently prayed to leave this place before the lockdown commenced. On the back seat of the truck, Xiao He perked up its ears, letting out a low whimper, seemingly attuned to the palpable tension in the air. At the entrance of the new capital, the atmosphere abruptly froze. A soldier was bent over, verifying identity details when suddenly, a deep, ominous growl echoed from a distance. Initially, the sound was indistinct, like a cacophony of whimpers carried by the wind, but within moments, the growl sharpened into a spine-chilling roar. Look, what is that? A soldier's voice suddenly rang out, laced with unmistakable terror. Almost everyone followed the direction of his finger, and in the next moment, all their pupils constricted violently. A dark tide of corpses surged forth like a tsunami. The sky at the horizon turned ominously gray, accompanied by the deafening roars of the undead, as countless decayed figures poured in from the buffer zone. At a glance, the sea of horror seemed endless. Countless grotesque and rotting faces stacked upon one another, forming a frenzied, surging torrent. The tide of corpses. It is indeed the tide of corpses. Quickly alert the command center. The soldiers' cries nearly tore through the air, and the guarding ranks were instantly thrown into chaos. Some hastily sounded the alarm, the shrill sirens echoing across the skies of the new capital, while many instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, though their faces betrayed an undeniable fear. Chapter 51. The onslaught of the undead. As the tide of corpses drew nearer, the defenders of the new capital found themselves engulfed in an unprecedented crisis. Originally focused on quelling the internal turmoil within the city, the guards' efforts were primarily directed towards sealing the city gates and verifying the identities of those entering and exiting. They had been utterly unprepared for the simultaneous assault of the undead. Now, as the guards scrambled to confront the advancing horde, they could no longer attend to Lin Feng's movements. Although the anti-aircraft guns and heavy machine guns stationed atop the watchtowers could provide some measure of defense in battle, they proved inadequate against the overwhelming tide of zombies. The undead began to flood into the expansive buffer zone in droves. Lin Feng noticed the commotion ahead. The relentless gunfire erupted from the direction of the new capital's gates, and a spark of hope ignited within him. Could it be the horde of zombies? Soon, Lin Feng caught sight of the grand gates, where a handful of soldiers still stood guard. However, the emergence of the undead undeniably presented him with a fleeting opportunity. At this moment, the guards' attention had shifted towards the horde of corpses, their efforts to contain the situation significantly diluted. He gripped the steering wheel firmly, his gaze resolute, as the engine roared to life with a thunderous growl. For him, the sole chance of escape lay in the chaos unfolding at the city gates. Lin Feng swiftly assessed his route. The pressure from the horde would inevitably destabilize the outer defenses, and any opportunity to break free could vanish in an instant. Thus, he resolved to harness this turmoil, focusing his energy on surging through the blockade, evading the guard's scrutiny, and racing towards the city outskirts. As the horde drew nearer, the soldiers were compelled to exit the city gates, concentrating their firepower against the relentless tide of zombies. Seizing this moment of distraction, Lin Feng propelled his vehicle forward. However, just as he was about to breach the gates, a soldier inadvertently spotted the truck he was driving. The soldier exclaimed in astonishment, "It's Lin Feng! Stop him!" Yet, at that juncture, the horde had closed in, and the soldiers could not simultaneously attend to Lin Feng, redirecting their efforts to combat the advancing undead. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Feng accelerated swiftly, bursting forth from the confines of the new capital's blockade. "Hold the line. Do not let the undead approach the walls." The commander atop the ramparts rasped, his binoculars fixated on the encroaching horde. The densely packed mass of zombies appeared endless, their deafening roars suffocating in their intensity. "The gates can't hold much longer. Call for reinforcements immediately. If we lose the gates, all will be lost." With a desperate bellow that tore through the air, a soldier brandished his now empty rifle. He cast a backward glance at Neo Kyoto, his gaze laden with intricate emotions. Beyond the city gates lay not only survivors huddled in shelters, but also his kin, spouse, and comrades. Their very existence hinged on this barricade, and the soldiers were acutely aware that should the horde breach it, Neo Kyoto would be transformed into a living inferno. The soldiers, with clenched jaws, fought tooth and nail. Scarcely noticing Lin Feng as he navigated the chaotic streets in his truck, hurtling toward the opposite end of the blockade. In this moment of dire urgency, he went largely unnoticed, allowing Lin Feng to steer toward the periphery of Neo Kyoto's buffer zone. The truck's presence diverted a segment of the encroaching cadaverous throng, which shambled away from Neo Kyoto. At that juncture, a khaki-colored military lorry emerged from Neo Kyoto's inner precinct, its colossal tires churning over the ground, raising clouds of dust. Though the lorry's camouflage was time-worn, the military insignia remained faintly discernible. Within sat 20 soldiers, clad in immaculate military attire, their countenances listless and apathetic. A stark contrast to the anxious expressions of the ordinary soldiers on the outskirts. Each of them bore a cerulean glowing device strapped to their arm, a bioextractor, nearly identical to the one concealed beneath Lin Feng's sleeve. The soldiers were silent, their eyes vacant, as if they were soulless automatons. Yet, their movements were synchronized. And as the lorry came to a halt, they swiftly dismounted, seizing specialized automatic rifles and advancing toward the seething mass of animated corpses. A group of ordinary soldiers witnessed this scene, initially struck with astonishment, only to have complex expressions emerge as if they recalled something. "It is them," murmured an old veteran, his voice tinged with a sense of reverence, though overshadowed by fear. If Lin Yu were present at that moment, she would have recognized a familiar face among these machine-like soldiers, Lin Yaoyang. The 20 elite soldiers moved with synchronized precision, raising their rifles as the barrels erupted simultaneously with cold flashes of fire. Each bullet found its mark with the accuracy of a guided missile, piercing the skulls of the zombies and dispatching them with lethal precision. Even as the relentless tide of corpses surged towards them, these soldiers remained composed, seemingly unperturbed by the specter of death. The ordinary soldiers of Xindu initially watched in bewilderment, many of them still gasping for breath from the recent skirmish. Yet, the performance of these elite warriors surpassed all expectations. "Good heavens, how are they achieving this?" a young soldier murmured, his eyes brimming with shock and awe. "It is them. The elite unit," another veteran spoke softly, his gaze laden with complexity, referring to the legendary elite unit. However, before he could finish his thought, he sealed his lips tightly, as if hesitant to utter more about this formidable squad. Yet, the others had no time to delve deeper into speculation. They only knew that these 20 individuals operated as merciless machines of slaughter, repelling the horde with astonishing accuracy and efficiency, thus turning the tide of a precarious battle. Chapter 52. The Zombie King. As the elite unit's precise firepower gradually subdued the zombie tide, the soldiers of Xindu began to slowly regain their confidence in combat. The corpses of the undead lay piled within the buffer zone, the stench of decay permeating the air, a noxious odor nearly suffocating those nearby. As the bodies accumulated, the foul and perilous atmosphere intensified. However, the brief tranquility was not destined to endure. At that moment, from the very heart of the corpse tide, An exceptionally towering figure emerged from the sea of bodies. Its form vastly exceeded that of the typical zombie, far more immense and ferocious. Resembling a grotesque amalgamation of some monstrous entity. Its skin bore a sickly shade of purplish blue, muscles bulging, radiating an uncontrollable aura of violence. Most chilling of all were its crimson eyes, glimmering with an unmistakable glint of intelligence. It gazed down upon the surrounding mass of corpses, then emitted a deep, resonant roar, as if summoning something. Suddenly, dozens of zombies surged forth from its vicinity, their speed astonishing. These creatures exhibited a stark contrast to their ordinary counterparts. Their bodies emanated an eerie orange-red luminescence, moving with a swiftness that rivaled certain predatory beasts. Their motions were agile and coordinated, as if they were no longer mindless monsters, but rather some form of enhanced zombie warriors. Mutated zombies. A soldier cried out in terror. "Damn it! Open fire!" Another soldier shouted, his eyes filled with boundless dread. Even the formidable elite forces now faced an unprecedented challenge. Confronted with these threats far more dangerous than standard zombies, they were compelled to exert every ounce of their strength. 20 elite soldiers swiftly adjusted their formation. Their steps synchronized and precise, as their weapons followed the movements of the mutated zombies, continuously recalibrating. Each bullet released aimed to strike the most vital area, the head. However, the formidable nature of the mutated zombies rendered these bullets insufficient to halt their advance completely. Many projectiles, upon hitting their targets, merely caused the mutated zombies to pause momentarily before they lunged again at the elite squad. It seemed as though they were impervious to bullets. One ordinary soldier exclaimed in terror. The number of mutated zombies within the horde continued to swell, and the elite unit began to feel immense pressure. The soldiers of the elite squad realized that mere gunfire would not swiftly eradicate the threat posed by the mutated zombies. Despite their accurate shots finding their mark in the head, these creatures appeared to transcend the status of ordinary corpses. They exhibited a remarkable resilience to damage, with some mutated zombies remaining upright even after sustaining injuries. Nevertheless, in response to this predicament, the elite unit promptly adapted their tactics. Several elite soldiers simultaneously targeted a running mutated zombie, calmly observing its movements before swiftly locking onto its legs. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of precise gunfire echoed, causing the mutated zombie to stagger, lose its balance, and crash to the ground. As it fell, its contorted limbs rendered it immobile. Effective. Let us continue this way. The surrounding ordinary soldiers erupted in cheers at this sight, a wave of excitement and hope permeating the air. They began to emulate the tactics of elite forces, targeting the joints of the mutated zombies. Yet, due to their anxiety, many soldiers' accuracy paled in comparison to that of the elite troops, with their shots veering off course significantly. At that moment, from the heart of the distant horde, an enraged roar erupted, echoing like a call from the abyss, imbued with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the source of the sound. It was the Zombie King, a creature of even greater size and menace than the mutated zombies. Its emergence instantly cast a heavy and oppressive atmosphere over the battlefield. The Zombie King's physique dwarfed that of ordinary zombies, its crimson eyes blazing like fiery embers, radiating boundless fury. With furious swings of its massive arms, it effortlessly seized a nearby zombie from the throng, as if plucking an inconsequential toy. Its movements were swift and brimming with power, as if the entire world lay within its dominion. In the next heartbeat, the Zombie King hurled the captured zombie with tremendous force, propelling it towards a soldier like a cannonball. The air was thick with a suffocating force as the soldier, caught unawares, could hardly react. With a thunderous impact, the soldier collapsed, instantly losing consciousness. However, the thrown zombie did not come to a halt. It staggered momentarily on the ground before swiftly rising to its feet, unhesitatingly lunging at the fallen soldier and sinking its gaping maw into his face. A heart-wrenching scream escaped the soldier's lips as blood gushed from his wounds, rapidly staining the earth around him. The other soldiers, upon witnessing this scene, were instantly engulfed by a wave of terror. Many could not suppress their inner dread, their faces betraying expressions of despair. The wrath of the Corpse King seemed to incite even more mutated zombies from the horde, which surged forth like uncontrollable beasts, furiously assaulting the front lines. Under the leadership of the Corpse King, the momentum of the horde intensified, rendering the soldiers' counterattacks increasingly arduous. Confronted with these nearly bulletproof monstrosities, the morale of the soldiers suffered a grave blow. Chapter 53. The Dawn of Hope. As the defenses of New City teetered on the brink of collapse, and the soldiers found themselves nearly despondent under the oppressive presence of the Corpse King, a deep and resonant rumbling suddenly emanated from the distant horizon. Initially, the sound was faint, akin to whispers carried by the wind, but in mere moments, it crescendoed, resembling the approach of a roaring behemoth. What could it be? One soldier raised his head, his face a canvas of confusion and fear, before his gaze was irrevocably drawn to the spectacle in the distance. Amidst the swirling dust, over a dozen massive modified trucks emerged from behind the horde. These vehicles boasted a rugged appearance, with fronts armored like the bulldozers of a battlefield, equipped with formidable ramming horns. And some even bore rotating steel blades affixed to their sides, emitting a jarring metallic grind as they advanced. The truck bodies were emblazoned with mottled white insignias, a radiant sun, symbolizing their name, City of Light. The people of the City of Light. It is the people of the City of Light, a soldier exclaimed with exhilaration. The modified trucks plunged fearlessly into the heart of the horde, cleaving through its formation like a wedge. The seemingly inexhaustible zombies were immediately crushed under the immense force, the ram of the truck lifting the decaying bodies high and flinging them far behind. Blood and severed limbs mingled into a gruesome blank area under the wheels. We are saved. The soldiers, witnessing this scene, were incredulous with joy, their previously low morale surging. Soldiers on the truck leaned out, fully armed, wielding modified automatic rifles, accurately firing at the zombies that had not yet been crushed. Some swift, mutated zombies attempted to pounce on the truck, only to be bisected by the rotating steel blades on the sides, scattering blood and flesh. The tactics of Bright City were not merely brute force. As the modified trucks tore through the horde, several suddenly halted, opening the rear of their carriages, and armed warriors jumped to the ground one after another. They formed a tight combat formation, using the trucks as cover, clearing the surrounding zombie swarms with automatic rifles and explosives. These survivor warriors moved swiftly and seamlessly, not only killing zombies but also further dividing the horde through a series of precise explosions, alleviating the pressure on the front of the new capital. Simultaneously, the commander of Bright City shouted through a loudspeaker, "Warriors of the new capital, we are here to support you. Do not give up the fight. The hope of humanity lies in unity." These words, like a flame, ignited the fighting spirit of all. The soldiers of the new capital, as if reinvigorated, picked up their weapons and launched a new round of counterattacks against the still approaching zombie horde. Though the tide of corpses remains ferocious, the joint efforts of the defenders of Radiant City and New Capital have successfully reinforced their lines. Despite the earth-shattering roars of the Corpse King, the united forces of humanity are gradually shifting the tide of battle. An hour later, as heavy trucks from Radiant City cleaved through the horde, and under the precise firepower of the soldiers, the scale of the undead onslaught began to noticeably diminish. Countless zombies fell to the ground, their fragmented bodies forming mountains, while the air was thick with the stench of decay and the acrid scent of gunpowder. The soldiers of New Capital gradually steadied their footing, and inspired by the warriors of Radiant City, their morale surged as they re-entered the fray. The sounds of gunfire and explosions intertwined, progressively suppressing the zombie surge. However, deep within the battlefield, the towering and fearsome Corpse King sensed a shift. Its once crimson eyes glimmered with an unusual light, seemingly assessing the changes in the tide of battle. The horde could no longer devour the defenses with the rapidity it once exhibited. The arrival of Radiant City was clearly a pivotal variable. The Corpse King slowly lowered its massive form, blending into the shadows of the horde. Its movements were deliberate and stealthy, as if to avoid drawing attention. Accompanied by a suppressed growl, a multitude of ordinary zombies surged around it, forming a thick barrier that obscured the Corpse King's figure even further. "Look, the Corpse King has vanished," shouted a keen-eyed soldier, his voice tinged with unease. "It is concealing itself. We cannot allow it to escape." A warrior from Radiant City decisively commanded his comrades to redirect their fire, striving to pinpoint the Corpse King's location. However, the Corpse King moved with remarkable swiftness, stealthily advancing towards the edge of the battlefield under the cover of the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, several remaining mutated zombies rapidly gathered around the Corpse King, clearing a path for its escape. "Stop it! Open fire!" shouted a commander from Bright City. Yet their firepower was scattered by the relentless tide of ordinary zombies. The Corpse King did not glance back, its figure gradually fading into the chaos of the undead swarm. It was seen leading a few robust mutated zombies, radiating fury and defiance, ultimately fleeing towards the periphery of the battlefield, completely vanishing into the distant shadows. "We have repelled the horde," gasped an old soldier from New Capital, though his gaze betrayed profound apprehension. The Corpse King's escape marked a temporary halt to the conflict. As night descended, the entire New Capital buffer zone reeked of blood and decay. Burning debris, fallen soldiers, and layers of corpses painted a grim panorama of the desolation. The soldiers of New Capital, leaning on their weary bodies, began to clear the battlefield, yet each face was etched with pain and profound sorrow. "We have lost far too many," whispered a young soldier, his voice trembling with fatigue and grief. The results of the casualties came swiftly, striking everyone like a heavy blow. In this battle, the defenders of New Capital suffered over 100 fatalities. With many soldiers unable to recarve their figures on the battlefield resembled those of battle deities, yet ultimately, some still succumbed. Amidst the process of clearing the battlefield, a chilling discovery left everyone astounded. "Captain, come quickly." A soldier's voice trembled with fear as he pointed to the corpse of an elite soldier. To their horror, the fallen elite's body began to twitch slightly. His once lifeless eyes gradually transformed into a vivid crimson, and the muscles beneath his skin began to swell rapidly, with an ominous orange-red glow pulsing beneath the surface. "This is impossible. How could he become a mutated zombie?" A warrior from the City of Light exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly raising his weapon to aim at the body. However, before they could fire, the elite soldier's corpse had fully transformed into a mutated zombie. It roared and rose to its feet, its strength far exceeding that of a common zombie, effortlessly flinging aside the soldiers who attempted to restrain it. "Open fire! Quickly, open fire!" The commander's order thundered, and a hail of bullets rapidly riddled the mutated zombie. Yet this bizarre occurrence sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chapter 54. Seeking refuge, Lin Feng sat inside the vehicle, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the road ahead. The roar of the engine echoed harshly in the desolate city, the air thick with a putrid stench, while the distant sky was tainted by fire and smoke, casting a dim, blood-red hue. The presence of the zombie horde rendered this city even more perilous, and Lin Feng was acutely aware that allowing these zombies to follow him into the delivery station would spell disaster. He adeptly adjusted his speed, striving to navigate through the desolate main streets. At each intersection, he would halt the vehicle, patiently observing his surroundings, wary of attracting the attention of the distant, wandering hordes of the undead. In his mind, he calculated the necessity of finding a more secluded route. Although this path might take him farther afield, it must allow him to circumvent the tide of corpses. As he drove through the dilapidated streets, his gaze frequently swept through the rearview mirror. The sight behind him was chilling. In the distance, the horde resembled an endless black serpent, inexorably expanding through the ruins of the city, devouring everything in its path. Lin Feng's grip on the car door trembled slightly. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tension that threatened to overwhelm him. He knew he must remain composed. The wheels continued to turn, entering a more secluded lane. The scenery here was even more desolate, with scarcely any signs of human activity. Lin Feng was convinced that although this route was longer, it would at least allow him to evade those throngs of zombies, thereby reducing the risk of exposure. He drove silently along this barren path, the surrounding stillness almost eerie, broken only by the roar of the engine and the friction of tires against the ground. Outside the window, the occasional glimpse of decaying buildings and abandoned vehicles flashed by, rendering the entire city a forsaken wasteland, devoid of life. Within the car, Lin Feng's gaze occasionally drifted to the passenger seat. Li Qingzhu remained curled up quietly, draped in Lin Feng's thick coat, her breathing steady. Ever since he had administered the pain medication, she seemed to have succumbed to a deep slumber, her complexion slightly more serene than before, yet still bearing traces of pallor. Her attire, devoid of clothing, left Lin Feng feeling somewhat uneasy, despite the incessant warmth emanating from the car's heater. He couldn't help but reflect on his earlier decision, selling nearly all of his garments at the delivery station to the exchange, intending to procure a greater amount of new currency. At that moment, he believed that the new currency would prove invaluable. However, the current circumstances instilled a sense of regret within him. Lacking a spare set of clothing, Li Qingzhu appeared particularly vulnerable in this environment. The over 20,000 new coins now felt like nothing more than a futile figure. Observing Li Qingzhu's body curled slightly, her complexion pale, he was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. The calamity had struck too abruptly, leaving him ill-prepared. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He could not allow himself to be swayed by feelings of remorse. He understood that the paramount priority was to keep moving, ensuring safety until an appropriate refuge could be found. As for the delivery station, he had no intention of taking Li Qingzhu there for the time being. Firstly, the environment was rudimentary, and in her current state, she could not possibly endure the frigid confines of the warehouse. Secondly, Lin Feng had yet to resolve to disclose the existence of the delivery station to anyone other than himself. As for Li Qingzhu, he would naturally do his utmost to care for her, as he felt a sense of indebtedness toward her. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to a peculiar structure in the distance, situated along a remote stretch of national road, entirely devoid of any neighboring villages or towns. Towering walls encircled the compound, fortified with a dense array of sharp, barbed wire atop, resembling an impregnable fortress. What is even more shocking is that several surveillance cameras affixed to the wall emit a red glow, seemingly vigilant over any potential intruders. A realization dawned upon Lin Feng. It was evident that this location served as a refuge for some survivor. The fortified walls and barbed wire defenses were impressively constructed, and the elevated monitoring devices suggested that this place was not merely repelling the threat of zombies, but also guarding against potential dangers, other survivors. Lin Feng cast a glance at Li Qingzhu, seated beside him, who remained enveloped in deep slumber, her breathing steady. In this desolate wasteland, it was apparent that Li Qingzhu lacked appropriate attire, which posed a significant dilemma for Lin Feng. He found himself contemplating the possibility of trading for clothing here or securing a safe haven for the injured Li Qingzhu, despite the unfamiliar and potentially perilous nature of the surroundings. Moreover, Lin Feng was confident that he possessed supplies that would pique their interest. His backpack contained medications, sustenance, weaponry, and even a solar panel. After a brief moment, Lin Feng gradually exited the vehicle, gently closing the door behind him, while Xiao He observed him through the glass. The air outside was relatively fresh. However, within this tranquil yet desolate area, his steps appeared particularly cautious. Standing before the sturdy iron gate, he assessed the formidable entrance, envisioning the myriad scenarios that might unfold. Suddenly, a beam of red light from the surveillance camera swept over him, causing a slight tightening in his chest as he realized he had become exposed to their gaze. Chapter 55, Sanctuary. Lin Feng halted his steps. Since the other party had already sensed his presence, he contemplated for a moment and decided against knocking on the door impulsively, choosing instead to wait outside. Indeed, after a brief interval, the iron gate slowly creaked open a small crack, revealing the face of a young man clad entirely in black. Wielding a sharp dagger in his hand, his gaze was fraught with vigilance, as if he maintained an acute awareness of any intruders. "What brings you here?" The man's voice was deep and cautious. Lin Feng quickly adopted a friendly expression, attempting to convey a sense of calmness in his tone. "Greetings. I hail from Xindu and have encountered some difficulties. A friend in my vehicle has been injured. May we seek refuge here temporarily?" The man's eyes remained icy, still laden with suspicion. Yet he glanced towards the cargo truck not far behind Lin Feng, where a seemingly unconscious woman lay inside. What happened to her? With a weary sigh, Lin Feng responded, "It is a long story. She has recently endured the anguish of losing a child and has been tormented by malevolent individuals. We have just escaped the onslaught of the undead tide in Xindu." The man's expression subtly shifted upon hearing about the undead tide's assault on Xindu, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Yet his wariness did not wane. He maintained a firm grip on his dagger, poised to address any potential threat. Noticing the man's lack of agreement, Lin Feng hastily added, "We shall not impose upon you without compensation. I possess medical supplies and can offer them as payment for our stay." At that moment, Lin Feng earnestly wished to secure a temporary haven for Li Qingzhu, especially upon observing the sanctuary's formidable and secure structure. He cast a glance at Lin Feng, his tone remaining icy. "Medications? Show me." Lin Feng slowly removed his backpack from his shoulder, deliberately taking his time. He unzipped it and produced several well-packaged analgesics and antibiotics, presenting them to the man. In the current environment, these medications would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Lin Feng endeavored to infuse his voice with sincerity, his gaze inadvertently flickering towards the yard behind the man. Upon seeing the medications, a glimmer of interest sparked in the man's eyes, yet he remained cautious. These are indeed commendable, but they are insufficient to compel me to take the risk of allowing you in. We do not readily harbor strangers. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease stirring within him. He understood that the man was not devoid of compassion. Rather, he was compelled by circumstances to be perpetually vigilant. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng sought to convey even greater sincerity. I comprehend your concerns. My companion and I harbor no ill intentions. As you can see, her condition is dire, and we truly cannot continue our journey in such conditions. The man glanced once more at the truck behind Lin Feng. Catching sight of Li Qingzhu curled up in her seat, draped in a coat, her complexion as pale as parchment. His brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of wavering resolve. Yet he did not relent immediately. The man's lips pressed together, his expression growing more solemn. He appeared to be weighing his options, his gaze returning to Lin Feng's face as he assessed the man's trustworthiness. However, I truly cannot afford to take the risk of admitting strangers. Our space is limited. The man's tone remained somewhat distant and unyielding. Lin Feng refused to concede, his voice tinged with urgency. We assure you, we will not impose. In addition to pharmaceuticals, I possess certain tools, such as solar panels. As long as we can secure a small space for my friend to recuperate, we shall depart immediately. Upon hearing the term solar panels, the man's gaze sharpened instantaneously. He scrutinized Lin Feng intently, clearly intrigued by this resource. Do you truly have solar panels? He inquired, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. Lin Feng nodded, reaching into another compartment of his backpack to reveal a compact, portable solar panel. The man's eyes brightened slightly, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. He studied the solar panel for a moment, as if appraising its worth. Eventually, he seemed to arrive at a firm resolution. Lifting his gaze to Lin Feng, very well, I can permit your entry. However, there are several conditions. First, you must surrender all weapons. Second, the vehicle must remain outside. Third, the pharmaceuticals and solar panel shall be handed over to me as part of the trade. Lin Feng furrowed his brow but nodded in agreement. No problem. But wait a moment, I forgot to mention, there is a dog in the vehicle. The man, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, coolly added, the dog is inconsequential. But remember my conditions. Do not cause any trouble, or you will certainly regret your actions. Lin Feng nodded in understanding, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At least he had navigated the immediate predicament. Although the place was rife with vigilance, it would provide a temporary refuge for Li Qingzhu, and he would have the opportunity to procure some clothing for her. The iron gate slowly creaked open, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping against metal. And for the first time, Lin Feng beheld the full panorama beyond the surrounding wall. Before his eyes lay a spacious courtyard, where several vehicles, seemingly still operational, were parked. To one side, supplies were neatly stacked and covered with waterproof tarpaulin. At the heart of the courtyard stood a two-story building, once grand in its design. The structure now bore the marks of time, its walls weathered yet still revealing the elegance of its architectural craftsmanship. The windows were barred with iron grills, and in certain areas, additional protective nets had been affixed, indicating considerable renovations had taken place. The man in black gestured towards the interior of the building, seemingly conveying some information, before turning to Lin Feng and instructing, park the vehicle outside. You may bring them in. Remember to surrender all weapons to us. They will be returned upon your departure. Lin Feng understood the rules and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. He approached the truck, and as he opened the door, Little Black leapt out immediately, alert and scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting the man in black, it emitted a low growl from its throat. Lin Feng gently patted its head and whispered, Little Black, be quiet. He then glanced back at Li Qingzhu, confirming that she remained in a deep slumber. Cautiously, he retrieved the backpack, medical supplies, and solar panel, handing them over to the man. After turning off the engine, he noticed Li Qingzhu curled up in a coat, barely covered. The man pointed towards her and said, You will need to carry her in yourself. We have no idle hands to assist you. Lin Feng refrained from further conversation and carefully lifted Li Qingzhu from the truck. Her frail body felt weightless as she leaned against Lin Feng, stirring a pang of compassion within him. He wrapped her more tightly in his coat and followed the man into the courtyard. As the iron gate closed slowly behind them, Lin Feng officially stepped into this sanctuary. He scanned his surroundings, striving to quickly grasp the situation. Under the man's guidance, they approached a room. He gestured towards an interior space, instructing, You may stay in that room. Do not wander or ask questions. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, carrying Li Qingzhu towards the entrance, while Xiao He was settled in the courtyard. Passing through the living room, Lin Feng noticed that although the lighting was dim, the layout was orderly. Some rudimentary maps and defense plans adorned the walls, indicating that this place had indeed undergone extensive management and planning. The house had electricity, and Lin Feng marveled at the man's capabilities in maintaining the shelter so effectively, managing to secure power even in the aftermath of the apocalypse. He silently rejoiced, grateful that this sanctuary could temporarily provide them with a respite. Chapter 56. A quiet night's subtle glow. Lin Feng entered the room requested by the man, cradling Li Qingzhu. Outside, darkness enveloped the world, yet the room was brilliantly illuminated. The warm light allowed Lin Feng to relax somewhat. The room was modest in size, likely a guest room, lacking a bed but furnished with a soft mat on the floor. Gently, Lin Feng placed Li Qingzhu onto the soft mat beneath her. After the apocalypse, the ability to maintain a supply of electricity filled him with a sense of admiration. Evidently, this man in black possessed considerable skill. Just as Lin Feng stood there, momentarily relaxing, he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching the doorway. Turning around, he was taken aback to see a woman gracefully stepping into the room. Since the onset of the apocalypse and the gradual obsolescence of mobile phones, he had not encountered such a stunning woman in quite some time. He could not help but think that even the most alluring woman at an auction would pale in comparison to her presence. She wore a simple silk camisole nightdress, appeared to be in her 30s, her skin as pale as porcelain, and her expression gentle. Her alluring curves, rounded and pert hips, and full bosom were a feast for his eyes. With a soft smile, she retrieved 2 sets of bedding from the cabinet. However, her gaze inadvertently flicked over to Li Qingzhu, and a hint of subtle surprise crossed her face. She murmured softly, "Oh, why isn't she dressed?" Her cheeks flushed, clearly embarrassed by Li Qingzhu's current state. Swiftly, she turned to Lin Feng and said, "I'll go find a few of my clothes for her. We wouldn't want her to catch a chill." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, watching her silhouette disappear through the doorway, a wave of gratitude swelling within him, enhancing his fondness for this beautiful woman. He then crouched down, skillfully spreading the bedding on the soft mat. Before long, the woman returned, cradling a neatly folded pile of clothing, her steps light and her face adorned with a gentle smile. She placed the garments on the floor, lifted her gaze towards Lin Feng, hesitated momentarily, and then tentatively inquired, "What is your relationship?" Taken aback by her words, Lin Feng paused his actions slightly, then rose to his feet and replied, "We are friends, I suppose." The woman smiled gently, her expression reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, yet laced with a hint of allure. "I see," she said, "then I shall assist her in dressing. Perhaps you should step outside for a moment." A few minutes later, the door to the room swung open, and the woman slightly turned her body, whispering, "She's ready." Lin Feng entered the room, his gaze swiftly falling upon Li Qingzhu, who had regained consciousness. However, her eyes still appeared vacant, indicating that her mind had yet to fully awaken. At that moment, she was clad in a simple cotton loungewear set, its soft hues rendering her even more tranquil and delicate than before. Lin Feng approached her, crouched down, and gently asked, "How are you feeling?" Li Qingzhu glanced up at him, her eyes reflecting a trace of confusion, and after a few seconds, she softly responded, "I'm all right." Lin Feng nodded, then turned to the woman standing at the doorway, offering her a grateful smile. "Thank you." She waved her hand dismissively and said softly, "No need to thank me. Just take good care of her." After casting one last sympathetic glance at Li Qingzhu, she turned and departed, the door closing gently behind her. Once more, tranquility enveloped the room. Lin Feng cast a glance at the dimly lit window before shifting his gaze to Li Qingzhu, who sat on the floor. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him, an appreciation for this fleeting moment of calm, intertwined with an anxiety about the uncertain future. He understood how precious this brief serenity was in the shadow of impending doom. Inside the room, Li Qingzhu sat vacantly on the blanket, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothing, her gaze unfocused as if she were peering into an unseen distance. Lin Feng quietly occupied a nearby space, his eyes fixed on the floor, enveloped in silence. The soft glow of the room's light, though gentle, seemed unable to penetrate the darkness that dwelled within their hearts. An oppressive stillness permeated the air, only interrupted by the distant, subdued sound of wind outside, struggling to shatter the heaviness of the moment. Suddenly, Lin Feng appeared to recall something, lifting his gaze to Li Qingzhu before rising and moving to the corner. He dragged his backpack into view, deftly unzipping it and rummaging through its contents. His movements were tinged with urgency, yet executed with care, as he sought to avoid any noise that might disturb her. Moments later, he retrieved a bag of neatly packaged banana chips from the depths of his backpack, a treasure he had previously unearthed from a mystery parcel. Lin Feng gazed at the banana chips in his hand for a fleeting moment, then tore open the packaging, extracting a small handful. "Let us have something to eat," he suggested softly, extending the banana chips toward Li Qingzhu, his tone gentle, yet seemingly probing. Li Qingzhu slowly lifted her head, staring blankly at the banana chips, as if she had not comprehended his words, showing no inclination to accept them. With a quiet sigh, Lin Feng placed the banana chips into her hand, leaving the remainder of the bag beside her. He murmured, "You need to eat something. Only by restoring your strength can you endure." Li Qingzhu lowered her gaze to the banana chips in her hand, and after a few seconds, mechanically brought them to her lips, taking a small bite. The sweetness of the food seemed to awaken a flicker of vitality within her. Her movements gradually became more natural as she took several more bites. Lin Feng watched her finally consume food, feeling a slight sense of relief. He returned to his original position, leaning against the wall, quietly observing her without uttering another word. He understood that after enduring so much suffering, Li Qingzhu could not be rushed. She needed to recover at her own pace. Outside, the sound of the wind grew louder. As Lin Feng's gaze drifted through the window into the pitch-black night, the room remained tranquil, with only the soft sound of Li Qingzhu's chewing adding a touch of life to the stillness. Chapter 57. The people in the sanctuary the next morning. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the floor. The room was still quiet. Li Qingzhu remained curled up on the soft mat, lightly asleep, while Lin Feng sat against the wall, seemingly caught in a state between wakefulness and slumber. Suddenly, a series of cheerful knocks at the door shattered the tranquility within. Lin Feng immediately rose, approached the door, and cautiously opened it. A familiar silhouette came into view. The beautiful woman who had assisted Li Qingzhu with her clothing the previous day. Today, she wore light makeup, her features delicately refined, making her appear even more radiant than the night before. Dressed in a simple yet tasteful outfit, she exuded an air of elegance. "Would you join us for breakfast?" She smiled gently, her voice soft and clear. Upon hearing the words, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of delight graced his face. Just the previous night, he had been fretting over the inadequacy of provisions in his bag, yet to his astonishment, these kind-hearted individuals had taken the initiative to invite them for breakfast. Lin Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much." The woman nodded, casting a gentle glance over at Li Qingzhu in the room, and added softly, "I see she appears to be in much better condition now. Let's take her out for a meal. It will aid in her recovery." Turning to Li Qingzhu, Lin Feng softly called her name a couple of times. Encouraged by his words, Li Qingzhu slowly rose to her feet. Although still somewhat frail, she looked significantly improved compared to the previous night. The woman then led them toward the dining area. Traversing a pristine corridor, the trio soon arrived at a spacious dining room. The long wooden table was already laden with an array of food, steaming bread, fragrant stew, several platters of fruit, and cured meats. In such apocalyptic times, the sight of such a bountiful breakfast took Lin Feng by surprise. He couldn't help but ponder the extent of provisions this place must possess. At the center of the table sat the man clad in black from the day before, his demeanor still austere as he meticulously sliced a piece of meat with a small knife. To Lin Feng's further astonishment, another woman was seated beside him. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, her features exquisitely crafted, exuding an aura of elegance, with a hint of defiance in her brow. Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur inwardly, "Who exactly are these people? Why are there so many beautiful women gathered in this room? Please, have a seat." The man in black lifted his gaze, nodding toward Lin Feng, indicating for him and Li Qingzhu to take their places. After ensuring the comfort of Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu, the beautiful woman took a seat beside the man clad in black and poured him a glass of water. Another elegant woman gracefully sliced the fruits on the plate, her expression neutral yet inadvertently emanating a powerful aura. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat reserved, settled down and his gaze inevitably wandered over the sumptuous array of food before him. Suppressing his inner curiosity, he smiled and remarked, "This is truly extravagant." Thank you for your kindness. The man in black smiled faintly, his voice low and composed. Eat up. You need to replenish your strength. Lin Feng nodded, refraining from further conversation as he picked up a piece of bread and offered it to Li Qizhu. Only after she had slowly taken a bite did he himself take a slice of dried meat and begin to chew. During the meal, the man in black inserted a small knife into a piece of dried meat, lifted his gaze towards Lin Feng, and smiled slightly as he inquired, "What is your name?" Lin Feng was taken aback, setting down the bread in his hand. He wiped his hands briefly and replied in a calm tone, "I am Lin Feng, and this is my friend from Xindu, Li Qingzhu." The man in black nodded in acknowledgement, then redirected his attention to Li Qingzhu, who was focused on her bread, her eyes somewhat evasive. "I am Li Tian, the master of this place," he stated in a tone imbued with undeniable authority. Lin Feng inclined his head slightly, his gaze drifting to the gentle beauty seated beside Li Tian. Noticing Lin Feng's glance, she smiled faintly and introduced herself. "I am Qin Shui. We welcome you to our abode." Her voice was as gentle as her demeanor, like a soft breeze that instilled a sense of comfort. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Miss Qin, I am grateful for your care last night. Please, just call me Qin Shui," she replied with a smile, then turned her gaze towards the aloof woman across from them and softly added, "This is Gu Lanxin." The strikingly beautiful Gu Lanxin raised her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu, her expression devoid of emotion. Her voice was low and icy. "Welcome." Those two simple words carried a palpable sense of distance. Observing her unsmiling demeanor, Lin Feng sensed that this woman was far from ordinary. Li Tian, Qin Shui, Gu Lanxin. Lin Feng silently committed these names to memory. He then smiled and remarked, "Mr. Li, it is truly astonishing to see a place maintaining such stability in the midst of the apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Li Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes deep with contemplation. Stability must be upheld by people, especially in such an environment. Mutual reliance is essential for survival. However, one must also possess strength to safeguard this place. Lin Feng nodded, yet his curiosity deepened. In this apocalyptic world, the ability to maintain a stable power supply, stockpile abundant food, and gather such extraordinary women suggested that Li Tian's strength was likely far more intricate than it appeared. "How did you find us here?" "It is rare for survivors to pass through this place," Qin Shui inquired at an opportune moment, her tone devoid of skepticism, imbued with genuine concern. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before succinctly explaining, "We originally resided in Xindu to seek refuge, but when it was besieged by hordes of the undead, I was compelled to journey this way and fortuitously stumbled upon your sanctuary." Li Tian nodded, maintaining a serene expression. He gazed at Lin Feng, seemingly attempting to discern something from his eyes. Yet after a brief pause, he said nothing, merely lowering his head to continue slicing the food. The atmosphere at the dining table fell into a momentary silence, punctuated only by the faint clinking of utensils. Qin Shui slightly tilted her head and softly remarked, "Xindu. I have heard of that place. To have traversed all the way from there, you must have encountered numerous dangers." Lin Feng nodded, his tone steady yet tinged with melancholy. "Indeed, the path was fraught with hordes of the undead. It is sheer luck that I survived." Li Tian lifted his gaze and regarded him with a scrutinizing look. "While luck is undoubtedly significant, every survivor who has made it this far has done so through sheer determination. Your ability to reach this point speaks volumes of your strength." Lin Feng smiled humbly and replied, "I cannot claim strength. Were it not for your kindness in sheltering us, we might still be fleeing outside." Li Tian cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. "By the way, Lin Feng, during your time in Xindu, did you hear of the elite forces?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain of the organization Li Tian referred to, perhaps it was a military group. He shrugged apologetically and replied, "I am not very familiar with it." Li Tian appeared unfazed by Lin Feng's response, merely nodding to indicate that he should continue his meal. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually became more relaxed, with Qin Shui occasionally interjecting to discuss mundane matters with Lin Feng, alleviating the initial tension. This shift allowed Lin Feng's spirits to lift slightly. Gu Lanxin, however, refrained from participating in the conversation, and after the meal, she made no superfluous gestures. She simply stood up and departed the dining room without a word or a backward glance. Her abrupt exit left a profound impression on Lin Feng. This woman's demeanor was strikingly cold. Before long, Li Tian finished his food, set down his utensils, and rose to his feet. After adjusting his attire slightly, he turned to Lin Feng, his expression still serene, yet his tone carried an undertone of seriousness. Lin Feng, I perceive that you are not an ordinary person. He paused, seemingly weighing his words carefully. I have always had a keen eye for character. You must possess significant capabilities. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by Li Tian's assessment of him. Feeling a sense of reflection, this man was indeed remarkable. Offering a slight smile, he humbly replied, Thank you for the compliment. Li Tian chose not to elaborate further and directly stated, You may rest here for the time being. I will not rush your departure. You and your friend can stay here peacefully until she has fully recovered, at which point we can make further plans. His tone remained calm. These words surprised Lin Feng. The man before him seemed aloof, yet his eyes revealed a profound depth of insight, as if he had already discerned the intricacies of Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng fell into a moment of silence, casting a glance at Li Qingzhu, who was still quietly nibbling on her food. He pondered deeply. Indeed, this period presented an excellent opportunity for respite, and the individuals before him seemed quite agreeable. Thank you, brotherly. Lin Feng spoke earnestly. We will certainly remember your kindness. Li Tian nodded, a faint smile gracing his face. Good. Remember, if you need anything, do not hesitate to let us know. He paused for a moment before adding, Just call me Brother Tian. They all refer to me that way, and I am accustomed to it. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Then, Thank you, Brother Tian. Chapter 58. Qin Shui. After Li Tian finished his meal, he left the dining hall, leaving only Lin Feng, Li Qingzhu, and Qin Shui behind. The atmosphere at the dining table felt gentle and serene. Qin Shui slightly turned her body, observing Li Qingzhu as she continued to savor her bread, a soft smile adorning her face. Take your time, no need to rush, Qin Shui said softly, her tone tender. Lin Feng noticed the warmth in Qin Shui's eyes, sensing an innate charm about her that effortlessly put others at ease. Her words and demeanor allowed Lin Feng to breathe a little more easily. Despite knowing that trust was a rare commodity in a post-apocalyptic world, there was an undeniable allure of familiarity surrounding Qin Shui. As Li Qingzhu finally finished her bread, Lin Feng hastily stood up, eager to assist in clearing the table. I'll help you clean up. However, Qin Shui gently shook her head, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. It's all right. I can manage. You should take Qingzhu to rest. Lin Feng was taken aback. Glancing back at Li Qingzhu, then observing Qin Shui skillfully tidying up the clutter on the dining table. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately chose to remain silent. However, at that moment, Li Qingzhu suddenly spoke, her voice calm yet tinged with curiosity. How old are you this year? Qin Shui? Qin Shui paused, seemingly surprised by Li Qingzhu's abrupt inquiry. She chuckled softly, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. I am already 37. Her smile was effortless and natural, imbued with an enchanting charm that rendered her age somewhat ambiguous. Li Qingzhu, clearly taken aback by the revelation of Qin Shui's age, momentarily froze before gently responding with a smile. But you appear even younger than I do. It's truly hard to believe. Qin Shui chuckled lightly, casting a tender glance at Li Qingzhu. It's not merely a matter of appearance. It's about one's mindset. Living youthfully hinges greatly on one's attitude. A glimmer of profound insight sparkled in her eyes, revealing a unique wisdom about life. Li Qingzhu smiled faintly, her earlier confusion gradually dissipating. She gazed at Qin Shui, her mood seemingly lifted, and she no longer felt inclined to dwell on the matter. Meanwhile, Lin Feng quietly observed the unfolding scene, choosing not to interject. The innate warmth of Qin Shui, along with her genuine concern for Li Qingzhu, instinctively disarmed his guard. Although he was acutely aware of the complexities and pitfalls of the post-apocalyptic world, in this moment, he found himself reluctant to ponder the darker realities. Li Qingzhu. Lin Feng spoke softly, his tone gentle. Go back and rest. You worked hard yesterday. Take some time to recuperate today. Once you feel better, we can discuss the matters ahead. Li Qingzhu nodded, though a sense of confusion lingered regarding her current situation. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's concern provided her with a modicum of solace. She returned to her room alone, gently closing the door behind her. The room remained tranquil. Sitting on the bedding, her gaze grew distant. Yet her thoughts gradually settled in this fleeting moment of serenity. The fear and anxiety of losing her child still loomed over her heart. But the care shown by Qin Shui and Lin Feng offered a comforting warmth she hadn't felt in ages. She sighed softly, resting her hands on her knees, and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stepped out of the house and into the courtyard. The air was fresh, and the distant woods echoed with the occasional chirping of birds. The greenery in the courtyard infused the apocalyptic world with a rare vitality. He took a deep breath, hoping to ease his own spirits. After all, the tranquility before him felt like a luxury. Just as he reached the center of the yard, he suddenly heard the joyful sound of running. Turning around, he saw Xiao He excitedly sprinting from the corner of the courtyard, its tail wagging furiously, finally reunited with its owner. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, crouching down to greet it. Xiao He bounded up to him, circling with enthusiasm, its tongue lolling out. Clearly famished, Lin Feng chuckled softly, "You must be starving, little one." As he spoke, he retrieved several protein bars from his pocket, unwrapped one, and tossed it casually. The little black dog quickly pounced, its jaws wide open, seizing the protein bar in one swift bite, chewing with remarkable speed, clearly famished. Observing the dog's voracious appetite, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. He rose quietly, gazing at his sole companion in this apocalyptic world, and a sense of relief washed over him. His attention shifted to the serene surroundings of the courtyard, and his mood gradually lightened, as if all the chaos and fear had been momentarily sequestered within this little haven. "Little Black," he murmured, a depth in his eyes. "As long as we are alive, there is hope. You must hold on, and await my promise to find a better home for us." The dog lifted its head at the sound of Lin Feng's voice, its tail wagging with even greater enthusiasm. As if in response to its master, he reached down to stroke Little Black's head and gently said, "Come, let us take a stroll around the courtyard." Little Black trotted happily behind him as Lin Feng began to circle the yard, surveying the surroundings. This tranquil sanctuary before him might very well be their only opportunity to recuperate amidst the desolation. Just as Lin Feng and Little Black completed their circuit, he heard a light, cheerful footfall behind him. Turning around, he saw Qin Shui emerging from the house. Her steps were graceful, her face adorned with a gentle smile, and she appeared exceptionally radiant in the sunlight. When her gaze fell upon Little Black, her eyes sparkled with surprise, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "Wow, how adorable. Is this canine companion yours? Might I be permitted to offer it some affection?" Lin Feng inquired, a smile gracing his countenance. "Indeed, you may." He responds to the name Xiao He, and possesses a most amiable disposition. With a gentle pat upon Xiao He's head, he softly commanded, "Xiao He, be seated." As if comprehending Lin Feng's utterance, Xiao He promptly assumed a seated posture, its tail wagging with unrestrained glee, its gaze fixed upon Qin Shui, betraying a palpable curiosity towards this unfamiliar woman. Qin Shui inclined her form, extending a hand to tenderly caress Xiao He's head, her movements imbued with the utmost gentleness. "Its fur is remarkably smooth," she exclaimed with a smile. "Xiao He is such a well-behaved creature." Subsequently, her hand traversed the length of Xiao He's neck, continuing along its back, where she delicately scratched. Xiao He, in a state of utter contentment, narrowed its eyes, emitting soft murmurs of gratification. "It is exceedingly endearing," Qin Shui declared, her countenance radiating adoration as she persisted in her interaction with Xiao He. Lin Feng, observing this tableau, could not suppress a faint smile. Gradually, however, his gaze shifted from Xiao He to Qin Shui herself. Her posture, as she bent, accentuated the graceful contours of her figure, her waist slender, her shoulders revealing a glimpse of delicate, porcelain-smooth skin. Moreover, a subtle fragrance emanated from her person, carried upon the gentle breeze, permeating Lin Feng's senses, a fragrance both invigorating and delicate, momentarily arresting his thoughts. As Qin Shui raised her head, her eyes met Lin Feng's. Rather than exhibiting any discomfort, she responded with a subtle smile, her tone light and cheerful. "Xiao He is truly a remarkable canine," she remarked. "To have its companionship amidst the apocalypse is a true blessing." Lin Feng came back to his senses and quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. It has been with me for a long time. It has always been my companion. Without it, I might have succumbed long ago." Qin Shui smiled gently, lowering her head to continue playing with the little black creature, her voice soft. "In a world like this, having a small life to accompany you is truly rare." Lin Feng gazed at her, a wave of daze washing over him. He had never imagined that amidst this apocalypse, he would encounter a woman as gentle, beautiful, and understanding as Qin Shui. If someone were to ask him what his ideal woman would be like, he would think it must be someone like Qin Shui. At that moment, Qin Shui stood very close to him, her figure nearly brushing against his side. The faint fragrance emanating from her made Lin Feng acutely aware of her presence. It was not the scent of perfume, but rather a clean and alluring aroma inherent to her being, refreshing and inviting, making him want to draw even closer. Lin Feng, Qin Shui suddenly spoke, her voice still gentle. It must have been quite arduous for you to wander out there for so long, hasn't it? Lin Feng paused for a moment, gently nodding. Indeed, it has not been easy. However, encountering kind people like you is a stroke of fortune for me. A subtle smile curved Qin Shui's lips, her gaze deep yet gentle. Surviving in this apocalypse is no small feat, you and Qin Zhu can rest assured here. This place may be small, but at least it is safe. Lin Feng looked at her, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Thank you, Qin Shui. In the brief exchange of glances between the two, an indescribable subtle atmosphere seemed to arise. Shall we, nestled at their feet, let out a gentle hum and wagged its tail, as if sensing the ambience, before licking Qin Shui's hand. See, Shall we likes me, Qin Shui remarked with a soft smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, his tone carefree as he replied, its judgment has always been impeccable. Chapter 59. An invitation from Li Tian. While residing in Li Tian's refuge, Lin Feng experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. The regular provision of sumptuous meals surpassed the living standards he had endured while wandering outside. In addition to her striking beauty, Qin Shui's culinary skills were impeccable. Her simple dishes were imbued with a comforting homeliness, fostering a growing sense of dependence within Lin Feng. Shall we also adapted splendidly, frolicking joyfully in the courtyard daily, and its bond with Qin Shui deepened. On one occasion, Lin Feng could not help but jest with Qin Shui, saying, "It seems you have won its affection." Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had swiftly passed. On that particular morning, as Lin Feng sat in the courtyard grooming Xiao Wei, reveling in the tranquility of the moment, Li Tian appeared before him. "Lin Feng, my brother," Li Tian stated in a calm tone, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. "I need to step out for a while to attend to some matters. Would you accompany me?" Lin Feng paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Of course. His tone remained light, yet he comprehended Li Tian's underlying intentions. Though the other party had not displayed any overt probing behaviors in recent days, he was acutely aware that inviting him to venture out was both a test of his capabilities and an opportunity to further ascertain his true nature. "When shall we depart?" Lin Feng inquired as he rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and prepared himself for the task at hand. "Let us have breakfast first," Li Tian replied with a subtle smile, his gaze steady, before turning to exit the courtyard. Lin Feng observed his departing figure, deep in thought. It appeared that this outing presented a chance to earn trust. Lin Feng murmured softly, feeling a mix of anticipation and caution. After breakfast, Lin Feng briefly briefed Li Qingzhu before stepping into the courtyard, where he found Li Tian seated in a luxury car, awaiting him. "Are you ready?" Li Tian looked up at Lin Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. "I am ready at any moment." He opened the car door and settled inside, surprised by the immaculate state of the interior, which was imbued with a subtle scent of leather. Li Tian, positioned at the driver's seat, maintained a calm demeanor as he firmly grasped the steering wheel. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng before pressing the accelerator, smoothly guiding the vehicle out of the sanctuary. From behind, Qin Shui's voice echoed, "Be careful, and return soon." "Brother Tian, where are we headed?" Lin Feng casually inquired, his gaze drifting outside the window, catching sight of the delivery truck parked at the entrance. Li Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into a brief silence before gradually articulating, "We have some matters to attend to." Lin Feng nodded, refraining from further questioning, yet a sense of vigilance began to stir within him. The vehicle traversed a rugged path within a forest, the surrounding scenery gradually becoming desolate, and a faint sense of oppression hung in the air. Lin Feng instinctively touched the military knife at his waist, remaining poised for any unforeseen circumstances. During this departure from the refuge, Li Tian had returned Lin Feng's military knife to him. "Lin Feng, how have you been adapting during your time with me these past few days?" Li Tian suddenly inquired, his tone casual yet tinged with an undertone of inquiry. "Quite well," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, then smiled faintly. "Qin Shui and Gu Lanxin have both been very welcoming, especially Qin Shui. The meals she prepares remind me of my previous life." Upon hearing this, Li Tian smiled slightly in response. "Qin Shui is indeed a remarkable woman. Brother Tian, what is your relationship with Qin Shui?" Lin Feng asked, probing cautiously. Li Tian fell silent for a moment before responding calmly. She is, of course, my woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of disappointment, as if a subtle hope had been abruptly extinguished. Despite his efforts to maintain a composed demeanor, his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within him. He lowered his eyelids to conceal his emotions, feigning nonchalance as he chuckled. Qin Shui treats both me and Li Qingzhu very well, making it difficult for me not to feel grateful towards her. Li Tian's gaze shifted slightly, seemingly assessing Lin Feng's reaction. A faint smile curved at the corners of his lips as he spoke in a neutral tone. Qin Shui is indeed a captivating woman. In this post-apocalyptic world, such individuals are even more precious. Lin Feng, I understand you. Lin Feng's heart tightened, a vague awareness of the implication behind Li Tian's words settling in. He forced a smile and remarked, Brother Tian, you jest. I merely feel a simple gratitude for her care towards us. Li Tian continued to gaze at him, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes, before nodding slightly. That's good. Though his tone was casual, it carried an unmistakable undertone of warning. A brief silence enveloped the car, punctuated only by the deep roar of the engine reverberating in the air. After a moment, Li Tian broke the stillness. His tone still light, yet laden with significance. Lin Feng, in the apocalypse, many matters are not as straightforward as they appear. I can see that you are an astute individual, aware of what you should and shouldn't do. Lin Feng discerned the implications behind his words. He raised his gaze slightly, locking eyes with Li Tian for a fleeting moment, then nodded. Rest assured, Brother Tian, I understand. Li Tian seemed satisfied, offering a faint smile and choosing not to pursue the topic further. He returned his focus to driving, eyes fixed on the road ahead, as if their earlier conversation were merely inconsequential banter. Yet, Lin Feng inwardly sighed. He sensed that Li Tian did not broach these subjects without reason, but rather as a warning. Qin Shui is a taboo for you, Lin Feng. Sitting in the car, Lin Feng's gaze drifted towards the window. Memories of Qin Shui's smile flooded his mind. Her gentle, caring eyes, her culinary skills, and her delicate demeanor, each detail etched in his heart. Yet, all of this was shattered by Li Tian's words. She is undoubtedly my woman, echoed in his mind like a blunt knife, slowly piercing Lin Feng's heart. He reminisced about the past few days, recalling Qin Shui's gentleness and kindness, even those unintentional moments of closeness, which had provided him with a warmth he had never experienced in the apocalypse. Alas, it turned out that all of this was merely an illusion. What he had believed to be possible was, in fact, non-existent. The vehicle ultimately came to a halt before a desolate gas station, and Lin Feng exited the car alongside Li Tian. The surroundings appeared dilapidated. The exterior walls of the abandoned gas station were riddled with cracks, while scattered debris and shards of glass littered the ground. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a disquieting sense of oppression lingering in the atmosphere. Chapter 60. The first collaboration. Li Tian adeptly retrieved a handgun equipped with a long silenced barrel from the back seat, lowered his gaze to inspect the magazine, and then secured the weapon at his waist. His demeanor was nonchalant, evidently accustomed to such scenes. We have arrived, he stated flatly, devoid of any extraneous emotion. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. He observed that most of the gas station's windows were shattered, the dark void seeming to conceal unknown perils. Moreover, within the surrounding forest, it appeared that a few pairs of eyes were covertly observing them. Lin Feng took a deep breath, relaxing his exterior while internally slipping into a heightened state of vigilance. He understood that this operation would be far from simple, and each of his actions could potentially influence Li Tian's perception of him. Before long, the rustling of footsteps emerged from the woods, and three figures gradually materialized. At the forefront stood a bald man, his countenance fierce, arms adorned with tattoos, and a long scar on his face rendering him particularly menacing. Two figures trailed behind him, each brandishing menacing shotguns, their expressions impassive, their gazes fixed on Lin Feng and Li Tian like predators eyeing their prey. The bald man chuckled derisively, scrutinizing Li Tian and Lin Feng before uttering in a somber tone, "You've arrived. Where is the merchandise we agreed upon?" "I see nothing." Standing behind Li Tian, Lin Feng felt a tremor of apprehension upon hearing the bald man's sneer and interrogation. He swiftly assessed the situation, realizing that despite the facade of a transaction, the palpable tension in the air portended a violent conclusion. The bald man's brow furrowed as he noted Li Tian's silence, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Boy, I made it clear that you must deliver the supplies on time each month to safeguard your sanctuary. Now you arrive empty-handed. What is the meaning of this? Li Tian scoffed, stepping forward and meeting the bald man's gaze with a cold, authoritative demeanor. Scarface, who led you to believe that I, Li Tian, would be your puppet? Upon hearing this, the bald man's face darkened instantly. His two henchmen raised their shotguns, the barrels tilting slightly upwards, aimed at Li Tian and Lin Feng. What do you mean by this? The bald man's voice rumbled, laced with danger, his expression contorted into a grotesque sneer, his bulging eyes glaring menacingly at the two men. Did you think that bringing a mere stripling would enable you to defy us? Lin Feng's gaze narrowed imperceptibly, his eyes discreetly scanning the two henchmen behind the bald man. He observed that their gun barrels were indeed pointed in their direction, but their movements lacked urgency, indicating that they did not perceive Li Tian's threat as significant. Scar, Li Tian uttered with composure, his tone placid, yet laced with lethal intent. Your notion of collaboration is nothing more than a farce. I've come today to bring this charade to its definitive conclusion. As the final word reverberated, Li Tian's actions were as swift as a lightning strike. He extracted his sidearm with a velocity that defied perception, and in an almost instantaneous motion, discharged a round. The projectile found its mark with unerring accuracy, piercing the chest of a henchman. The unfortunate recipient of this deadly act had scarcely registered the unfolding events before succumbing, collapsing backward as his shotgun slipped from his grasp. Another lackey, momentarily paralyzed by the sheer audacity of the assault, belatedly raised his weapon, attempting to bring Li Tian into his sights. In that critical juncture, Lin Feng surged forward, his military blade tracing an arc of frigid luminescence as it descended upon the man's wrist. A crimson jet erupted as the blade found its mark, and a pained outcry escaped the man's lips as his shotgun clattered to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng dispatched the weapon with a forceful kick, before delivering a crushing blow to the man's face, sending him reeling. The bald man, visibly taken aback by Li Tian's unhesitating resolve, wore an expression of stark astonishment. Instinctively, his hand gravitated towards his waist, but the cold steel of Li Tian's pistol was already trained upon his cranium. Don't move, Li Tian commanded, his voice devoid of warmth. His finger poised delicately on the trigger, his gaze as sharp as a honed blade. The bald man remained frozen, his body rigid, a sheen of perspiration beading on his brow. He cast a glance at his two fallen comrades, the veneer of ferocity on his face slowly giving way to palpable fear. Li Tian, are you truly prepared to sever all ties? You underestimate our numbers. Should you dare to eliminate me, can you genuinely bear the repercussions? Li Tian responded with a sardonic chuckle. Repercussions? Scar, you overestimate your influence. If you harbored the delusion that I would permit you to perpetually menace my sanctuary, you were gravely mistaken. The bald man's countenance alternated between shades of green and white as his gaze drifted towards Lin Feng, seeking an opening. Hey kid, what are you doing following Li Tian? I, Scarface, can offer you far greater advantages. Silence. Lin Feng interjected icily, his gaze fixed on him with glacial intensity. Your prattle is excessive. Li Tian nodded, evidently pleased with Lin Feng's display. He spoke deliberately. Scarface, I extended you an opportunity, but you failed to appreciate it. Scarface opened his mouth, as if to retort, but Li Tian had already depressed the trigger. Bang! Scarface's body convulsed violently as a crimson orifice materialized on his forehead. Before collapsing limply to the ground, his eyes remained wide open, seemingly incredulous at his sudden demise. An eerie silence descended upon the scene. Lin Feng cast a glance at the corpse on the ground, then turned his gaze towards Li Tian, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The man's decisiveness and ruthlessness far exceeded his expectations. Brother Tian, Lin Feng inquired softly, will his associates truly not seek retribution? Li Tian holstered his firearm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, that fellow was nothing more than a buffoon. His organization is largely composed of rabble. No one will dare to threaten me again. Lin Feng nodded, refraining from further comment. He understood that this operation was not merely the elimination of a threat, but also a test of him by Li Tian. Well done. Li Tian patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, a note of approval in his tone. It seems I have not misjudged you. Lin Feng offered no response, simply retrieving the discarded shotguns from the ground and stowing them in the vehicle. Chapter 61. Comfort and warm soup. Li Tian returned to the shelter with Lin Feng. As the vehicle rolled into the courtyard, Xiaohei excitedly dashed out, circling the car with a wagging tail that resembled a small brush. Upon opening the car door, Lin Feng was immediately greeted by Xiaohei, who nuzzled against his leg. Lin Feng bent down to stroke Xiaohei's head, softly saying, "All right, I'm back. No need to fuss." At that moment, Qin Shui emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of soup. Upon seeing the two, a gentle smile graced her face. "You're back? You must be exhausted. I just made some soup. Have a bit to warm yourself up." Li Tian waved his hand, replying, "Set it on the table first. I'll change my clothes and come down." Lin Feng glanced up at Qin Shui, a subtle tremor coursing through his heart, yet he endeavored to suppress his emotions. As Qin Shui handed the soup to Lin Feng, Xiaohei stood by, raising his front paw on Qin Shui's leg, tilting his head toward the bowl with eyes full of yearning. "This little creature is truly amusing." Qin Shui couldn't help but chuckle, bending down to pat Xiaohei's head. "Lin Feng, is he always this greedy?" Hearing his name called, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He shook his head, a smile breaking through his expression. "He is only interested because you have it. He adores your things." Qin Shui covered her mouth, laughing lightly. "Is that so? Xiaohei, do you like me that much?" She intentionally lowered the bowl, prompting Xiaohei to stretch his neck and sniff eagerly. Qin Shui quickly raised the bowl, exclaiming, "No, you can't have this." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiaohei, stop pestering her. I'll give you some protein bars later." Qin Shui straightened her posture, cast a playful glance at Lin Feng, and remarked with a hint of jest, "Lin Feng, I've noticed you dote on it even more than I do. You truly are a commendable owner." Lin Feng responded with a smile, remaining silent. Yet a complex array of emotions welled up within him. Qin Shui's every gesture brought him a sense of tranquility and warmth. Yet he understood that this tenderness was not his to claim. Lin Feng accepted the warm broth, the heat from the bowl's base gently searing his hands, yet imbuing him with a long-lost sense of comfort. He lifted his gaze to observe Qin Shui's figure as she returned to the kitchen, her movements a flurry of activity. Adorned with an apron, she stood before the stove, deftly stirring the contents of a pot with a ladle, her head tilted slightly, revealing the gentle curve of her neck. Lin Feng sighed softly within his heart. He knew that such a scene was beautiful, yet it felt as though it were veiled by a thin mist, rendering it unattainable. Just as he was momentarily lost in thought, a series of footsteps echoed from behind. He turned to find Gu Lanxin descending the stairs, clad in a sleek black bodysuit. Her austere demeanor stood in stark contrast to Qin Shui's gentleness. Her gaze swept coldly over Lin Feng, and with a slight furrow of her brow. She spoke with a hint of impatience. "Excuse me." Lin Feng paused for a moment, then hastily moved aside, clearing the passageway. He noted that Gu Lanxin's expression remained aloof, as if indifferent to her surroundings. These two beauties are truly like ice and fire. As Gu Lanxin passed by him, she paused, her eyes glancing askance at the bowl in his hands, and said in a low voice, "Don't stand there daydreaming with the soup. It would be troublesome if you spilled it." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding. Gu Lanxin let out a cold snort, opting not to elaborate further. Qin Shui observed as Lin Feng finished his soup and inquired, "Would you like some more?" Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that it was sufficient. Qin Shui then filled a bowl for Li Qingzhu and said, "Lin Feng, please take this bowl to Qingzhu." Lin Feng accepted the bowl of soup from Qin Shui, offering her a gentle smile as he softly remarked, "You truly are hard-working, Qin Shui." Qin Shui shook her head, her tone tender. "It is only right to take care of you all. Hurry along, don't let Qingzhu go hungry." Lin Feng nodded, carrying the bowl as he made his way out of the kitchen. As he walked back to his room, he tread lightly, wary of disturbing Li Qingzhu inside. Upon opening the door, he found the room enveloped in tranquility, with only a faint light casting gentle shadows on the walls, creating an atmosphere of profound quietude. Li Qingzhu lay cocooned in the bedding, her head buried in the pillow, seemingly reluctant to engage with the outside world. Although her physical wounds had healed considerably, Lin Feng knew her heart remained ensnared by the scars of her past, those agonies akin to an invisible shackle binding her tightly. Approaching the bedside, Lin Feng spoke softly. "Qingzhu, please sit up and have some soup. It's freshly made by Qin Shui." Li Qingzhu did not respond. She merely stirred slightly, then peeked out from the edge of the blanket, her gaze vacant as it met Lin Feng's. Her eyes were hollow, her lips parted slightly, yet no words emerged. Lin Feng sighed, placing the bowl beside her, his tone imbued with patience. "I understand your discomfort, But you must drink a little. Your body needs time to recuperate. Does it not? Li Qingzhu's gaze swept over the bowl of soup, her expression intricate. After a few seconds, she murmured, "Is there really any necessity for me to continue living?" Lin Feng's heart tightened as he crouched down to meet her eyes. His voice low yet resolute. "Of course there is a necessity. Qingzhu, no matter what has transpired, we must persevere. You still possess hope, a future." A bitter smile crossed Li Qingzhu's lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Hope? Future? I have lost everything. Even my child. Tell me, what hope remains?" Lin Feng fell silent for a moment, then reached out to gently grasp her shoulder. His tone both tender and imbued with strength. "Hope exists as long as we still draw breath. Qingzhu, look, Qin Shui cares for us so deeply, and Xiaohe circles around you every day. We are still here, drawing breath, and that itself is hope. As long as one lives, there will always be a semblance of meaning." Li Qingzhu's body trembled slightly, and at last, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She lifted her gaze to Lin Feng and softly said, "Lin Feng, I envy you for your strength." Lin Feng shook his head and gently patted her shoulder. "I am not as strong as you perceive. Everyone bears their own burdens. But Qingzhu, you must not forsake yourself. Please, drink some soup, for all our sakes." Li Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out to accept the bowl of soup. She cradled it, bowing her head to take a gentle sip, her brow slightly unfurling. "Qin Shui's cooking is quite good, isn't it?" Lin Feng attempted to lighten the mood, a smile gracing his lips. Li Qingzhu nodded, her voice soft as she replied, "Yes, it's very delicious." Lin Feng watched her sip the soup, a weight lifting from his heart. He rose to his feet and softly said, "You should rest. I will be outside. Call for me if you need anything." Li Qingzhu glanced up at him, her eyes still reflecting a tinge of intricate emotion, before she gently nodded. As Lin Feng exited the room, his mood remained heavy. He understood that aiding Li Qingzhu in overcoming her psychological shadows would require time, and he himself must also discover a reason to forge ahead. At the moment he closed the door, he gazed towards the shadows cast by the light at the end of the corridor, his expression gradually deepening. Chapter 62. The Mundanities of the Sanctuary, Part 1. Lin Feng had resided in Li Tian Sanctuary for quite some time. Although the space was modest, it was a rare haven of stability compared to the desolation and peril outside. Occasionally, Li Tian would take him along to scavenge for supplies. Each excursion, Li Tian astutely pinpointed locations teeming with resources, whether they were concealed warehouses or abandoned supermarkets, as if he possessed an intimate knowledge of the surrounding environment. This intrigued Lin Feng, yet he quickly quelled his curiosity. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, everyone harbored their own secrets, much like the delivery station he had discovered, which he never divulged to anyone. That night, Lin Feng awoke from a deep slumber, feeling somewhat parched. He donned his jacket and resolved to find something to drink. The corridor of the sanctuary was dim and tranquil. He tread lightly, cautious not to disturb others in their repose. Just as he passed the staircase on the second floor, a faint sound suddenly pierced the stillness. His footsteps halted, and he strained to listen. The sounds were low and indistinct, yet he could clearly discern the unmistakable melody of male and female pleasure. It bore a striking resemblance to Qin Shui's voice, causing Lin Feng's brow to furrow in an instant. He endeavored to dismiss those sounds from his mind and pressed onward. His thoughts were a blank slate, and his heart felt as though it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless. He dared not listen any longer, nor did he wish to. Forcing himself to move, he quickly exited the house, stepping into the courtyard where the cold night breeze offered him a modicum of clarity. Leaning against a tree, he gazed up at the starlit sky. His breathing gradually steadied, yet the dull ache in his chest lingered. "What am I truly thinking?" he mused with a self-deprecating smile. His gaze dim. He was acutely aware that Qin Shui belonged to Li Tian. That truth had been evident from the very beginning. Yet, upon hearing those sounds with his own ears, he realized he could not genuinely let go. An indescribable sense of loss, jealousy, and anguish surged within him at that moment. Lin Feng crouched down, one hand pressed against his forehead, murmuring softly, "What am I even hoping for?" It was then that Xiaohe approached, nudging his leg gently. As if offering solace, Lin Feng lifted his head and stroked Xiaohe's fur, his voice heavy with emotion. "Do you think I am being foolish?" Xiaohe seemed to understand, responding with a soft grunt and settling by Lin Feng's feet. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng compelled himself to regain his composure. He understood how perilous such emotions could be in a world on the brink of ruin. Losing focus would only render him more vulnerable. He patted Xiao Hei's head and gently said, "Go on, return and rest." He forced himself to suppress the emotions within, turning back to his room. However, in the stillness of the night, he found himself unable to sleep, the familiar voice echoing in his ears, piercing through every nerve. As the days passed, Li Qizhu gradually grew closer to the two women in the shelter, engaging in occasional conversations. One morning, Lin Feng had just returned to the living room after taking the dog, Xiao Hei, for a stroll in the yard when he saw Li Qingzhu standing before Gu Lanxin. Her head lowered, her demeanor somewhat anxious and uneasy. Gu Lanxin stood there with her arms crossed, gazing coldly at her. "Come with me," she commanded, her tone leaving no room for refusal, and she turned to ascend to her room on the second floor. Li Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Lin Feng, her eyes seemingly seeking his assistance. Yet Lin Feng, taken aback, was equally perplexed by Gu Lanxin's sudden intent and could only helplessly raise his hands. Gu Lanxin glanced back, her voice icy, "Hurry up." Ultimately, Li Qingzhu complied and followed Gu Lanxin upstairs. Lin Feng remained in place, watching their retreating figures, a sense of curiosity stirring within him. In Gu Lanxin's room, the decor surprised Li Qingzhu. Though simple, it was impeccably clean and tidy. She even noticed a complete set of cosmetics and perfumes arranged on the vanity. Taking a seat with a hint of shyness, she looked at her reflection in the mirror, her hair disheveled, her complexion pale, and she appeared utterly exhausted. Lowering her gaze, she spoke softly, "Lanxin, what do you intend to do?" Gu Lanxin did not respond. Instead, she picked up a comb from the side, stood behind Li Qingzhu, and began to untangle her hair while saying, "A woman should never easily relinquish herself, even in the face of apocalyptic despair." Li Qingzhu felt a twinge of unease, replying, "But I have already come this far. What is the point?" Gu Lanxin paused momentarily, her tone remaining unyieldingly calm. "Meaning is not bestowed by others. It is for you to define. Do you not wish to live a little better? Or would you prefer to languish like a mere shadow every day?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she murmured, "I do not know what to do." "Then heed my words." Gu Lanxin's voice, though cool, bore an undeniable firmness. "From this moment forward, remember, you are a woman. Living beautifully is not solely for the gaze of others, but also for your own sake." Approximately an hour later, Lin Feng sat idly on the lower floor, engrossed in examining an antiquated radio when he suddenly heard footsteps ascending the stairs. He looked up just in time to see Gu Lanxin descending with Li Qingzhu from the second floor. Lin Feng was taken aback. Li Qingzhu appeared transformed. Her previously disheveled hair now smooth and lustrous, elegantly tied into a low ponytail. A subtle touch of makeup adorned her face, concealing her pallor and accentuating the contours of her features. Even in simple loungewear, she exuded an unprecedented aura of refinement. Lin Feng found himself momentarily speechless, nearly failing to recognize the radiant figure before him as Li Qingzhu. He opened his mouth, and after a long pause, managed to utter, "Qingzhu, you." "This." Li Qingzhu lowered her head bashfully and whispered, "Lanxin, help me with it." Gu Lanxin, with her arms crossed, cast a cold glance at Lin Feng and said in her usual indifferent tone, "If you keep staring, I might have to charge you." Lin Feng quickly averted his gaze, scratching his head. No, I'm just a bit surprised." Gu Lanxin ignored him and walked straight back to her room, leaving behind the remark, "Any woman, if she's willing to dress up, can be beautiful." Lin Feng looked at Li Qingzhu, who was both shy and excited, and suddenly noticed a spark in her eyes, a newfound confidence that had never been there before. He couldn't help but smile and said softly, "Sister Lanxin is right. Qingzhu, you look radiant." Li Qingzhu raised her head, looking at Lin Feng with complicated emotions, a faint smile appearing on her face. Then, she nodded slightly and whispered, "Thank you." Looking at Li Qingzhu, Lin Feng realized that Gu Lanxin's transformation was not just about improving Li Qingzhu's appearance, but also about igniting a flame within her heart. Chapter 63, Sundry Matters at the Shelter, 2. After lunch, Lin Feng and Xiao Hei were sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the breeze, when they suddenly heard footsteps behind them. He turned around and saw that it was Gu Lanxin. Dressed in black, holding a glass of water, she maintained her stern expression. "Lin Feng," she said quietly, leaning against the courtyard wall, "do you think I'm a rather peculiar person?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "You are rather." difficult to fathom. Nevertheless, I am quite grateful for your assistance to her. She appears much more spirited now. Gu Lanqin pressed her lips together, her gaze drifting slightly towards the distant sky, her tone remaining indifferent. It is essential for someone to remind her that the apocalypse is not an excuse to exist like a mere shell of a person. You seem quite concerned for her, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Gu Lanqin turned her head, her eyes sharp as she regarded him. Lin Feng, I am not as indifferent towards others as you might think. I simply do not wish to squander time on futile emotions, but in these dire times, everyone possesses the right to choose to survive. If she still has a chance, she ought to seize it. Lin Feng nodded silently, gaining a deeper understanding of Gu Lanqin in his heart. He had not anticipated that this seemingly aloof woman possessed her own set of principles. And do not assume that you are concealing your thoughts too deeply. Gu Lanqin suddenly interjected, her tone imbued with a hint of significance. I can see your feelings for Qin Shui quite clearly. Lin Feng's breath caught. He had not expected Gu Lanqin to be so forthright. He opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately opted for silence. Some truths are easier to accept when acknowledged. After Gu Lanqin uttered this, she turned and left the courtyard, leaving Lin Feng standing alone in the wind, unable to find peace for quite some time. Shortly after Gu Lanqin departed, Xiao He, playing nearby, suddenly trotted over with a scarf in its mouth, seemingly eager to flaunt its trophy to Lin Feng. What is this? Lin Feng grasped one corner of the scarf, suddenly recognizing it as the one Qin Shui often wore. He sighed, what mischief have you been up to now? Just then, Qin Shui emerged from the house, her expression revealing a sense of helplessness. Xiao He, it's you again. Xiao He immediately wagged his tail and scampered over to Qin Shui, placing a scarf at her feet, evidently seeking her approval. This little rascal was indeed mischievous. Qin Shui bent down to pick up the scarf. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, he can be a bit unruly at times. Qin Shui shook her head, a tender smile gracing her lips. It's all right. He is so adorable. How could I possibly be angry? She then beckoned Xiao He. Come here, Xiao He. The dog promptly rushed to her side, obediently lying down. Qin Shui gently stroked his head, her actions tender and natural. Standing aside, Lin Feng watched this scene unfold, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Qin Shui's gentleness brought him comfort, yet her connection with Li Tian loomed like an invisible barrier, isolating him completely. He clenched his fists, ultimately taking a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress those intricate feelings. Lin Feng managed a strained smile before turning to leave. Qin Shui gazed at his retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, yet she refrained from probing further. Once Lin Feng had distanced himself, he murmured to himself, should I let go? He understood that this affection was destined to remain unfulfilled, yet he still found it difficult to part with. Li Qingzhu sat in the corner of her room, the sunlight streaming through the window casting her shadow upon the wall. Outside, the occasional soft whimper of Xiao He could be heard, accompanied by the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind in the yard. She hugged her knees, leaning against the wall, her gaze vacantly fixed on the floor ahead, while her thoughts had already drifted far away. A vividly colored blanket lay on the ground, still emanating a faint scent of sunlight. A gift from Lin Feng just a few days prior. Lin Feng. She softly murmured his name, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Images of Lin Feng playing with the little black dog in the yard surfaced in her mind, his earnest expression as he meticulously polished his military knife, and the concern and tenderness that shone in his eyes each time he turned to look at her. Her fingers gently twisted the hem of her clothing, her brow slightly furrowed, her heart in disarray. He always takes such good care of me, Li Qingzhu murmured to herself, a flicker of hesitation and guilt flashing in her eyes. She was acutely aware of Lin Feng's unwavering kindness towards her, whether during their life in Xindu, the subsequent kidnapping incident, or throughout their journey here. He had never uttered a single complaint, even when she often fell silent, ensnared in her own world of anguish. He remained by her side, silently supporting her. Yet, at times, she found herself unable to fully embrace such kindness. Am I deserving of him, a woman like me? She glanced down at her frail arms, her gaze filled with a tapestry of complex emotions. Before the apocalypse, she had once possessed a happy family, but those memories now felt like a distant dream, and even the thought of them brought her pain. With a gentle sigh, she reached for a small mirror placed beside her, the reflection revealing her haggard face. Although Gu Lanqin had tidied her up, the weariness in her eyes remained all too apparent. Sister Lanxin was right. She murmured softly to herself, determined not to become a burden in this life. Recalling the words Gu Lanxin had spoken while meticulously applying her makeup, a flicker of motivation ignited within Li Qingzhu. She set down the mirror and turned her gaze towards the sky outside, the image of Lin Feng's steadfast and warm eyes lingering in her mind. If only I could lend him a hand. She gently bit her lip, her resolve gradually solidifying. Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu had been residing in the small room arranged by Li Tian. On one occasion, Lin Feng expressed concern that sharing a room with Li Qingzhu might pose some inconveniences, suggesting he could move to the living room. That night, he indeed spent a night on the couch, but an incident occurred that left him wary of ever sleeping in the living room again. It was a tranquil night, and Lin Feng had simply spread a blanket over the sofa, drifting into a light slumber when he was suddenly roused by the faint sound of footsteps. Instinctively alert, he squinted towards the source of the noise. A woman's silhouette descended the stairs. In an instant, Lin Feng was wide awake. Yet the next moment left him utterly speechless. Qin Shui appeared before him, her face still drowsy. She was clad only in a form-fitting set of lingerie, her smooth skin glowing softly in the moonlight. She sauntered towards the kitchen, entirely oblivious to Lin Feng, who lay on the sofa. His mind went blank, and he forgot to breathe. By the time he regained his senses, Qin Shui had returned from the kitchen with a glass of water, yawning as she turned to ascend the stairs. It was only when her figure had completely vanished that Lin Feng shot up, taking a deep, forceful breath. How could I have overlooked this? He pressed his forehead, his face a portrait of helplessness, while they remained oblivious to their presence in the dead of night. Since that time, Lin Feng dared not sleep in the living room again, obediently retreating to his room to continue cohabiting with Li Qingzhu. Although Li Qingzhu's health had been improving steadily, their interactions were still imbued with a subtle tension. Despite sharing the same room, Lin Feng maintained a deliberate distance, ensuring ample space between his bedding and Li Qingzhu's. Having lingered in the shelter for so long, Li Tian had yet to broach the subject of their departure. Each time Lin Feng accompanied Li Tian on a mission and returned, Li Tian would lightly pat his shoulder and utter, "You've worked hard. Rest early." This left Lin Feng perpetually perplexed regarding Li Tian's intentions. He was unsure whether Li Tian wished to keep him around out of trust or if there were other motives at play. Chapter 64. Possibilities for the next destination. That night, Lin Feng sat in the room, organizing his backpack, while Li Qingzhu leaned against the wall, holding a somewhat tattered, folded photograph, the only family portrait she had left from the world before the apocalypse. She gazed quietly at the picture, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Lin Feng pondered deeply. With Li Qingzhu's health steadily improving, he wondered what would happen if Li Tian suddenly suggested they leave. "Qingzhu," Lin Feng glanced at her, his tone calm. "Have you considered where we might go if we were to leave this place?" Li Qingzhu, upon hearing this, set down the photograph, momentarily taken aback. After a period of contemplation, she softly replied, "I don't know. Perhaps it doesn't matter where we go, as long as we are together." Lin Feng, momentarily stunned, focused his gaze upon her face. In that fleeting instant, he perceived an indescribable sense of reliance and trust in Li Qingzhu's eyes, which stirred his emotions. He fell silent for a moment before gently asserting, "No matter where we go, I will protect you." The following day, Li Tian summoned Lin Feng to his side, presenting him with a hand-drawn map. Pointing to a red-marked abandoned warehouse, he said, "There is a batch of supplies here. I have other matters to attend to today, so you will need to go alone and bring back whatever you can." Lin Feng accepted the map, nodding in understanding. Li Tian patted his shoulder, warning, "Be cautious. The situation outside has become increasingly complex." Lin Feng refrained from asking. The entrance of the convenience store was firmly shut. Through the shattered windows, Lin Feng could faintly discern the silhouettes of several individuals within. Although their features remained obscured, it was evident that they were trapped inside, their situation dire. "What a misfortune for this group," Lin Feng muttered softly to himself, swiftly surveying the surrounding terrain. Outside the store, approximately 20 to 30 zombies were scattered, encircling the doors and windows, incessantly clawing at the door with their decaying hands. While the number of the undead was not overwhelming, it was clear that the survivors inside the store lacked a means to break free from the encirclement. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, aware that rash actions might plunge him into peril, yet the thought of inaction weighed heavily on his conscience. He returned to the side of the delivery truck and retrieved a handheld megaphone from within. Adjusting the volume to its maximum, He swiftly maneuvered to the opposite side of the convenience store and pressed the play button. The shrill sound of the megaphone reverberated throughout the vicinity, capturing the attention of the horde, which began to turn and surge towards the source of the noise. However, a portion of the zombies remained undeterred, continuing to roar at the survivors trapped inside the store. Observing this, Lin Feng quickly climbed atop an abandoned vehicle and vigorously swung a metal rod, striking the roof to produce a resounding clamor, thereby drawing the attention of even more zombies. As anticipated, the horde outside the convenience store was once again dispersed, with the majority now converging towards Lin Feng's position. Only a few zombies remained at the entrance, persistently attempting to breach the store's door. Now is the time, Lin Feng shouted, turning to sprint towards the rear entrance of the convenience store. Suddenly, the front door burst open, and 3 individuals hurriedly emerged in succession. At the forefront stood a tall woman, gripping a long staff, her gaze calm, yet piercing. Behind her was an injured man, supported by a young lad. "Hurry, follow me." Lin Feng beckoned them. Without further inquiries, they swiftly traversed the alleyway behind him. The horde, distracted by the blaring horns, was thoroughly drawn to the opposite side, rendering the alley temporarily safe. This way, Lin Feng led them to a truck, flinging open the cargo door. "Get in first." The woman cast a wary glance at him, then helped the injured man aboard. The young lad followed closely behind. Lin Feng was the last to leap into the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator as the truck roared out of the danger zone. Once they had exited the perilous urban area, Lin Feng halted the vehicle in a secluded clearing. This desolate region was devoid of life, enveloped in silence, save for the rustling of the wind through the withered grass. Lin Feng opened the door and stepped out, surveying the surroundings. After confirming that there were no zombies or other potential threats, he approached the cargo area and swung open the door. One by one, the 3 emerged from the truck, the tall woman maintaining her vigilance, positioning herself protectively in front of her companions. "If it weren't for you today, we might have been doomed," she spoke first, her tone laced with sincerity, though her expression remained guarded. "No need for thanks," Lin Feng replied, his gaze sweeping over her and her companions before casually inquiring, "Who are you? How did you end up trapped there?" The woman hesitated for a moment, but eventually responded, "We are from the City of Light. We encountered a horde while searching for supplies." Upon hearing the name Bright City, Lin Feng's heart jolted. He feigned casualness and inquired, "Bright City? I've heard of it. What is that place like?" A flicker of caution passed through the woman's gaze as she pondered her response. After a few moments, she replied nonchalantly, "It's somewhat better than the outside. At least one can survive there." Lin Feng chuckled softly and pressed on, "Indeed, there are not many places where survival is guaranteed. Bright City seems quite appealing. Your group still ventures out to scavenge for supplies, indicating that the resources within the city must be rather abundant, correct?" The woman furrowed her brow, hesitating to respond immediately. The young man standing behind her, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Abundant? Bright City is certainly not the paradise you envision. We all struggle fiercely for our daily sustenance. If it weren't for Sister Tang." Realizing he had spoken too much, he quickly fell silent. The leader of the group, Tang Man, cast a cold glance at the young man before turning her attention back to Lin Feng, her expression regaining its composure. "You should be aware of the apocalyptic circumstances. No place can be entirely safe." Tang Man studied Lin Feng, seemingly probing his intentions. "And you? You are not from Bright City, are you? A lone individual daring to venture into such a place and rescuing us. Do share. From where do you hail?" Lin Feng smiled but did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he replied vaguely, "I reside in a small locality with friends, occasionally venturing out to gather some supplies, merely scraping by to survive." Lin Feng promptly shifted the topic. "Bright City sounds intriguing. If given the opportunity, I would certainly like to visit. If something were to happen during your mission, would the people of Bright City send assistance?" Tang Man's expression subtly changed as she replied in a hushed tone, "No. Bright City only sends individuals to complete tasks and does not take additional risks for those who fail. So, your situation is not an easy one," Lin Feng remarked thoughtfully, his gaze intently fixed on Tang Man. She did not respond directly, instead turning to check on her injured companion. The young man who had interjected earlier could not restrain himself and spoke again. "Although Bright City is better than the outside, those rules and regulations. TSK." His dissatisfaction was palpable, seemingly on the verge of a complaint, but was abruptly cut off by Tang Man's cold rebuke. "A phone, be quiet." The young man bit his lip, suppressing further comments. Lin Feng keenly sensed the subtle tension between them and contemplated quietly. From their brief exchanges, he inferred that Bright City, much like the new city, might also harbor numerous challenges. After examining her companion's injuries, Tang Man approached Lin Feng once more, her tone softening slightly as she extended a hand. Regardless of everything, thank you for today. If you ever have the chance to visit Bright City, feel free to find me in the settlement area. My name is Tang Man, and I will return the favor. Lin Feng nodded, reciprocating the gesture as their hands clasped together, deepening his intrigue about Bright City. Tang Man, he softly repeated her name, a faint smile gracing his lips, hopeful for another opportunity to meet in the future. Tang Man uttered no further words, merely nodding as she departed with her companions. After bidding farewell to their retreating figures, Lin Feng leaned against the side of the truck, his gaze heavy as he contemplated their silhouettes. Bright City, Lin Feng murmured softly, pondering whether it was indeed time to pay a visit. He lifted his eyes to the overcast sky, a thought emerging in his mind. While Li Tian's refuge was undeniably secure, it was ultimately just a temporary sanctuary. Should the day arise when he must depart, Bright City would likely become his next destination. Chapter 65. A refuge beneath the moonlight. Lin Feng re-entered the vehicle, igniting the engine as he navigated towards the abandoned warehouse marked on his map. Upon arriving, he parked the truck to one side and alighted to survey his surroundings. The warehouse door stood ajar, through which he could glimpse a disarray of scattered goods within. Gripping his military knife tightly, he cautiously pushed open the warehouse door. The hinges emitted a piercing creak, shattering the surrounding silence. Inside, the warehouse was dimly lit. Rays of light filtered through the dilapidated skylight, casting a faint glow upon the haphazard shelves and cardboard boxes strewn across the floor. Lin Feng swiftly scanned the area, confirming the absence of zombies before commencing his search for supplies. He discovered a considerable cache of valuable items. Several boxes of well-preserved canned food, though limited in quantity, were undoubtedly precious provisions in the apocalypse. In a corner of the shelf, he spotted a few unopened cases of mineral water, and a satisfied smile graced his face at the sight. Amidst the bustle of the warehouse, Lin Feng deftly transferred several boxes of provisions into the truck's cargo hold, his movements both nimble and silent, a testament to his familiarity with such tasks. However, his concentration was abruptly shattered by a low, guttural growl emanating from outside the warehouse. Alert! He lifted his gaze, discovering a number of zombies shambling toward him. With a furrowed brow, Lin Feng swiftly grasped his military knife, positioning himself beside the truck in anticipation of their approach. The first zombie, dragging a crippled leg, moved with excruciating slowness. Lin Feng advanced with purpose, his blade slicing cleanly through its neck, the creature collapsing soundlessly to the ground. What a foolish creature, he murmured under his breath, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. The subsequent zombies closed in swiftly, yet their speed and threat level proved negligible. Lin Feng calmly dispatched them, scarcely breaking a breath in the process. Once the area was cleared of the undead, he wiped the blood from his knife and resumed loading the truck. Although these minor zombie disturbances posed little challenge to him, Lin Feng understood well that the perils of this apocalyptic world extended far beyond mere zombies. After completing the loading, he leaned against the truck for a brief respite, retrieving a small vial of enhancement liquid from his backpack. Gazing at the pale red liquid, he reflected, I have managed to accumulate 4 vials now. Yet if I weren't constantly accompanying Li Tian and had to conceal the existence of the stinger, perhaps I could have amassed even more. Lin Feng had consistently taken the strengthening elixir, yet recently, its effects seemed to diminish with each use, leading him to feel as though he had reached an insurmountable plateau. However, he hesitated to increase his dosage, fearing the catastrophic consequences of overindulgence. As the sun gradually descended in the sky, Lin Feng drove his truck, laden with supplies, into the courtyard of the refuge. After parking the vehicle, he was about to disembark when Li Tian emerged from the house. Standing on the steps, he glanced at the piled goods in the truck with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Feng. Li Tian approached and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, clearly pleased with the haul. Lin Feng smiled in return, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was manageable. I managed to find some food and drink, along with a few other items. Although this place is perilous, at least my efforts were not in vain. Li Tian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the truck's cargo, evidently satisfied with the outcome. Let's have a meal first, he suggested cheerfully, his tone light. We can unload the goods together afterward. After a long day, it's best to fill our stomachs first. At Li Tian's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. That sounds wonderful. I am absolutely famished. Following Li Tian into the house, Lin Feng found the dining table already adorned with several simple dishes and a steaming pot of soup. Qin Shui emerged from the kitchen, carrying bowls and chopsticks. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she offered a gentle smile. You arrived just in time. Dinner is ready. Come and eat. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Feng felt a momentary warmth ease his spirit. As they gathered around the dining table, Li Tian inquired, So, how was your day? Did you encounter any difficulties? As Li Tian deftly maneuvered his chopsticks to pick up the vegetables, he inquired, What did you encounter? Lin Feng swallowed the mouthful of rice and casually replied, Just a few scattered zombies, nothing too troublesome. A light smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he refrained from elaborating further. While he continued to eat, his mind involuntarily wandered back to the individuals he met today, including Tang Man. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng followed Li Tian to the side of the truck. Qin Shui stood in the courtyard, observing the two busy figures, and gently reminded them, Don't work too late. Make sure to rest early. As Lin Feng hoisted a box of canned goods into the warehouse, he couldn't resist teasing, Brother Tian. I can't shake the feeling that this is increasingly resembling a laborious life. Li Tian chuckled heartily. Working depends on the employer. With me, you won't suffer any losses. Once they had unloaded the materials from the truck, Lin Feng placed the last box of drinking water in a corner of the warehouse, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally done. Li Tian patted him on the shoulder, smiling. Lin Feng, with a helper like you, things have become much easier. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, yawning. It's just a trivial matter. That night, the room was enveloped in silence, with only the faint moonlight filtering through the window and casting a gentle glow upon the floor. Lin Feng lay in his bedding, eyes closed in repose. Li Qingzhu turned over from her sleeping space, hesitated for a moment, and then softly called out, Lin Feng, are you asleep? Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Not yet. What is the matter? Li Qingzhu bit her lip, hesitated briefly, and then softly expressed, Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Lin Feng discerned the earnestness in her words. He sat up, gazing at her side profile, softened by the moonlight, and chuckled lightly. Why speak of such things? We are friends. Is that not what friends do? Li Qingzhu fell silent for a moment, then murmured, But I always feel like a burden, merely weighing you down. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his tone turning serious. Qingzhu, do not say such things. You are certainly not a burden. Without you, I might not have persevered to this point. We support one another. Is that not the essence of survival in this apocalypse? Li Qingzhu lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions. Yet, it seems all I can offer you is trouble. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon her, his voice softening further. Your presence by my side is more than sufficient. In this desolate world, having someone worth protecting is more precious than anything else. Li Qingzhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng, I truly do not know what I would do if one day you were no longer here. Lin Feng paused, then smiled gently, infusing his words with a light-hearted jest. What are you saying? I'm alive and well. No one can outlive me. His words lightened the atmosphere in the room. Yet Li Qingzhu did not smile. She raised her head, earnestly meeting Lin Feng's eyes, and whispered, But in this apocalypse, no one can guarantee anything. Lin Feng, I am not joking. I genuinely fear that one day you might leave me behind. Lin Feng's smile gradually faded as he gazed at her, his eyes reflecting a newfound tenderness and resoluteness. Qingzhu, I will never abandon you, no matter what happens. Li Qingzhu's gaze quivered slightly, a complex array of emotions flitting across her face. She parted her lips, seemingly poised to say something more, yet no words emerged. Observing her hesitation, Lin Feng gently sighed and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do not overthink it. Rest now, Qingzhu. Tomorrow heralds a new day. Li Qingzhu lowered her head, a faint smile finally gracing her lips as she murmured softly, You always bring such comfort. Thank you, Lin Feng. She gently reclined, closing her eyes. The moonlight outside bathed her serene face, as if adding a touch of gentle tranquility to this apocalyptic night. Yet, Lin Feng found himself unable to slumber. The image of Li Qingzhu's expressive eyes, Chapter 66. Transformation in the stillness of the deep night. The shelter lay enveloped in silence, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind outside. Lin Feng lay beneath the covers, his breathing steady, seemingly lost in profound slumber. However, He faintly sensed a soft caress upon his cheek, akin to a feather's tender touch. So light it teetered on the brink of illusion. His brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing once more. Perhaps it was merely a delightful figment of his dreams. And he remained peacefully asleep. As dawn broke, gentle sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the floor of the room. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, the morning chill prompting him to yawn. At the moment he rose, his gaze was captivated by the figure before the mirror. Li Qingzhu sat on a small stool, meticulously applying her makeup. Lin Feng paused in slight surprise, a flicker of astonishment igniting within him. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Li Qingzhu turned her head shyly and spoke softly. Lanqin taught me this. She said that even in the face of the apocalypse, a woman should adorn herself well. Leaning against the wall, Lin Feng observed her face intently. He could not deny that, after her makeup was complete, Li Qingzhu appeared strikingly different from her usual self. Her already delicate skin appeared even more luminous and translucent, with the subtle enhancement of makeup, and the faint blush on her cheeks added a touch of bashfulness. Her eyebrows, rare in their straightness, conveyed a natural air of melancholy and fragility, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Qingzhu. Lin Feng smiled, his tone imbued with genuine admiration. You look truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhu's ears flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, murmuring, "Do I really look that good? I still feel somewhat unaccustomed." Lin Feng stepped closer and replied earnestly, "Of course, you look wonderful. However, you need not change for others. Your natural self is already captivating." Li Qingzhu lifted her gaze, their eyes meeting briefly, a glimmer of emotion flickering within hers. She spoke softly, "But I wish to become even better." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, "That is a fair point." A gentle smile graced Li Qingzhu's face as she raised her hand to lightly caress the freshly applied eyelashes, playfully remarking, "So, does this mean I can somewhat brighten your day?" Lin Feng paused for a moment. Then his smile blossomed even brighter. "Not just a little. This is a complete transformation." The atmosphere in the room instantly became more relaxed. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the unique allure that Li Qingzhu had developed during this period. Unlike the gentle grace of Qin Shui or the icy elegance of Gu Lanqin, her beauty possessed a tender, almost pitiable quality that drew one in, evoking a desire to protect her. As Lin Feng quietly observed her profile, he suddenly recalled the soft sensation from the previous night. A frown creased his brow, and a wave of confusion washed over him as he murmured to himself, "Could it not have been a dream?" Li Qingzhu, hearing his soft musings, momentarily displayed a hint of unease in her eyes, but she quickly lowered her head, feigning concentration on her reflection. Before long, breakfast time arrived, and the familiar aroma of food wafted through the shelter. Lin Feng followed Li Qingzhu into the dining area, where a carefully prepared breakfast awaited them, steaming porridge, several plates of pickled vegetables, and some simple slices of bread. Qin Shui was busy in the kitchen, bringing out the last dish. "Good morning," she greeted with a bright smile, turning to gaze at the entering Li Qingzhu. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and her smile widened with surprise. "Qingzhu, you look beautiful today." Li Qingzhu was taken aback by the praise, a blush instantly blooming on her cheeks. She lowered her head, unable to meet Qin Shui's gaze. Her voice barely above a whisper, "No? It's nothing. I just did it casually." Qin Shui stepped closer, taking hold of Li Qingzhu's hand, scrutinizing her face. "Casual? These beautifully shaped eyebrows, and those eyelashes, so long they evoke envy. Lanqin taught you this, didn't she?" Li Qingzhu, a bit shy, smiled softly and nodded. "Yes, Lanqin taught me. She said I should learn to present myself a bit more." Qin Shui covered her mouth, chuckling lightly, her tone brimming with admiration. "Lanqin remains as meticulous as ever. But I must say, with this transformation, little Qingzhu, you are utterly different. You are so beautiful that one cannot bear to look away." Nearby, Li Tian set down his chopsticks, glancing at Li Qingzhu and teasingly remarked, "That's right. Women ought to be beautiful." Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhu felt even more embarrassed, hastily lowering her head, her hands nervously twisting together. "No. Please don't say that. I'm really just." Lin Feng, sitting nearby, observed the crimson hue on Li Qingzhu's face and couldn't help but let a smile play at the corners of his lips. Gu Lanqin sauntered into the dining room, holding a glass of water, her gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on Li Qingzhu's face, her tone still as frosty as ever. "Well done. It seems my time was not wasted." Li Qingzhu quickly expressed her gratitude to Gu Lanxin. Thank you for teaching me. Gu Lanxin waved her hand dismissively, maintaining her aloof demeanor, yet a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. Qin Shui smiled as she pulled Li Qingzhu to sit down. Please eat, don't be shy. Today, Sister Qingzhu is the goddess among us. Lin Feng picked up a piece of food and, leaning towards Li Qingzhu, softly remarked, Indeed, you are quite beautiful. His tone was casual, yet the sincerity in his words made Li Qingzhu's heart flutter. In an instant, the atmosphere at the dining table became exceptionally relaxed, and Li Qingzhu's smile unwittingly gained a touch more confidence. The day seemed to begin with a brightness surpassing all others. Chapter 67. The crisis approaches on this day. Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu were organizing supplies in the courtyard, while Qin Shui prepared lunch in the kitchen. Gu Lanxin was, as usual, practicing archery in the yard. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility. Li Tian furrowed his brow, and from the monitoring room, his low curse echoed, Trouble has arrived. Lin Feng set down what he was holding and followed Li Tian to the monitor. The screen displayed a squad of fully armed soldiers standing outside the shelter's gate, led by a stern-looking middle-aged officer. Behind them, an armored vehicle stood, its military insignia clearly visible. Li Tian calmly stared at the screen and spoke in a low voice. People from the new capital, what do they want here? Lin Feng's heart tightened at once. Could it be that the military was seeking him? However, he forced himself to remain calm and refrained from speaking immediately. Open the door. Li Tian pondered for a moment before addressing Qin Shui. Wait a moment, Brother Tian. Lin Feng hurriedly called out to him. Taking a deep breath, he approached Li Tian and whispered, Brother Tian, I'm sorry. I have been keeping something from you. In Xindu, I inadvertently offended the military, narrowly escaping during the last wave of corpses. I sense that they are likely searching for me. Li Tian furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lin Feng. After a few moments of silence, he spoke, Elucidate. What exactly have you done that has led the military of Xindu to pursue me here? Lin Feng succinctly recounted the grievances between Wang Daong and himself. A cold sneer escaped Li Tian's lips, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes as he remarked, These scoundrels. His tone softened slightly as he continued, Well, let me think. You and Li Qingzhu should find a place to hide. I shall confront them. Lin Feng nodded, swiftly turning to run towards Li Qingzhu. Upon reaching the courtyard, he spotted her and whispered urgently, Qingzhu, come with me. Li Qingzhu, her face etched with confusion, inquired, What's wrong? What happened? Who is coming? Grasping her hand, Lin Feng hastily explained, The military from Xindu has come for us. We need to find a place to take shelter. Don't ask too many questions. Just follow my lead. Li Qingzhu nodded, her heart racing with anxiety, yet she quickly followed Lin Feng towards the back of the refuge. They circumvented the warehouse and concealed themselves in a small storeroom filled with miscellaneous items. Lin Feng gently closed the door, peering through the crack to observe the commotion outside. He lowered his voice and instructed Li Qingzhu, There may be some noise shortly. Whatever happens, do not make a sound. Let Li Tian handle everything. In a hushed tone, Li Qingzhu asked, Will they harm us? Lin Feng softly patted her hand, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. It's all right, Li Tian is here. Meanwhile, Li Tian walked towards the entrance of the shelter with a steady gait, while Qin Shui and Gu Lanxin stood at a distance, watching warily. The door slowly creaked open, and the leading officer strode in with several soldiers. Their gazes were sharp as they surveyed the surroundings of the shelter. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Li Tian maintained a composed demeanor and coolly inquired, What brings you, the people from Xindu, all this way to my humble abode? The officer cast a quick glance at Li Tian, his tone grave as he replied, We have received intelligence indicating that a significant target may be concealed here. You must be aware of whom we refer to. Li Tian raised an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh. I'm afraid this is merely a shelter, home to a few ordinary survivors like us. I have not heard of any significant target. The officer, clearly unconvinced, fixed an intense gaze on Li Tian. Spare us the pleasantries. Our men have tracked their way here. The person we seek must be present. It would be in your best interest to cooperate, lest you face the consequences. Li Tian shrugged, his tone turning icy. You are welcome to search, but do not say I did not warn you. This is my territory. You would do well to abide by the rules. The officer snorted derisively, gesturing with his hand as several soldiers promptly fanned out, commencing their search within the shelter. The soldiers moved swiftly, nearly scouring every corner of the refuge. Gu Lanxin stood in the courtyard with a stern expression, occasionally using her eyes to warn the rough-handed soldiers against mishandling items. Upon seeing the intruders, Xiaohe immediately began to bark softly, while Lin Feng anxiously hoped that the military personnel would not discover the storage room where he was hidden. Inside the small cabin, Li Qingzhu's breath quickened as she clutched Lin Feng's sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with anxiety. Lin Feng gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to remain silent. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly close, and peering through the crack of the door, Lin Feng spotted a soldier approaching the storage room. He gripped the military knife at his waist, bracing himself for the worst. However, just as the soldier was about to draw near, Gu Lanxin's icy voice echoed from outside. "You are utterly overstepping. If you continue to rummage about, do not blame me for being unsparing." Gu Lanxin exuded an imposing aura, causing the soldier to glance back at the striking woman standing in the courtyard, seemingly deterred, and ultimately, he turned away from the vicinity of the storage room. Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, silently expressing gratitude towards Gu Lanxin. The soldiers conducted a thorough search, yet ultimately found nothing. The officer's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Li Tian, his tone laced with menace. "Li Tian, I advise you not to lie. Should we discover that you are harboring a target, the entire shelter will be at risk." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Tian's eyes as he replied coolly, "In my domain, no one dares to act recklessly. If you possess evidence, present it. If not, kindly refrain from disturbing our lives." The officer glared at Li Tian, and the atmosphere became tense. At that moment, Qin Shui approached with a smile, offering a glass of water. "You have worked hard. Leader, please take a sip to ease your temper." Her gentle demeanor somewhat quelled the officer's fury, yet he remained unwilling to relent. "We shall continue our search next time, and should any suspicious circumstances arise, it would be prudent for you to cooperate." Li Tian nodded and replied coldly, "Feel free, but remember, this is also a sanctuary for survivors, and we prefer to remain undisturbed." Once the military personnel departed, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief, though he understood that this matter would not conclude so easily. After the military vehicle drove away, Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu emerged from the storage room. Li Tian stood in the courtyard, his gaze complex as he addressed Lin Feng in a low voice. "I have shielded you this time, but you must contemplate how to handle these troubles in the future." Lin Feng nodded, murmuring, "Thank you, Brother Tian. I will not forget your kindness." Li Tian waved his hand dismissively and turned back into the house, leaving Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu standing in the courtyard. Li Qingzhu looked at Lin Feng, her expression tense, and softly inquired, "What shall we do next?" Lin Feng's gaze darkened as he muttered, "Perhaps it is time to leave this place." Chapter 68. Farewell to the sanctuary. During dinner, the atmosphere at the table was distinctly different from usual, enveloped in a sense of oppression and silence. Qin Shui lowered her head, fiddling with the food in her bowl, evidently lacking an appetite. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she was enduring her emotions, striving to prevent tears from falling. Gu Lanxin remained as impassive as ever, quietly consuming her meal. Though she occasionally lifted her gaze towards Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu, her eyes betraying a hint of indescribable emotion. Li Qingzhu lowered her head, her hands clasping the chopsticks, as if fearing that even the slightest sound might shatter the delicate silence. Lin Feng surveyed the room, took a deep breath, and gently placed his chopsticks down, murmuring, "Tian Gu, Qin Shui, Lanxin, Qingzhu, we are preparing to leave this place." Qin Shui lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes and cascading down her cheeks. Choking back her sobs, she implored, "Lin Feng, isn't this place? Isn't it good enough? Why must you leave?" Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart at her words, yet he replied, "It's not that it isn't good enough. This is indeed a fine place. It's just that the military has set its sights on me. Continuing like this will only bring you trouble. I cannot allow the sanctuary to fall into peril because of us." Qin Shui bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She shook her head gently, her voice trembling, "But I truly cannot bear to see you go." Gu Lanxin set down her chopsticks and coldly interjected, "What if you don't leave? Wait for the military to find solid evidence?" At that point, the entire sanctuary would be ensnared. Her voice, devoid of warmth, articulated the harsh reality. Li Qingzhu raised her head, gently tugging at Lin Feng's sleeve, her gaze filled with complex emotions, yet she remained silent, merely letting out a soft sigh. Li Tian sat in silence, his hands crossed over his chest, his eyes deep and contemplative. After a moment, he spoke softly, Lin Feng. Leaving now is indeed the best option. However, I wish for you to remember that here, at any moment, should we encounter difficulties, we can always return. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He nodded, his tone somber yet resolute. Tian Gu, I will remember, thank you. Qin Shui's sobs gradually subsided. She wiped her tears, sniffled, and forced a faint smile. Then, when you depart, please let me know. I will prepare some things for you to take along. Lin Feng cast a grateful glance at her and murmured, Thank you, Qin Shui. The atmosphere at the dining table remained heavy, almost suffocating. At that moment, Gu Lanqing suddenly stood up, crossed her arms, and spoke in a detached tone. Let us go. There is no need to make this feel like a farewell of life and death. This is the end times. Each person must rely on themselves to carry on. She turned and walked away from the table, leaving everyone in a daze. Lin Feng lowered his head, clenched his fist, and silently vowed that no matter what lay ahead, he would protect those around him, ensuring no one would come to harm. After dinner, Qin Shui quietly approached Lin Feng and softly said, If you truly encounter any troubles out there, please remember to come back, all right? Lin Feng gazed into her pleading eyes and gently nodded, all right. Qin Shui bit her lip, unable to restrain a tear that fell, before hastily turning to leave. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. That night, he was destined to be sleepless. In the stillness of the night, the courtyard of the shelter lay enveloped in silence, save for the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Lin Feng stood in the yard, gazing upwards at the myriad of stars that adorned the sky. His gaze was profound, and his expression somewhat dazed. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had observed that the night sky had become even more resplendent, as if freed from the taint of human technology, allowing its vastness and tranquility to emerge in their true form. Beside him, Xiaohe lay at his feet, its tail wagging gently, eyes filled with a sense of dependence as it watched Lin Feng. He lowered his hand to stroke its head, murmuring softly, You seem blissfully carefree, yet the good days are drawing to a close. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps behind him shattered the momentary peace. Following that, the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, the unmistakable flicker of a lighter igniting. Lin Feng turned to see Gu Lanqing standing nearby. With her brow furrowed and shielding her face from the wind, she lit a cigarette. The glow of the flame cast a softer light upon her striking features. She inhaled deeply, releasing a plume of smoke, and then looked towards Lin Feng, her tone as cool as ever. What is this? Feeling sentimental? Lin Feng offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. His gaze fell upon the cigarette in Gu Lanqing's hand, and he couldn't help but tease. I never imagined you would smoke. With a soft huff, Gu Lanqing stepped closer and leaned against the wall of the courtyard, casually remarking, I had actually quit, but today I suddenly felt the urge for one. Her eyes drifted to the stars above, revealing a rare softness within her gaze. After a moment of silence, she broke the stillness. Have you decided where to go? Lin Feng lowered his head in contemplation, then softly remarked, I intend to take Qingzhou to Glimmering City for a visit. No matter how far the new capital's reach extends, it cannot easily intrude upon other powers. Perhaps there we might find a moment to catch our breath. Gu Lanqing exhaled a plume of smoke, tilting her head to regard Lin Feng, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Glimmering City, it may indeed be a worthy choice. However, do not harbor illusions that it will be a paradise. Every place has its own rules and shadows. You must be prepared for that. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging, I understand. In this apocalypse, there is no true sanctuary. Gu Lanqing lowered her gaze, her fingers delicately pinching the cigarette as she lightly tapped the brick wall beside her. Her tone softened somewhat. Take good care of Qingzhou. She is a good girl. I can see that she harbors feelings for you. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then offered a wry smile. Sister Lanqing, what jest is this? I am not jesting, Gu Lanqing interjected, her gaze piercing into his countenance. Qingzhou's emotions cannot be concealed. Every time she looks at you, her thoughts are laid bare upon her face. Surely, you must feel it. Lin Feng fell silent. He was not oblivious to Li Qingzhou's affections, but had deliberately chosen to evade them, uncertain if he could provide her with a future filled with happiness. Gu Lanqing seemed to discern his inner turmoil and scoffed lightly. Do not feign ignorance, nor shy away. In this desolation, to have someone gaze at you in such a manner is a fortune that many would covet. Whether you choose to respond or not, do not let her down. Lin Feng let out a soft sigh, gazing up at the starry sky. his voice heavy with melancholy. I am uncertain about what I can offer her. In this current world, it often feels as though every endeavor is a luxury. Gu Lanxin's tone grew frosty, tinged with impatience. If you don't try, how will you ever know? You all live far too cautiously. The rules of the apocalypse have been shattered. Why should the privilege of loving someone be stripped away by oneself? As Lin Feng absorbed her words, a tumult of emotions stirred within him. He turned his head to look at Gu Lanxin, wishing to say something, only to find that she had already extinguished her cigarette, carelessly discarding the butt on the ground. Think it over, Lin Feng, Gu Lanxin said, turning towards the room, her silhouette appearing stark and solitary under the moonlight. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. He glanced down at the small black dog at his feet and murmured, "Do you think I should truly respond to her?" The little dog emitted a soft hum, as if to express its support. Lin Feng managed a wry smile, lifting his gaze to the starry expanse above, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Perhaps Lanxin was right, he murmured to himself. Some opportunities, if not seized, could indeed slip away forever. Chapter 69. The path of the apocalypse. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the refuge's courtyard, offering a rare warmth amidst the desolation. Lin Feng loaded the final box of supplies onto the truck and cast a glance back at Li Tian, Qin Shui, and Gu Lanxin, who stood in the courtyard. The truck was already laden with provisions sent by Li Tian, several boxes of well-preserved food and bottled water. In the courtyard, Li Tian held a hefty package in his hands, clearly containing more than mere ordinary supplies. Li Tian approached Lin Feng, opening a parcel to reveal a well-maintained handgun. He spoke little, simply handing the firearm to Lin Feng with a decisive and fluid motion. Lin Feng, Li Tian's tone was low and calm, yet his gaze betrayed a sense of reluctance. You have been of great assistance during your time here. Now it is time for you to rely on yourself. Remember to protect her, and also take care of yourself. Lin Feng nodded, expressing his gratitude. Brother Tian, thank you for your care during these days. In the future, may we meet again. Li Tian smiled softly. The doors of our place will always remain open for you. Standing nearby, Qin Shui's eyes were red-rimmed as she clutched a small package. Lin Feng, I baked some cookies and brought some medicine. Please take them with you. Be careful on your journey, and don't get hurt. Lin Feng accepted the parcel, a wave of bittersweet emotion flooding his heart. He replied softly, Qin Shui, thank you. Please take care of yourselves as well. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Qin Shui's emotions spilled over. If you encounter any difficulties, you must come back. Lin Feng nodded solemnly, I will. Gu Lanxin stood a short distance away, arms crossed, coldly observing Lin Feng. Stop dragging your feet. Since you have made your decision, leave now. Qing Zhu is a good girl, do not let her suffer. Lin Feng acknowledged her with a nod, though her tone remained frosty. He understood that this was her way of showing concern. Li Qingzhu stood by the side of the truck, her head bowed in silence, her eyes also glistening with unshed tears. She grasped the leash of Xiaohong, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. Thank you. Xiaohong seemed to sense the impending farewell, letting out a soft whimper as he lifted his head to gaze at Qin Shui, his eyes filled with reluctance. Lin Feng returned to the driver's seat and started the engine, the truck emitting a deep, resonant growl. Get in, Qingzhu, Lin Feng said gently. Li Qingzhu, clutching her bundle and holding Xiaohong's leash, slowly climbed aboard. She cast a lingering glance back at the three figures standing in the courtyard, her eyes moistening once more. The truck gradually rolled out of the shelter's gates, prompting Qin Shui to take a few steps forward, standing at the entrance to bid them farewell. Goodbye, she murmured softly. As the vehicle drove further away, the three figures in the courtyard shrank into tiny silhouettes, ultimately vanishing from sight. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. Li Qingzhu sat in the passenger seat, her head bowed as she caressed Xiaohong's head, her expression a blend of complexity and silence. Next, we shall head to Guangming City. Lin Feng's voice was low yet imbued with determination. Li Qingzhu looked up at him and nodded gently. Yes, wherever you go, I will follow. The truck continued its journey over the bumpy road, carrying with it both hope and the promise of uncharted adventures, steering towards Guangming City. Lin Feng maneuvered the truck onto a relatively smooth road, retrieving the hand-drawn map from Li Tian. He spread it out beside the dashboard, pointing to the marked location. Guangming City is right here. The map indicates that Guangming City lies at the confluence of an abandoned industrial area and farmland, surrounded by distinct natural barriers. with a railway that once facilitated the transportation of goods running through it. Li Qingzhu leaned against her seat, gazing at the markers on the map, and softly inquired, "How far are we from Guangming City?" Lin Feng glanced at the fuel gauge on the dashboard and quickly scanned the map before responding. "If the road conditions are favorable, it should take us a few hours. However, this journey may not be entirely peaceful." He paused momentarily before adding, "Such industrial towns, once bustling with humanity, may harbor quite a number of corpses." Li Qingzhu nodded slightly, a hint of unease flickering across her expression, yet she resolutely declared, "It's all right. We will face it together." The truck continued down the dilapidated road, and the surroundings gradually transformed into a desolate landscape. Crumbling buildings, toppled utility poles, and rusting road signs all bore witness to the devastation of this world. Suddenly, Lin Feng spotted an abandoned truck at a nearby fork in the road, its cargo area ajar, filled with scattered iron barrels and tools. He swiftly pressed the brakes, bringing the truck to a halt at the roadside. "Qingzhu, stay in the vehicle," he instructed. Grasping his military knife, he opened the door and cautiously approached the abandoned truck. His eyes rapidly scanned the vicinity, ensuring there were no apparent threats before moving closer to the cargo area. "Did you find anything?" Li Qingzhu asked, peering out of the window with caution. "No zombies, nor any people. These are likely items left behind by workers during their evacuation." Lin Feng inspected the supplies within the compartment and discovered several well-preserved barrels of lubricating oil and a box of tools. He glanced up at his truck, a spark of inspiration igniting within him, and promptly transported a barrel of lubricating oil back to the vehicle. This lubricant would prove useful. As he secured the iron barrel within the truck's cargo area, he explained that the engine had been exhibiting some issues, and these supplies could serve him for a while. After completing his assessment, Lin Feng returned to the driver's seat and resumed his journey. In the afternoon, the truck approached the outskirts of Guangming City. The distant view gradually expanded, and Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu finally beheld the silhouette of Guangming City. Chapter 70. Arrival at Guangming City. "This is Guangming City," Li Qingzhu murmured, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. In the distance rose a formidable wall, adorned with watchtowers and barbed wire, with a sentry stationed at intervals. Several armored trucks loomed near the city gate, emanating an air of intimidation. Lin Feng gradually reduced his speed, halting the truck a few hundred meters shy of the entrance. He retrieved a white cloth from the vehicle and hung it out of the window as a symbol of goodwill. "I've heard that Guangming City has many rules. We must exercise caution," Lin Feng remarked to Li Qingzhu. "Indeed," Li Qingzhu replied softly, cradling the little black cat in her arms. Before long, the city gates of Guangming City creaked open, and a squad of fully armed soldiers emerged. At the forefront stood a tall, stern-faced man, gripping a rifle and coolly scrutinizing Lin Feng's truck. "Who goes there?" the lead soldier called out, his voice resonating firmly. Lin Feng stepped down from the driver's seat, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, and replied loudly, "We are survivors from the abandoned district to the north. We have heard that the City of Light shelters those in need, so we wish to seek refuge." The soldier scrutinized Lin Feng with a wary gaze. After glancing at the vehicle, he inquired, "What is inside?" Lin Feng explained, "Some food and water, nothing hazardous." The soldier did not grant immediate passage. Instead, he picked up a radio and engaged in a brief, hushed conversation. Subsequently, he set down the radio and waved his hand, signaling, "Step down for inspection." Lin Feng nodded and motioned for Li Qingzhu and Xiao He to exit the vehicle. Complying with the soldier's request, Lin Feng opened the cargo compartment. The light illuminated a neatly stacked array of food and bottled water within the truck. The soldiers quickly noticed these supplies, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. "This truck holds quite a bounty," one soldier murmured. The commanding soldier approached, meticulously inspecting each box of provisions. Another soldier moved towards Lin Feng, gesturing with his eyes for him to cooperate. "Place your hands on your head and stand still. I need to conduct a search." Lin Feng nodded in acquiescence, obediently placing his hands atop his head and remaining in position. As the soldier began to search his body, upon reaching his waist, his expression suddenly shifted to one of intensity. He drew a handgun, raising it coldly. The soldier's demeanor grew serious as he looked up at Lin Feng, asking in a chilling tone, "Interesting. Do you realize that the City of Light prohibits the possession of firearms?" Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest. Yet he maintained an outward composure as he replied, "I found this gun on the road. It is merely for self-defense. We encountered numerous corpses along the way, and this weapon has saved our lives on several occasions. The soldier scoffed dismissively. Regardless of its origin, Bright City does not permit ordinary survivors to carry firearms, especially guns. This must be surrendered. Lin Feng pressed his lips together, casting a glance at the supplies in the vehicle, his mind racing. He understood that a direct confrontation at this moment was out of the question. Taking a deep breath, he spoke softly. Brother, I understand the rules, but we have just returned from the brink of death. Our supplies have been entirely reliant on these guns for protection, and this weapon holds significant sentimental value for me. The lead soldier furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating something. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng lowered his voice further. I hope you can lend a hand. Just pretend you didn't TC. As a token of gratitude for your hard work, I can offer some supplies. The soldier squinted, his gaze softening slightly. Supplies? Lin Feng nodded, then approached the truck, retrieving 2 boxes of mineral water and a crate of canned food, placing them on the ground. These items are our token of appreciation. It is not easy for you and your comrades to safeguard Bright City. The lead soldier glanced over the supplies, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. Upon confiscating the pistol, they merely submitted it to their superiors. However, as for the supplies, he pondered for a moment before addressing Lin Feng. I can pretend not to have seen this matter concerning the gun, but remember, do not stir up trouble with it in the city. Understood, Lin Feng replied, nodding respectfully. I will certainly remember your words, brother. The leading soldier waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to return the pistol to Lin Feng. You may proceed. Your inspection has been passed, the soldier stated coldly. Lin Feng nodded, his tone calm. Understood. He expressed his gratitude and motioned for Li Qingzhu and Xiao He to get into the vehicle. He started the engine and slowly drove through the gates of Guangming City. As he entered the city, he glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing the soldiers loading supplies onto their trucks, evidently satisfied with the transaction. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu arrived at the second checkpoint, where a soldier presented a form to Lin Feng. This outlines the basic rules and regulations of Guangming City. You are to temporarily settle in the outskirts until your application is approved, at which point the organization will determine if you are permitted to enter the city proper. Lin Feng accepted the form and quickly scanned it, noting the numerous stringent clauses, including daily labor allocation, supply contribution ratios, and strict management of weapons and hazardous items. Please follow us into the city, the soldier instructed, subsequently leading the group towards the city gate. Lin Feng resumed his place in the driver's seat and restarted the truck. Li Qingzhu inquired quietly, They won't confiscate our vehicle, will they? That seems unlikely, Lin Feng replied, his gaze steady. The truck slowly entered the gates of Bright City. The scene within the walls gradually unfolded. Orderly streets, neatly constructed shelters, bustling survivors, and armed soldiers patrolling the area. Under the soldiers' guidance, Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu stepped into a modest, yet relatively tidy building. The interior was crowded with newly arrived survivors. Some sat on chairs awaiting their turn, while others queued to register their information, the air thick with the scent of sweat and an oppressive atmosphere. As they waited in line, a soldier coldly gestured towards a window against the wall. Lin Feng nodded and led Li Qingzhu to the end of the queue. After a brief wait, it was finally their turn. Behind the window sat a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of Bright City, his expression indifferent as he held a pen and a registration form. What is your name? He asked without looking up. Li Qingzhu, she replied softly, her voice tinged with unease. The man glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to the form. Age, 29, Li Qingzhu said, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you have any special skills? The man lifted his gaze, scrutinizing her intently. Li Qingzhu hesitated, momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief pause, she murmured, None. The man's brow furrowed, skepticism evident in his eyes. None. How have you survived until now? Li Qingzhu bit her lip, her face flushing slightly. Momentarily at a loss for words, the man, frowning deeply, wrote down no special skills. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, inquiring, What is your name? Lin Feng paused for a moment before slowly uttering, Lin Yan. Beside him, Li Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning her head to steal a glance at him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and surprise. The man remained oblivious and continued to inquire. Age? 27, Lin Feng replied casually. What are your skills? Mechanical repair, driving, and basic combat skills, Lin Feng responded with composure. The man nodded, quickly jotting down the information, and then handed them a temporary identity card. This is your identification. Proceed to the relocation point in the outer area. There will be someone to assign you work. Remember, Bright City does not support idleness. Lin Feng accepted the card. Glancing at it, it bore nothing more than a simple name and number, yet he understood that this card would be pivotal for their survival in Bright City. Next, the man called impatiently, signaling them to depart. Lin Feng led Li Qingzhu out of the building, and she whispered, Lin Feng, why didn't you use your real name? A faint, bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth as he quietly replied, if the military truly traces us here, using an alias is certainly safer than revealing my true identity. Li Qingzhu nodded in a semblance of understanding, her respect for Lin Feng's caution deepening. Chapter 71. Relocation Area. Lin Feng drove the truck, following the directions provided by the man at the registration office as he gradually entered the outer relocation area of Bright City. This expanse was filled with rudimentary structures, surrounded by barbed wire and patrolled by soldiers. As far as the eye could see, there stood makeshift dormitories constructed from iron sheets and wooden planks, each room resembling the other, featuring simple bunk beds supported by wooden frames. Lin Feng parked the truck in the designated area for vehicles and stepped out. Casting a glance around, he observed that many survivors residing here were busily organizing supplies or creating their small spaces, their faces displaying a blend of weariness and vigilance. A staff member approached, holding a form filled with names. After flipping through it, he inquired, are you newcomers? Yes, Lin Feng nodded in response. The staff member scanned them briefly, then glanced at their identification cards, remarking, each dormitory accommodates a maximum of 4 individuals. Are you two related? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before smiling and responding, yes, this is my sister. We arrived together. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhu paused slightly, looked up at Lin Feng, and then quickly lowered her gaze, saying nothing further. The administrator examined the record sheet again, and then took another look at Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu, his brow furrowing slightly as he stated, we have separate dormitory areas for men and women. Lin Feng's expression shifted subtly but quickly regained composure as he nodded, acknowledging, understood. Lin Yan, the administrator pointed to a name on the form, your dormitory is number 075. It's just a 3-minute walk from here. Li Qingzhu, you are assigned to dormitory number 144, located in the women's section, which is a bit farther, approximately a 10-minute walk to the west. As he spoke, he withdrew 2 old keys from his waist pouch and handed them to the 2 individuals. The metallic surfaces of the keys bore the marks of wear, with finely engraved numbers indicating the dormitory assignments. Lin Feng accepted the key, glanced at the number, and then looked up to address the administrator. Is it possible? No. The administrator interrupted him, his tone cold and abrupt. Rules are rules. Men and women cannot reside together. Do not mention any special circumstances. Everyone here is treated the same. A flicker of panic crossed Li Qingzhu's face, and she could not help but whisper, but we. Lin Feng gently patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring glance, before turning back to the administrator and saying, we understand, thank you. The administrator nodded, seemingly unwilling to engage further with the 2. Here are your keys. Do not misplace them. The dormitory has beds and basic facilities. Take your time to acclimate. Off you go. With a wave of his hand, the administrator turned and resumed his conversation with the next arriving survivor. Lin Feng, clutching the key, turned to Li Qingzhu and noticed her gazing downwards, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. The bustling survivors and the cacophony of the surroundings made her appear particularly uneasy. It's all right, Lin Feng said softly, his tone resolute. Let us first take a look at your dormitory. Li Qingzhu lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Her lips moved slightly, and ultimately, she simply nodded in acquiescence. All right. Together, they traversed the muddy path of the resettlement area, making their way toward dormitory 144. Rows of rudimentary metal shelters lined the roadside, each adorned with a numbered sign, meticulously arranged within an expansive clearing. Lin Feng cast a glance at these metal abodes, a fleeting sense of despondency washing over him. The exteriors of these dormitories possessed no aesthetic appeal. The rusted tin reflected a dull light under the setting sun, resembling dilapidated structures eroded by time. The uniformity of the metal shelters approached a stifling rigidity, evoking distant memories of graves in a cemetery. Each dormitory resembled a small compartment, accommodating the forlorn souls of a post-apocalyptic world. This place feels reminiscent of a graveyard. Li Qingzhu's voice trembled slightly, revealing her discomfort with the surroundings. Lin Feng halted, surveying his environment, and discerned, beyond the distant barbed wire, the more prosperous sectors of Bright City, where the towering walls and structures appeared neat and orderly. Starkly contrasting with this settlement, he began to comprehend. This was a designated refuge for newly arrived survivors in Bright City. Although substantial in scale, the layout was monotonous, and the facilities were rudimentary, evidently designed to meet only the most fundamental survival needs. There were perhaps over 200 dormitories, Lin Feng murmured, his gaze contemplative. If each room were to accommodate 4 individuals, this place could shelter nearly 1,000 people. Li Qingzhu, listening to his words, cast her eyes down upon the muddy ground. Feeling as though her feet were mired in heavy muck, she softly inquired, "Are these people like us?" "Perhaps," Lin Feng replied, his tone calm. "Those who have survived to this point have certainly endured great hardships." The 2 individuals continued their silent journey, the air between the corrugated iron houses suffused with a damp, musty odor and the metallic scent of rust. Numerous dormitory doors were adorned with tattered curtains, obscuring the view within, while some entrances were cluttered with storage boxes and discarded parts, clearly a makeshift arrangement by the tenants. Upon arrival, Lin Feng halted before a metal hut marked with the number 144, gesturing towards the door's inscription. He cast a glance at Li Qingzhu and murmured, "Let us enter and first assess the surroundings." Li Qingzhu nodded gently, unlocking the door with a key. As she pushed it open, a faint mustiness and the remnants of daily life greeted them. The interior was modestly arranged. 4 bunked iron beds lined the sides, and a worn carpet lay across the floor, its colors faded but still revealing traces of its former pattern. In one corner stood a rusty iron cabinet, its door ajar, showcasing a few neatly folded garments. A small battery-powered lamp hung on the wall, casting a feeble glow that barely illuminated the room. It was evident that the space was inhabited. 3 beds were adorned with bedding, 2 neatly made while the third appeared somewhat disheveled, with a coat and several packets of provisions strewn atop. Beneath the beds lay a few plastic boxes, hinting at their contents of water bottles, canned goods, and various necessities. Next to the bed by the window was a small stove accompanied by several empty cans, indicating that the area had been used for cooking. On the windowsill rested an open bottle of mineral water, alongside a few pieces of simple sterilized gauze and ointment. It seemed you would indeed have a roommate. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings of the room before turning his gaze towards Li Qingzhu, his tone gentle. "Allow me to tidy up your bed first." Li Qingzhu nodded, placing her bag on an unoccupied bed near the door. After a moment's hesitation, she softly inquired, "This bed should be mine, correct?" Lin Feng glanced around, confirming that the other 3 beds bore clear signs of habitation, and nodded. "It appears no one has occupied this one. Let's tidy it up, and if any questions arise, we can consult our roommates later." He approached, gently brushing off the dust from the bed, retrieved a thin blanket from Li Qingzhu's bag to lay it down, and straightened several iron rods at the bed's edge to ensure the frame's stability. Li Qingzhu quietly assisted, neatly organizing her belongings into a plastic box beneath the bed. Just as they were engrossed in their tasks, the door suddenly swung open with a creaking sound that shattered the tranquility of the room. A woman stood at the threshold, clutching a plastic bag filled with food and bottled water. She appeared to be in her early 30s, her face marked by the traces of time, dressed in a black jacket with sharp and vigilant eyes. When her gaze fell upon Lin Feng in the room, she seemed momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow. "Questioning a man? What is he doing here?" Lin Feng immediately straightened, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, calmly explaining, "I apologize for the intrusion. I am here to assist my sister. She has just been assigned to stay here, and I am helping her set up her bed." The woman's gaze shifted from Lin Feng to Li Qingzhu, her expression softening slightly. She entered the room, placing the plastic bag beside the bed by the window. With her arms crossed, she inquired, "You must be the newcomer?" Her tone bore a hint of scrutiny. Li Qingzhu nodded hastily, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Yes. I am Li Qingzhu. I hope to trouble you in the future." The woman remained silent, surveying her before shifting her gaze to Lin Feng, her tone still laced with caution. "This is the female dormitory. Men cannot linger. Once you have finished, be sure to leave promptly." Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging her words, understood. Seeing his respectful demeanor, the woman softened slightly, approaching her own bed. She whispered to Li Qingzhu, "I am Sun Ting. There are 2 others in this room. They are out working, and you will meet them later." With that, she opened the plastic bag and began inspecting its contents, seemingly less concerned about Lin Feng. He glanced at Li Qingzhu and quietly remarked, I will take my leave now. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me. Li Qingzhu felt a twinge of unease but nodded in response, murmuring, take care on your way. Lin Feng nodded and departed, glancing back at the doorway to ensure Li Qingzhu was well before exiting the dormitory. His figure gradually faded from view, leaving Li Qingzhu with a lingering sense of apprehension. Yet, she understood that from this moment onward, she must learn to face everything here on her own. Chapter 72. Roommate Lin Feng, accompanied by Xiao He, retraced his steps along the dirt path, arriving at the entrance of his dormitory, room 075. He unlocked the door and stepped inside, revealing an equally austere environment. 2 bunk beds leaned against the wall, with a dilapidated table in between, cluttered with various odds and ends, indicating that this space bore the traces of habitation. Lin Feng set down his belongings, and soon after, the faint sounds of conversation and footsteps drifted in from outside the dormitory. He glanced out the window, a hint of wariness in his gaze. Although Bright City appeared orderly, he understood that not everyone here was amicable. He needed to adapt to his surroundings swiftly while ensuring Li Qingzhu's safety. After a while, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a young man, seemingly just over 20, stepped inside. He was of modest height, dressed casually, and wore a familiar grin. Upon entering, he surveyed the room before his gaze settled on Lin Feng. "Oh, a newcomer," the young man exclaimed, flashing a broad smile as he tossed a tattered jacket onto the table. "Finally, someone new in our room." Lin Feng glanced at him, nodding slightly. "I am Lin Yan, just arrived in Bright City." The young man approached casually and sat down by the bed, his tone relaxed. "Lin Yan? A fine name. I'm Jiang Feng, a longtime resident here. Feel free to ask me anything. Don't hold back." His demeanor was informal, exuding a sense of familiarity. Lin Feng merely replied with a subdued, "Thank you." Jiang Feng observed Lin Feng for a moment before his attention was drawn to the small black dog at Lin Feng's feet. Raising an eyebrow, he chuckled, "Oh, you brought a dog with you? That's quite rare. How do you manage to care for it? It wouldn't happen to eat better than you, would it?" Xiao He seemed to comprehend something, glancing up at Jiang Feng, yet remained silent, merely settling beside Lin Feng and quietly licking his front paw. Lin Feng spoke in an even tone. "It has accompanied me through thick and thin. It endures hardship better than I do." Jiang Feng smiled broadly, about to speak again when the door swung open, revealing a tall man who entered. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, with a sturdy build, dressed in a clean jacket and an air of fatigue upon his face. Noticing Jiang Feng conversing with Lin Feng, he slightly furrowed his brow. "Jiang Feng, is it too much to ask for some peace upon your return?" Jiang Feng pouted and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, Tian Xiao, this hardly qualifies as noisy. It's not every day we get a new roommate. I'm merely extending a warm welcome." Lang Tian Xiao shook his head, closed the door, casually placed his bag by the bed, adjusted his slightly wrinkled jacket, and took a seat at the table. With a voice tinged with fatigue, he remarked, "Do as you please, just don't disturb me. I'm utterly exhausted today." Jiang Feng chuckled nonchalantly, turning to Lin Feng. "On a serious note, Lin Yan, where do you hail from? What did you do before?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied calmly, "I came from Xindu, surviving along the way by scavenging for supplies and seeking refuge." Jiang Feng nodded, his tone laced with curiosity. "Impressive. I've heard the hordes of undead there are fierce. It's no small feat to have made it through." "Just fortunate," Lin Feng replied with unwavering composure. Lang Tianxiu picked up a metal cup from the table, poured some water, and remarked, "Survival is partly a matter of luck." He paused for a moment, glancing at Lin Feng, his tone imbued with a touch of seriousness. "Given your demeanor, you don't seem like an ordinary person." Lin Feng did not respond, merely offering a gentle smile. He had no intention of revealing too much to these 2 roommates. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, it is prudent to minimize exposure of one's circumstances. "Oh, discussing such matters is rather tedious." Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively and plopped down on the bed opposite Lin Feng, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Lin Yan, since you've just arrived in Bright City, I must take you to a splendid place. Tonight, we shall venture to Entertainment Street. I assure you, it will delight you." "Entertainment Street?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, curiosity lacing his voice. Jiang Feng nodded with pride, his tone exaggerated. "Indeed, it is the most vibrant location in Bright City. There is food, drink, games, and all manner of amusements. If one seeks to grasp even a semblance of life amidst the apocalypse, that place is a must visit." Lang Tianxiu shot him a sidelong glance, his voice tinged with exasperation. Jiang Fong, you are always so frivolous. The costs at Entertainment Street are exorbitant. It is not a place one frequents casually. Oh, come now, Tianxiu. Don't be so rigid. Jiang Fong exclaimed theatrically. Our new roommate has arrived. We must show him the world. As Lin Feng listened to Jiang Feng's enthusiastic invitation, he privately contemplated. This fellow appears somewhat superficial, yet he exudes warmth. While he was unfamiliar with the nature of Entertainment Street, it would not be detrimental to familiarize himself with the environment of Bright City upon his arrival. However, he was acutely aware that he possessed not a single coin of the local currency, and venturing into such places necessitated prior arrangements. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Feng, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of inquiry. I am open to the idea of visiting, but I must clarify that I am new here and quite penniless. It would be unfeasible for me to indulge in any expenses. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Oh, what is there to fear? We are roommates, after all. It is only fitting that I treat you on our first outing. He paused, scratching his head, and added, but do not feel overly obliged. Just a token gesture will suffice. When you find your fortune, you can reciprocate later. Lin Feng observed Jiang Feng's affable demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are quite generous, but let me make it clear that I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. Jiang Feng patted his chest, exuding a sense of bravado. Rest assured, consider it my effort to help you acclimatize to the surroundings. I am indifferent to this minor expense. Lang Tianxiu, listening from the side, could not help but shake his head, murmuring, Jiang Feng, do be cautious not to impose on others. The Entertainment Street is notoriously expensive, and one misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Come now, Tianxiu. You are overthinking it. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Our purpose for going there is merely for enjoyment. Not to squander wealth. Let us keep it light. Lang Tianxiu cast a glance at Jiang Feng, his tone somewhat detached. Do as you wish. I am weary today and prefer to avoid any commotion. Just ensure you do not return too late. All right, Jiang Feng exclaimed, his hand gesturing grandly as his attention shifted back to Lin Feng, his face alight with excitement. Let us go now. You will surely come to appreciate it. That place promises to be an eye-opener. Lin Feng nodded, his mind alert with caution. The Entertainment Street, within Bright City, was likely not as simple as it appeared. Yet, he recognized that this was a splendid opportunity to familiarize himself with the local environment. As long as he maintained sufficient vigilance, he might even glean some valuable information. Chapter 73, Bright City under the night sky. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the external settlement area of Bright City exuded an unusual stillness, interrupted only by the occasional murmurs of patrolling soldiers in the distance. Lin Feng crouched down and gently patted Little Black's head, softly instructing, Stay here in the dormitory. Don't wander off. Little Black looked up at him, seemingly comprehending his master's words, and obediently laid down by the bed. Lang Tianxiu sat on the bed, glanced at Little Black, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng, remarking nonchalantly, This dog is surprisingly well behaved. Let it stay in the dormitory while you go. Jiang Feng waved his hand, urging them to hurry. Let's go, it's already dark. Lin Feng nodded, casting one last look at Little Black before closing the door and following Jiang Feng out of the dormitory. Jiang Feng led Lin Feng north along the main road of the settlement area. They traversed a cluster of metal structures, arriving at a wall that bore evident signs of having been chiseled. A small opening was just wide enough for a person to bend down and pass through. With a grin, Jiang Feng patted the wall, saying, Come on, the real treasure lies within. This outside area is merely for us outsiders. The true Bright City is beyond this wall. Lin Feng glanced up at the wall, feeling a sense of oppression wash over him. He said little, silently following Jiang Feng through the opening, and in an instant, the scene before him transformed. On the other side of the wall lay an entirely different world. Bright neon lights intertwined to create a dazzling ocean, their myriad hues illuminating the streets as if it were midday. Flanking the thoroughfare were neatly arranged stalls and shops, some adorned with vibrant signs, while others were open-air food stands, the air thick with a blend of smoky aromas and enticing fragrances. Lin Feng stood rooted in place, his gaze sweeping across this bustling avenue, his heart stirred. This spectacle bore little difference from the city before the apocalypse. Vendors warmly beckoned passers-by, the streets teemed with people, and children frolicked, laughing as they chased one another. in stark contrast to the oppressive decay of the external resettlement zone. This place seemed like a different realm altogether. What do you think? Are you not impressed? Jiang Feng, with a self-satisfied expression, looked at Lin Feng, his hands tucked into his pockets, his tone brimming with pride. This is the urban area of Bright City, a truly vibrant place. The grilled meats and skewers from those food stalls are 100 times better than the meager offerings of the resettlement zone's dilapidated canteen. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on a stall selling skewers, the charcoal glowing brightly, the air suffused with the mouth-watering scent of grilled meat. He nodded silently, curiosity tinging his voice as he inquired, with such liveliness in the inner city, how is safety ensured? Aren't you concerned about a zombie invasion? Not at all. This is Bright City, Jiang Feng replied with an easy demeanor. The soldiers on the perimeter are vigilant. Zombies cannot approach at all. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze continuing to traverse the lively streets. The street was even more bustling than he had imagined, adorned with a myriad of shops. Some offered delectable food. Others peddled weapons, and there were stalls brimming with peculiar trinkets. At the corner, he even spotted an establishment ablaze with red lights, where several scantily clad women stood at the entrance, casting flirtatious glances at passers-by. Jiang Feng discerned Lin Feng's bewilderment and grinned, saying, "Don't be too surprised. This place has everything. As long as you have money, you can find all the pleasures you can imagine. The cost of living in Guangming City appears quite steep." Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly. "That is indeed the case," Jiang Feng shrugged. "Resources here are not cheap, but it depends on how you choose to indulge. Let us first find a stall to grab a bite, and later I will take you to a more intriguing place." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes surveying the surroundings. He understood that behind this vibrant fade might lurk more intricate rules and interests. Jiang Feng led Lin Feng to a charcoal-grilled skewer stall and came to a halt. The stall owner, appearing to be in his 40s with weathered skin and a robust build, skillfully tended to the skewers over the bright flames, which illuminated his slightly oily face, accentuating his ruggedness. $20 a skewer, how many would you like? The owner inquired in a gruff, resonant voice. "Let us have 5. Jiang Feng replied with a smile, casually producing a bill from his pocket and handing it over. Lin Feng noticed that the currency of Guangming City indeed differed from the new currency of Xindu in design, material, and denomination. The proprietor skillfully accepted the payment and turned to retrieve 5 skewers of golden meat from an iron box beside the charcoal stove, placing them on the grill. The morsels, a delightful blend of fat and lean meat, sizzled as the grease dripped onto the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. Lin Feng took a skewer, his gaze lingering on the grilled meat, yet a hint of hesitation lingered in his heart. He lowered his eyes to scrutinize the marbling of the meat, then raised his head to inquire, "What type of meat is this, esteemed owner?" The owner, taken aback by the question, paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Why, it's lamb. Just look at the color. It's incredibly fresh." Jiang Feng, beside him, took a generous bite and mumbled, "Rest assured, I often indulge in the skewers from this stall. The flavor is undeniably authentic." However, Lin Feng hesitated to partake, his brow slightly furrowed. He fixed his gaze on the skewers for several seconds, then glanced at some scattered bones near the charcoal stove, seemingly analyzing something. The owner, noticing Lin Feng's expression, wore a smile tinged with mild disbelief. "Young man, do not worry. This meat is sourced wholesale from the inner city market, guaranteed in quality and quantity." Lin Feng still refrained from taking a bite, instead turning to Jiang Feng. "You claim to eat here often? Has there ever been an issue?" "Of course not," Jiang Feng replied with a grin, shaking the skewer in his hand. "The entertainment street in Guangming City values its reputation. These vendors strive for business and would not dare to deceive. You, my friend, are simply too cautious." After reflecting on these words, Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before gently taking a bite. The rich flavor of the meat blossomed in his mouth as he chewed, all the while surveying his surroundings, maintaining a vigilant demeanor. The boss observed as Lin Feng finally began to eat, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips before he turned to continue grilling the meat. "How is it?" Jiang Feng inquired, his voice brimming with pride. "Quite delightful. Isn't it? Though it comes at a price, it is worth every coin." "Not bad, thanks, Jiang Feng," Lin Feng replied, nodding with a nonchalant tone. The two continued to savor their skewers while meandering through the streets. Chapter 74. The Massage Parlor, Part 1. As they strolled along the streets illuminated by flickering neon lights, Jiang Feng, full of enthusiasm, pointed out various stalls and shops to Lin Feng. Did you see that? The one selling liquor. It's the most authentic baijiu in Guangming City, though it's a bit pricey. And over there, weapons for self-defense. I almost squandered all my money on a modified crossbow once, only to realize later that I had no use for it. While Jiang Feng rambled on, Lin Feng listened attentively, yet his mind wandered, analyzing the pricing in Guangming City. He noticed that the prices of goods at the stalls seemed generally elevated. Even a simple skewer of grilled meat cost 20 Guanghui coins, more than double the price in Xindu. The cost of living here was significantly higher than in Xindu, he reflected, pondering the fact that he still had over 20,000 Xindu coins and wondering if there was a way to exchange them for Guanghui coins. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted back to reality as Jiang Feng playfully tugged at his sleeve, a mischievous grin on his face. Come on, let me take you to a more interesting place. As he spoke, he expertly led Lin Feng down a relatively secluded alley. At the end of the alley hung a dimly lit sign, adorned with several crooked characters, Yisin Massage Parlor. While being pulled into the alley by Jiang Feng, Lin Feng felt a wave of caution wash over him and inquired, "Where is this place?" "Relax," Jiang Feng replied with a broad grin. "This is my regular massage parlor, renowned for its exceptional skills. You are guaranteed to unwind." Lin Feng's steps faltered momentarily as his gaze swept around the alley, noting its tranquility compared to the bustling main street. The streetlights cast a slightly dim glow, heightening his underlying wariness, though he maintained an outward composure. Jiang Feng, unable to contain his excitement, pushed open the door of the massage parlor, and light spilled out, illuminating a stunning figure. At that moment, a woman, heavily perfumed, approached them. She appeared to be in her 30s, adorned in flamboyant attire, donning a low-cut, form-fitting dress, her makeup meticulously applied. She sauntered over with a feline grace, wearing a professional smile, and addressed them in a sweet, syrupy voice. "Isn't this Xiao Jiang? Bringing a friend today, huh?" Hee. Upon seeing the woman, Jiang Feng's smile widened, taking on a more frivolous air. He waved his hand with an informal tone. "Ah, Hongjia, arrange for me the youngest one you have tonight. This is my brother. Just arrived in Guangming City. He needs to experience the world." Hongjia smiled coyly, her gaze appraising Lin Feng as she took him in with a more scrutinizing look. She softly remarked, "Xiao Jiang, you certainly know how to entertain your friends." Jiang Feng laughed heartily, taking Hongjia's hand, and said, "Just arrange the finest ladies for my brothers. Today, I shall cover all expenses. Let us ensure my friends have a splendid time." Lin Feng stood to the side, his gaze sweeping across the establishment's decor. The lighting on the walls was soft yet somewhat dim, with artificial flowers and exquisite ornaments adorning the surroundings. And the air was infused with a soothing aroma. "Is this truly a massage parlor?" Lin Feng pondered quietly, maintaining a facade of composure. He nodded, not opposing Jiang Feng's arrangements. Before long, a young woman clad in a professional uniform approached. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her face bore a polished smile as she slightly bowed before Lin Feng. "Sir, please follow me." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and followed her. Jiang Feng was already engrossed with Hongjia, smiling with satisfaction, completely immersed in his own world. Lin Feng was led into a dimly lit room, where an abstract painting adorned the wall, and the fragrant aroma still lingered in the air. In the center of the room lay a massage table, beside which a small table was neatly arranged with several bottles of massage oil. The staff maintained a professional smile, gesturing for Lin Feng to take a seat on the chair beside the massage table, and softly said, "Sir, we offer a variety of massage services. You may choose according to your preferences." She extracted a page from a brochure on the table and presented it to Lin Feng, continuing, "This delineates our service offerings and corresponding prices for your perusal." Lin Feng glanced down, noting the detailed enumeration of various massage services: full body massage, 60 minutes 180 Lumina coins; head massage, 20 minutes 130 Lumina coins; foot therapy, 30 minutes 140 Lumina coins, etc. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The prices were considerably steeper than he had anticipated. The staff member offered a subtle smile, her tone tinged with a hint of insinuation. "Sir, these constitute our standard services." Here, she lowered her voice slightly, her gaze carrying a note of tentative inquiry. "Naturally, should you desire a more elevated relaxation experience, we also offer exclusive services." Lin Feng remained composed outwardly, yet inwardly, a certain agitation stirred within him. Even before the cataclysm, he had never ventured into such establishments, The present scene was both alien and intriguing. The subdued lighting, the pervasive aroma of incense, coupled with the staff members' gentle entreaties, all contributed to a palpable atmosphere of delicate tension. Upon hearing the phrase exclusive services, his heart quickened perceptibly. Though his countenance remained impassive, his posture subtly straightened. He lifted his gaze to meet that of the staff member, inquiring with as much equanimity as he could muster. Exclusive services? Of what nature are these? The staff appeared to be amused by his inquiry, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she chuckled and replied. What do you think, dear guest? Surely, you understand what special service entails. Lin Feng, taken aback by her teasing demeanor, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He certainly grasped the implication behind the term special service, but had merely been too shy to inquire further. Noticing his hesitation, the staff leaned in closer, whispering softly into Lin Feng's ear, Our special services are designed for guests seeking additional relaxation, ensuring utmost privacy and comfort. As he listened to her gentle yet suggestive tone, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, quickly weighing the situation at hand. While this unique experience was indeed intriguing, he was acutely aware that it was not something he should pursue, especially since he had only just recently acquainted himself with Jiang Feng. The cost of a standard massage was already quite steep. His gaze fell upon the price list, and as he recalled the earlier rates, he couldn't help but consider the undoubtedly high expenses associated with such special services. In an instant, he reached a decision. He looked up at the staff, his voice calm, yet resolute. As for the special service, I will forego it. Please arrange for a simple foot massage instead. The staff was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Lin Feng's straightforward refusal. However, she quickly regained her professional smile, responding, Very well, sir. Please hold on for a moment while I prepare. The staff swiftly exited the room, and as Lin Feng watched the door close, he finally let out a long, relieved sigh. His gaze wandered across the room's decor. Under the dim, yellow light, the abstract painting on the wall appeared somewhat peculiar, as if it concealed an enigmatic suggestion. Chapter 75, The Massage Parlor, Part 2, Special Services. Lin Feng murmured softly, shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity. Shortly thereafter, the staff re-entered, carrying a steaming basin of water and several clean towels. She placed the basin on a small rack beside the massage table and smiled as she spoke. Sir, our foot therapy service utilizes unique herbal essential oils, which aid in promoting blood circulation and alleviating fatigue. Lin Feng nodded, sitting at the edge of the massage table, watching as the staff poured the hot water into a wooden foot bath, followed by a few drops of translucent essential oil. Instantly, a refreshing aroma enveloped the air, dispelling the heavy scent of incense. Sir, please remove your shoes and immerse your feet in the water. Allow them to soak for a moment. The staff suggested in her gentle tone. Lin Feng complied, taking off his shoes and submerging his feet in the warm water, the heat immediately enveloping them, inducing a profound sense of relaxation. He closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair, feeling the warm water gradually dissipate the chill from his feet. You may relax further. The staff encouraged, kneeling beside the basin, her hands delicately pressing on the tops of his feet and toes with practiced skill. Her pressure was just right, and the rhythm of her movements was even, imparting an unprecedented sense of comfort to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the weariness and tension gradually dissipating, the vigilance that had been taught in his mind slowly easing. His focus involuntarily shifted towards this experience of relaxation. Sir, how do you feel? A staff member inquired softly. Quite well, very comfortable, Lin Feng replied with a nod, offering a simple response. Subsequently, the staff member removed Lin Feng's feet from the water, dried them with a towel, and began to massage the soles with essential oil. Her fingers adeptly pressed on the acupoints of his feet, each movement precise and powerful. Lin Feng could faintly sense the fatigue deep within his body, gradually alleviating with her skilled touch. I will apply a bit more pressure here, the staff member noted, increasing the intensity of her motions. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed again. He could perceive her professionalism and the well-measured force, even if there was occasional discomfort. It did not become unbearable. It has been quite a while since you felt this relaxed, hasn't it? The staff member asked with a gentle tone laced with concern. Lin Feng opened his eyes, casting a calm glance at her as he replied, Indeed, this is my first experience with such a service. The staff member smiled, continuing her massage of his ankles and the tops of his feet, softly saying, Many guests like you visit for the first time in Guangming City, drawn by its vibrancy, yet often harboring a hint of wariness. Our aim is to help you despite his body relaxing. His mind remained alert, understanding that such an experience within the City of Light was a luxury, one that often concealed a deeper cost beneath its surface. Half an hour later, the massage concluded, and the staff gently tapped his knee, saying, "Sir, the massage has ended. I hope you are satisfied with my service." Lin Feng nodded, slipped on his shoes, and stood up to stretch his body, feeling considerably lighter on his feet. He looked at the staff and calmly remarked, "Not bad. Thank you." The staff member slightly inclined their body and smiled, stating, "If you require any other services, please feel free to call for me. By the way, your friend will need a little more time. Why not rest here for a while? I will come to fetch you once he is finished." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Understood, thank you." He returned to the massage bed, lying down to rest for a moment. At that instant, his body felt almost languid, yet his mind remained keenly aware. Indeed, it was a privilege to possess wealth, Lin Feng mused internally. Although this was his first encounter with such a service, the foot massage had truly granted him a long-lost sense of ease. Despite the exorbitant prices in the City of Light, this was undoubtedly a lavish indulgence. With his eyes closed, he allowed himself to slightly immerse in this state of relaxation. Yet his thoughts drifted back to reality. What lay hidden behind the facade of service and opulence here? Lin Feng pondered silently, aware that places like Entertainment Street, despite their glamorous allure, were often intertwined with the deeper rules and interests of the City of Light. Although Jiang Feng appears to be rather unassuming, his remarkable ability to navigate these locales with such proficiency speaks volumes about his intimate familiarity with the area. As time slipped away unnoticed, Lin Feng found himself nearly dozing off when a gentle knock at the door roused him. "Sir?" It was the staff member from earlier, her voice still imbued with warmth. "Your friend's session has concluded. He is waiting for you outside." Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and tidied his somewhat disheveled attire. After rising to his feet, he stretched his shoulders and legs, discovering that the fatigue had indeed dissipated significantly. He nodded to the staff member, saying, "Thank you. I shall step out now." The staff member bowed slightly and smiled. "We look forward to your next visit, sir." As Lin Feng exited the room and stepped into the lobby of the massage parlor, he spotted Jiang Feng animatedly conversing with Hong Jia at the entrance. Jiang Feng wore a beaming expression, clearly pleased with the service he had just received. "Ah, Lin Yan, how was it? The girl was delightful, wasn't she?" Upon seeing Lin Feng, Jiang Feng immediately broke into a broad smile. "I told you, this place is definitely worth it." Lin Feng cast a grateful glance in his direction and nodded. "The service was indeed excellent. I appreciate it, Jiang Feng." Jiang Feng laughed heartily, giving Lin Feng a friendly pat on the shoulder. "It's nothing. As I mentioned, today is on me. Just relax. Coming here is all about enjoying life." Before long, Lin Feng followed Jiang Feng out of the massage parlor. The night had completely enveloped the Entertainment Street, yet the vibrant glow of neon lights ensured that the atmosphere remained bustling. Walking side by side down the street, Lin Feng's lips curved slightly into a smile, his gaze, however, grew profound. Bright City, this place is becoming increasingly fascinating. Chapter 76. Divergent Paths in the Dead of Night. Jiang Feng returned to the dormitory with Lin Feng. As he pushed the door open, Lin Feng beheld Lang Tianxiu sprawled across his bed, snoring thunderously, clearly in a deep slumber. Xiaohai was curled up, quietly resting at the foot of his bed, seemingly lost in dreams as well. Jiang Feng closed the door and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Brother Tianxiu is like this. He sleeps soundly. No need to tiptoe." A hint of ease adorned his smile, as if he had long grown accustomed to his roommate's sleeping habits. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Approaching his own bed, he tidied his clothes a bit before sitting down. The soft light in the room enveloped him, instilling a sense of tranquility he had not felt in a long time. "Tomorrow, the administrator will assign you your duties, so rest early," Jiang Feng remarked casually while removing his outerwear. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly leaped onto his bed, pulling up the covers in one fluid motion. Lin Feng stood for a moment, quietly surveying the dormitory, its modest beds, the warm glow of the lights, and the serene night, each element imparting a slight sense of relaxation. Nevertheless, the echoes of the day's events lingered in his mind, particularly the scene at the massage parlor, which stirred subtle waves of emotion within him. Taking a deep breath, he gently lay down and pulled up the covers. As he closed his eyes, The vibrant imagery of Bright City danced in his thoughts. The atmosphere within the dormitory gradually settled into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic snoring of Lang Tianxiu and the distant footsteps of the patrolling guards echoing through the stillness of the night. Lin Feng lay on his bed, his mind slowly emptying as he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, Li Qingzhu tossed and turned. Unable to find comfort on the rudimentary bed that offered little respite, her back periodically assaulted by waves of discomfort. She let out a soft sigh, turning onto her side in search of a more agreeable position, feeling as though she were resting upon a slab of stone. Nevertheless, she ultimately weathered a peaceful yet solitary night within the confines of the austere dormitory. As dawn broke, the morning light filtered through the worn gaps of the window, illuminating every particle of dust suspended in the air. Early the next morning, Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu arrived punctually at the management office of the dormitory area as required. Upon seeing Li Qingzhu, Lin Feng offered a gentle smile, breaking the silence. "Good morning. How did you rest last night?" Li Qingzhu let out a soft sigh, a hint of a wry smile gracing her lips. "It was all right, but the bed is as hard as a rock. I hardly slept well." Her tone bore no complaint, merely a touch of resignation. Lin Feng chuckled lightly in response. "Same here, and my roommate's snoring was deafening." The building housing the management office was evidently a makeshift structure assembled from discarded materials, its walls marred and weathered. A few soldiers in uniform stood at the entrance, vigilantly observing the comings and goings of individuals. Lin Feng and Li Qingzhu approached a row of rudimentary desks, behind which sat several staff members who scrutinized the newcomers with impassive expressions. "Are you new here?" one of the staff members inquired, lifting their gaze with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Lin Feng nodded, affirming their arrival in Bright City as per the mandated report. The staff member uttered little more, merely picking up the registration book and casually flipping through a few pages before gesturing towards the bulletin board on the left. "Proceed as per the arrangements," he stated. The work assignments were clearly delineated above. Exchanging a glance with Li Qingzhu, Lin Feng approached the bulletin board. The announcement displayed the work allocation for all newcomers, with positions distinctly outlined. Lin Yan's name was listed under the role of resource gatherer, tasked with venturing into the city area to collect supplies. This was a perilous yet exhilarating endeavor, particularly outside the confines of Bright City, where the loss of shelter necessitated extreme caution against the lurking threat of zombie infection. Li Qingzhu, on the other hand, was assigned to work in the cafeteria of the resettlement area. Lacking any specialized skills, her duties were evidently rudimentary, primarily involving the preparation of ingredients, maintaining cleanliness, and serving meals to fellow survivors. Her gaze lingered on the bulletin board for a few moments, a sense of disappointment gradually enveloping her. Bowing her head, she murmured, "I had hoped we could work together." Her voice was soft, almost as if she feared Lin Feng would discern her unease. Noticing the shift in Li Qingzhu's demeanor, Lin Feng gently patted her shoulder. "The outside world is too perilous for you. This position is commendable and suits you well. I need not worry excessively," he reassured her, his tone calm. Li Qingzhu lifted her gaze to meet his composed eyes, a lingering sense of disquiet still simmering within her, yet she recognized the wisdom in Lin Feng's words. She forced herself to maintain composure, pressed her lips together, and softly inquired, "Your work must be quite perilous, right?" Lin Feng's gaze momentarily darkened but quickly regained its calmness. "There is a certain level of danger, but rest assured, I am quite capable, as you know," he concluded with a gentle smile. Despite his words bringing her a measure of comfort, Li Qingzhu felt a heaviness in her heart. She remained anxious that Lin Feng might encounter unforeseen perils. She lowered her gaze, nodded gently, and her voice was barely a whisper. "Yes, I understand." Observing her expression, Lin Feng let out a soft sigh, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. He was acutely aware that Li Qingzhu was not as steadfast as she portrayed, though she consistently endeavored to mask her worries. He could sense her underlying fragility. For him, the instinct to protect her had become second nature, even in this unfamiliar setting. The staff member glanced at them, speaking in a neutral tone. "Today marks the beginning. You will each proceed to your respective posts." They both nodded silently and turned away from the administrative office, heading towards their individual workstations. Lin Feng's eyes once again surveyed the surrounding environment. The atmosphere of Bright City remained oppressive, the scent of desolation permeating the air. Nevertheless, he had resolved that regardless of the challenges ahead, he would persevere, safeguarding Li Qingzhu while striving to create a future for both himself and her. Li Qingzhu cast a final glance at Lin Feng's retreating figure, a warmth blossoming in her heart, albeit tinged with a slight unease. She understood that while this place appeared secure, it was fraught with unknown dangers. She could only hope that everything would unfold smoothly. Chapter 77. The exploration team Lin Feng followed the staff to a temporary assembly point outside Bright City, where several four-member teams had already gathered, seemingly preparing for today's expedition to collect supplies. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a trio standing at the back of the group. Though their numbers were few, their presence exuded an undeniable strength, as if they were awaiting someone. Among them was an older man with a rugged beard, his skin slightly tanned, and his sharp gaze suggested he had weathered many storms. Dressed in simple work attire, his physique bore no trace of flabbiness, indicating a life spent in physical labor. Beside him stood a young man wearing glasses, clad in tidy clothing, exuding a quiet demeanor. He radiated a sense of contemplation, yet his reticence made him appear somewhat aloof. The final member of the trio was a robust woman, tall and muscular, emanating an air of formidable authority. As Lin Feng approached, the bearded man turned his gaze towards him, raising an eyebrow slightly, his voice deep yet tinged with curiosity. "Oh, a fresh face. You must be the newcomer, right?" Lin Feng quickly stood tall, responding promptly, "Hello, brother. I am Lin Yan, a newcomer to Bright City." His tone was somewhat formal, yet he endeavored to appear less unfamiliar. The bearded man nodded, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Feng's arrival, casually remarking, "Our small team is tasked with gathering supplies from outside the city, and—" He paused for a moment. "It appears we are in need of an extra member, and you are just the person we have been waiting for." Lin Feng noticed the gaze of the robust woman directed towards him. She offered a gentle smile, raising an eyebrow playfully while covering her mouth. Quite handsome, indeed. This unexpected jest left Lin Feng momentarily taken aback, and he awkwardly chuckled, hastily diverting his gaze. Observing Lin Feng's reaction, the bearded man revealed a hint of amusement, clapping a hand on his shoulder with a deep, resonant voice. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be one of us. I am Song Ran. This bespectacled fellow is Yu Yun, and this lovely lady is Zhang Yu." Zhang Yu bestowed upon Lin Feng a subtle smile, her eyes exuding an air of solemn authority. "You may call me Sister Yu." Though her tone was unadorned, it carried an unmistakable weight of composure. Lin Feng, feeling slightly anxious, nodded and addressed the group. "Captain Song. Yu Yun, Sister Yu. I appreciate your guidance moving forward." Yu Yun remained reticent, merely casting a calm and steady glance at Lin Feng. "Now that we are all acquainted," Song Ran patted Lin Feng's shoulder, "let us embark. However, Lin Yan, you must heed this. The outside world is fraught with danger, so remain ever vigilant." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. "I comprehend." He followed them as they made their way beyond the city, his heart gradually finding tranquility. Accompanied by these seemingly seasoned teammates, he appeared to gain a modicum of confidence. "Captain Song, where are we headed?" Lin Feng inquired curiously, eager to grasp the specifics of their mission. Captain Song cast a glance at the map before responding. "We are bound for an abandoned warehouse in the old district. During our previous exploration, we passed by there and it should contain supplies. However, it is also infested with numerous zombies, so we must proceed with caution." He paused, his expression growing somber. "The situation outside is far more intricate than you might imagine. We must be wary not only of the zombies, but also of those troublesome marauders." Zhang Yu, overhearing this, could not suppress a disdainful snort. These bothersome individuals always seize the opportunity to loot amidst chaos. We must tread carefully to avoid jeopardizing our lives. Yun Yu remained silent, yet his calm gaze swept the surroundings, exuding a sense of vigilance and poise. His eyes seemed to perpetually monitor the environment, as if he had long acclimated to such circumstances. "I understand." Lin Feng nodded, his thoughts drifting to the scarred bald man he and Li Tian had once slain, pondering if the marauders Song spoke of were akin to such individuals. The team began to prepare for their departure, checking their weapons and adjusting their backpacks. Lin Feng retrieved his own armament, a multifunctional military knife, along with a pistol concealed beneath his coat, a precautionary measure for unforeseen circumstances. "All right, is everyone ready?" Captain Song called out assertively. All team members nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. Zhang Yu cast a fleeting glance at Lin Feng, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. "Rest assured, I shall protect you," she assured him. A chill traversed Lin Feng's spine. Her insinuating smile sent shivers down his spine, leading him to suspect that she harbored some unwarranted intentions towards him. He hastily gathered his thoughts, compelling himself to dismiss such notions, though his heart quickened in response to the momentary tension. Regaining his composure, he endeavored to concentrate, redirecting his focus to the task at hand. The group pressed onward, with Lin Feng closely trailing behind. As they distanced themselves from the outskirts of Bright City, the surroundings grew desolate, overtaken by wild grass, dilapidated structures, and littered with discarded refuse and decaying corpses. The air was thick with a musty odor and a putrid stench, punctuated by distant, mournful groans, a clear indication of zombie activity. "Attention, there's movement ahead," Yu Yun suddenly whispered, his tone as calm as ever. Yet his gaze was piercing as it scanned every inch of the vicinity. Following his line of sight, Lin Feng beheld a few zombies sluggishly shuffling beside an abandoned storefront. Their movements were stiff, their steps lethargic, and their faces grotesquely decayed, emanating a foul odor. Occasionally, they emitted low, guttural growls, seemingly in search of something. "Keep your voices down. Let us circumvent them," Song Ran advised quietly, signaling everyone to approach with caution in an effort to evade drawing the zombies' attention. Zhang Yu, wielding a metal pipe, appeared resolute. "Leave it to me. Should they detect our presence, I will handle them." Chapter 78. The resolute Zhang Yu. The group cautiously maneuvered around the cluster of zombies, treading lightly to minimize any sound. Fortunately, their teamwork proved harmonious, allowing them to successfully evade this small horde and continue their journey. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon the sun approached its zenith. As autumn transitioned into winter, a chill permeated the air. The sunlight, no longer the searing intensity of summer, filtered through the overcast sky, casting a subdued glow upon the dilapidated streets, imparting a sense of oppressive gloom. The surrounding landscape lay desolate, the cold wind occasionally stirring the dust from the ground, evoking a profound sense of solitude and despair. Lin Feng instinctively tightened his clothing. The biting wind sharpened his senses, yet the anxiety within him lingered. Each step felt particularly burdensome, as if he had crossed an unseen threshold into a realm fraught with greater peril and chaos. At last, the group arrived at their destination, the abandoned warehouse. The structure appeared in a state of utter disrepair, its walls marred and the entrance sealed with several steel plates, indicating it had long been devoid of human presence. The ground was strewn with weeds and discarded refuse, and an unsettling silence enveloped the vicinity. The vibrancy and bustle of yesteryears seemed to have vanished entirely from this place, leaving behind only emptiness and deathly quiet. Since the apocalypse, all easily discoverable supplies had been scavenged. What remained were often items deliberately concealed or hidden in exceedingly perilous locations. Song Ran slowly approached the front, crouching down to inspect the ground, seemingly confirming something. He raised his gaze towards his comrades and said, "We have arrived. Everyone, exercise caution. Let us first clear the surrounding zombies. What follows is crucial, and we must not be careless." Zhang Yu and Yu Yun swiftly took their positions, attentively observing their environment, prepared to confront any impending danger. Lin Feng also felt a twinge of anxiety as he tightened his grip on the military knife. Suddenly, a low, ominous growl echoed from behind the group, and a zombie emerged slowly from the shadows. Its eyes lacked focus, and it emitted a series of chilling, shrill howls as it charged towards them. "Prepare for battle," Song Ran whispered. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu lunged forward, striking the zombie's head fiercely with a metal pipe. Producing a dull thud, the zombie collapsed instantly, its skull shattered. Her movements were swift and precise, leaving Lin Feng astounded. Recognizing that this female team member was not only physically formidable, but also possessed considerable combat experience. "I will now dismantle these steel plates," Song Ran stated gravely, signaling for the others to remain focused on clearing the surrounding zombies. He retrieved a hammer and a crowbar from his backpack, his expression serious as he began to remove the steel plates at the entrance. The tools in his hands bore the marks of extensive use, the surfaces adorned with scratches and rust. Song Ran's actions were rapid and exact. He first wedged the crowbar forcefully into the gap between the steel plate and the wall, producing a jarring metallic screech. Then he lifted the hammer and struck the edge of the steel plate with great force. Each blow resonated with a heavy power that Lin Feng felt deep in his chest. As the steel plates gradually loosened, the noise intensified, and the surrounding air seemed to grow heavier. Although the exterior of the warehouse remained eerily silent, It was evident to all that such a cacophony would inevitably attract the undead. Be cautious, the zombies are approaching. Yu Yun's voice pierced the stillness. His gaze fixated on the surrounding movements, having already discerned several zombies sluggishly advancing in their direction. Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. He inhaled deeply and directed his gaze forward, where a few zombies emerged slowly from the shadows of nearby abandoned structures. Their movements were feeble and dragging, yet each step they took felt like a dire threat to the living. As they drew nearer, the stench of decay intensified in the air, prompting Lin Feng to furrow his brow in distaste. Just as he was ready to join the fray, Song Ran's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yan, come lend me a hand. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, rushing to Song Ran's side to take the crowbar and assist him in prying apart several steel plates. Each removal demanded immense strength, yet even the simplest of actions resonated with a thunderous clang. In this desolate city, such sounds were nearly lethal. Indeed, with the emergence of noise, the previously aimless wandering zombies hastened their pace, their contorted faces revealing a glimmer of mindless yearning. Their hollow gazes were evidently locked onto their target, the living. Hurry, do not waste a moment. Zhang Yu's voice resonated coldly as she advanced to the forefront, wielding a steel pipe, her eyes shimmering with the fervor of impending combat, clearly prepared to confront the forthcoming battle. Lin Feng's heart raced even faster. Acutely aware that they could no longer afford to delay, he extended his hand and forcefully pried open a steel plate, while another had already been dislodged by Song Ran from the crevice of the door. Finally, a sufficiently large gap emerged at the entrance, allowing them to enter the warehouse. Into the warehouse. Quickly, Song Ran's deep voice resonated, almost commanding in tone. However, as the horde of zombies grew increasingly numerous, Zhang Yu swiftly turned and charged towards the approaching undead to provide cover for Yu Yun's retreat. Zhang Yu's figure darted through the ruins like a flash of lightning. Her movements were extraordinarily swift, devoid of any hesitation. The iron pipe in her grasp swung like a blade between life and death, each strike landing with precision upon the zombie skulls, producing a dull thud. Her actions were not ostentatious, yet remarkably effective. With every contact between the iron pipe and the zombies' heads, a muffled thump echoed, as their skulls caved in instantaneously, the vacant hollows in their eyes vanishing, signifying the complete loss of life. Enough. Zhang Yu, get in. More zombies are approaching from that side. Song Ran glanced at Zhang Yu, engaged in combat, then at the ever-growing throng of corpses around them, urgently shouting. Upon hearing Song Ran's call, Zhang Yu's gaze swept over the converging zombies, her brow furrowing in concern. She glanced down at the iron pipe in her hand, noticing its deformation from the relentless battle. Evidently, this weapon was NEA, the iron pipe, transformed into a shooting star, striking a nearby zombie with precision. The creature's head was violently turned to the side, and its body stiffened before collapsing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhang Yu, come back quickly. Song Ran called out again, his tone laced with urgency. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu turned and sprinted toward the warehouse. Her steps were swift and powerful. Despite the exhaustion from prolonged combat, she exhibited astonishing speed. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the warehouse, relieved to see Zhang Yu approaching rapidly. Yet his gaze remained vigilant, scanning for the zombies pursuing her. He couldn't help but ponder the thought. This woman is so formidable. If she were to consume the enhancement liquid like I did, what manner of monster would she become? Hurry, get inside. Song Ran urged as he gestured for Zhang Yu to pass through the entrance. Zhang Yu dashed to the doorway and, without a moment's hesitation, slipped into the warehouse. Turning to face Lin Feng and Song Ran, what are you waiting for? Block the door. Lin Feng and Song Ran immediately joined forces to temporarily secure the pried steel plate back against the entrance, thwarting the relentless advance of the zombies. Yu Yun gathered nearby debris to obstruct the opening. The interior of the warehouse was dim, filled with the musty scent of age. Although they had momentarily evaded the pursuit of the zombies, they all understood that this was merely a fleeting respite. The danger had not been entirely averted. Well done. Zhang Yu leaned against the wall, panting heavily as she wiped the sweat from her brow, a hint of pride in her voice. Lin Feng, gazing at her unwavering determination, couldn't help but remark, if it weren't for you, we might have already been surrounded by zombies. Zhang Yu smiled broadly, giving Lin Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder, acknowledging his commendable performance. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Song Ran, whose voice resonated with a deep calmness. All right, our break is short. We must swiftly locate the supplies. Chapter 79, Traps, Part 1. The warehouse was enveloped in darkness, the air thick with the musty scent of decay. In this hushed atmosphere, each footstep echoed with startling clarity, reverberating in the ears of all present. Before long, two beams of light pierced the gloom, emanating from the flashlights held by Song Ran and Lin Feng. The illumination swept through the warehouse, revealing dilapidated shelves, scattered cardboard boxes, and forsaken equipment. The vast expanse of the warehouse appeared desolate, with only a few battered oil drums and a heap of debris, leaving little of value in sight. Why does it feel like the supplies have been thoroughly stripped away? Zhang Yu murmured. Song Ran directed his flashlight towards a corner, the beam landing on an old shelf thick with dust. After the apocalypse, there are hardly any places left with supplies, he replied, his tone somber. But do not let your guard down. Let's search deeper. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering uneasily in the corners of the warehouse. He sensed an unsettling presence and slowly approached a worn-out box. Shining his flashlight upon it, he gently lifted the lid, only to discover it was utterly empty. It seems we have arrived too late, Lin Feng said softly, disappointment lacing his voice. At that moment, a sudden wail shattered the warehouse's eerie silence. It was Yu Yun's voice, quivering with agony and terror. The group was immediately alarmed, and the beams of their flashlights swiftly converged on the direction from which the sound emanated. They found Yu Yun prostrate on the ground, his leg ensnared in a metallic animal trap. The sharp, metallic teeth were deeply embedded in his flesh, and blood dripped incessantly from the edges of the trap, quickly staining the earth crimson. It's a trap, Song Ran exclaimed as he rushed over, a hint of gravity in his gaze. Damn it, someone has laid a trap here. Zhang Yu hastily reached Yu Yun's side, crouching down to assess the injury. This is clamped down too fiercely. We must disengage it immediately, or his leg will be ruined. Lin Feng, stunned for a moment, quickly regained his composure and rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a first aid kit. I have a tourniquet here. Let's staunch the bleeding first. This first aid kit had been given to him by Qin Shui when they left the shelter, and he never anticipated it would be needed so soon. As Song Ran examined the animal trap, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "This trap is set too discreetly. It's clearly aimed at people. It seems someone doesn't want us to take what's inside." Riders? Zhang Yu questioned coldly, a flash of anger in her eyes. Most likely, Song Ran responded swiftly. Hurry. We can't delay any longer. Lin Feng, help hold the trap. Zhang Yu, pry it open with the crowbar. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner tension. He crouched down and held one end of the animal trap, trying to alleviate the pressure on Yu Yun's leg. Zhang Yu quickly produced a crowbar, forcefully inserting it into the gap of the trap and levering it with all her strength. A bit more force, Lin Feng urged in a low voice. Beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. With a metallic snap, the trap was finally pried open. Yu Yun trembled as he withdrew his injured leg, his face etched with agony, yet he stifled any cries of pain. Stop the bleeding, quickly, Song Ran urged decisively. Lin Feng, with swift motions, secured a tourniquet around Yu Yun's thigh, then temporarily bandaged the wound with gauze and bandages from the first aid kit. He needed to receive proper medical attention without delay. Zhang Yu cast a grave glance at Yu Yun's injuries, his expression heavy with concern. Outside the warehouse, the zombies continued to gather, their low growls mingling with the sound of relentless impacts, as if they might breach the barricade at any moment. Within the dim confines of the warehouse, the air was thick with the stench of blood and dust, creating a stifling atmosphere. The eyes of the group were fixed upon the gravely injured Yu Yun, their expressions somber. They all understood the implications of his condition for the tasks that lay ahead. Zhang Yu, filled with rage, clenched his teeth and kicked a nearby shelf, bellowing in fury, "Damn it! Why is this place so disgusting?" The shelf crashed to the ground with a thunderous clamor, metal clanging as several old boxes tumbled down. Suddenly, a cacophony of metallic clinks erupted throughout the warehouse, indicating that more traps had been triggered. Song Ran sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings, his face paling further at the realization of the numerous traps. Lin Feng's gaze darted through the darkness, searching for the source of the sounds. The beam of his flashlight sweeping across the floor, revealing several concealed traps lying quietly in the shadows of the warehouse, their sharp metal teeth glinting coldly, seemingly mocking their foolishness. Someone has deliberately filled this place with traps, clearly not wishing for intruders to escape easily. Zhang Yu said coldly, gripping the crowbar tightly. Her eyes ablaze with anger. What should we do now? Lin Feng inquired, his heart heavy with unease. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Yu Yun, who leaned against the wall. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his lips pale, evidently in excruciating pain. We must find valuable supplies. We cannot allow Yu Yun to suffer in vain. Song Ran took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. After surveying the warehouse, he turned to Lin Feng, his tone somber yet resolute. Lin Yin, let us continue our search and see if we can uncover anything useful. Be cautious. Avoid any traps. Lin Feng nodded, although anxiety still gripped him. He understood that now was not the time for hesitation. He tightened his hold on the flashlight and replied softly, understood. Song Ran then turned to Zhang Yu, his eyes reflecting a flicker of trust. Please stay here and keep an eye on Yu Yun. Monitor his injuries, and if there are any changes, call for us immediately. Zhang Yu furrowed her brow but soon nodded, her tone pragmatic. All right, be careful. Who knows what other vile things lurk in this place. Song Ran patted Zhang Yu's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Chapter 80, Traps, Part 2. The two of them moved forward, flashlight in hand, resuming their exploration of the warehouse. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixated on the ground, meticulously scanning each corner with the beam of light to avoid any potential traps. Every step he took was imbued with extraordinary caution, his footfalls barely whispering against the ground. Lin Yin, come here, came Song Ran's sudden call. Lin Feng hastened towards him, directing the beam of his flashlight in Song Ran's direction. He discovered Song Ran standing before a stack of boxes, one of which had its lid ajar, revealing a glimpse of its contents. Take a look at this. Song Ran indicated the box, gesturing for Lin Feng to approach. Lin Feng advanced with utmost care, illuminating the interior of the box with his flashlight. Inside lay a selection of seemingly usable medicines. Though not abundant, in such circumstances, it was a precious find. At least it's somewhat useful, Lin Feng murmured, feeling a slight sense of relief. Song Ran crouched down, grasping the sides of the box with both hands, attempting to lift it from the shelf. His movements were deliberate and cautious, but just as the box was about to leave the shelf, the beam of Lin Feng's flashlight swept across a slender wire, a tripwire nearly indistinguishable from the metal frame, instantly tautening and reflecting a faint glimmer of light. Captain Song, stop! Lin Feng instinctively shouted. Yet, it was too late. With a soft click, a concealed mechanism was triggered, and the warehouse erupted with a piercing sound of metal scraping against metal. The shelf before them trembled violently, and soon, the adjacent shelves began to collapse towards the two of them, laden with boxes, debris, and an unimaginable force bearing down upon them. The shelves emitted a shrill metallic screech as Lin Feng's pupils dilated, watching in horror as the massive structure, burdened with a mountain of clutter, descended upon them. Song Ran clutched the box filled with medications tightly, clearly unwilling to let go, yet his position offered no chance of escape. Captain Song, Lin Feng shouted urgently, making a swift decision in his heart. Although his enhanced physique allowed him to evade quickly, he could not bear to see Captain Song Ran buried carelessly beneath the toppled shelves. He rushed forward, standing beside Song Ran, his hands reaching out to support the fallen shelving unit. Veins bulged as he exerted all his strength to hold the immense weight. Ah! Lin Feng roared, his arm muscles quivering violently under the tremendous pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The force of the shelves pressed down so heavily that Lin Feng's feet sank slightly into the concrete floor, his back bending to the limit. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to let the shelving collapse completely. Song Ran stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never witnessed such extraordinary strength. While Zhang Yu's brute force had already opened his eyes, it was astonishing to see a seemingly slight young man like Lin Feng physically uphold such a massive structure. Was this even human? Just as Song Ran was still reeling from the shock, he suddenly heard Lin Feng's voice. Hurry, get out. Lin Feng gasped, urging Song Ran with fervor. It was only then that Song Ran snapped back to reality, quickly clutching the box tighter and ducking swiftly through the gap beneath the shelves. Though his movements as Song Ran emerged, he shouted, dropping the box and turning back to assist. Stay back. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and growled, his voice hoarse from exertion. I can handle this, you retreat. Song Ran hesitated for a moment, but quickly realized that approaching recklessly would only exacerbate the perilous situation. He picked up the crowbar from the ground and pressed it forcefully against one side of the shelf, alleviating some of Lin Feng's burden. All right, I've got it. You hurry and get out. Song Ran urged in a hushed tone. Lin Feng took a deep breath and abruptly pushed the shelf. It tilted slightly, and he swiftly withdrew. The shelf crashing down with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust into the air. The two collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng's hands trembled slightly from the strain, yet his expression remained composed. Song Ran glanced at him, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. How did you manage that? Lin Feng shook his hands vigorously, standing up with a somewhat somber tone. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival. Song Ran refrained from further inquiries, acutely aware that this was no ordinary feat. A multitude of questions regarding Lin Feng, this enigmatic individual, began to swirl in his mind. Yet this was clearly not the moment for such contemplation. He hurriedly rummaged through the medical kit, hoping to find something useful for Yu Yun, preferably anti-inflammatory or pain-relieving medication. Unfortunately, although the box was heavy, it contained only a few empty pill bottles meant to deceive, while the remainder was cluttered with assorted screws and bolts. Damn it! Song Ran cursed vehemently, exasperated by their predicament. That nearly cost me my life. Lin Feng's countenance was dark and his expression terrifying. Yet he silently vowed that if he ever uncovered the identity of the perpetrator, he would ensure their dismemberment to vent his pent-up rage. Zhang Yu's voice echoed from a distance, laced with evident urgency and concern. What happened? Are you two all right? Before Lin Feng could respond, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Bathed in the faint glow of the flashlight, he beheld Zhang Yu rushing towards them, wielding a crowbar. Her gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene, her face etched with anxiety. What on earth are you doing? Are you planning to dismantle the entire warehouse? Zhang Yu's tone carried a hint of tension, but upon noticing the dust covering Song Ran and Lin Feng, as well as the toppled shelves, her brow furrowed. Clearly grasping the situation. Is the animal trap not enough? There are other traps here? Zhang Yu muttered under her breath, reaching out to pull Lin Feng closer, her eyes glinting with concern. Lin Yan, are you all right? You look unwell. Lin Feng gently shook his head, his tone calm. I'm fine. The shelf just collapsed unexpectedly. And Captain Song and I nearly got pinned. Song Ran rose to his feet, vigorously brushing off the dust from his clothes, his expression grim. It's a tripwire trap. Cleverly concealed. I assumed the boxes contained only medications. Triggering the mechanism while moving the medicine box. Those scoundrels. Zhang Yu cast a glance at the fallen shelves and the debris strewn across the floor, snorting in disdain. It seems these individuals are more repugnant than zombies. These traps are specifically designed to ensnare the unwary. This place is no longer safe for further exploration. Our situation is precarious, Lin Feng murmured, his gaze sweeping across the warehouse with a composed demeanor. The density of traps renders our surroundings hazardous. Our objective is the acquisition of supplies to ensure our continued survival, not to meet our demise within these walls. Song Ran nodded, inhaling deeply. Let us first ascertain Yu Yun's condition. They swiftly returned to Yu Yun, whose pallor had intensified. He leaned against the wall, his voice feeble. Have you discovered anything of value, Song? Song Ran shook his head, his tone laden with suppressed frustration. Nothing. This place is a mere snare, replete with nothing but traps. A rueful smile crossed Yu Yun's ashen face, his eyes reflecting pain and resignation. Zhang Yu furrowed her brow, tapping her crowbar against the floor with resounding thuds. What now? She exclaimed, gritting her teeth. The horde obstructs the main entrance, and the warehouse is riddled with traps. We are doomed. Do not despair, Lin Feng interjected calmly, his gaze rapidly scanning the warehouse. There must be an alternative egress. Such warehouses typically feature emergency escape routes. Song Ran nodded, regaining some composure. Lin Feng is correct. We cannot succumb to inaction. Zhang Yu, attend to Yu Yun. Lin Feng and I shall resume our search for another exit. Zhang Yu concurred. Very well. Be swift, for Yu Yun appears to be nearing his limit. Understood. Lin Feng responded, whereupon he and Song Ran separated, meticulously examining every nook and cranny of the warehouse with their flashlights. The warehouse was vast and chaotic, with a multitude of discarded items accumulated in the depths of its shadows, and the air was permeated with a foul stench and the mustiness of decay. Lin Feng held his breath, focusing intently as he illuminated the narrow passages between the shelves with his flashlight. The beam gradually glided over every inch of the floor, revealing corners obscured by darkness. Each of his steps was taken with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently triggering hidden traps. The noxious odors swirling around intensified his anxiety. As the light swept across the far side of the warehouse, Lin Feng suddenly halted. His gaze was drawn to a corner where a rusted iron door was faintly visible on the wall. Surrounding the door was a chaotic pile of goods, including a massive iron table that effectively obstructed the exit. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Feng. This must be their escape route. He approached cautiously, carefully inspecting the iron door and its surroundings with the flashlight, confirming the absence of any obvious mechanisms or traps. He then turned and shouted toward the other side of the warehouse. "Captain Song, I found the exit. However, it is blocked by an iron table and a pile of goods. You need to come help me." Not far away, Song Ran heard the call and immediately quickened his pace. He swept his flashlight around, deftly avoiding areas that might conceal traps, and swiftly reached Lin Feng's location. "All right, steady yourself. Let me assess the weight of this thing," Song Ran said in a low voice. He bent down to inspect the iron table obstructing the door, pushed against it, and discovered that it was not only massive but also exceedingly heavy. Song Ran furrowed his brow. "We must work together to move it." Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng nodded with resolute eyes. "Understood. Let's expedite matters." They exchanged a glance, their understanding implicit. Lin Feng approached the iron table, his hands gripping its edge, and inhaled deeply. "All right, let's apply our strength together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. With a hushed cadence from Song Ran, they exerted themselves in unison. The iron table emitted a grating screech as it grudgingly shifted across the floor, dislodging the stacked merchandise precariously. Undeterred by the clamor, they pressed on, their resolve etched in their clenched jaws, until the table was completely displaced. The exposed iron door, mottled with rust, bore the hallmarks of prolonged disuse. Song Ran reached out to test the handle, only to find it seized by corrosion. Deftly, he retrieved a crowbar and assailed the lock with forceful leverage. Almost there, Song Ran grunted through gritted teeth, his actions intensifying. Lin Feng, ever vigilant, scanned their surroundings, his grip firm on the flashlight, poised to react to any exigency. With a resounding snap, the lock finally yielded. As Song Ran pushed the door open, a frigid gust assailed them, revealing a narrow corridor leading to the warehouse's exterior. An exit. Relief washed over Song Ran as he turned to Lin Feng. "Let's fetch Zhang Yu and the others." Lin Feng concurred with a nod. "Affirmative. I'll retrieve them forthwith." He pivoted swiftly and hastened towards Zhang Yu and Yu Yun. Just then, Zhang Yu's voice pierced the air, fraught with urgency. "Hurry, someone. Zombies have breached the perimeter." Her cries reverberated through the cavernous warehouse, amplified and piercing. Lin Feng's heart sank abruptly. He halted his steps and swiftly directed his flashlight towards the source of the sound, only to discover several pairs of glowing eyes gradually illuminating the dim warehouse in the distance. Those were the eyes of the zombies. At some point, the loosely pried metal sheets they had opened to enter the warehouse had been forcefully pushed aside by the advancing horde. The entrance now resembled a breach dam, with wave after wave of zombies pouring in. They roared, their movements stiff yet swift, surging towards the interior of the warehouse. "Damn it!" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, quickening his pace as he rushed towards Zhang Yu's location. As he drew nearer to Zhang Yu and Yu Yun, the scene before him sharpened into focus. Zhang Yu wielded a crowbar, standing protectively in front of Yu Yun, growling as she swung the bar repeatedly at the oncoming zombies. Thud! The crowbar struck a zombie's skull with a resounding impact, blood and flesh splattering. Yet more zombies continued to close in. It was evident that Zhang Yu's strength was waning, her face betraying signs of exhaustion. Yu Yun leaned against the wall, his leg injury rendering him nearly immobile, struggling to grip a small knife. His complexion was as pale as paper, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, clearly pushed to his limits. Lin Feng swiftly unsheathed the military knife he always carried, his gaze piercing as he locked onto the advancing horde. Without a moment's hesitation, with swift precision, he dispatched two advancing zombies with the military knife in his hand, blood splattering onto the ground, intensifying the metallic scent in the air. Zhang Yu gasped for breath, casting a glance at Lin Feng, her lips curving into a strained smile. "You're quick on your feet, Lin Yan. We must break through swiftly, otherwise, we shall all be trapped here." Lin Feng clenched his jaw, delivering a powerful kick that sent a zombie, lunging at Zhang Yu, sprawling backward. In a seamless motion, he plunged his blade into another zombie's eye socket, withdrawing it with practiced efficiency. "Can Yu Yan still stand?" Lin Feng inquired, his tone imbued with calmness amidst the chaos. "He can't get up. We cannot abandon him," Zhang Yu retorted through clenched teeth, her pry bar dancing in the air as she felled one approaching zombie after another. At that moment, Song Ran's voice resonated from behind. Steady yet urgent. I'll carry Yu Yun. Provide me cover. Zhang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Hurry. We can't hold out for long. Song Ran dashed to Yu Yun's side, hoisting his semi-paralyzed form off the ground and onto his back. Yu Yun's head hung limply, yet his hand tightly clutched a small knife, evidently having expended his last vestige of strength. I've got him. Be careful, Song Ran shouted softly, adjusting his stance for stability before turning to Lin Feng and Zhang Yu. Cover me as I move. Lin Feng nodded. Gripping his millet, Lin Feng let out a low roar, instinctively kicking another zombie aside to clear a path for Zhang Yu. Gasping for breath, Zhang struck mercilessly at the zombie's head with her crowbar, each blow accompanied by the sickening crack of bone. Under Lin Feng's protection, she closely followed Song Ran, her eyes fixed intently on the movements of the undead. Despite their seamless cooperation, the horde of zombies appeared endless. Their growls drew ever closer, and in the cramped confines of the warehouse, there was no time for respite. With Yu Yun slung over his back, Song Ran trudged forward, his steps heavy yet resolute. Inching toward the exit, sweat beaded on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth, determined to prevent Yu Yun from slipping away. Almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Lin Feng shouted, his blade stained crimson with blood, yet he showed no sign of faltering, skillfully countering each zombie's assault. Suddenly, Zhang Yu felt a gust of wind behind her. She swiftly turned, only to find a zombie lunging at her with outstretched claws. Too close for her to swing the crowbar. Reacting quickly, she raised her leg and kicked, sending the zombie staggering back. But the force of her strike caused her crowbar to fly from her grasp. Damn it, Zhang muttered under her breath, stepping back just as the zombie lunged again. Crouch down, Lin Feng's voice called from behind her. Instinctively, Zhang dropped to the ground, and in that moment, she saw a flash of cold steel as Lin Feng's military knife accurately pierced the zombie's skull, the blade emerging from the back of its head. The creature's body stiffened before collapsing lifelessly to the floor. Lin Feng stepped on the corpse, withdrawing the military knife from its depths, blood trickling down the blade as his gaze remained fixed upon the advancing horde of zombies. Get up, hurry, Lin Feng urged, pulling Zhang Yu to her feet. Chapter 82. Rescue of Yu Yun. At last, Lin Feng and his companions fought their way to the mouth of the passage. Song Ran, bearing Yu Yun on his back, was the first to enter the narrow escape route, closely followed by Zhang Yu, while Lin Feng wielded his military knife to fend off the relentless pursuit of the zombies. As Lin Feng exerted every ounce of strength to slam the iron door shut and brace it firmly with a nearby metal rod, a semblance of relief washed over him. Outside, the chilling roars of the undead and the violent impacts echoed, yet the iron door temporarily sealed away the horrors beyond. Zhang Yu leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her hands hanging limply at her sides. Wiping the sweat from her brow, her eyes remained glued to Yu Yun, who lay on Song Ran's back. We survived, she murmured, her voice low but tinged with undeniable relief. Song Ran gently laid Yu Yun on the ground, kneeling to assess his injuries. Yu Yun's complexion was ashen, his lips cracked, and his forehead slick with cold sweat, appearing to be in excruciating pain, yet he clung to consciousness. Observing Yu Yun's condition, Zhang Yu exclaimed anxiously, his situation is dire. He has lost too much blood. We must return swiftly. If he does not receive treatment soon, he will perish. The group hastily retraced their steps back to Guangming City. Along the way, Lin Feng and Zhang Yu took turns standing guard, ensuring no zombies pursued them, while Song Ran resolutely carried Yu Yun, his pace unwavering. Yu Yun's countenance grew increasingly pale, his breath becoming rapid and feeble, forcing him to lean weakly against Song Ran's back. Zhang Yu occasionally glanced back at him, her eyes filled with concern. Hold on, Yu Yun. We're almost there. Song Ran bellowed, his steps slightly unsteady, yet his tone conveyed unwavering determination. Lin Feng trailed at the end of the group, his gaze calmly surveying their surroundings. He understood that Yu Yun's injuries represented their gravest peril. Should there be no medical facilities in the City of Light, Yu Yun's chance of survival would dwindle to a mere whisper of hope. Fortunately, their journey had been fraught with tension yet devoid of calamity, and they finally arrived at the gates of the City of Light. The guards at the shelter area, upon witnessing their disheveled appearance, promptly granted them passage. The so-called hospital within the shelter resembled a rudimentary clinic. Constructed from corrugated iron, the building appeared dilapidated and lowly. with a tattered Red Cross insignia hanging at the entrance, faintly suggesting its medical purpose. Song Ran, carrying Yu Yun, rushed into the clinic, nearly exhausting his strength. He gasped, shouting, "Hurry! He's lost too much blood and may not survive." The interior of the clinic was cramped yet relatively clean. Several beds, separated by curtains, occupied most of the space, while a cabinet against the wall displayed various medical instruments and supplies. Upon hearing Song Ran's urgent call, a female physician clad in a white coat swiftly emerged from behind the curtain. Appearing to be in her 30s, she sported a pragmatic short haircut, her face devoid of superfluous expression, exuding a professional calmness. Her hands were clad in clean white rubber gloves, indicating her as a seasoned healer. "Place him on the bed. Quickly." The female physician spoke in a low voice, simultaneously reaching for the blue mask hanging on the wall and swiftly donning it. Without hesitation, Song Ran gently laid Yu Yun on the nearest hospital bed. Yu Yun appeared nearly unconscious, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. The physician quickly examined his wounds, her tone remaining composed. "This is a trap? Excessive blood loss. We must perform debridement, halt the bleeding, and suture immediately." She looked up at Song Ran, issuing a direct command. "One of you stay to assist. The rest of you wait outside and do not hinder my work." Zhang Yu immediately stepped forward. "I'll do it." Her gaze was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. The physician nodded slightly, without further ado, swiftly preparing the surgical instruments. Song Ran patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, speaking softly, "I leave it to you." Subsequently, he and Lin Feng exited the clinic. Outside, the night breeze was cool, and the air was tinged with a metallic scent. Leaning against the wall, Song Ran sat down wearily, letting out a deep sigh. "Damn traps. This time we nearly suffered total annihilation." Lin Feng stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the clinic's entrance, his tone calm, yet tinged with gravity. "Yu Yin should pull through. This doctor seems quite competent." Song Ran nodded, retrieving a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, which contained only a few remaining sticks. He stared at the pack for several seconds, as if contemplating something, before finally pulling out one and offering it to Lin Feng. "Care for a smoke?" Lin Feng shook his head, his tone unembellished. "No, thank you." Song Ran chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by the response. He held a cigarette between his lips, took out a lighter, and after igniting it, inhaled deeply. The flickering flame danced at his fingertips, casting shadows on his face that flickered in the night. Smoke slowly billowed from his nostrils and mouth, mingling with the cool air. With his head bowed, his gaze fixated on the ground, he bore an air of fatigue, accompanied by an unmistakable sadness. Each time a mission loomed, when Song Ran spoke in a low, hoarse voice. I couldn't help but wonder if this would be the time he wouldn't return. Yet, no matter how fear gripped his heart, he had to forge ahead, for his teammates depended on him, especially this time. He managed a bitter smile, cursing under his breath, wondering why it always felt like this. Lin Feng remained silent, observing the battle-worn man, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. He understood that being a captain was no easy burden. It entailed bearing the weight of his comrades' fates. Song Ran took a deep drag from his cigarette, seemingly attempting to suppress all his frustrations within. He squinted at Lin Feng, and after a moment of silence, suddenly inquired, "Lin Yan, how is it that your skills are so exceptional?" Lin Feng, upon hearing this, turned his head slightly, a flicker of wariness passing through his eyes before it was quickly masked. "What do you mean?" he retorted, his tone nonchalant. Song Ran flicked the spent cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his foot, raising his gaze to Lin Feng, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "You know what I mean. Your performance in the warehouse today was anything but ordinary. Those shells were incredibly heavy. A typical person would likely have been crushed to pulp. Yet you managed to hold your ground. Moreover, your movements while battling the zombies, exuding such precision and decisiveness, are akin to that of a special forces operative." As Lin Feng absorbed these words, a faint smile curved at the corners of his lips. Song Ran continued, asserting, "You are certainly no ordinary individual." Lin Feng pondered for a moment, reflecting on his struggles for survival in the city since the apocalypse, and slowly responded, "In this world, to prolong one's existence, one must acquire certain skills. How one learns them is of little consequence now." Song Ran was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a response. He gazed intently at Lin Feng, attempting to glean more information from his expression, yet Lin Feng's demeanor was so composed that it proved inscrutable. "Never mind." Song Ran ultimately sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. You are right. At present, no one truly cares about these matters. Simply returning alive is a monumental stroke of fortune. The two stood outside the clinic, awaiting in silence as the night breeze swept by, bringing with it a touch of chill that alleviated some of the heaviness in their hearts. After approximately an hour, the clinic door finally swung open. Zhang Yu emerged, her complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes bloodshot, and the once stubborn expression now revealed an extraordinary fragility. She cast a glance at Song Ran and Lin Feng, remaining silent, as if she were battling her emotions. Chapter 83. The Night in the Refuge Zone. How is he? Song Ran stepped forward, his voice urgent yet hushed, clearly laced with concern. Zhang Yu's lips quivered, as though she were struggling to find the right words, but ultimately she lowered her gaze. After a brief pause, her voice emerged hoarse and faint. He has passed away. These three words struck like a heavy hammer, landing forcefully upon Song Ran's chest. He stood frozen in place, his lips slightly parted as if he wished to utter something, yet his throat betrayed him, producing no sound. How could this be? Song Ran ultimately managed to voice this thought, his tone laden with disbelief. Zhang Yu raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, though she valiantly suppressed them. Drawing a deep breath, her voice resonated with profound regret and self-reproach. He has suffered greatly, lost too much blood. The doctors have done all they could. We arrived too late. Suddenly, Song Ran turned away, gripping his head with both hands, and let out a long, mournful sigh, his voice heavy with anguish. He offered no further words, merely leaning against the wall, his fist striking the cold surface with a dull thud. Zhang Yu clenched her teeth, inhaling deeply several times, striving to regain her composure. She glanced at Song Ran and softly said, "Do not blame yourself, Brother Song. We have done our utmost. Yu Yun, he understands. He would not hold it against us." Song Ran remained silent, his back turned to the two, standing still. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if he were battling the tempest of his emotions. Lin Feng observed the scene before him, exhaling gently. The night breeze swept past once more, bringing with it a chill. Moments later, Lin Feng stood outside the clinic, watching as Song Ran and Zhang Yu gradually regained their composure. After a brief silence, he spoke softly, regarding Yu Yun. "I too feel a deep sense of regret. He was a good man." Song Ran raised his gaze to him, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, yet ultimately, she merely nodded and spoke in a low voice. "Thank you, Lin Yan. Had it not been for you today, I fear none of us would have survived." Zhang Yu leaned against the wall, wearily rubbing her forehead. "You should return to rest. Everyone is exhausted." Lin Feng nodded, turning away from the clinic. His steps were steady, his expression remained composed, yet a subtle heaviness lingered in his heart at the thought of Yu Yun's departure. The night in Bright City appeared particularly tranquil, the lights casting a dim glow, while the air was infused with a faint scent of rust and dust. Lin Feng navigated the narrow path, weaving through the resettlement area, heading towards Li Qingzhu's dormitory. As he passed several metal shanties, he noticed faint lights still illuminating some rooms, accompanied by hushed conversations and even the sound of quiet sobbing. Each of these survivors in this post-apocalyptic world carried their own burdens and struggles. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Li Qingzhu's dormitory. He gently knocked on the door, and after a few moments, it opened slightly, revealing Li Qingzhu's somewhat fatigued visage. Lin Feng, recognizing him, she relaxed a bit, stepping out as she asked, "How was your day? Are you managing?" Lin Feng inquired with concern. Li Qingzhu let out a soft sigh. "It's all right. The work in the cafeteria is quite tiring, but I can manage. It's just, there are always people bothering me, which is rather uncomfortable." Lin Feng's brow furrowed instantly, his gaze sharpening. "Bothering? Who is it? What happened?" Li Qingzhu pressed her lips together, evidently hesitant, yet she softly confessed. "There is a chef in the canteen, seemingly in his 40s. He constantly seeks opportunities to approach me, uttering inappropriate remarks, and today he even attempted to take my hand." As she recounted this, a hint of suppressed emotion tinged her voice. "I managed to shake him off today, but he merely laughed and said he would take care of me next time. I fear he will not relent." Lin Feng's expression darkened further, his fists clenching slightly. He understood that wherever there are people, there will always be those who exploit their power or unique status to oppress others, particularly vulnerable women who are more susceptible to becoming their targets. "Have you informed anyone else?" Lin Feng endeavored to keep his tone as calm as possible. Li Qingzhu shook her head and forced a bitter smile. "Who could I tell? Sister Sun Ting did advise me to be cautious of him, but she cannot offer any real assistance. Moreover, I fear that speaking out might invite trouble. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before coldly stating, "This situation cannot persist any longer. I will pay him a visit tomorrow to ascertain his intentions. You will go?" Li Qingzhu felt a surge of anxiety, hastily waving her hands. "No, that is not advisable. We are newcomers here. If he discovers our close relationship, he will undoubtedly seek to create trouble for you." "Trouble?" Lin Feng scoffed. "I fear trouble the least." Li Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Feng's stern visage, and an unexpected sense of reassurance washed over her. However, she expressed her concerns, saying, "But you mustn't act impulsively. This is Bright City, not some other place." Lin Feng waved his hand, his gaze resolute. "Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. Yet, I shall not allow that person to lay a finger on you again." Li Qingzhu regarded him, her lips moving, but no further words emerged. "Go back and rest. I shall visit the cafeteria to see you tomorrow morning." As Lin Feng turned to depart, his tone softened slightly. "Remember, if anything arises, inform me at once." "All right." Li Qingzhu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she lowered her head, responding softly. The night wind howled, carrying a chill in the air. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he felt a gentle tug on his arm. Looking down, he saw Li Qingzhu's fingers tightly gripping his sleeve, trembling ever so slightly. "What is it?" Lin Feng inquired, surprised, his voice imbued with concern. Li Qingzhu kept her head bowed, her face tinged with a faint blush. After a moment's hesitation, as if summoning immense courage, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Her eyes were a tapestry of complex emotions, a blend of unease and anticipation. "Lin Feng." Her voice was barely a whisper, akin to a delicate murmur in the wind. "Could you hold me?" Lin Feng halted in his tracks. Her words were so soft they seemed almost intended for the wind alone. Yet to someone as perceptive as Lin Feng, they resonated like an explosion in his ears. "What did you just say?" He turned back, tentatively asking. Li Qingzhu's complexion deepened to a shade akin to a ripe apple. Li Qingzhu hastily turned around, scarcely daring to lift her gaze, and stammered, "In nothing." She reached for the dormitory door with urgency. Yet, Lin Feng remained rooted to the spot, suddenly recalling Gu Lanxin's words at their parting. "Take good care of Qingzhu. She is a wonderful girl. I can see that she has feelings for you." At that moment, he had merely shaken his head with a bitter smile, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Sister Lanxin, are you joking?" "I am not joking," Gu Lanxin replied with calm conviction. "Qingzhu's eyes betray her. Every time she looks at you, her thoughts are written upon her face. Surely, you must feel it." Lin Feng's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to the present as he gazed upon Li Qingzhu's slender silhouette, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. Her shyness, her fluster, and her utterance of nothing resonated within him like a silent cry, striking at the core of his being. Seemingly forgetting all reservations and caution, Lin Feng instinctively stepped forward, extending his arms to embrace Li Qingzhu, who was poised to enter the dormitory. Li Qingzhu froze, her entire being immobilized. Lin Feng. Her voice trembled slightly, uncertain of how to respond. Lin Feng remained silent, holding her tightly, as if fearing that she might vanish from his world. His embrace was exceptionally warm, imbued with a unique essence that seemed to dispel all unease and chill. Gradually, Li Qingzhu's rigid body relaxed. She felt the strength in his arms, yet they were gentle, as though cradling a fragile treasure. The intense desire for protection and tenderness had never been conveyed so clearly to her heart. In the moment he held her tightly, Li Qingzhu felt as though a warm current had been infused into her heart, coursing through her limbs. The chilling winds of the apocalypse, the solitude of darkness, and the exhaustion of day after day, all of these became distant and vague in his embrace. Her eyes gradually moistened, and the buried fragility and grievances within her were shattered at that instant. Unable to resist, she leaned against Lin Feng's chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, strong and resolute. "Lin Feng," she whispered, her voice quivering slightly, yet filled with reliance and trust. After a moment, Lin Feng spoke softly, "I'm sorry." Li Qingzhu paused, lifting her head from his embrace, her eyes brimming with confusion and concern. "Why do you say you're sorry?" "I'm sorry for always making you suffer, for always forcing you to face everything alone." Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "From now on, it will not be so." Upon hearing these words, Li Qingzhu's tears welled up instantly. She slowly reached out her hand, turned, and embraced Lin Feng once more, softly saying, "Lin Feng, I'm not afraid of hardship. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing." The night breeze gently caressed them, and their figures were elongated under the dim yellow light, as if they had found a fleeting warmth and refuge amidst the ruins of this desolate world. Chapter 84. Not to be desecrated. When Lin Feng returned to his dormitory, it was already deep into the night. The room was shrouded in darkness, and the sound of Lang Tianxiu's snoring echoed loudly, reverberating in the confined space. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, tiptoeing to the side of his bed. Xiao He lay quietly at the foot of the bed, briefly lifting his head to glance at Lin Feng before closing his eyes once more. Seemingly accustomed to this rhythm of life, Lin Feng removed his coat and carelessly draped it over the headboard. As he lay down and gradually closed his eyes, his weary body relaxed the moment it touched the mattress. However, his thoughts remained strikingly lucid. This sensation, he gently placed his hand on his chest, reminiscing about the recent scene. Li Qingzhu's warm embrace, her trembling voice, and that phrase, "As long as you are here, I fear nothing," all of it lingered in his mind. Resurfacing repeatedly, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Feng's lips, and an unfamiliar yet sweet feeling surged within him. He whispered softly, almost inaudibly, "Is this the feeling of love?" His gaze fell upon Xiao He, who seemed to have heard his murmurs. The dog lifted its head gently, nuzzling its wet nose against Lin Feng's foot before curling up once more to continue its slumber. Outside, the night breeze whispered through the cracks of the tin house, producing a faint howling sound. Lin Feng stared at the dim ceiling, his thoughts gradually succumbing to fatigue, and he ultimately drifted into a deep sleep. Amidst the desolation of this apocalyptic world, a thread of gentle warmth blossomed in his heart, emanating from Li Qingzhu's embrace and her unspoken trust. Before dawn, the resettlement area of Bright City lay in silence, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of the night breeze and the distant footsteps of patrolling guards breaking the shroud of darkness. Lin Feng rose early, tidying his attire with a cursory glance at the dormitory surroundings. Lang Tianxiu remained sprawled across his bed, snoring thunderously, while Zhang Feng lay on his side, sleeping in a disarrayed manner, mumbling incoherently. Choosing not to disturb them, Lin Feng quietly approached the foot of the bed and gently patted the head of Xiao He. "Xiao He, you will stay in the dormitory today. Do not wander off." Xiao He seemed to comprehend, nodding obediently before settling back down. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng donned his coat, softly pushed open the dormitory door, and was met by a sudden rush of cold air. He secured the door behind him and stepped into the shroud of night. At this hour, the skyline of Bright City had yet to lighten, and the streets were sparsely populated, giving the area an unusually desolate ambience. Lin Feng strode purposefully through the makeshift structures of corrugated iron, heading directly to the cafeteria where Li Qingzhu worked. His steps were steady, yet a resolute determination brewed within him. "If this fellow dared to act recklessly today, I shall not let him escape unscathed." The cafeteria was not far from Lin Feng's dormitory, and he soon arrived at its entrance. The lights inside had already illuminated, and the sounds of activity drifted out. Leaning against the door, he surveyed the interior with a keen gaze. In one corner, Li Qingzhu was busily organizing ingredients, accompanied by several equally industrious colleagues. On the opposite side, a burly middle-aged man approached Li Qingzhu with a broad smile, seemingly engaged in conversation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, instantly alert. He refrained from barging in, opting instead to observe quietly. Indeed, he observed the man leaning closer to Li Qingzhu, deliberately lowering his head to whisper something into her ear. Li Qingzhu's body stiffened noticeably. Her expression grew strained as she forced a smile before turning away to escape. Shortly thereafter, the chef again approached Li Qingzhu under the pretext of his work, and Lin Feng's anger began to simmer. However, he quickly regained his composure. Realizing that confronting the situation directly would only render Li Qingzhu's predicament more awkward, he took a deep breath and quietly exited the cafeteria, retreating to a nearby secluded corner to await the opportune moment. After a while, the chef emerged from the back door of the cafeteria, a cigarette in hand, evidently seeking a moment of respite outdoors to indulge in a smoke. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Seizing the moment, he stealthily approached without making a sound. Just as the chef lit his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke, Lin Feng suddenly spoke from behind him in a chilling tone, quite leisurely. "Aren't we?" The chef jumped, nearly dropping his cigarette in shock. He spun around, frowning upon seeing Lin Feng, and retorted, Who are you? Why scare me? Who I am is of little consequence, Lin Feng replied, gradually closing the distance. His gaze piercing as it locked onto the chef. What matters is that I warn you. Do not harbor any improper thoughts about her. What? The chef paused momentarily, then broke into a grin. Hey there, little brother, you're quite nosy, aren't you? You wouldn't happen to be someone important to her, would you? But truth be told, she is indeed quite attractive. I was merely teasing her. What? Are you taking it seriously? Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly stern as he stepped forward. Lowering his voice, regardless of your thoughts, I shall impart one truth. Should you dare to approach her again, you will bear the consequences. The chef's smile faltered, his gaze meeting Lin Feng's icy stare, stirring a flicker of unease within him, yet he feigned composure. Huh? Are you trying to intimidate me? This is Bright City. Do you truly dare to harm me? Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, a hint of danger glimmering in his eyes. Dare you to find out? As he spoke, he swiftly drew a sharp military knife from his attire, the blade glinting menacingly in the morning light. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. In a flash, he became a gust of wind, appearing before the chef in an instant. The chef barely had time to react before he felt a chilling presence at his neck, the blade almost grazing his skin, emanating a lethal threat. Lin Feng's grim visage loomed close, his voice chilling. If I see you harass her once more, I will sever one of your hands. You may test whether I jest. The chef's pupils constricted in panic, his heartbeat drumming loudly in his chest. He sensed the coldness of the blade, as if any slight movement would slice through his flesh. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheek. Instinctively, he raised his hands, his tone laced with fear and submission. Please, don't be agitated. Brother, I understand now. I won't dare again. I swear. Lin Feng remained silent, his piercing, frigid gaze fixed intently upon the chef. After a brief moment, he let out a cold snort, slowly retracting the military knife and sheathing it. He took a step back, his piercing gaze still fixed on his opponent. Remember the words you spoke today. The chef nodded repeatedly, his face ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, not daring to utter a single word of rebuttal. Lin Feng cast him a frosty glance before turning to leave, his silhouette gradually fading into the morning light. The chef stood rooted to the spot, his body limp, nearly collapsing under his own weight. He gasped for breath, his fingers brushing against the spot where the blade had grazed his neck, the sensation of near death bringing him to a startling clarity. What on earth is this person? He muttered to himself. Chapter 85. The cafeteria in the resettlement area. After intimidating the chef, Lin Feng calmly returned the knife to its sheath and redirected his steps towards the cafeteria. The scene before him deviated considerably from his expectations. The cafeteria in the resettlement area was far more spacious than he had anticipated. The layout of the cafeteria was rectangular, covering an area of several hundred square meters, capable of accommodating over 100 diners at once. The roof was constructed of sturdy iron sheets supported by pillars, while a few antiquated industrial exhaust fans mounted on the walls rotated incessantly, tirelessly dispersing the cooking fumes within. The floor, a rudimentary cement surface, had become uneven due to prolonged use and the wear of foot traffic, with some areas revealing exposed stones, lending a rugged appearance. In the central section of the cafeteria, dozens of long tables were neatly arranged alongside matching wooden benches, each table capable of seating 10 individuals simultaneously. Although the surfaces had been cleaned, the remnants of grease and scratches were still vividly apparent, imparting an air of great antiquity. On one side of the cafeteria, a substantial open counter is bustling with activity, where kitchen staff diligently plate meals to distribute to the survivors queuing for their rations. The kitchen design is entirely open, facilitating efficiency. Several large iron woks are steaming vigorously atop roaring stoves. The crisp sounds of spatulas striking the sides of the pots resonate continuously. Massive stainless steel workstations are laden with fresh vegetables and a limited selection of meats, where several chefs are engrossed in their tasks, chopping, preparing, and washing ingredients with nimble yet weary movements. Although the mealtime rush has yet to commence, a scattering of individuals has already taken their seats within the cafeteria. Their attire varied, with most bearing expressions of fatigue and indifference. Some are absorbed in their meals, while others engage in small clusters of conversation, punctuated by laughter and murmurs of discontent. Lin Feng's gaze traverses the crowd, swiftly locating Li Qingzhu amidst the bustle. She is busy in the food preparation area, her apron accentuating her slender frame as she washes a basin of vegetables. A few colleagues surround her, balancing conversation with their tasks. Standing in the cafeteria hall, Lin Feng surveys the scene, absorbing the atmosphere of busyness and oppression, before gradually making his way towards Li Qingzhu. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Li Qingzhu lifts her head, and in that fleeting moment of their eyes meeting, she appears momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng, Lin Yan, she softly utters, her tone tinged with surprise, clearly unanticipated by Lin Feng's early arrival. Lin Feng approaches Li Qingzhu, standing beside her, and casually remarks, "Qingzhu, are you this busy?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhu immediately felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she glanced nervously around at her colleagues. Spotting Lin Feng, whose face was flushed and whose mind seemed in disarray, she could scarcely comprehend his words, only recalling their publicly acknowledged sibling relationship. In a hurried tone, she admonished, "Do not shout like that. What if others hear us?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Oh, come now, we are siblings. Is it not quite natural? Why are you so flustered?" Li Qingzhu shot him a disapproving look and scolded softly, "There are so many ears around. Can't you be a little more discreet?" The smile on Lin Feng's lips deepened as he lowered his voice. "I merely came to check on how my dear elder sister is faring. Besides, did you not mention yesterday that someone was harassing you? How could I possibly refrain from coming?" Li Qingzhu paused, her nerves compelling her to scan the surroundings once more. Satisfied that they were not attracting attention, she gritted her teeth and whispered, "You are not planning to cause him trouble, are you?" Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, casting an indifferent glance towards the kitchen of the cafeteria. "Of course not. I am simply observing and, perhaps, reminding a few individuals not to upset my elder sister." Worry etched on her face, Li Qingzhu cautioned, "You mustn't act recklessly. This is a public space, and disputes cannot be settled here." With a feigned air of grievance, Lin Feng sighed dramatically. "Sister, do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to resort to violence in such a place?" Li Qingzhu regarded him with skepticism, attempting to decipher any hidden intentions from his expression. Yet Lin Feng maintained an innocent smile, leaving her unable to grasp his true thoughts. Li Qingzhu bit her lip, lowering her voice to inquire, "You truly won't cause any trouble?" Lin Feng nodded earnestly, "Indeed, I'm merely here to observe." A sigh of relief escaped Li Qingzhu, yet a lingering sense of unease remained within her. She whispered, "In any case, please refrain from stirring up trouble here. The cafeteria has many rules, and should any issues arise, it would be quite troublesome." Lin Feng chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "All right. I'll heed my elder sister's advice and ensure I do not burden you." Just as Li Qingzhu intended to say more, an abrasive voice abruptly shattered their brief exchange. "Li Qingzhu, what are you discussing over there? Hurry up and get to work." The voice was laden with impatience and condescension, dripping with disdain and unabashedly exuding an oppressive aura. Li Qingzhu's expression shifted, her body freezing in place. She raised her gaze towards the source of the voice, only to find the detestable chef she loathed standing nearby, hands on his hips, wearing a smug and repulsive grin. Trouble loomed. He had spotted her. A wave of dread washed over Li Qingzhu as countless scenarios raced through her mind, haunted by the fear that Lin Feng might impulsively confront the chef. Stealing a quick glance at Lin Feng, she noted his calm demeanor, though a flicker of dangerous intent glimmered in his eyes. "Don't act impulsively," she urged softly, attempting to soothe Lin Feng's rising tension. With a strained smile, she turned to address the chef. "I'm coming. I'll be there shortly." Just as she prepared to hasten away, she realized Lin Feng remained rooted in place, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. "Ah, isn't that the head of the cafeteria, showing such concern for the employees?" Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unmistakable chill. The chef's gaze fell upon Lin Feng's face, and the smugness and arrogance that once adorned his features instantly froze. His pupils dilated sharply, and a flicker of evident fear flashed in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" the chef blurted out, his tone betraying an uncontrollable panic. Li Qingzhu was taken aback, glancing from Lin Feng to the chef in confusion. "Do you know each other?" A playful smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips, his tone laced with an icy edge. "Not exactly acquainted. Just exchanged a few words outside a moment ago. This chef here seems quite agreeable, knows how to heed advice, doesn't he?" Cold sweat broke out on the chef's forehead as he feigned composure, coughing lightly and averting his gaze from Lin Feng. "Yes, indeed, we spoke briefly." His voice had lost its earlier bravado, now tinged with a hint of caution. Li Qingzhu felt a jolt within her, though unaware of the specifics. She keenly sensed that something significant had transpired between Lin Feng and the chef. You seem rather busy, so you should return to your work, Lin Feng said casually, though his tone bore an imperceptible threat. Yes, I have matters to attend to. I must get back to it, the chef replied hastily, turning away and making a swift exit to the kitchen, lacking even the courage to glance at Lin Feng again. Li Qingzhu stood there, hesitant, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng as she couldn't help but inquire, "What did you do to him just now?" Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders and feigned innocence with a smile. "It's nothing, really. I just shared a few words of reason with him. You see, he seems quite receptive to advice, doesn't he?" Li Qingzhu bit her lip, her heart still heavy with concern. Yet the calmness reflected in Lin Feng's smile brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "Rest assured, I haven't done anything excessive," Lin Feng's tone softened. "I merely made him aware that some individuals are not to be trifled with." Li Qingzhu appeared to want to say something, yet all she could manage was a quiet sigh. "I know you mean well, but I don't wish for you to take such risks." Lin Feng's gaze softened further, and he gently replied, "Qingzhu, it is my duty to protect you." A faint blush crept onto Li Qingzhu's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, her voice barely audible. "But I don't want you to encounter trouble because of me." Lin Feng chuckled, playfully teasing, "Sister, as your brother, isn't it only natural for me to protect you?" Li Qingzhu lifted her head, unable to suppress a playful glare at him. "Stop using brother and sister as an excuse. You know very well," as the words hung in the air, she suddenly realized her slip of tongue, her face flushing deeper, prompting her to fall silent. Yet Lin Feng leaned in slightly, a hint of mischief in his voice. "What exactly do I know?" "Nothing." Li Qingzhu quickly turned to return to her work. Observing the faint blush on her ears, Lin Feng's smile widened, and he spoke in a warm tone. "In any case, with me around, you need not worry. Anyone who dares to bully you must first contend with me." Li Qingzhu came to a halt, turning her head to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Within her eyes lingered a hint of tenderness and gratitude as she softly uttered, "Lin Feng, thank you. Well, you carry on with your tasks. I shall not intrude." Lin Feng smiled and took a few steps back, waving at her, reminding her to reach out should she need anything. As Li Qingzhu watched his figure gradually recede, a warmth blossomed within her heart. Despite the harsh and unrelenting world of the apocalypse, at that moment, she felt she was not alone in her struggles. Chapter 86. An unexpected encounter with Tang Man. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and turned towards the exit of the cafeteria, the resonance of his conversation with Li Qingzhu still echoing in his mind. Although the apocalypse was fraught with peril, he felt a flicker of warmth and concern at that moment. He had no intention of dining in the cafeteria. Firstly, he lacked funds, and secondly, he had already eaten something upon rising, rendering him not hungry. His current objective was to proceed to the assembly point to reunite with Song Ran and Zhang Yu. However, just as he was about to step out, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette. Lin Feng's pace faltered slightly, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be her? In a corner of the cafeteria, a tall and graceful woman was seated, holding a tray. Her poise stood out distinctly amidst the clamor of the surroundings, and her streamlined attire accentuated her striking presence. Although she had her head bowed, seemingly engrossed in her meal, Lin Feng could not mistake that alluringly cold visage. It was Tang Man. In Lin Feng's mind, the scene of their first encounter flashed vividly before him. Amidst the ruins of a desolate city, he had rescued Tang Man's exploration team. "If you ever come to Bright City, remember to seek me out. I shall repay you a favor," Tang Man had solemnly remarked to Lin Feng at that time. Reining in his disordered thoughts, Lin Feng took a deep breath and resolved to approach her for a greeting. "Captain Tang?" he inquired, standing beside her table with a subtle smile. His voice low yet warm. Tang Man halted her movements, slightly lifting her gaze to meet Lin Feng's eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, her expression swiftly transformed into one of astonishment, soon followed by a radiant smile. "It's you." She set aside her chopsticks, rising to her feet, her tone imbued with excitement. "Lin Feng, right? What brings you here?" Lin Feng shrugged lightly, his gaze steady as he replied, "In the apocalypse, one inevitably finds themselves in unexpected places. I never anticipated encountering you here." Tang Man scrutinized him from head to toe, and upon confirming that he was indeed the one who had saved her team, her smile deepened. "I can't believe it is truly you. How long have you been in Bright City?" "Just a few days," Lin Feng answered succinctly, casting a glance around the room. It was indeed safer here than outside, though the rules were quite numerous. Tang Man nodded gently, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. Bright City is indeed one of the rare large sanctuaries available, but the cost of order here. You must have noticed as well. Lin Feng chose not to pursue the previous topic, instead addressing the matter directly. Do you remember what happened last time? You mentioned that if I came to Radiant City, I could seek you out. Tang Man revealed a faint smile, responding, of course I remember. I have always cherished your kindness. Are you facing difficulties now? Do you require any assistance? Lin Feng shook his head, his tone unperturbed. Not exactly difficulties. But there is something I wish to inquire about. Tang Man raised an eyebrow, displaying a subtle smile. What is it? Please, go ahead. Lin Feng glanced around to ensure no one was paying them particular attention, then lowered his voice, his expression turning serious. Is there a way to exchange the currency from New City for Radiant coins here? Tang Man furrowed her brow slightly, asking in a hushed tone, the currency from New City? Lin Feng nodded, a note of caution in his voice. I accumulated some while in New City, and now that I am here, it cannot simply be rendered worthless. After pondering for a moment, Tang Man looked up at Lin Feng, her tone becoming earnest. This issue can indeed be resolved, but you must understand that Radiant coins are the universal currency of Radiant City, and the currency from New City is not usable here. However, there is trade between Radiant City and New City. You could go to the market for exchanges. Naturally, the exchange rate will be quite low, so prepare yourself for that, as the purchasing power of the currencies from both factions differs. Upon hearing Tang Man's words, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy, a relaxed smile unconsciously appearing on his face. The fact that I can exchange at the market is already quite fortunate. Even if the rate is low, it is certainly better than being worthless. However, Tang Man promptly raised her hand, signaling him not to be overly elated. Hold on, I have even better news. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he looked at Tang Man. What news? Tang Man lowered her voice, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. I know a merchant who frequently travels between Guangming City and Xindu, overseeing trade between the two. He has a certain demand for Xindu's currency, and the exchange rate might be more favorable than the trading market. A flicker of delight crossed Lin Feng's eyes. That's wonderful. If I hadn't met you, I would have found it quite difficult to encounter such a merchant. Indeed, Tang Man nodded. I am acquainted with this individual. His character is fairly reputable. At least he has not caused any issues in our collaborations. If you trust me, I can reach out to him and see if he can assist you in exchanging for a suitable amount of Guanghui coins. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded earnestly. With your introduction, I certainly trust you. Tang Man smiled with satisfaction. Great. Please wait a while. I will contact him as soon as possible. I'll let you know where to meet him. The two exchanged dormitory numbers, and coincidentally, Tang Man's dormitory was quite close to Li Qingzhu's, being number 147. As Tang Man ate, she conversed with Lin Feng, gradually steering the topic towards work. What are you doing in the resettlement area? She paused, seemingly curious about Lin Feng's situation. Lin Feng chuckled lightly and replied with ease. Like you, I am also part of the exploration team. Tang Man's eyes brightened. Then we can team up. Lin Feng shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. I already have a team. The captain is Song Ran. I'm not sure if you know him, but he's quite decent and very responsible. Tang Man furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she smiled, her eyes glinting with a touch of mischief. So, you already have a team. What a pity. I had hoped to collaborate with you. Nevertheless, Song Ran is indeed a good captain. Following him wouldn't be a bad choice. Once Tang Man finished her meal, the two left the cafeteria together, heading towards the assembly point. The morning air carried a chill, yet the conversation between Lin Feng and Tang Man remained lighthearted. As they strolled side by side, they discussed their recent experiences, the atmosphere warm and natural. Upon reaching the assembly point, a couple of figures in the distance caught their attention. Two individuals approached Tang Man briskly, and as they drew nearer, she beamed and called out, "A Feng, Brother Wang." The young man's face lit up with a friendly smile upon seeing Tang Man, and he promptly greeted her. What brings you here so early today? She asked, nodding in acknowledgement. Tang Man then turned to Lin Feng, playfully gesturing towards him. Look who this is, she exclaimed, pointing a finger at him. A Feng and Brother Wang followed her gesture, and upon recognizing Lin Feng, their expressions transformed into astonishment. It's you. A Feng was the first to exclaim in surprise. It's you. Brother Wang echoed almost simultaneously, their astonishment palpable. Chapter 87. The new team member Su Yao. It's you. A phone exclaimed, still in disbelief. It is you. Wang Zhan exclaimed almost simultaneously. Lin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows, revealing a faint smile. We meet again. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of ease. Lin Feng gazed at a phone and Wang Zhan, reflecting on this small reunion with a sense of nostalgia. After a brief conversation, he spotted Song Ran and Zhang Yu in the distance. I shall not disturb you any longer. Lin Feng nodded slightly, suggesting they might converse again at another time. He then turned to walk towards Song Ran and Zhang Yu, who were standing nearby, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Good morning, Shaolin. Zhang Yu exclaimed upon seeing Lin Feng, her face brightening with a smile as she enthusiastically embraced him. Lin Feng paused for a moment, observing the spirited demeanor of this muscular woman, and smiled in return. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the specter of life and death had dulled, and life must persist. Zhang Yu, still beaming, remarked, I heard from Team Leader Song that our squad has been assigned a beautiful new member. Her voice was laced with playful teasing and excitement, clearly intrigued and eager about the arrival of the new addition. As she continued to embrace Lin Feng, her playful banter evoked a sense of warmth amidst the seemingly light-hearted atmosphere, a reminder that even in a world post-catastrophe, some warmth endured. Standing beside them, Song Ran maintained a composed demeanor, his expression unchanged as he observed the interaction. Unlike Zhang Yu's buoyancy, Song Ran exuded a steadiness, his gaze sweeping over both Zhang Yu and Lin Feng before drifting towards the distant assembly point. Lin Feng noticed a contemplative depth in Song Ran's eyes. Zhang Yu retracted her cheerful smile and turned to Song Ran, evidently awaiting his response. Song Ran remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating his words. At last he spoke, his tone measured and tinged with rationality. I have encountered that girl, and I cannot fathom how she was assigned to the exploration team. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Glancing at Song Ran, what do you mean? After a brief pause, Song Ran continued. She appears quite young, just over 20, and possesses a delicate beauty. Her name seems to be Su Yao. Logically, she should be engaged in supportive roles, perhaps in logistics. A hint of concern flickered in Song Ran's eyes as he expressed, I believe she should not be part of the exploration team. It may pose excessive danger for her. While they were engrossed in discussion, Lin Feng inadvertently noticed a striking figure approaching from behind Song Ran. It was a girl in her early 20s, clad in simple work attire, moving with a light step. Her head slightly tilted, as if she were observing her surroundings while walking toward them. Her long hair was simply tied back in a ponytail, and her gentle smile illuminated her refined features. Although there was a trace of nervousness in her expression, it also conveyed a resolute spirit. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to respond to Song Ran's remarks, but the appearance of this girl shifted his focus entirely. She must be Su Yao, Lin Feng murmured, his gaze still following her movements. Upon seeing her, Song Ran nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice. Indeed, she is the newly assigned team member. Zhang Yu smiled, a hint of playful teasing in her eyes. It seems she possesses quite the charm, does she not? However, she does not appear to be the type who frequents the world beyond these walls. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze followed Su Yao as she approached. When she was only a few steps away, she halted, her face adorned with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, as if searching for something or someone to greet. Hello, Su Yao exclaimed, noticing them gathered together. She lifted her gaze and smiled, a trace of shyness lacing her tone. I am Su Yao, and I have just joined your team. Zhang Yu promptly replied with warmth, grasping her hand cheerfully. Welcome aboard. I am Zhang Yu. You may call me Sister Yu. Over here is our captain, Song Ran, and the charming young man standing there is Lin Yan. Su Yao lowered her head, gently nodding, genuinely pleased to meet everyone. Her voice was soft and refreshing, though tinged with shyness. Her eyes still radiated a resolute gleam. Lin Feng offered a slight smile as he assessed the girl before him. Hello, Su Yao. I am Lin Yan. Welcome to the team. He kept his words minimal, allowing her the space to acclimate. Su Yao seemed somewhat anxious, lowering her gaze before raising her eyes again to greet them. I will do my utmost not to hold anyone back. Her tone was imbued with determination, yet tinged with youthful innocence. Song Ran regarded her with a profound gaze, but ultimately chose to remain silent. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Feng noticed Su Yao's discomfort and chuckled softly. There is no need to feel overly anxious. Everyone here is quite amiable. Just take your time to adjust. Wang Yu jestingly remarked, Indeed, dear sister, I shall protect you. Su Yao nodded, a smile gracing her face as she appeared to relax slightly. She turned to the group, her tone composed. Thank you, Sister Yu. I will do my best. As the team assembled, Captain Song Ran unfurled a map and addressed everyone. The warehouse we explored last time was a trap, which likely indicates that this area has been visited by rioters. Therefore, I plan to venture further afield, possibly for 2 to 3 days. Prepare yourselves mentally. With that, he spread the map on the ground and pointed to a specific location. This is our target area, approximately 30 kilometers from the outer wall of Bright City. The vicinity comprises a small, abandoned industrial zone, characterized by complex terrain, numerous ruins, and partially collapsed buildings. According to prior intelligence, resources in this area remain relatively intact, albeit fraught with danger. Lin Feng crouched down, scrutinizing the map with narrowed eyes. This location is remote. The threat from zombies may be diminished, yet the likelihood of encountering rioters is significant. Song Ran nodded in agreement. Precisely. Our objective is to scavenge any useful supplies, particularly medications, food, and batteries. Should we come across high-value resources, they shall take precedence in our retrieval. However, I must emphasize that safety is paramount. If the situation turns dire, we must retreat immediately. Zhang Yu crossed her arms, her expression light as she chuckled, with such a serious tone. Captain, rest assured that with me around, we will ensure all supplies are thoroughly collected. She smiled as she gently patted Su Yao's shoulder, her tone infused with encouragement. Fear not, dear sister. As long as you stay with us, you shall return safely. Su Yao nodded lightly, a hint of tension gracing her features, yet her gaze remained resolute. I understand. I will exercise caution. Song Ran continued. This journey will be rather prolonged, so ensure you are well equipped with supplies, particularly water and provisions. Lin Yan, carry the spare map for our team. In case of unforeseen circumstances, we must always ascertain our direction. Lin Feng accepted the map, nodding in affirmation. No problem. Song Ran then raised his gaze to the group, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, and spoke solemnly. I must remind you all, this expedition is unlike any other. The risks in unfamiliar territories are exceedingly high. Stay vigilant at all times, do not wander off alone, and watch over one another. Should we encounter a horde of zombies, our priority is to evade confrontation. He paused, scanning Lin Feng and Zhang Yu with a slightly softened tone, with Zhang Yu and Lin Yan accompanying us. Our safety will be somewhat enhanced. However, remain alert regardless. Understood. The group responded in unison. Very well, we depart in half an hour. Return to prepare your gear, and reconvene here in 10 minutes. Song Ran folded the map and stood up to speak. Chapter 88. Journey to the Industrial Zone. The four-member team traversed the desolate streets of the post-apocalyptic world, each bearing the weight of a hefty backpack, their steps heavy with determination. Song Ran led the way at the forefront, embodying a steadfast and reliable presence. His black combat uniform bore the marks of wear from the elements, yet it still fitted him with an air of uprightness. His sharp eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, akin to a hawk keenly detecting the slightest movement. Zhang Yu walked in second position, her strides bold and carefree, a rusty hammer swinging rhythmically from her backpack. Dressed in a gray-green coat, she exuded a sense of audacity even in this desolate wilderness, frequently glancing back at Su Yao with a gaze full of concern. Su Yao occupied the third position, clearly struggling to acclimate to her environment. Her figure appeared somewhat frail, and although her backpack was smaller than those of her companions, it still felt burdensome. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, while the wind flushed her cheeks, and her lips were pressed tightly together as she endeavored to maintain her pace. Her ponytail swayed gently with each step, her delicate features etched with tenacity and resilience. Bringing up the rear was Lin Feng, whose vigilant gaze remained alert to the environment. A sharp military knife hung at his waist, its sheath swaying slightly with his movements, the handle polished smooth from frequent use. Clad in a black long-sleeve combat uniform paired with a jacket, his rolled-up sleeves revealed strong forearms, his countenance tranquil yet brimming with strength. Lin Feng's expression remained composed, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the horizon. The desolate landscape around them was a stark reminder of a bygone era, littered with crumbling walls and abandoned structures. Once bustling streets had long been consumed by the ravages of time and disaster, the ground riddled with cracks and debris, occasionally revealing the rusted remains of automobiles. Resembling hollowed-out steel carcasses, the sky hung heavy with a gray pallor, as the sun remained obscured by dense clouds. When rays of light broke through, they appeared as if shrouded in a layer of dark yellow gauze. A putrid odor permeated the air, and now and then, a gust of wind would stir the brittle, yellowed grass, lifting it momentarily before it softly descended. In the distance, a few zombies meandered through the ruins, their movements unsteady and grotesque, seemingly in search of prey. The world was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the whispers of the wind and the faint crunch of gravel beneath the four companions' feet, creating an atmosphere so still it sent shivers down one's spine. This environment felt as if it could erupt with a horde of zombies at any moment, leaving no room for relaxation. After traversing approximately 5 kilometers, the group gradually penetrated a dilapidated commercial district, once a bustling hub of shopping centers and office buildings. It now lay in ruins, littered with shards of glass and precarious steel structures. "Stop!" Song Ran suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. Lin Feng paused, his gaze instantly fixating on the street ahead. Several zombies were slowly wandering, seemingly in search of the living. Further down, in the shadows around a street corner, more indistinct figures lurked, their numbers unclear. "A horde of zombies," Lin Feng murmured, his expression composed, estimating at least 20 or 30. Zhang Yu squinted, gripping the rusted hammer slung across his back. "Don't be careless," Song Ran instructed in a low voice. "If we can circumvent them, let us do so. There's no need to expend unnecessary energy." Lin Feng scanned the area, his eyes landing on a leaning building. "We can climb over and cross through the second floor to avoid them." Song Ran nodded and replied quietly, "Lin Yin, lead the way. Su Yao, stay close to us." The 4 individuals cautiously approached the building, ascending via the dilapidated staircase on the side. The staircase, long corroded and decayed, emitted unsettling creaks with each step. Hearing these sounds, Su Yao's complexion paled slightly, yet she gritted her teeth and resolutely followed closely behind her companions. As they traversed the damaged floor of the second level, a low, guttural murmur emanated from below, signaling the presence of zombies. Lin Feng deliberately halted, peering down to assess the situation. Several zombies were gazing upward, their hollow eye sockets fixated on the ceiling, seemingly aware of their presence. "Be silent," Lin Feng whispered, his gaze resting on Su Yao, who nodded in response, anxiously covering her mouth. Fortunately, the team successfully navigated through the structure, emerging on the other side of the street, thereby evading the clutches of the horde. Su Yao looked up at Lin Feng, exhaling a sigh of relief as she softly remarked, "I'm glad we weren't discovered." Lin Feng merely offered a faint smile, cautioning, "Don't relax, stay close to the group." In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the ominous clouds, casting a gentle glow over an abandoned parking lot. Rusted vehicles lay haphazardly scattered, resembling silent tombs. "Let us take a 10-minute break and hydrate," Song Ran suggested, halting beside a derelict car and wiping the sweat from his brow. The 4 companions set down their backpacks, resting beside the vehicle to replenish their fluids. Zhang Yu playfully patted Su Yao's shoulder, teasing, "How are you holding up? Can you manage?" Su Yao smiled faintly. "Yes, I'm okay." Lin Feng, ever vigilant, scanned the surroundings and suddenly caught a faint metallic clinking sound. Frowning slightly, he sprang to his feet and whispered, "Be careful, there are others nearby." As the words faded, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the depths of the parking lot. Several figures rapidly approached, 3 scavengers brandishing iron bars and daggers, emerging from the derelict vehicles. "Hand over the bag," one of them demanded, his face displaying a sinister demeanor, his tone laced with menace. "Trouble arises," Zhang Yu remarked, his gaze hardening as he seized the hammer from his back and rose to his feet. "They appear inconsequential." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, subtly leaning forward, his hand gently resting on the military knife at his waist. "Let us proceed without further ado. Show them no leniency," Song Ran stated gravely. The scavengers, evidently taken aback by the team's composed reaction, momentarily hesitated. The foremost scavenger, however, brandished his iron bar and swung it towards Zhang Yu. "Courting death," Zhang Yu sneered, retaliating with a forceful swing of his hammer. The hammer impacted the scavenger's chest with a resounding crack. The scavenger emitted a piercing shriek and collapsed. Simultaneously, Lin Feng darted forward with lightning speed. The glint of his military knife flashed as he pressed it against another scavenger's throat, the blade already piercing his flesh. A muffled sound ensued as blood spurted from the wound, staining the dust-laden ground a crimson hue. Witnessing such ferocity, the last scavenger turned to flee, only to be struck in the leg by a stone hurled by Song Ran. He stumbled, falling to the ground in disarray. We merely sought to pilfer some items. The scavenger pleaded, his face ashen with terror. Begone, Song Ran commanded in a stern voice. Turning back, Lin Feng noticed that Su Yao's complexion had paled. Her gaze was fixed upon the blood-soaked cadaver on the ground, her lips quivering as if she wished to speak. Yet no words escaped her. Are you all right? Lin Feng inquired, sheathing his military knife and wiping away the bloodstains, his tone as even as he could manage. Su Yao lifted her head, a trace of trepidation and uncertainty in her eyes, but she quickly nodded with resolve, her voice barely audible. I'm fine. Zhang Yu patted Su Yao on the shoulder, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Scum like him are a blight upon this world. Once you're in the exploration team, you'll inevitably grow accustomed to scenes like this. Su Yao forced a smile, murmuring, I know. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Song Ran approached, his gaze sweeping over the body on the ground, his tone remaining composed. Had he lived, he might have plunged a knife into us the next moment. Chapter 89. Industrial Zone. As dusk approached, the last rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the storm clouds, tinging the distant ruins with crimson. The team finally neared the outskirts of the industrial zone, marked by a large, rusted iron gate. Song Ran halted, raising his hand in a signal. We've arrived. The industrial zone lies ahead. Lin Feng scrutinized the surroundings, noting the pervasive, acrid scent of blood in the air. Do you smell that? Zhang Yu sniffed the air, his expression peculiar. This scent, it's like blood. Su Yao's face grew paler, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her backpack strap. Song Ran was the first to approach the rusted iron gate, pushing against it with force several times, yet it remained immovable, emitting a harsh, grating sound. Lin Feng crouched down, directing the beam of his flashlight towards the gap beneath the door. It revealed a crevice approximately half a meter wide, just sufficient for an adult to crawl through. There's a gap at the bottom. We can squeeze in, Lin Feng whispered. Zhang Yu crouched beside him, peering into the opening with a grin. Surely, a decrepit door won't thwart our long journey? Let us go, crawl in. Su Yao hesitated, glancing at the dark crevice, a hint of anxiety crossing her face. Are you certain? This is safe? Safety is a mere illusion, Lin Feng replied calmly, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. The dusk was approaching, rendering the outside more perilous. Song Ran nodded, leading the way as he lowered himself, illuminating the gap ahead with his flashlight before cautiously crawling inside. Lin Feng followed closely, his movements swift and agile. Allow me, Zhang Yu said, patting Su Yao's shoulder and forcing a smile. Don't be anxious. I'll go first. Just follow me and don't wander off. Su Yao nodded, watching as Zhang Yu slipped through the crevice, taking a deep breath to quell her unease. She lowered her head and followed suit. Upon passing through the iron door, they were greeted by a scene of desolation in an industrial area. Rusted, abandoned machinery lay scattered like broken bones, the air thick with a nauseating scent of decay mingled with the metallic tang of blood. The fading rays of the setting sun were gradually obscured by ominous clouds, casting an extraordinarily bleak chill over the entire area. Their gaze was swiftly captivated by a massive edifice directly ahead, the main building of the industrial zone, an imposing structure adorned with rusted steel beams and shattered glass windows. Through some intact windows, dim flickers of fire were faintly visible, with shadowy figures appearing intermittently within. It did not seem to be a desolate place, Lin Feng whispered, gripping the military knife at his waist, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Song Ran stood at the forefront, his brow furrowed, fixated on the building. He murmured to himself, could it be? We've stumbled into the lair of the insurgents? Zhang Yu chuckled lightly at his words, though her tone carried a hint of jest, her eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety. Isn't that even better? Perfect opportunity to show these ruffians the might of my hammer. Do not be careless. Lin Feng cautioned in a low voice, scanning the surroundings. If this truly was their territory, it could prove to be exceedingly perilous. Su Yao's complexion had paled slightly. She clutched her backpack straps tightly, striving to suppress her unease, and quietly inquired, Are we really going in? Song Ran did not respond, but pointed to a passageway ahead. Let us circumvent that way, closer to the main building. We must ascertain the situation inside first. The four cautiously advanced towards the main building, observing their surroundings, their footsteps crunching on the ground strewn with gravel and rusted metal shards, emitting faint clicking sounds. Each step was taken with utmost care. As they approached the main building, Zhang Yu suddenly halted, lowering her gaze to the ground with a frown. Strange. The surface feels a bit. Before she could finish her thought, an abrupt crack echoed beneath her feet, as if some mechanism had been triggered. Fall back. Lin Feng shouted urgently. Yet, it was already too late. The ground trembled violently, and the iron plate beneath Zhang Yu collapsed suddenly. She had no time to react, only managing to let out a piercing scream. Ah! Accompanied by her cry, Zhang Yu's figure vanished from sight, plunging into a dark abyss. Worse still, Su Yao, who had been right beside her, also fell victim to the collapsing ground, descending into the depths alongside her. Su Yao. Lin Feng rushed forward. But the ground had already sealed itself, a cloud of dust obscuring his vision. Damn it! Song Ran muttered under his breath, crouching to inspect the ground, his hand patting the collapsed area, but the iron plate had closed tightly once more. It's a trap. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his expression ominously grim. Song Ran raised his eyes towards the main building, his countenance equally troubled. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low tone. The spot where they fell must lead underground. The insurgents have undoubtedly set numerous traps. We must find another way down immediately. What are we waiting for? Lin Feng drew his military knife, a fierce determination blazing in his eyes. We must act. We cannot allow anything to happen to them. The two swiftly moved toward the entrance on the periphery of the main building. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Su Yao found themselves in a precarious situation. Zhang Yu's body collided forcefully with a heap of scattered scrap metal, producing a dull thud. Despite her robust physique, the impact of the fall still caused her to grimace in pain. Damn it! Where on earth is this place? Zhang Yu muttered under her breath, raising her head to survey her surroundings, only to discover that she found herself in a dimly lit underground space. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent of blood, and the area was cluttered with discarded supplies and rusted equipment, resembling an abandoned warehouse. Su Yao, are you all right? Zhang Yu hurriedly got to her feet, turning to search for Su Yao's figure. Not far away, Su Yao was struggling to rise from a heap of debris, her face smeared with dust, a glimmer of fear evident in her eyes. I'm fine. Not injured, she stammered. Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief and reached out to help Su Yao up. Don't be afraid. I'm here. We'll be all right. Su Yao nodded, yet her gaze involuntarily darted around the space, her voice trembling. Where are we? As soon as her words fell, a series Zhang Yu stood resolutely in front of Su Yao, gripping the iron hammer tightly, her gaze icy. The footsteps of the rioters drew ever closer, the air thickening with an ominous intent, and the two had no option for retreat. They could only brace themselves for confrontation. Chapter 90. A familiar face. Song Ran and Lin Feng navigated through a pile of collapsed scrap metal, inching closer to the periphery of the main building. This area bore unmistakable signs of recent activity, fresh footprints scattered across the ground, and even traces of blood that had yet to fully dry. Flickering flames emanated from the windows of the main structure, casting a dim light upon their vigilant expressions. Let us capture a hapless soul and inquire where this trap leads. Song Ran murmured, his gaze sharp as it swept the surroundings. Lin Feng nodded, drawing his military knife, its blade reflecting a cold glint in the faint light. Be cautious, he advised quietly. Utilizing the cover of the scrap metal and crumbling walls, the two advanced slowly, their steps nearly soundless. However, as they maneuvered around a heap of discarded metal pipes, they suddenly halted. In the distance, a small group was approaching their direction. The leader among them was none other than the scavenger whom Song Ran had released earlier that day at the junkyard. With a fierce countenance, he wielded an iron rod, his face twisted in a smug and malicious grin, followed closely by 4 or 5 armed rioters. What a narrow path for adversaries, Lin Feng remarked, his eyes narrowing, his voice barely a whisper. Song Ran furrowed his brow deeply, lowering his voice. It seems my mercy has led me into trouble. The scavenger approached with an air of malevolence, exclaiming, Ah, we meet again. He licked his lips. A sinister smile etched across his face. Do you remember me? I must thank you for sparing me. Now it's my turn to repay you. Lin Feng regarded him with a frigid stare, tightening his grip on the military knife. His voice calm, yet imbued with a chilling undertone. Are you certain you possess the capability? The scavenger's expression darkened instantaneously as he brandished the iron rod in his hand. What bravado. This is our territory. Surrender your weapons and gear, and I might just grant you a swift demise. Laughter erupted from the band of marauders behind him. Their weapons clutched tightly as they advanced on Lin Feng and Song Ran. Hold them off, Song Ran whispered to Lin Feng, his eyes glinting with a hint of strategy. I'll flank them and capture their leader. Lin Feng nodded, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. No problem. I shall make them aware of their own limitations. As the scavenger and his gang drew nearer, his gaze swept over the gear worn by Lin Feng and Song Ran. Lingering on the military knife in Lin Feng's grasp, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes, quickly overshadowed by greed. I'll give you one last chance, the scavenger declared, raising his iron rod triumphantly. Toss down your packs, kneel, and beg for mercy, or perhaps. His words were abruptly cut off as Lin Feng sprang into action. With the swiftness of lightning, he surged forward, the military knife slicing through the air, its target set upon a marauder standing beside the scavenger. The man barely had time to react before the blade pierced his chest, accompanied by a muffled thud, as blood gushed forth in an instant. Eliminate him. The scavenger, consumed by rage, swung a metal rod towards Lin Feng. With a deft sidestep, Lin Feng evaded the attack and retaliated with a sweeping motion of his military knife, which severed the throat of another rioter, blood spurting forth like a fountain. Surround him, the scavenger bellowed, as the remaining assailants raised their weapons and lunged at Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Song Ran silently maneuvered around to the scavenger's rear. Holding his breath, he crept closer, the glint of his dagger flashing ominously as he pressed it against the scavenger's neck. Do not move. Song Ran's voice was as cold as steel, devoid of any emotion. The scavenger froze, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Why you? Speak. With a slight increase in pressure, the dagger left a crimson mark on the scavenger's skin. Where does that trap lead? Where have Zhang Yu and Su Yao been taken? The scavenger's eyes widened, his face paling as he stammered, Be below. Below is our camp. There are many brothers down there. You won't have the chance to save them. Is that so? Song Ran scoffed, pressing the dagger further against his throat. One more word, and I shall slit your throat. The scavenger nodded frantically, speaking in a rush. They will be sent to the lower cells of the main building. That is where we keep the captives. I swear it's the truth. Don't kill me. Glancing at him with glacial disdain, Song Ran shoved the scavenger away with considerable force, causing him to fall inelegantly to the ground. As he scrambled to rise, Lin Feng, having dispatched the remaining insurgents, approached, his military knife glistening with fresh blood. Why spare him? Lin Feng questioned, his gaze frigid. Let's just be done with it. The scavenger, seized by terror, scrambled backward, pleading desperately, Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I swear. Song Ran raised a hand, halting Lin Feng. Take him with us, he commanded coolly. He can guide us. With a forceful kick from Song Ran, the scavenger staggered to his feet, whimpering. I'll take you. Just please don't kill me. The two exchanged a look and proceeded into the depths of the main building, the scavenger in tow. As night descended upon the industrial sector, the frigid wind carried an increasingly potent scent of blood, foreshadowing a greater tempest on the horizon. Underground. You beasts. Zhang Yu spat out, her voice laced with fury. Come any closer, and you'll regret the day you were born. The scarred man guffawed, then brandished his iron rod. Feisty, aren't we? But those are the most amusing to tame. His underlings echoed with lewd laughter, their weapons glinting ominously in the firelight as they encircled the pair. Attack! The scarred man bellowed, swinging his iron rod at Zhang Yu. Her eyes flashing with defiance, Zhang Yu swiftly evaded the blow, retaliating with a hammer-like strike to the scarred man's arm. With a sharp crack, the scarred man recoiled in agony, the iron bar slipping from his grasp and clattering loudly on the ground. You have a death wish. The remaining two rioters bellowed as they lunged forward. One of them swung his iron pipe directly at Zhang Yu's head. Zhang Yu swiftly ducked, simultaneously kicking the man's knee. The rioter crumpled to the ground, and her hammer descended mercilessly upon his skull. With a sickening thud, the man collapsed, blood splattering across the ground. The third rioter, witnessing the scene, hesitated momentarily before charging forward with a dagger. His target was Su Yao. Ah! Su Yao shrieked, retreating hastily. Just as the dagger was about to pierce her shoulder, Zhang Yu, with lightning reflexes, brought her hammer down on the assailant's wrist. The dagger fell to the ground, and the rioter clutched his wrist, howling in agony. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu swung her hammer again, felling him to the ground. As Zhang Yu dealt with the three assailants, she barely had time to catch her breath before hearing heavy footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw the scarred man had retrieved his iron bar and was charging towards her, his face contorted in a ferocious snarl. His arm, recently fractured by her, hung limply at his side, but his ferocity seemed undiminished. Die! The scarred man roared, bringing the iron bar down on Zhang Yu's flank. Unable to evade in time, Zhang Yu took the full force of the blow, grunting as her body staggered. The impact was severe. She could distinctly feel the sensation of her ribs fracturing, sending waves of excruciating pain through her. She gritted her teeth, steadied herself, and clutched the hammer tightly in her hand, raising her head to fix the scarred man with a resolute stare. Still standing, I see. The scarred man smirked coldly, raising his iron rod once more as he lunged forward. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination. She understood that she could not falter, otherwise Su Yao would be left utterly defenseless. Just as the iron rod was about to strike down, a slender figure suddenly surged in from the side. Stop! Su Yao screamed, hurling her backpack forcefully at the scarred man's face. The impact of the backpack was not substantial, yet it was sufficient to interrupt his movement, forcing him to stagger back a step. Su Yao, quickly retreat! Zhang Yu bellowed, seizing the opportunity to dash forward, swinging the hammer directly at the scarred man's chest. With a resounding crash, the scarred man's body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall before crumpling to the ground, motionless. Zhang Yu panted heavily, leaning on her knees, sweat glistening on her face, while a dull ache in her waist caused beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. Are you out of your mind? She turned to Su Yao, her voice laced with urgency. Who told you to rush in? Don't be reckless at a time like this. Su Yao bit her lip, her eyes still reflecting fear, yet predominantly displaying stubbornness. She clenched her teeth and whispered, If I didn't do something, you might have been in danger. Zhang Yu observed her trembling hands and sighed, her tone softening somewhat. You little girl. You're too impulsive, but well done. Feign rest assured, I shall not allow them to lay a finger upon you. Chapter 91, The Cell. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth, striving to forge ahead, but the excruciating pain in her waist caused her to lose her balance, sending her crashing to the ground. Sister Zhang Yu, Su Yao exclaimed, rushing forward to support her. Clearly, the previous blow had inflicted considerable injury. I am fine, Zhang Yu forced out, though her complexion was alarmingly pale. Yet, before Su Yao could stabilize Zhang Yu, the ground resonated with the sound of hurried footsteps. Amidst the flickering shadows, several figures gradually emerged. More of them are coming. Su Yao's voice trembled with anxiety. From the dimly lit corridor, 4 or 5 riders approached, each wielding weapons. One even brandished a somewhat rusted, yet still formidable, shotgun, its barrel aimed directly at Zhang Yu and Su Yao. What a splendid performance, sneered the lead rider, a short, portly middle-aged man whose face was marred with coarse flesh, his menacing expression sending chills down the spine. He glanced at the corpse of the scar-faced man on the ground and scoffed. I thought it took a great deal of audacity to slay one of our own. Yet here we find 2 mere women. Damn it, Zhang Yu muttered through clenched teeth, attempting to rise, but her injuries rendered her powerless. You would do well not to move, the armed rider spoke coldly, his finger resting lightly on the trigger. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Su Yao's complexion grew even more ashen. Instinctively, she positioned herself in front of Zhang Yu, her voice trembling yet defiant. What do you intend to do? The corpulent man's grin widened into a more sinister expression as he advanced towards Su Yao, uttering in a chilling tone, What are we doing? Simply ensuring you become our compliant captives. Oh, but fret not. We shall entertain you handsomely. You beasts! Zhang Yu roared, clutching her hammer, attempting to rise and fight them tooth and nail. I cautioned you against erratic movements. The armed insurgent warned icily, his face contorted with undisguised disdain. Zhang Yu's body stiffened, the agonizing pain nearly robbing her of all strength to resist. Su Yao, supporting Zhang Yu, trembled, but a glimmer of indomitable spirit flickered in her eyes. Still quite defiant, the stout man observed, squinting. Take them away. Remember to keep these 2 lasses separated, lest they conspire. 2 insurgents immediately stepped forward, one seizing Zhang Yu's arm roughly, while the other forcefully wrenched Su Yao away from her side. Release her, Zhang Yu bellowed, struggling desperately, but her injured body afforded her no strength, leaving her to watch helplessly as Su Yao was dragged away. Zhang Yu, Su Yao's voice, laced with despair and terror, pleaded as she attempted to break free from the insurgent's grasp, but her strength was no match for his. Silence. An insurgent struck Su Yao across the face, snapping her head to the side, causing a trickle of blood to escape her lips. You scum! Why don't you come at me? Zhang Yu screamed, her eyes bloodshot. her furious cry echoing through the dimly lit underground space. "Take them away, quickly," the stout man commanded coldly, waving his hand to signal his men to remove the two women. After a fleeting moment, Zhang Yu was hauled into a cramped iron cell by the rioters and unceremoniously cast onto the ground. The impact against the frigid floor sent a jolt of agony through her lumbar region, eliciting a stifled groan. "Just stay put," a rioter barked as he slammed the iron gate shut, the grating sound of chains and bolts clashing echoing through the enclosure. A series of triumphant guffaws faded into the distance, leaving behind the dull resonance of the iron door. The iron cage was confined and dimly illuminated, its walls adorned with layers of rust, the air saturated with a pungent, decaying odor. In one corner lay a heap of mildewed straw, evidently intended as a makeshift bed. The floor was damp and icy, with faint vestiges of dried blood visible. Zhang Yu slumped against the wall, her complexion ashen, beads of perspiration trickling down her forehead. She endeavored to break free from the ropes binding her hands, but each slight exertion triggered a searing pain. "Bastards!" Zhang Yu hissed under her breath, gritting her teeth to endure the torment, her eyes blazing with fury and resentment. The image of Su Yao being dragged away relentlessly replayed in her mind. That headstrong and resilient little girl, struck across the face before her very eyes, forcibly taken away while she remained powerless to intervene. "Su Yao, you must hold on," Zhang Yu murmured, her voice trembling. Su Yao was dragged into a spacious yet gloomy chamber. The air within was foul, the corners of the floor littered with dried excrement and decaying debris. Several dilapidated wooden tables and chairs were scattered around the center of the room, with a pile of moldy blankets heaped in one corner. However, what truly shocked Su Yao was the presence of a group of women within the chamber. The women huddled on the ground, some leaning against the walls, others crouched in corners, their garments tattered and torn, faces smeared with grime, and hair matted in disarray. Each countenance bore the weight of profound despair, their eyes hollow and devoid of life, as though all vitality had been extinguished. A young woman, seemingly in her 20s, languidly leaned against the wall, her arms wrapped around her knees, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the floor ahead. A deep gash marred the corner of her mouth, a clear testament to violence endured. Another older woman, gaunt and weary, cradled her head in her hands, her body trembling slightly, as if striving to suppress some inner anguish. Su Yao stood in the center of the room, stumbling back a few steps, barely managing to maintain her balance. She surveyed the surroundings, her heart brimming with shock and terror. "This is," she murmured, incredulity evident in her gaze as she beheld her surroundings. "New arrival?" A raspy voice echoed in her ear. Turning, Su Yao discovered a slender middle-aged woman whose eyes, though tinged with fatigue and sorrow, still held a flicker of lucidity. The woman scrutinized Su Yao, her tone somber. "Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. Once here, it is a dead end." "That cannot be." Su Yao instinctively shook her head, her heart laden with fear, yet she defiantly retorted, "I have friends. They will surely come to save me." The woman offered a bitter smile, seemingly deriding Su Yao's optimism. "Everyone says that upon arrival, yet in the end, they too are left abandoned here." She spoke, pointing to a decayed corpse in the corner, carelessly covered with tattered cloth, the battered limbs faintly visible. Su Yao covered her mouth, suppressing the urge to retch. Her body trembled slightly, yet the hope deep within her remained unextinguished. "It cannot be," she murmured softly, as if speaking to herself and to everyone around her. Chapter 92. Resistance before long. Footsteps echoed from outside, and the iron door was pushed open with a grating creak. Several rioters swaggered in, the leading man wearing a sinister grin, his gaze roving over the women in the room before finally resting on Su Yao's face. "Is she the newcomer?" He licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The women lowered their heads, trembling in fear, none daring to utter a sound. The man turned his attention to Su Yao, taking a few steps closer. He reached out, seemingly intent on touching her face. Su Yao instinctively recoiled, gritting her teeth, defiantly glaring at him. "Don't touch me." The man paused for a moment, then burst into raucous laughter. "A spirit, I like that." His name was Du Gang, a minor leader in the rioter organization, usually tasked with guarding the prison cells. He was a burly figure, nearly 6 feet tall, with a face marked by brutality and a persistent, unpleasant odor of sweat. A long scar from a knife cut extended from the corner of his right eye to his jaw, giving him a fierce and cruel appearance. Du Gang's eyes lingered on Su Yao, His fingers were thick, short, and grimy, adorned with calluses, as he gently caressed Su Yao's face. He found this defiant yet helpless prey particularly intriguing, for the fiercer her resistance, the more it ignited his desire for domination. Brother Du, this girl is quite remarkable. I just heard she put up a struggle and even killed a few of our brothers, a sycophantic follower chimed in, his tone dripping with flattery. Du Gang scoffed derisively and turned to bellow at the rebel. Enough of your nonsense. No matter how stubborn the bones, once they are in my hands, they will inevitably yield. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A slender, breathless rebel rushed in, drenched in sweat, and gasped, Brother Du. The boss has summoned you for an urgent meeting. Du Gang furrowed his brow, clearly irked. He waved his hand dismissively. Damn it, what meeting? Can't you see I'm occupied? The slight rebel shrank back, cautiously replying, the boss specifically called for you. He said it's crucial to discuss plans regarding the attack there. Upon hearing this, Du Gang's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the gravity of the situation. He muttered a curse under his breath. What a buzzkill. Then, turning his gaze back to Su Yao, a glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes. His gaze lingered on her as he licked his cracked lips, his tone laced with mockery. Just wait, little beauty. I will make you understand that resistance is futile. Su Yao gritted her teeth, suppressing the terror surging within her. Defiantly fixing her gaze on Du Gang, her hands trembling ever so slightly, yet refusing to yield. Du Gang, invigorated by such defiance, found delight in her expression, his laughter echoing harshly within the confines of the cell. He turned to his subordinates, declaring, no one is to lay a finger on her without my command. I intend to savor this. I cannot allow her to break so swiftly. His followers, a band of ruffians, nodded in agreement, their faces revealing a shared, unspoken amusement. Du Gang swept his gaze across the other women huddled in the corners, his tone laced with impatience as he scolded, you all look as if you've lost your families. Devoid of any spirit. It's utterly disheartening. Get out of my sight. With that, he strode away, his heavy footsteps resonating ominously. Pausing at the door, he glanced back at Su Yao, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he taunted, little girl, stay here and await my return. I hope you have a grand surprise in store for me. The iron door slammed shut with a resounding thud, the echoes of Du Gang's triumphant laughter fading into the oppressive silence that enveloped the room. Su Yao leaned against the wall, her hands clutching the cold ground, her nails nearly digging into the crevices of the cement. Her chest heaved violently as she fought to quell the fear within, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. She closed her eyes, her mind conjuring the fierce image of Zhang Yu, who had roared defiantly, willing to protect herself at all costs, alongside Lin Feng's calm and decisive demeanor. That familiar spirit of stubbornness and resilience rekindled a flicker of strength within her. Sister Zhang Yu, you must hold on. I cannot be intimidated here. I must endure. Her breathing gradually steadied, and when she opened her eyes once more, a glimmer of obstinacy shone within them. Su Yao cast a glance at her wrist, where the recent struggle had left deep crimson marks. Yet, she clenched her teeth, indifferent to the pain. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, surveying the other women in the cell. They huddled in the corners, their expressions vacant, as if they had long surrendered any hope of fighting against their fate. No, I cannot relinquish hope like them. Lin Yin, Captain Song, I trust that you will come for me. But before your arrival, I cannot merely await my fate. I must devise a means to survive. Her heart continued to race, but the fear and unease were gradually supplanted by a resolute determination. You believe I am merely a feeble prey. I shall make you regret every word spoken today. Her tightly clenched fists slowly unfurled, the palms marked with faint red impressions. Leaning against the cold wall, she closed her eyes, yet within her stirred an indomitable strength. The air in the cell was heavy and stifling, and Su Yao glanced around, pausing briefly on the women curled up in the corners. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fear, she approached a gaunt middle-aged woman. Do you know of any way to escape from here? Su Yao inquired softly, her voice tinged with urgency. The middle-aged woman lifted her gaze, her eyes hollow as they met Su Yao's for an instant before she lowered her head, murmuring, don't waste your efforts. No one can escape. Resistance only leads to a swifter demise. Su Yao gritted her teeth and turned her gaze towards another younger woman. The woman appeared numb, seemingly oblivious to Su Yao's approach. Are you truly willing to accept such treatment? Su Yao's voice dropped, yet her tone betrayed her simmering anger. If we strive together, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Hope? A frail girl scoffed softly. Do you understand what happens to those who dare to resist? The corpse in the corner is the fate of last month's escapee. The rebels will make your death more agonizing than life itself. For a moment, the cell was enveloped in a heavy silence. Just as despair threatened to consume Su Yao, the frail woman spoke in a low voice. Do not shout. She approached Su Yao, her tone somber yet composed. If you genuinely wish to survive and escape, I can share some valuable information with you. But you must agree to a condition. Su Yao paused, then nodded eagerly. What is the condition? The woman leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. If you manage to escape, you must ensure that the situation here is conveyed to the people of Bright City. Inform them that the leader of the rebels is colluding with those within Bright City, and they must send forces to eliminate this place. Su Yao's gaze flickered with determination, and she nodded resolutely. I promise. Chapter 93. A life hanging by a thread. The woman smiled faintly, her voice dropping even lower. Shortly after you leave the cell, you will encounter an abandoned drainage pipe. That is the secret exit they left behind. The lock on the entrance has been compromised, and they are still unaware of it. The woman's gaze shifted towards the corner, where a lifeless body, long cold and draped in a white cloth, lay. A subtle tremor coursed through her expression, yet she quickly regained her composure, as though such sights had become a part of her existence. Her eyes lingered on the face of the deceased for a brief moment, revealing a flicker of complex emotions, both sorrow and an almost imperceptible sense of guilt. The woman spoke softly, her voice tinged with suppressed grief. She was a courageous soul, much like you, unwilling to yield. We conspired to escape. It was she who discovered that the drain pipe's lock had succumbed to rust, daring to tamper with it. However, she paused, her gaze dimming further. She was captured during the subsequent endeavor. Su Yao felt a momentary hitch in her breath, a chill sweeping through her. Her eyes returned to the corpse, envisioning the companion who had once fought valiantly alongside the woman, harboring hope only to be consumed by despair in the end. The woman bowed her head, observing her own hands, and murmured, she did not succeed, but now the lock is broken. This is her solitary legacy of hope. Gradually, she lifted her head, her eyes regaining their resolute intensity as they locked onto Su Yao's. Now, hope rests in your hands. You are calmer than she was, and possess a greater chance. If you can escape with the secrets of this place, her sacrifice will not be in vain. Su Yao clenched her fists tightly, feeling a constriction in her throat, a tumult of anger and sorrow surging within her. Drawing a deep breath, she steadied her gaze upon the woman and replied softly, I will not let her efforts be in vain. I will survive and carry the message of this place beyond its confines. A faint, bitter smile graced the woman's lips. Almost imperceptible, let us fervently hope so. Her voice, though still subdued, held a glimmer of anticipation. Meanwhile, confined within a separate, cramped cell, Zhang Yu writhed in agony from her persistent waist injury. She leaned against the wall, her gaze fixed intently on the rioter guarding the entrance. Her watchman, a gaunt, lanky insurgent, was idly gnawing on a chunk of bread. Pray tell, gatekeeper, Zhang Yu sneered, her tone laced with palpable sarcasm. Does the monotony of guarding a mere woman not weary you? The rioter glanced up, grunting dismissively. Silence. Cease your prattle. Truly pathetic, Zhang Yu persisted, a grin spreading across her face. Reduced to subsisting on the scraps your leader deigns to provide? Such meager talent. I dare say you couldn't even best me. The rioter's brow furrowed, and he rose to his feet, advancing towards Zhang Yu. He brandished a fist, threateningly. Utter another word, and I shall pulverize your mouth. Zhang Yu lurched forward, glaring at him with unconcealed disdain. By all means. I dare you to strike me now. The rioter faltered, visibly incensed by her goading. His face flushed crimson with rage, yet he hesitated to strike. Zhang Yu, keenly aware of his hesitation, continued to press him, seeking to shatter his composure with her words. You cower before a wounded woman? Fie, what a craven cur, Zhang Yu spat, her voice dripping with contempt. With a roar, the rioter flung open the cell door and lunged at Zhang Yu, attempting to seize her throat. In that instant, Zhang Yu seized her opportunity, driving her knee with brutal force into his abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. Seizing the opportune moment, she channeled her remaining strength, slamming the insurgent's head forcefully against the wall. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he collapsed, temporarily incapacitated. Zhang Yu, breathless and pallid, bore an expression of resolute determination in her eyes. She staggered towards the cell door, seeking a chance to abscond. Concurrently, Lin Feng and Song Ran had infiltrated the nucleus of the edifice. Exploiting derelict equipment, they adeptly evaded several patrols of insurgents. The scavenger had already been dispatched by Lin Feng with a swift and silent execution. Lin Feng and Song Ran, holding their breath, concealed themselves in the penumbra behind the wall, their eyes fixed intently on the passage ahead. A staircase leading into the subterranean depths, its metallic banister consumed by corrosion, echoed with dull reverberations. Two insurgents, their vigilance lax, leaned against the wall at the stairwell entrance. One ignited a cigarette, while the other idly toyed with a dagger in his grasp. The defenses here are not as formidable, but we must act expeditiously, Song Ran whispered, signaling Lin Feng to divide and conquer with tactical hand gestures. Lin Feng nodded, drawing his military knife from his waist, his gaze as piercing and cold as an eagle's. He crouched slightly, utilizing the dim ambience to approach stealthily. Song Ran swiftly vaulted over the wall, tossing a metallic component that clattered loudly, diverting the attention of the two insurgents. What was that? The smoking insurgent furrowed his brow, peering towards the source of the noise. Before he could react, Lin Feng's figure darted across the space like a lightning bolt. The military knife flashed with a chilling glint, incising the insurgent's carotid artery with precision. Blood spurted forth instantaneously. The insurgent's body convulsed briefly before collapsing lifelessly, unable to utter even a cry of agony. Another rioter, aghast, had just raised his dagger to retaliate when Song Ran seized him from behind, his elbow constricting his throat, stifling any sound. The rioter struggled vehemently, but his movements waned until he slumped, limp. After confirming their incapacitation, Lin Feng and Song Ran swiftly concealed the bodies in the shadows, then leaned against the stairwell, intently heeding the sounds below. There must be more, Song Ran murmured, wiping perspiration from his brow. Lin Feng nodded subtly, gripping his combat knife, and responded with composure. Let's descend, we mustn't tarry. Exchanging a tacit glance, they began their descent with utmost stealth, like two predatory leopards poised to deliver a lethal strike. As Lin Feng and Song Ran proceeded down the staircase, the surrounding air grew progressively colder. Muffled sounds emanated from the dim corridor below, the suppressed groans of struggle and labored breathing. Song Ran gestured towards Lin Feng, and they pressed against the wall, cautiously approaching the source of the sounds. As they rounded a narrow bend, the scene that unfolded before them caused their pupils to contract simultaneously. Zhang Yu was pinned against the wall by a rioter who was choking her. The rioter had one hand clamped around her throat and the other holding her arms. Zhang Yu's complexion was ashen, her breath shallow, her eyes reflecting defiance and ire, but her struggles were diminishing as she was losing strength. The rioter wore a smug sneer and hissed through gritted teeth, "Behave yourself. You think you can defy me?" Barely audible, Zhang Yu's voice was a mere rasp. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Song Ran's eyes as he murmured to Lin Feng, "Engage." Swiftly, without hesitation, Lin Feng moved with blinding alacrity. He burst from the alcove, his combat knife etching a frigid arc in the dim light, aimed directly at the insurgent's arm. Caught entirely off guard, the rioter barely registered the motion before the sickening sound of tearing flesh filled the air. His arm now bore a gaping wound, and crimson blood spurted forth. With a pained cry, he released Zhang Yu, staggering backward. Hot on Lin Feng's heels, Song Ran delivered a merciless knee strike to the insurgent's chest. The breath left his lungs as he slammed against the wall with a dull thud, before slumping to the ground, defeated. Lin Feng advanced, his blade flashing one last time as he plunged it into the rioter's throat, ending his torment. Gasping for air, Zhang Yu leaned weakly against the wall, her hands clutching at the raw, red welts encircling her neck. Her gaze remained defiant, though a hint of vulnerability flickered within. Kneeling to support her, Song Ran's voice was laced with concern. "How are you? Can you walk?" After a few ragged breaths, Zhang Yu managed a wan smile, her voice hoarse but resolute. "A scratch. I can manage." Scanning their surroundings to ensure their immediate safety, Lin Feng retrieved Zhang Yu's hammer from the ground, offering it to her. "Hold on to this. Don't let it out of your grasp again." Taking the hammer, Zhang Yu murmured, "Thank you. I nearly met my end at his hands." Chapter 94. Crisis. Song Ran's gaze darkened as he steadied Zhang Yu, softly inquiring, "Where is Su Yao? Where is she?" His tone revealed a hint of urgency. Zhang Yu caught her breath, covering her bruised neck with a trembling hand, her voice hoarse. She was separated from me. I was locked in a solitary cell and just escaped. I have no idea where she is being held." Song Ran's brow furrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He turned to Lin Feng and said in a low voice, "We must find her quickly. Su Yao cannot hold out alone for long." Lin Feng nodded slightly, his expression stern. "This is the territory of the insurgents. The longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes. We need to act swiftly." As he spoke, he twirled the military knife in his hand, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Zhang Yu struggled to stand upright, defiantly asserting, "You don't need to worry about me. I can continue and help find her." "You are injured. Do not be reckless," Song Ran replied sharply. "Stay here while Lin Feng and I search for Su Yao." Zhang Yu bit her lip, clearly dissatisfied with being left behind. "No, I cannot abandon her." Observing Zhang Yu's stubbornness, Song Ran frowned but eventually nodded, saying gravely, "Since you insist, then let us go together. However, you must stay close to us and refrain from acting impulsively." With that, he turned to inspect the corridor, ensuring no insurgents were in sight before signaling to proceed. The three quickly adjusted their gear and cautiously moved toward the depths ahead. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, with everyone's nerves taut. In a dimly lit hall, a modest yet imposing iron long table stood at the center, cluttered with several maps and a document filled with notes. A few flickering oil lamps cast a feeble glow around the space. Sitting at the head of the table was Rake, the leader of the insurgents. In his 40s, he possessed a robust physique and piercing eyes. At that moment, he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, producing a sound that betrayed his impatience. The surrounding insurgent lieutenants bowed their heads in silence, the air thick with tension and unease. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a burly figure strode in. It was Dugong. His customary roguish grin spread across his face as his gaze swept over the room, finally resting on Rake. "Dugong, you are the last to arrive." Rake's voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. "Do you disregard my instructions?" Dugong's smile faltered slightly before he plastered a more obsequious expression onto his face, brazenly responding, "Brother Rake, it wasn't my intention to be late. I had a minor issue to deal with. You know how challenging it is to manage those women. There's always someone trying to stir trouble." Rake snorted disdainfully, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Dugong. "A minor issue? If I hear such excuses again, do not bother attending the meeting next time." Dugong's expression shifted, and he hurriedly nodded. Yes, Brother Rake, I understand." Rake paid him no further heed, but rather pushed a map to the center of the table, his finger pressing firmly on a particular location. "This is our next objective, the supply depot of Bright City." He raised his gaze, scanning the assembly with a frigid expression, and declared, "According to the intel, the patrols of Bright City have just altered their routes. Now is our prime opportunity for action. We must strike decisively." The other lieutenants nodded in agreement, excitement flickering across their faces. Rake continued, "Dugong, you will oversee the headquarters during this operation. Ensure that no disturbances arise here. After the mission, everyone must remain at their posts. Should any mishap occur, I shall hold you accountable upon my return." Dugong quickly nodded, affirming, "Yes, Brother Rake. There will be no issues." Rake fixed him with a cold stare for a moment before gesturing dismissively. Meeting adjourned. "Prepare yourselves." One by one, they departed. Yet Dugong visibly exhaled in relief. His expression darkened as he inwardly cursed. What a ridiculous operation, one day. But he swiftly composed himself, trailing after the others out of the hall. Lin Feng, Song Ran, and Zhang Yu had approached the prison area, concealed in a shadowy corner, silently observing the activity ahead. "The guards here are numerous," Song Ran remarked with a furrowed brow. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze locked onto the figure of a patrolling brute, whispering, "Based on the recent patrol routes, the prison should be just ahead. We need to split up to divert their attention." Though Zhang Yu's injuries had yet to heal, her gaze remained piercing. "I will draw their fire. You are responsible for saving lives. Do not act recklessly." Lin Feng replied coldly, "This is not a place for bravado. We must work in unison." Song Ran gestured, "Let us proceed according to plan. I will attract the enemy's attention. You follow Lin Feng and do not act independently." His eyes were deep with resolve as he added softly, "Su Yao is certainly still alive." The trio was quietly deliberating their strategy when suddenly, the sound of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed behind them, indicating that a considerable number of individuals were approaching. Lin Feng instantly became alert, his expression darkening as he whispered, "Quick, hide." The group swiftly scattered in search of cover. Song Ran vaulted behind a pile of discarded iron barrels, while Zhang Yu crouched beside a broken water pipe, stifling her breath to suppress her panting. Lin Feng nestled himself behind a rusted steel beam, his demeanor grim and his hand firmly gripping the military knife at his waist. The footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by low murmurs of conversation. "Brother Du, are we really going to take action over there?" "Of course. What do you think has kept us so busy these past few days?" Just as the words fell, a familiar and arrogant voice rang out. "Little beauty, I'm back." Su Yao. Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly, a chill flickering in his eyes as his heart felt as though it had been seized in a vice. The voice belonged to Du Gang, laced with a nauseating excitement that made Lin Feng and the others clench their fists in unison. The footsteps paused not far away, and Lin Feng cautiously peered out, spotting Du Gang accompanied by 4 or 5 ruffians advancing toward the prison cell. He clutched a bottle of liquor in his hand, staggering as if intoxicated. A group of his subordinates trailed behind him, chuckling and engaging in idle chatter. "Brother Du, this girl has quite the temper. Do you think Brother Lei will blame us for not keeping her in check?" one of the ruffians inquired, attempting to curry favor. "Nonsense," Du Gang bellowed with laughter, raising the bottle to his lips for a hearty swig before wiping his mouth. "Brother Lei concerns himself with matters of the team. He wouldn't bother with trivialities such as this. Besides, that little beauty will eventually kneel before me, begging for mercy. Who can escape the clutches of my methods?" His subordinates erupted into a cacophony of repugnant laughter as their footsteps faded into the distance. Lin Feng's expression turned a deep shade of anger, the murderous intent in his eyes threatening to overflow. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. He proceeded towards the prison cell. "We should follow them," Song Ran whispered, a hint of urgency lacing his tone. "It's unwise to confront them directly. Let us assess the situation and locate Su Yao first." Lin Feng took another deep breath and nodded. They remained vigilant, carefully tracking the footsteps of Du Gang and his entourage while observing their surroundings. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain, and muttered, "That scoundrel. I will deal with him myself. First, we rescue her," Song Ran replied coldly. "We can address everything else once Su Yao is safe." The three exchanged a knowing nod and, utilizing the dim light and discarded equipment, stealthily lurked near the prison cell. Chapter 95. Captive in the corner, Su Yao curled up, her arms tightly wrapped around her knees, her heart racing at the sound of footsteps approaching from outside. The door was abruptly flung open, and Du Gang entered with the group, the bottle of liquor in his hand clattering ominously. His gaze fell upon Su Yao, a repulsive smile spreading across his face. "Little beauty, have you finally come to terms with reality?" he jeered, striding closer, towering over her. Su Yao clenched her teeth, forcing herself not to cower, defiantly raising her head to glare at Du Gang. Her eyes were devoid of submission, filled only with fury and disdain. For a moment, Du Gang's smile faltered, then twisted into something even more sinister. "Dare to stare at me? How amusing. I relish your defiance." With a malicious grin, he carelessly tossed the bottle to the ground, the sound ringing sharply in the air. Slowly, he undid his belt, his eyes glinting with malice and mockery. He gestured for 2 of his henchmen to restrain Su Yao. She struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the grip of the 2 brutes, but her frail strength was utterly insufficient to budge them. Her complexion turned pale, terror flooding her eyes as she screamed, "Let me go! Don't touch me!" Desperately, she kicked at Du Gang, but her efforts only elicited more laughter from the ruffians. TSK, still full of fight," Du Gang remarked, licking his lips as his gaze slithered over Su Yao like a venomous snake. He bent down, leaning closer to her, the stench of alcohol wafting from his breath. "Little beauty, I will take good care of you, and you will learn what it means to obediently submit." Outside the door, Lin Feng's hand slowly moved toward the military knife at his waist before setting it down and seizing the handgun concealed beneath his clothing, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. His gaze pierced through the crack of the door, witnessing the unfolding events, as a torrent of suppressed fury surged within his chest. He whispered to Song Ran, "If we wait any longer, there will be no opportunity left." Song Ran's expression was cold and resolute as he replied, "Prepare to act." Zhang Yu gritted her teeth, her voice low, "No need for further words. None of them shall leave alive today." Just as Du Gang's hand was about to graze Su Yao's face, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out, icy as a winter's chill, "Keep your distance from her." No sooner had the words left his lips than the prison door was violently kicked open, slamming forcefully against the wall with a deafening crash. Du Gang whipped around, his triumphant smirk transforming into shock. "Who?" Before he could finish his exclamation, Lin Feng had already aimed the handgun at them. This was the modified weapon gifted to him by Li Tian, its black body gleaming with a cold glint under the dim light. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the confined space of the cell, sending a jolt of pain through everyone's eardrums. The closest rider to Du Gang barely had time to gasp before a crimson hole erupted on his forehead, blood streaming down his cheek. His body stiffened momentarily before he collapsed. The remaining insurgents swiftly responded, seizing their weapons to charge at Lin Feng. Bang! Another gunshot echoed as the second insurgent, barely a step forward, was struck precisely in the chest. A look of bewilderment lingered on his face as he collapsed. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng's movements were lightning fast, his wrist showing almost no pause as his pistol spat out flames. The third insurgent's calf was pierced, causing him to collapse with a scream. Du Gang finally snapped out of his shock, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He instinctively recoiled, yet still blustered. Do you know who I am? Dare to touch me, Du Gang, and you'll be. Before he could finish, Lin Feng abruptly raised his gun to Du Gang's head and coldly uttered, perish. Bang! Du Gang stiffened and fell. Lin Feng's gaze swept to Su Yao, still held captive by the last insurgent. The insurgent brandished a gleaming dagger, pressing it against Su Yao's neck, his voice a hysterical frenzy. Drop your weapon, or I'll kill this little wench. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed on the blade at Su Yao's throat, his gaze turning glacial. His grip tightened on the gun as he said, lay a finger on her, and I guarantee you'll suffer an agonizing death. The insurgent was visibly shaken by Lin Feng's oppressive aura, but quickly retorted with a sneer, don't try to intimidate me. No matter how skilled you are, you're not faster than my blade. Drop your weapon now. Su Yao's respiration grew labored, her eyes brimming with trepidation and resentment. Yet her hands tenaciously gripped the insurgent's wrist, desperately endeavoring to wrest control of the dagger. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, a subtle commotion emanated from behind the rioter. A woman with vacant eyes and disheveled hair slowly arose from the ground. Her movements were languid and rigid, akin to a marionette under control. The insurgent's attention was entirely fixated on Lin Feng and Su Yao, oblivious to her approach. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at the woman, his brow furrowing. Yet he refrained from immediate utterance. He discerned that, despite the emptiness in her gaze, it harbored a long-suppressed animosity. Just as the rioter vociferously demanded that Lin Feng relinquish his weapon, the woman abruptly lunged at his leg. Ah! The insurgent bellowed in agony, his dagger etching a shallow laceration upon Su Yao's neck, yet failing to penetrate further. In the instant he lowered his head, the woman had already tenaciously clasped his right leg, sinking her teeth into it with savage intensity. You lunatic! The insurgent shrieked, endeavoring to break free. But the woman's bite was profound, blood seeping through the insurgent's trousers. His body swayed violently, causing the dagger to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Feng issued a frigid denunciation, perish. Bang! A gunshot reverberated, instantly creating a bloody orifice in the insurgent's forehead from which blood gushed forth. His body stiffened for a fleeting moment, before collapsing limply to the ground, the dagger in his hand clattering onto the floor. Su Yao, still shaken, collapsed to the ground. Her hand pressed against the wound on her neck, her eyes reflecting lingering terror and dread. Lin Feng swiftly rushed forward to assist her, softly inquiring, are you all right? Chapter 96. A narrow escape. Su Yao nodded slightly, though her complexion remained pallid, the recent peril evidently leaving her shaken. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she replied, I'm fine. She raised her gaze to meet Lin Feng's eyes, then glanced at Song Ran and Zhang Yu behind her, her expression gradually regaining some semblance of vitality. The gunfire they had just heard would undoubtedly attract more enemies, and they were now ensnared in a precarious situation. Lin Yan, Captain Song, Yu Jie, I know how we can escape, quickly. Su Yao's voice carried an urgent and resolute tone. Are you certain? Song Ran asked, cautiously surveying their surroundings. With determination, Su Yao nodded vigorously, gritting her teeth as she spoke. There is an abandoned drainage pipe. It is a clandestine exit they left behind. The lock is broken now, and we can escape through there. Breathing heavily, Zhang Yu leaned against the wall, clutching her abdomen, and managed to utter through clenched teeth, then let us hurry. We cannot remain here a moment longer. Suddenly, Su Yao turned around, her gaze landing on a woman huddled on the ground, filthy and disheveled. Her expression softened as she reached out to grasp the woman's arm, urgently stating, she is also from Bright City. We should take her with us. The woman looked up at Su Yao, then at Lin Feng and the others, seemingly incredulous that she might actually have a chance to escape. Bring her along. With unwavering resolve etched in her tone, Su Yao asserted that she should not remain there. After a moment's hesitation, Song Ran nodded decisively. Very well, lead the way. Supporting the frail woman with one hand and clutching the hem of her garment with the other, Su Yao inhaled deeply and guided the group toward the drainage conduit. The narrow, dimly lit corridor was redolent with a putrid odor, and the floor was strewn with sewage and shattered glass that crunched faintly underfoot. Lin Feng, spearheading the procession, brandished his firearm, his gaze vigilantly sweeping across every recess. Centrally positioned, Song Ran shielded Su Yao and the woman from behind, softly instructing, upon noticing the woman's bare feet. Tread carefully, lest she step on the broken glass. His tone was measured and composed, yet his brow remained furrowed, indicating his readiness to confront any unforeseen exigency. Zhang Yu, hobbling along with her wounded frame, trailed behind Song Ran. Though pallid, she maintained a firm grip on her iron hammer. With each step, she gritted her teeth, striving to prevent the pain from impeding her pace. As the group gingerly traversed a protracted corridor, nearing the drainage conduit's egress, the voices of several rioters suddenly echoed from ahead. Did you hear that? The gunfire emanated from this vicinity. Quickly, search every chamber, leave no stone unturned. The rioters bellowed, their footsteps drawing nearer. Lin Feng promptly raised his hand, signaling a halt. Leaning against the wall, he gestured subtly toward the corner ahead and whispered, 2 individuals, with potential reinforcements to follow. Affirmative, Song Ran affirmed, his tone resolute. We must neutralize them swiftly, or we risk being besieged. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, casting a subtle glance towards Zhang Yu. I shall deal with the sentries, he whispered. Before his words had even dissipated, he was already slinking along the wall towards the patrol, his movements as lithe as a feline's. Abruptly emerging from the shadows, Lin Feng swiftly raised his firearm, discharging 2 shots in rapid succession. The 2 patrolling insurgents crumpled to the ground. What was that? The distant insurgents, having heard the gunfire, immediately sprinted towards their location. Move, Song Ran bellowed, urging Su Yao and the others to quicken their pace towards the drainage conduit. Zhang Yu, gritting his teeth, trudged onward with difficulty, his gaze darting back to ensure no stragglers pursued them. They finally reached the exit Su Yao had mentioned, an abandoned drainage pipe. The lock on the iron grate had indeed been breached. A musty, damp odor emanated from within the pitch-black tunnel. Lin Feng glanced back at the faint sound of approaching footsteps. Hurry inside. I'll cover our retreat, he urged in a hushed tone. I'll stay and assist you. Zhang Yu gasped, leaning against the wall, his hammer clutched in his hand. Do not complicate matters. Go. Lin Feng's voice was low but firm. Without further ado, Song Ran pulled Su Yao and the other woman into the drainage pipe. Su Yao, clutching her chest, held the frail woman's arm tightly, whispering, hold on. We'll be out soon. As Song Ran and Su Yao ventured into the drainage conduit, Lin Feng and Zhang Yu pivoted in unison, confronting the insurgent horde surging from the corridor's terminus. Bang! Lin Feng discharged his firearm, the projectile unerringly piercing the cranium of the vanguard, resulting in his immediate demise. Bang! Zhang Yu, her body languid with fatigue, swung her sledgehammer with brutal force, impacting a would-be assailant with gruesome effect. Enough. Withdraw, Lin Feng commanded, expending his final cartridge to cover Zhang Yu's ingress into the drainage system before swiftly following suit. The drainage tunnel, constricting and protracted, necessitated a crawling locomotion. The atmosphere saturated with a putrid reek. Su Yao's flashlight cast a feeble illumination upon their trajectory, guiding the cohort toward their egress. After an indeterminate duration, a faint susurrus of wind heralded their deliverance. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Exit. Emerging from the conduit, they were greeted by the frigid nocturnal zephyr. Though desolation pervaded the external realm, a sense of liberation permeated their weary souls. Su Yao, supported by the wall, gasped for air, her eyes reflecting the effulgence of survival. We've finally escaped. Lin Feng, hot on her heels, scrutinized their surroundings. An abandoned wasteland stretched before them, adorned with dilapidated architectural remnants and a sparse copse in the distance. Chapter 97. Chu Yu. Within the insurgent space, the hall was bathed in sallow lamplight, the air thick with the scents of tobacco and blood. A steel table's central map lay upturned on the floor, amidst a scattering of daggers and firearms. Seated at the head of the table, Rhett's hands were clenched upon its surface, his knuckles stark white. His gaze, frigid and sharp as a blade, swept over the insurrectionists arrayed before him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Dwayne is dead. His voice, a low and ominous rumble, reverberated through the hall like thunder. A subordinate, trembling with trepidation, lowered his head and murmured, "Why yes, Rhett, they killed Dwayne and rescued several women." Incompetence. Rhett slammed his fist upon the table, the resounding crash echoing through the chamber. His eyes, like those of a viper, scrutinized the assembly, the corner of his mouth twitching as he suppressed his mounting fury. Dwayne was a veritable imbecile. His entire guard at the holding cells was eradicated. And what, pray tell, were you all doing? Merely spectating? Rhett's voice escalated, the chilling edge of a honed blade inflecting each word. A rebel, summoning his courage, ventured, Rhett. These individuals are formidable combatants, particularly a young one. His marksmanship is impeccable, and we were simply unable to impede them. Unable to impede them? Rhett scoffed, seizing a dagger from the table and hurling it with abrupt force at the speaker. The blade found its mark with a sickening thud, embedding itself in the man's shoulder, the crimson stain of blood blossoming across his attire. The insurrectionist groaned in agony, yet dared not utter a cry, instead kneeling in silent torment. My directive was for you to obstruct them, irrespective of the means, not to return with such paltry excuses, Rhett declared, his eyes burning crimson. A pall of silence descended upon the hall, each person averting their gaze, lest they become the target of Rhett's escalating wrath. Rake inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the fury that simmered within him. He turned his gaze towards a rioter near the door, his tone somber and chilling. Deploy everyone and seal off all exits. Bring the hounds. No matter where they hide, they must be located. Rake, what if? What if they have already escaped the industrial zone? The man cautiously inquired. Rake's eyes suddenly narrowed with a piercing intensity, his voice low and almost a growl. If they have escaped, then pursue them relentlessly. I want them to witness the consequences of provoking me. He paused for a moment, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the table as if contemplating something profound. Then a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Did they think returning to Bright City would ensure their safety? I shall make them realize that even Bright City cannot protect them. Rake turned away from the others, his voice resonating like a dark whisper from the depths of hell. Get out there and find them. If I hear any more excuses, you shall share Du Gang's fate. Zhang Yu crawled out from the sewer, leaning against a stone as she sat down, panting heavily. She clutched her abdomen. Yet her laughter was hearty. I almost thought I was going to meet my end in there. Song Ran replaced the iron cover, pressing it down firmly. He turned to the others and spoke coldly. We are safe for the moment, but we cannot linger. The rioters are surely still in pursuit. At that moment, Su Yao helped the rescued woman to the ground. The woman was emaciated, her skin stretched tautly over bone, her complexion ashen. Her hands trembled incessantly, yet her gaze held a complex luminescence. Su Yao uttered softly, "Her name is Chu Yu, and she hails from the City of Light." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze directed toward the woman. A denizen of the City of Light? Chu Yu nodded, her voice raspy, like sandpaper abraded. Yes, I was a member of the exploration team, but my comrades, all perished, save for me. A tremor coursed through her frame, her eyes brimming with agonizing memories. During a mission, we were ambushed by insurgents. We were captured, and I am the sole survivor. Su Yao clasped her hand tightly, murmuring solace. It is over now. We shall escort you home. Chu Yu nodded slowly. The insurgents maintain outposts in this vicinity. We must exercise caution. Song Ran spoke in a grave tone. Very well, let everyone maintain vigilance. The insurgents will not relinquish their pursuit easily. Zhang Yu patted her warhammer, forcing a smile through gritted teeth. If they pursue us, all the better. Today, I shall settle a few more scores. Lin Feng cast a glance at her wound, his tone cold yet resolute. You require rest. Refrain from further engagement. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. Very well, but should combat ensue, I shall be the first to charge. As night descended, enveloping the desolate landscape in darkness, the group traversed the rocky terrain with hurried, cautious steps. Distant barks and the clamor of footsteps occasionally echoed, infusing the air with a palpable sense of foreboding. Song Ran walked at the forefront of the group, his hand gripping a flashlight. Yet he dared to keep the beam dim to avoid revealing their position. Lin Feng followed closely behind, clutching his military knife. his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings as if any slight rustle of leaves could provoke an immediate counterattack. Su Yao supported Chu Yu, who walked in the middle of the formation. Chu Yu's steps remained feeble, her body trembling slightly from the chill and prolonged tension, yet she bore the discomfort in silence. Su Yao glanced at her and whispered, "Hold on a little longer. We will soon find a place to rest." Zhang Yu brought up the rear, her hammer poised for action at a moment's notice. Though her injuries rendered each step laborious, her eyes still sparkled with fighting spirit. Occasionally, she would glance back into the depths of darkness, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Let them come. They shall taste the wrath of my hammer." From the shadows of the forest, the sounds of nocturnal insects intermingled with distant noises, although the pursuers of the rioters had not yet closed in. The group understood that escaping these desperate souls would not be an easy feat there. Song Ran suddenly pointed towards a slope ahead, lowering his voice as he spoke. "There are some abandoned structures atop the slope. They seem to offer shelter from the wind and rain." Lin Feng nodded, his expression cautious. "Let us approach and assess for any danger." The group swiftly made their way towards the derelict buildings, which consisted of a row of long-collapsed small factories, with exposed rebar and walls marred by deep cracks. Song Ran raised his hand to signal everyone to pause, slowly approaching one of the buildings that still offered a semblance of shelter from the elements. He swept his flashlight across the interior, assessing the situation. "It's safe. This place seems suitable for a brief respite," he murmured, stepping inside first. Lin Feng followed closely, surveying the area before nodding in agreement. "We cannot linger here for too long. The terrain is too low. If the rioters come with their hunting dogs, we could easily be cornered. Just give me a moment," Zhang Yu said, dropping her hammer and collapsing onto the ground, leaning against the wall with a sigh. "If we go any further, I'll be utterly spent." Su Yao carefully assisted Chu Yu in sitting down, then rummaged through her backpack to retrieve a bottle of water and a few compressed biscuits, handing them to her. "Eat something to regain your strength." Chu Yu accepted the food, her voice hoarse as she replied, "Thank you. Enough of that. You need to eat to have the energy to run." Su Yao's tone was calm yet firm, leaving no room for argument. The group hastily shared some water and provisions, quickly replenishing their energy. Lin Feng and Song Ran took turns standing guard at the entrance, using their flashlights to monitor the outside activity. The night wind, laced with a chilling breeze, wailed through the crumbling walls, creating an eerie sound. Zhang Yu leaned against the wall, closing her eyes. "I'll take a quick nap. Just wake me if anything arises." "I hope they don't come after us," Song Ran whispered. Lin Feng's voice was cold and resolute, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "But if they do, what of it? We have faced them before." Under the faint luminescence of the moon an hour later, Lin Feng stood at the edifice's entrance, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. His nerves were taut, his ears keenly attuned to the distant, subtle sounds of footsteps and canine barks. The intermittent yet distinct sounds grew inexorably closer. He refrained from immediate action. Instead, he retreated a step, his fingers lightly resting on the hilt of his military knife. His gaze as piercing as a hawk's. He held his breath, meticulously discerning the sounds until he ascertained that the insurgents' pursuers were in close proximity. "We can tarry no longer," Lin Feng murmured to himself, before cautiously turning and swiftly returning to the room. "Sister Yu, awaken." Lin Feng's voice was low but imbued with a chilling urgency. He approached Zhang Yu and gently roused her. Zhang Yu's eyes snapped open, her hand instinctively grasping her hammer. "What is the situation?" "They are here," Lin Feng stated with icy resolve, his words rapid. "Pursuers, they will arrive within minutes. We must depart immediately." Song Ran rose from his post by the door, his eyes scanning the room's occupants with hawk-like intensity. "Everyone, rise and prepare to move out." Su Yao, who had been quietly comforting Chu Yu, blanched at Lin Feng's words. She rose and efficiently helped Chu Yu to her feet. "Can you walk?" Chu Yu gritted her teeth and nodded resolutely. "I can." Zhang Yu tested her shoulders, gripping her hammer, her tone defiant. "Even if they catch up, felling a few will be inconsequential. Do not be reckless." Song Ran's tone was stern. "Our current objective is to evade the search range of our pursuers, not to engage them recklessly." Lin Feng quickly inspected his backpack and weaponry before addressing Song Ran. "We should circumvent to the south, where the dense foliage will complicate tracking." Song Ran nodded and urged, "Let us go. Everyone stay close and do not fall behind." The group swiftly organized their belongings and, under Song Ran's guidance, stealthily exited the derelict building from a different exit. They treaded lightly, striving to make no sound. Just as they entered the woods, a sharp whistle echoed from afar, followed by the barking of several large hunting dogs. Lin Feng turned abruptly, spotting several armed rioters emerging from the direction of the abandoned structure, each accompanied by formidable hounds. "Hurry," Lin Feng urged in a hushed voice, leading the way into the shadows of the forest. The barking grew increasingly closer, mingled with the harsh shouts of the rioters, thickening the atmosphere with tension. Lin Feng glanced back at Chu Yu, noticing her steps becoming heavier, clearly on the verge of exhaustion. Gritting his teeth, he grasped her arm, half supporting, half dragging her to quicken their pace. "You must hold on. Now is not the time to falter." Su Yao followed closely behind, her gaze filled with concern for Chu Yu. "Hang in there. We will be safe once we leave this place." "Lin Yan, ahead," Song Ran suddenly whispered, pointing towards the depths of the woods, where a small stream meandered, reflecting the faint moonlight. "Let us take the water route," Lin Feng immediately stated. "The stream can obscure our scent, slowing the hound's pursuit." The group swiftly leaped into the frigid waters, advancing downstream. The baying of the hounds gradually faded under the cover of the stream. If they could reach the edge of the woods, they would be safe from capture. Song Ran whispered, glancing back to confirm that the enemy had not yet approached. The water was excruciatingly cold, lapping at their ankles, the icy touch penetrating to the marrow and inducing involuntary shivers. Each step was accompanied by the subtle sound of water splashing, a reminder that the chase behind them had not ceased. "BRR, this water is freezing," Zhang Yu complained in a hushed tone, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Her hammer was firmly nestled under her arm, her hands trembling slightly, but she showed no signs of halting her progress. Lin Feng walked in the midst of the group, his gaze constantly vigilant, surveying their surroundings. His attention was split between the potential threat from behind and the path ahead. Occasionally, he glanced back at Su Yao and Chu Yu, noticing that Chu Yu's pace had begun to falter. "Chu Yu, hang in there," Su Yao urged softly, placing a hand on Chu Yu's shoulder in an attempt to share some of the burden. Chu Yu's complexion was ashen, her lips tinged blue from the cold. She struggled to catch her breath, her voice faint to the point of being inaudible. "I'm sorry. I'm holding you back." Her body swayed slightly, and as her foot slipped, she suddenly toppled forward, half of her body plunging into the icy stream. "Chu Yu," Su Yao exclaimed, quickly reaching out to grasp her. "I'll help." With swift alacrity, Lin Feng descended in a crouch, and in a single motion, extricated Chu Yu from the water. He hoisted her onto his shoulders, bearing her weight upon his back, and uttered in a frigid tone, "Conserve your strength by remaining silent." Chu Yu leaned feebly against Lin Feng's back, the frigid stream rendering her body nearly bereft of sensation. She bit down on her teeth and murmured, "I apologize." "Thank you." Lin Feng offered no rejoinder, but instead maintained a steady gait, compelling himself to disregard the burden upon his shoulders and the chill of the water. Su Yao silently trailed behind him, clutching a small knife resolutely in her hand, her gaze betraying a suppressed determination. Song Ran, leading the vanguard, intermittently swept the stream ahead with a flashlight. He glanced back and murmured, "Endure. In half an hour we shall surely elude them." Hearing the faint baying of hounds emanating from the nearby woods, Zhang Yu tightened the straps of his backpack, dragging his weary frame to keep pace. These insurgents. They are truly relentless. The water beneath their feet was piercingly cold, and the surrounding woods were shrouded in darkness, with only the scant moonlight casting a faint glimmer upon the water's surface. The stream gradually grew more turbulent, interspersed with treacherous, slick stones that rendered each step exceedingly arduous. At long last, an hour later, the baying of the hounds faded completely into the distance, and no longer could the footsteps of their pursuers be heard. The group halted, leaning against the rocks beside the stream, catching their breath momentarily. "We have finally shaken them off," Song Ran whispered, releasing his grip on the dagger, though his gaze remained vigilantly sweeping the surroundings. Lin Feng gently laid Chu Yu down, allowing her to lean against a rock. He removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, saying, "Rest for 5 minutes. Then we shall continue." Chu Yu's lips trembled as she spoke weakly. I'm sorry, Before she could finish her sentence, exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she fainted. Su Yao quickly felt her forehead, relieved to find she was merely fatigued. "As long as she is fine," Lin Feng mused, gazing at Chu Yu's face, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes before it was swiftly replaced by calmness. He turned to Song Ran, his tone somber. "Beyond this grove lies open ground. We must seek a more secure location for the night. Chapter 99. Unexpected gains. As night fell, the group finally discovered a relatively intact abandoned building. It was an old brick and tile house, with a gaping hole in the roof, yet the surrounding walls remained sturdy enough to shield them from the wind and rain. After surveying the interior for safety, Song Ran began dismantling some dilapidated wooden furniture. He skillfully chopped the wood into small pieces, piling them in the center of the room, and then ignited a campfire using a flint he carried. The flames leapt to life, casting a warm, golden glow that dispelled the chill within the building, allowing everyone to relax slightly. Zhang Yu leaned against the wall, wearing a weary but contented smile. This place isn't bad. It's far better than that underground parking lot where we spent the night last time. Lin Feng sat by the fire, meticulously cleaning his gear with a knife. He bowed his head, engrossed in his actions, yet his peripheral vision occasionally swept outside, evidently maintaining a heightened vigilance. Su Yao supported Chu Yu as she sat by the fire, draping a coat over her. Chu Yu remained unconscious. Although her complexion retained a pallor, her breathing gradually stabilized. She had managed to endure. Su Yao murmured softly, her gaze intricately fixed upon Chu Yu's face, reflecting on the trials she had faced and the sheer resilience it took to survive. Every individual who remained alive bore their own narrative. Song Ran adjusted the wood in the fire while articulating, with a tinge of gravity, that the story must continue to unfold. Existence itself held significance. Zhang Yu lifted her head, a smile breaking across her face. Captain Song, considering today's circumstances, it seems we have once again danced on the precipice of death. Haven Tiwi? Song Ran glanced at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, we are still alive. Lin Feng sheathed his military knife and raised his head, stating, next, we must hasten our return to Guangming City. Su Yao nodded. Yet a resolute glimmer shone in her eyes. They will not let us go easily. Chu Yu mentioned that the insurgents are colluding with those inside Guangming City. Even upon our return, we must exercise caution. Song Ran's expression sharpened slightly as he nodded. The situation within Guangming City is far more intricate than we can fathom. The flames crackled, casting a flickering light upon each face, imbued with a sense of weariness, yet also revealing a touch of determination. Outside, the night wind remained frigid, but the atmosphere beside the fire offered a long-awaited warmth. As dawn broke, casting a faint glow across the horizon, Lin Feng slowly rose, tightening his coat around him before stepping outside to remain vigilant. The chill of night had not yet dissipated completely, and a delicate layer of dew clung to the blades of grass. In the distance, the faint chirping of birds could be heard amid the trees. Soon, Song Ran awakened and approached Lin Feng, whispering, "Is everything all right?" Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the distant mountain silhouettes. "All is well. But the rioters will not easily relent. We must depart swiftly." Song Ran gave a slight nod and turned back to the shelter, extinguishing the campfire completely before rousing the others. Su Yao rubbed her eyes and was the first to assist Chu Yu. "Chu Yu, can you get up? We need to leave." Slowly, Chu Yu opened her eyes, her complexion still pale, yet the fear in her gaze had lessened, replaced by a newfound resolve. "I can." Zhang Yu stretched lazily, and after a brief repast of simple provisions and the organization of their gear, they set forth on their journey homeward. The group advanced along a narrow path, the scenery gradually transforming from dense woodland to overgrown wasteland. Lin Feng led the way, his eyes perpetually alert, his military knife gently tapping against his thigh, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. At a point where a fallen tree obstructed the path, Lin Feng halted. His attention was drawn to a partially concealed small container in the distance, half buried beneath decaying branches and soil, clearly abandoned for quite some time. Not far from the container lay an overturned truck. There, it seemed, something awaited discovery. Lin Feng pointed towards the container. Song Ran narrowed his eyes, contemplating the situation. It certainly warrants a closer inspection. "Zhang Yu, accompany me. Lin Feng, you and Su Yao shall safeguard Chu Yu." Zhang Yu patted the iron hammer, grinning widely. "No problem. Let us see if we can unearth something valuable." The two approached the container with utmost caution, forcefully prying open one side of the rusted door, which emitted a piercing creak. Inside lay a haphazard assortment of supplies, most of which had succumbed to decay. Song Ran meticulously sifted through the disordered contents within the container, his flashlight illuminating a mountain of clutter. Just as he was on the verge of conceding defeat, his foot inadvertently struck something solid. Bending down, he picked it up and brushed off the dust, revealing an intact metal can. Let us see what treasures lie within. Song Ran muttered to himself as he dragged the box into a better-lit area, deftly cutting it open with his dagger. The moment the lid swung ajar, he paused, momentarily taken aback, before a smile graced his lips. Zhang Yu, take a look at this, he called out, tossing the can to Zhang Yu, who was rummaging through the truck. Zhang Yu caught it with a flourish, raising the can triumphantly. What luck! Canned food. There are still 2 more boxes here. Song Ran extracted 2 entire boxes of unopened cans from within, placing them at the entrance of the container. Finally, a reward for our efforts, Zhang Yu exclaimed, brushing the dirt from his hands and beginning to transfer the cans. In the distance, Lin Feng and Su Yao, alerted by the commotion, approached swiftly, with Su Yao assisting Chu Yu. You all seem so joyful. What have you discovered? Su Yao inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yu, with a proud grin, gestured towards the box of cans. Take a look. She paused for a moment, feigning mystery as she added, by the way, dear Su Yao, would you prefer beef or canned fruit? A long-lost smile graced Su Yao's face. This is indeed a windfall. These cans are truly valuable. Lin Feng's gaze remained tranquil. Song Ran rose, carefully sealing the box once more before placing it into the enormous backpack. Turning, he remarked, don't get too caught up in the excitement. We must take these supplies and leave swiftly. No problem, Zhang Yu responded, lifting another box of canned goods, a relaxed smile curling at the corners of his lips. The acquisition of the cans had somewhat rejuvenated the weary team's morale, yet Lin Feng's eyes remained fixed on the distant road, ever vigilant.